Chapter 714. Lapis Lazuli Flower Heavenly King,瑠Hoa Tenwang. At first, it was simple curiosity toward the life born from only the most precious parts of Seo Eun-hyun and Kim Yun, two beings she treasures deeply, coming together to form the most precious existence. Then, when that life was conceived within Kim Yun's womb, when it gained a body and a beating heart, the curiosity only grew stronger. Because Seo Eun-hyun and Kim Yun are both people whom Kang Min-hee loves dearly, perhaps the child inherited only the most lovable traits of both. That's what she thought. And on the day that child was born, Kang Min-hee, seeing the child's eyes for the first time, suddenly thought, I want to be with this child, truly without any barriers. To put it simply, it was the feeling of wanting to get close. And as she watched the child grow, approaching the child with things like Jianjiang 5 flowers and binding herself to the child, she came to realize that the feelings she has for this child aren't just about wanting to be close. I see. She has come to love this child. There are elements of love that cannot be defined solely by the concept of sexual affection. And the love Kang Min-hee feels toward the child is clearly a kind of love that cannot be judged by such elements. She wants to be together. She wants to see what the future holds. She wants this child to be happy. Carrying all those countless hopes, Kang Min-hee came to love the child. Yes, perhaps. Kang Min-hee began to think of this child as her own. And maybe that is why, when she heard Kim Yun was going to abandon her body and return, she became so angry. Whatever the case may be, she loves the child of Seo Eun-hyun, bearing the name of his old friend. Seo ran. Sometimes like a mother, sometimes like a friend, sometimes like an adorable junior. She loved her that way. And when she first learned that Seo Ran has resolved herself to death, at first, she didn't know how to face it. But that confusion didn't last long. The moment she saw Seo Ran's eyes, she understood. She knew what she must do for her. Both Kim Yun and Seo Eun-hyun are people Kang Min-hee likes. So when she learned that the two like each other, she chose to step aside. They are both people dear to her, and she didn't want anyone to be hurt because of her. But she was never able to offer them her wholehearted congratulations at their wedding. She was never able to truly wish for their happiness. And so, to the being who resembles only the most lovable parts of the two people she loves, she wanted to offer all the happiness she wasn't able to give them. Kang Min-hee wished for Seo Ran to be happy. And, watching Seo Ran awaken her immortal art and close her eyes, she came to fully understand what sorrow is. Sorrow is a prison bar, a wall. Yet at the same time, a wall also becomes a support for those who have climbed it. As she parts with Seo Ran, she accepts the sorrow completely and comes to understand that a being with a heart can also grow through sorrow. The moment she fully realizes this, she becomes aware of a waterfall of power overflowing within her chest. It is the sorrow of the underworld, a deep and even deeper sorrow. Even the underworld herself has overcome sorrow. But the despair and grief brought by the gap between her and the future king are so immense that even that is not enough. The underworld's heart is filled with sorrow vast enough to overturn the world. And Kang Min-hee realizes that through her enlightenment, she has finally reached the minimum standard to properly receive and use this sorrow. Kugugugugugu. A sorrow of incomprehensible magnitude bursts forth through Kang Min-hee. And all that sorrow transforms into authority through her power. Seo Eun-hyun's cultivation system that bloomed from Seo Ran. Using that system as a medium, information about the Western Heaven Flower Field, sent by Seo Eun-hyun's group from the outside, flows into her. And the moment she realizes that, bridal creation, using the overflowing sorrow as a medium, Kang Min-hee begins to create thousands of laws, launching a counter-erosion on the Western Heaven Flower Field. She senses the Sao tree heavenly venerable being flustered, but it is useless. Kugagugum. With the system completely broken through, and the authority being of a similar structure, it is possible to erode it from this side. Moreover, the tool used for the erosion is none other than the sorrow of the underworld. The Sao tree heavenly venerable tries to pull back the mantra of the Western Heaven Flower Field in panic, but perhaps the sorrow emitted by Kang Min-hee has driven the mantra insane as it no longer recognizes the Sao tree heavenly venerable or Kang Min-hee. Now the Western Heaven Flower Field is mine. Kugugugugugu. Having seized control of the anti-governing immortal technique, the Western Heaven Flower Field, she realizes she is ascending into a new being along with the power of her mantra. At the final moment, The fireworks Seo Ran showed her flash before her eyes. Kururung. I. As the absolute of sorrow becomes completely hers, she finally divined, sensed the power of her origin essence, and rises to her feet. Kugagugagugu. Her mind, empowered by the absolute, transcends countless space-time and the memories of those countless versions of herself. From all those space-time merge with her own. She comes to know of Seo Eunhyun's greatest secrets. I see, Seo Eunhyun. You. Understanding Seo Eunhyun's secrets, she at last engraves her name as a completely reborn being upon the world. Lapis Lazuli Flower Heavenly King. Liwa Thuong. Kong Minhee. Tsuea. Kong Minhee watches Seo Ran's fate and soul fade away into some pale pink space in the far distance. Perhaps because it realized it is the power of the vast cold Heavenly Lord. It is heading into a space that only the vast cold Heavenly Lord can enter. It seems neither Seo Eunhyun nor Kim Yun can enter that space. Even they can only look from afar. Kong Minhee slowly walks between the two and gently caresses Seo Ran's aura. Someday, if there is a cause and connection, let's meet again. At Kong Minhee's words, Seo Ran's fate hums and resonates, deciding on a certain emotion. And at that single expression of emotion, Kong Minhee smiles brightly. Because that emotion is anticipation. Someday we'll meet again, won't we, Rana? Kim Yun gently strokes Seo Ran and asks with tender affection, and from Seo Ran's soul, the emotion of affirmation appears. Kim Yun's face brightens at that answer. Lastly, Seo Eunhyun places his hand upon Seo Ran's fate soul. I'm sorry for naming you Seo Ran. If you carry the memories of Su In and Hong Yun, that name must not be pleasant. At his apology, filled with remorse, Seo Ran's fate soul transforms. It is the form of Seo Ran, made of a faint, soft light. Fully manifesting in the appearance she had when she lived as a human, she slowly strokes Seo Eunhyun's cheek. That gesture seems to say it's okay. Watching this, Seo Eunhyun sheds a single tear. Next time too, will you be our child? Wu-wong. Seo Ran's fate soul turns into a single strand of light and briefly touches Seo Eunhyun's forehead. It is as if Seo Ran is embracing Seo Eunhyun. Yeah, thank you. And as if that single embrace has given him the answer he wished for, Seo Eunhyun smiles as he watches Seo Ran, In and Yun, slowly get drawn into the alternate space of vast cold. Seo Eunhyun, Kim Yun, and Kong Minhee all stand still for a while, watching the lingering trace of that space. And then, they begin moving again. Because there is still work left to be done. You've devoured Western Heaven, Kong Minhee. That's right. Then can you locate the coordinates of Saltree? As much as needed. Kugagugagu. Kong Minhee traces the history of the Sal tree Heavenly Venerable remaining within the Western Heaven flower field and accurately pinpoints the coordinates of the Sal tree Heavenly Venerable in the outer sea. I'm connecting it. Authority, bridal creation. Clang. As Kong Minhee extends her hand, thousands of chains created from her stretch forth into the depths of the chaotic sea. At the ends of those chains are the coordinates of the Sal tree Heavenly Venerable that Kong Minhee just fixed. I've captured Sal tree. Kong Minhee speaks, perceiving the Sal tree Heavenly Venerable being caught in her bridle. Seo Eunhyun nods at her words. Songjin, how long until the scheduled time? It is around half a day. It seems that while Kong Minhee and Seo Ran were trapped, time had flowed a bit differently, as the nether-treading ship is already nearing the boundary of Kakravada. Kong Minhee, can you hold on for long? Of course. Kong Minhee smiles as she begins converting the immeasurable sorrow pouring out from the underworld into authority. I can hold him for 1,000 years. Just say the word. Kugagugagu. And a short while later, the nether-treading ship arrives at a strange space. If the previous outer sea was a sea of chaos, then the place they reach this time is a world of nothingness. A faintly glowing white world with literally nothing in it. And there, welcome, Seo Eunhyun. And Red Pearl Cycling Heavenly King. Lapis Lazuli Flower Heavenly King. They finally meet the incarnation of the Heavenly Venerable of Time, who has been waiting for them. I'd like to share a conversation, but it seems you are a bit busy. That's right. Then let us exchange greetings a little later. They quickly exchange wills, then gaze beyond the chains where the Sal tree Heavenly Venerable is caught. Ohiaseo. Immediately after, Ohio's power and the wheels simultaneously activate. Authority. Truth manipulation. Authority. History rewrite. Clang. At that very instant, The ends of the chains instantly shift positions, and the locations of Kong Min-hee and Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable switch. The Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable appears within the arena, and John Myung-hoon thrusts his lightning spear and activates his authority. Authority. Causality induction. Hwarurum. The authority that creates and gifts the desired reality in proportion to what they suffered activates. And the Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable screams. Stab. Lightning-tipped spear. Hwarurum. John Myung-hoon's lightning-tipped spear, carrying the power of causality induction, impales the Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable as if pinning him to the spot. Suawa. Immediately after, Kong Min-hee returns to her position by utilizing the power of bridal creation. Finally, we meet face to face again. Seo Eun-hyun lets out a sigh as if he's disturbed and extends his hand toward the Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable. When they were sailing from the Nether Crossing ship, Sao Tree eroded them from a distance through the mantra of the Western Heaven Flower Field and fired off prophecies from a distance that were too tricky to respond to, making direct engagement nearly impossible. But now, with Kong Min-hee having reverse eroded the Western Heaven Flower Field and using it as the coordinate, they have dragged the Sao Tree here. If he is right in front of me, I can deal fatal blows as much as I want. Recalling this fact, Seo Eun-hyun surrounds the Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable. Thus, the incarnation of the Heavenly Venerable of Time, the Red Pearl Cycling Heavenly King, the Lapis Lazuli Flower Heavenly King, the four enders below them, Seo Eun-hyun wielding a supreme deity-level immortal treasure, and white-winged Heavenly Pegasus. Face off against the Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable. The Heavenly Venerable battle begins. Chapter 7:15, Fireworks. Kugugugugu. The Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable suddenly swells up his body, becoming a flower field worm more massive than all our true bodies combined, and whips at us with his tail as if to create distance. Ridiculous. However, Hyunsuk Hyungnim grabs the Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable's tail, and the Heavenly Venerable of Time speaks. Stall for time. I shall tell you the way to seal that one. At those words, Oh Hyunsuk also inflates his size and begins to charge at the Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable's true body. Is it really possible to seal the Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable? Yes. If it is from this position where I now stand, it is certainly possible to seal him. I look around this strange world of nothingness called the domain of Kakravata and ask, what exactly is here? Look carefully. Spread your consciousness wide. Following the words of time, I spread my consciousness as far as I can and survey the surroundings. And I understand. This domain of nothingness, compared to the chaos of the outer sea, forms a very clean boundary, drawing a peculiar curvature. If such a domain of nothingness blocks off the entire outer sea and Mount Sumeru like this, its shape is almost like an eggshell. And among those eggshell-like forms, I see something strange. The place where the Heavenly Venerable of Time stands. For some reason, the form of nothingness there isn't as smooth as in other places. It's as if it was broken and then patched up again. I can't help but feel baffled. What is this? In an unimaginably ancient era, someone pierced through the boundary of Kakravata and created a path to the outside without going through a place like the audience chamber. My eyes widen at the unbelievable claim. Break? This place? Is that even possible? It just looks like endless nothingness. This strange boundary of nothingness. This emptiness called the boundary of Kakravata is a realm that exudes a strange power of absolute. Like the true immortal realm where the three planes coexist, it is a mysterious purity where the three absolutes are all felt. Putting aside breaking it, I can't even fathom how one would pierce through it. And yet, there exists a being who actually did. But now is not the time to ponder over the phenomenon. What must I do? This is the boundary of the world. A wall where one can cross over into worlds other than Mount Sumeru. And, in a way, this place could be called the wound on that wall. What you must do is patch up that wound with the clay called the Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable. So I just need to throw the Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable into this nothingness? Yes. More precisely, throw him into this void and fuse his Gandhara with it. How do I do that? Throw him into this place, and with your single strike, cleave Sao Tree. If it's a strike of martial pinnacle, it will be enough to fuse Sao Tree's Gandhara with the nothingness of this place. I quickly send a heart message to my companions explaining the situation, then shout, Come, Sao Tree. I provoke Sao Tree to lure him toward me. Agitated by my provocation, Sao Tree comes flying at me in a frenzy and screams. Yeah, Kugwagwang. The Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable crashes into me with a body slam. Why? And then, the Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable's face meets mine. Within his pupils, I feel an endless emptiness. Why have you still not awakened to your fate? Why do you still not know your fate? I receive Sao Tree's strike and meet his gaze. In Sao Tree's eyes, I am still nothing but the unchanged Seo Un-hyun who has not grown. Why have I still not awakened to my fate, huh? Through Indra's net, I did gain some sense of what my fate is. But even now, I still do not truly feel why that fate is mine. Even if your fate and authority are not currently clinging to you, that fate is meant to guide you. So it should be impossible not to awaken. Due to the heaven-bestowed nature you were born with, you shouldn't be able to endure not following that fate. How is it possible that you've reached true immortality, gained strength at the level of a governing immortal, and yet still not awakened to your fate? Why? The reason I haven't awakened to my fate. I respond simply, I don't know either. Shuckwhack. I shake off Sao Tree and swing the impermanence sword in crisscrossing slashes. Geoiak. The sea of chaos splits into a cross, and the Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable is flung away. At the same time, the flowers that form his body begin to scatter. The scattered flowers each transform into black butterflies and spread across the entire world. But maybe, if the beginning, development, twist, and conclusion of fate means losing someone precious. Kururum. Lightning tip. The lightning bursting out from John Myung-hoon's body wraps around the world of chaos, then shifts into the shape of a net, extending Indra's net across this world. Immediately after, the circle of flawlessness behind Kong Min-hee turns blue, and thousands of ring-like structures appear, overlaying the net. Each and every one is a law that governs the principles of the world. Through Kong Min-hee, the laws of Indra's net revealed by John Myung-hoon begin to be restructured. The Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable, who tries to escape beyond the chaos by becoming a swarm of butterflies, becomes trapped within the barrier formed by John Myung-hoon and Kong Min-hee. Kururum. I declare in the name of the Red Pearl Cycling Heavenly King. Red light dyes the space around John Myung-hoon. The pain you gave to us shall now return to you as reality. John Myung-hoon's authority overturns the principles of the world and begins to impose the causality of annihilation upon the Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable's existence. I declare in the name of the Lapis Lazuli Flower Heavenly King. Kong Min-hee's authority alters the laws within the net, dyeing the area around her in blue. In an instant, the world inside the barrier is split into a red and blue taiji, driving the scattered butterflies of Sao Tree toward the center of the taiji. How strange. Eventually, giving up on escaping, the Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable's Gandhara gathers and compresses. Kuguguguk. The countless butterflies transform back into flowers, and the Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable transforms into a humanoid figure covered entirely in flowers. Why is it? I took someone precious from the distinguished ones. I separated them from you. And yet, why do none of you resent me? He looks around at us, asking as if genuinely curious. Just as he says, everyone present remains composed, with firm yet calm eyes. John Myung-hoon, Oh Hyun-suk, Kong Min-hee, even Kim Yun, and I as well. We do not hate you. Because of you, Seo Ran became unhappy. Because of your prophecy and authority, we were separated from our child. But even so, I rise toward the upper boundary of Kakravata and gaze up at Sao Tree, now trapped in the blue-red world. In the end, was it not you who designated Ran to us? The Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable is the divinity of birth. And thinking back to when Ran was first conceived, and white-winged Heavenly Pegasus descended back, then using that power as a coordinate. Smile? The Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable smiles. Strictly speaking, it was a transaction between Vast Cold Split Soul and me. Vast Cold Split Soul whispered to me first. It asked me to let it be reborn near Vast Cold's successor and Seo Un-hyun, the one who gave it grace. In return, I gained the authority to interfere in the fate of Vast Cold's split soul, Seo Ran. Indeed, it seemed that Seo Ran coming to us was not merely due to Sao Tree's power, but also due to the innate will of Su In and Hong Yun themselves. That is why the Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable was able to guide Seo Ran each time she sought an answer from fate while avoiding my gaze entirely. She herself was the medium that called the Sao tree heavenly venerable. He laughs as if admitting defeat. Truly fitting for one who sees the origin essence of acceptance at fate's end. Though life may have been swayed by me, it seems I have overlooked that the form of death, at the very least, is something they can decide by their own will. We silently look at him. He, too, gradually smiles as he looks at us. Perhaps the reason the distinguished ones do not resent me is because Co Rant's acceptance at fate's end left something behind for you. Just what did you see in her death that makes the distinguished ones not resent me? Why do you not suffer? What did we see, huh? We all smile gently as one. A person's life is. Through her final immortal art, Co Rant showed us much. Through that child's fireworks, we all came to understand. Even if one is enveloped by fate and cannot make everything go their own way, the act of dreaming and living within it is our own responsibility. That is what she taught us. The Unruly Realm was a play made solely for Co Rant. Because that child's fate was a fate that overcomes fate, we wish to create for her a definitive target point. She must surpass with her own hands. But, watching the child, we instead came to understand. She sought to overcome the flow we created with our own hands. And, only after seeing Kim Yun's sincere heart, and being supported by Kong Minhee's unwavering persistence, did she finally properly see her path. And that path was one none of us could have predicted. Fate is chosen by one's own hands. Even if that fate does not belong to oneself, as long as the heart is strong, even if one collapses from exhaustion, choosing by one's own hands is what life is. We wanted Co Rant to live. We wanted her to be happy. But Co Rant chose to abandon all those paths, and instead chose to reach the domain Kim Yun showed her. We tried to determine our child's life with our own hands, and bring her happiness. But she rejected it all and chose, by her own will, what she will overcome. Fate does not need to be decided by another. One can stay by someone's side, cheering them on and supporting the fate they choose, but there is no need to determine it for them. That is what that child taught us. Hearing our answer, the Sal tree heavenly venerable nods and bursts into hearty laughter. Indeed, so that's how it was. You all have never, not even once, been apart from her. Kong Minhee speaks. Not only I, but even those who abandoned their physical bodies and continue to watch over Co Rant like Co Eun-hyun, Kim Yun, and all of us. Our hearts have always supported Co Rant together. If the beginning, development, twist, and conclusion of fate means losing someone precious, then we have never once left that child's side and always supported her heart. That is why your intention never came through. So we don't resent you. You couldn't push through any of your intentions onto us. Even though you distorted her life, that final moment, she chose it on her own. Kugagagugagu, Jeon Myung-hoon, Kong Minhee, Oh Hyun-suk, Kim Yun, Oh Hyeseo, my immortal treasures, and Song Jin, and I, alongside the heavenly venerable of time Cheon-woon, begin to press down on Sal Tree with all our strength. That is why, even if we defeat you now, we will not do so with hatred against you who passed on to us such a precious connection. Because that, more than anything, is the will Co Rant left us. Even if you try to force upon us some development of fate, the one who chooses it are us. The will to choose, with one's own hand, a life in which one becomes happy within fate. That is the will Co Rant left behind for us. That is why we will not follow the development of pain as foretold by the Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable's prophecy. Ha ha ha, the greatest revenge, indeed. The Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable is without a doubt the enemy who drove our child into a miserable life. Yet, seeing what Co Rant showed us in her final moment, we all came to understand. Even if she was born to live a miserable life, even if she was made to live a life like a play through our hands, the one who rejected all of it, who accepted our hearts and chose her own fate, was Co Rant herself. Therefore, as the one who even gave her the opportunity, we will not hate Sal Tree. We all simultaneously raise our weapons toward the smiling Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable, and the smile vanishes from his face. In that case, I will not be able to defeat you. It seems the split soul left behind by vast cold was greater than I expected. Very well. The distinguished ones are all fully qualified to subjugate this Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable. Now come hunt me. After listening to our words until the end, he looks around at us, completely exposing himself without defense. And seeing that, the Heavenly Venerable of Time widens his eyes. Sal Tree, Guan Myon. No. as the first immortal beast king, hereby connect cause and effect. Kugugugugu. The body of the Sao tree heavenly venerable begins to scatter. His body, which until now has been covered in annihilation flowers, turns entirely white and transforms into a swarm of butterflies imbued with the light of all of the heaven's natural colors, beginning to scatter again. Just as the eastern Sao tree, Guanmayong, has opened his eyes, so too shall the southern Sao tree, Chionwun. The western Zero King shall awaken as well. Sua. All of us unleash a full-scale attack on the Sao tree heavenly venerable. Something feels off. At this very moment, the Sao tree heavenly venerable has connected with something. Shiver. Mount Sumeru, 33 heaven. Beyond the head realm, at the edge of the inverted cone, the audience chamber. There, a certain gaze seems to descend upon this place. And the moment that gaze touches Sao tree, Pio Biong Biong Biong, from Sao tree's body, an immense repulsive force erupts, and the swarm of butterflies begins to break through our barrier and fly off into some distant unknown. Strangely, the butterflies are completely undetectable, as if they don't exist at all. Ancient force. That is the first form of ancient force. Chion Woon, dodging the butterflies approaching him, cries out with an urgent expression. The very first Zero King, that bastard Sao tree, is offering up all his power to send ancient force containing the future king's enlightenment into Mount Sumeru. If that reaches any of the beings in Mount Sumeru whose names contain heaven, fate, or black, they will all become just like Sao tree is now. Are you telling us to intercept them? We cannot let a single one get through. Shoot them all down. Immortal art, sunlight hunting. Piong, Pio Biong Biong Biong. I fire the immortal art of sun shooting, but the butterflies made from Sao tree's body simply pass through the arrows. The attacks don't work at all? Then all that's left is, John Myung-hoon, Kong Min-hee, lend me your hearts. Only the power of the sword god dance that has reached martial pinnacle. Just then, Sao tree, not yet fully extinguished, with only half his body remaining and still scattering butterflies, smiles. That is a bit dangerous, so use it on this old man instead. Shukwang. The Sao tree heavenly venerable throws an annihilation flower at us. Kugwang. The power of annihilation that causes existence itself to wither crashes down upon us. Kong Min-hee and John Myung-hoon lend their hearts to my sword, but this single strike has to be used solely to block Sao tree's annihilation flowers. Kong Min-hee manipulates the rules. The principle distorts, and the Sao tree heavenly venerable's butterfly-shaped entities become absolutely unable to leave the barrier. Only then do the butterflies stop in place. But when the Sao tree heavenly venerable snaps his fingers, the butterflies simultaneously transform into transparent seeds, and once again soar into chaos. Kong Min-hee tries to intervene again, but the countless annihilation flowers blooming from the Sao tree heavenly venerable's body shoot toward her. The clusters of light that had become seeds turn back into butterflies, flapping their wings as they begin to fly beyond the chaos. The Sao tree heavenly venerable meets my eyes. Thanks to the time you bought for me, I was able to create plenty of annihilation flowers, close to the Ganges sands. Damn it. Defeating the Sao tree heavenly venerable himself is easy, but stopping every single one of those powers of the future king that he launches in acknowledgement of his own defeat is nearly impossible. Unless one's power is at the level of a heavenly king or has reached martial pinnacle, all immortal arts simply pass through those butterflies. The power infused into the butterfly swarm. It's the exact same powers of the absolute in the realm of Kakravada. Perhaps because they contain a part of the future king's power, most of us can't even touch those butterflies. The main body is burning his own life to buy time with annihilation flowers, and the butterfly swarm, imbued with the power of the absolute, passes through all ordinary attacks. Just one move. Is there a way in just one move to take them down all at once? It's just then. Immortal art. Yun's play. A beautiful melody flows from Kim Yun, and a familiar immortal art begins to envelop the surroundings. The composed face of the Sao tree heavenly venerable changes. What? And at that very instant, the final moment of Seo Ran. The past of that time unfolds in this space. All of us look at Seo Ran within her past. From the past, Seo Ran locks eyes with Kim Yun. Then, Kim Yun embraces Seo Ran and whispers, "Show them, my daughter." Everyone is watching. Feeling Kim Yun's warmth, Seo Ran raises her gun. Sao Tree's face twitches as he charges at her, but Oh Hyunsuk tackles Sao Tree to block him, and John Myung-hoon's net and spear wrap around Sao Tree's body, restraining him. Even so, a mere projection of the past could never influence anything beyond its space-time. It can, because I will make it so. Kong Min-hee appears next to Kim Yun. She raises her hand behind Seo Ran. Clang. A new law is added, and Seo Ran's immortal art becomes the starting point that stretches beyond the space-time of the past. Immortal art. A mere immortal art made by a mortal being at best. A mere immortal art made by one who has not even reached the immortal rank. Sorry to say, but Yun's play is also an immortal art made by a mere mortal being. I smile as I look at the Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable and take my place behind Seo Ran as well. A person's life, by itself, is an immortal art more powerful than any other. Therefore, this, which holds our child's life, is never weak. Era of fireworks. Seo Ran's clear voice, this time with everyone behind her, is launched toward the sky. The immortal art of Seo Ran fired beyond the past through Kong Min-hee. Era of fireworks. The era of fireworks contains Seo Ran herself. It contains the fate that overcomes fate. Tong. We all pour our power into Seo Ran, and the bullet of fate unleashed from her hand touches Sao Tree's butterflies. And then, Pobo being, flames burst forth, and firework like light brightens the sea of chaos. I shall illuminate the path. Shoot. The heavenly venerable of time Cheon Woon, with eyes that have discovered hope, visualizes the trajectory of the butterflies and shows it to us. Seo Ran smiles and raises her gun toward the butterflies flying away from the Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable. The power of my impermanent sword. The power of Kim Yun's full blossom. The authority of Kong Min-hee as a heavenly king. And Seo Ran's immortal art, imbued with the fate that overcomes fate. Possessing the nature to resist the absolute, erupts skyward alongside fireworks. At the edge of the world, at the boundary of chaos and emptiness, we grasp the final legacy left behind by our child, and begin the fireworks show. Chapter 716. Spring before the flowers fall,花落以前春. Pyong, Piobiong, Piobiobiobing. Fireworks burst above the sky of chaos. The gunfire containing my impermanent sword, Kim Yun's infinite, and the totality of everyone's hearts embroider the sky into a sea of flowers. Not yet, not yet. However, Sao Tree does not give up, and begins to burn the last of his half-body. Chua. From Sao Tree's body, faint ancient forces begin to endlessly pour out. Those ancient forces take the form of faint butterflies, transparent seeds, or salt crystals, and dye the surroundings without end. At the same time, the ancient forces pouring from Sao Tree's body begin to target the heavenly venerable of time Cheon Woon and my immortal treasures inside the nether-treading ship. Is it aiming for the swallowing heaven supreme deity? Cheon Woon, Kyung, and Hyong Ryul, Shu, both meet the conditions to be eroded by Sao Tree's ancient force, so it seems to be trying to erode my immortal treasures. I will block this side. Please concentrate. However, under Hong Fan's command, the immortal treasures move in perfect coordination, completely evading Sao Tree's ancient force, and even launch a counterattack. Led by Hong Fan, Ham Jin, Yeo Y, and Yu Y form hand seals. Sleep, Soy. Fame, Ming. Wealth, Tsai. Lust, Suk. A hazy aura comes from Hong Fan, a bright aura from Ham Jin, a light-absorbing aura from Yu Y, and a sticky aura from Yeo Y. The final immortal treasure. All of those auras gather toward the swallowing heaven supreme deity. The swallowing heaven supreme deity does not form a hand seal. It merely opens its mouth. And at that moment, eat, sir, quadudaduk. Something like massive teeth appears in the void and bites into Sao Tree's half-body. Kadudaduk. Bitten by those teeth made of attraction force, Sao Tree's face contorts, and he glares at my immortal treasures. The power of desire. The remnant of devil heaven, is it? Ha ha ha. I see. Kuguguguk. Sao Tree, who had been raging and throwing annihilation flowers without end, can no longer hurl them outward in retaliation. The attraction force forming around Sao Tree is so strong, it could swallow an entire heavenly domain by itself. Now, he can only unleash the power of ancient force, infused with the power of the absolute. The heavenly venerable of time reveals the trajectory, intercepting the ancient forces, and the Sal tree heavenly venerable is bound on the spot, completely immobilized. Now all that remains is to cut down the Sal tree heavenly venerable. By cutting him down and pushing him into the crack in this boundary of Kakravada to seal him away, the heavenly venerable battle will end. Lend me your strength. John Myung-hoon and Kong Min-hee, Oh Hyun-suk and Kim Yun, and the hearts of everyone gathered here settle into my sword. Chwerarak. The form of the sword god dance changes once more. The name of the new ultimate technique is, I don't know. Even though the principles of the world can be transcended by a person's heart, I've come to understand that my heart, too, can become someone else's fate. If that is the case, then perhaps giving names and definitions recklessly may not be the right thing to do. As I infuse into this sword the will of the child who suffocated under the fate I defined too carelessly, I swing the sword down. Nameless, Wuming. Shukwak. The hearts of those contained in the sword merge into one and become white, and my sword turns into a white line that slashes toward the Sal tree heavenly venerable. Slice. The Sal tree heavenly venerable tries to evade, but in the end, his upper and lower body are severed apart. If his body now simply reaches the sealing ground where the heavenly venerable of time stands, he will be rendered powerless and sealed within the boundary of Kakravada. But in the very next moment, with a single declaration from the Sal tree heavenly venerable, I realize that I have failed to incapacitate him. I designate. It is the Sal tree heavenly venerable's authority, life designation. Kururuk. With a grotesque sound, the Sal tree heavenly venerable's stomach swells. The Sal tree heavenly venerable has become pregnant. At the grotesque and revolting sight, I grit my teeth and swing my sword again at a raised speed. But the next moment, the Sal tree heavenly venerable's stomach bursts, spewing out black liquid and preventing me from slicing him cleanly apart. Kwaf. Aakak. What emerges from Sal tree's stomach is a slightly smaller Sal tree. His head is half split by the sword I unleashed, but each side of the bisected head regenerates into two separate heads. One head is that of an old man, and the other transforms into a grotesque face covered in annihilation flowers. The two heads of the Sal tree heavenly venerable scream, and at the following scream from the Sal tree heavenly venerable, we all flinch. Enough! I want to stop. How long? How long must I keep doing this? Please, please release the me of this generation. Hua, walla, wawaf. The Sal tree with the human face screams, while the Sal tree with the flower face ignores him and endlessly emits black liquid from its body. That black liquid begins to erode the surrounding space and devour everything. The flower face Sal tree reveals unwavering malice toward us, and the human-shaped Sal tree, seemingly gone mad, screams incomprehensibly toward the side where my immortal treasures are. Ah, yes, you were there. You were there all along. Please forgive me. Please kill me. Please end me. Enough, enough. Enough, enough, enough. I want to stop. Please choose. The next generation Sal tree. I know many good candidates: Black Dragon, Azure Punglass, Peacock, Great Mountain, Supreme Dietiaminamore. Please, just end this. Sal tree is showing an opening. Surround him. John Myung-hoon and Oh Hyun-suk each strike with a spear and a fist from either side, encircling him. Everyone, receive my strength. Through full blossom, Kim Yun infinitely amplifies her power and presses down on the Sal tree from above, and her power links with all of us, charging our strength to the limit. Zing, my friend, die. From below, Oh Hyesyo joins forces with the heavenly venerable of time to begin pulling the Sal tree heavenly venerable into the sealing ground. Song Jin and the immortal treasures combine strength and block the Sal tree heavenly venerable's rear. Piece of trash, stay still. It'll be over soon. Hong Fan glares at the human-faced Sal tree, pushing him down with the authority of the swallowing heaven supreme deity. Where is Kong Min-hee? No, there's no time to think. I search briefly for the suddenly vanished Kong Min-hee, but realizing she is gone, I quickly dash toward the front of the Sal tree heavenly venerable and unfold my sword dance. Chwerarak. The impermanent sword, now turned white, sweeps through the void as if drawing a clean stroke, and cleaves through the body of the Sal tree heavenly venerable, who fails to find any path to escape. Shukwak. However, I designate. Once again, from within the belly of the Sal tree heavenly venerable, the power of life begins to stir. Is this never-ending, this kind of resurrection. At this rate, in theory, it might even display a cockroach-like vitality that makes even Yuanli not worth remembering. And just then, Ziying, Kong Minhe's voice rings in our ears. Listen carefully. You need to strike at Sal Tree's weakness. Weakness? What are you talking about? I haven't just been slashing around for no reason all this time. I've been attacking the weakness that the Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable himself revealed to me. If it were the normal Sal Tree, the weakness might have worked, but not now. That thing has changed. What? Being able to create laws. From within the darkness of the Sea of Chaos, Kong Minhe reveals herself. Means one can also perceive them. Within her black pupils, a brilliant blue light is burning. And if one looks closely at her blue gaze, it resembles a flower blooming against a black backdrop. That flower looks almost like a firework. You have to target all 3 Dantian at once. And for that, not even the slightest error can be allowed. The moment even the slightest deviation occurs, Sal Tree will continue to resurrect. Shiver. At her words, for some reason, an image of someone with a hole in their 3 Dantians flashes in my mind. But at the same time, I understand. Kong Minhe's words are the truth. Got it. Then I'll take the upper, middle, and lower Dantian. No. But just then, a powerful heart message flies into me, shaking my consciousness, and I nod as I receive it. All right. In that case, I leave the middle Dantian to you. But in that case, I must strike both the upper and lower Dantians simultaneously. Yet, as I read the hearts flowing through this battlefield, I suddenly realize. Now, as Sal Tree once again tries to escape through life designation, there is no more time to waste. Even without speaking, one must understand a comrade's intentions. And in that brief moment, as I read the hearts of everyone gathered here, I come to realize. I understand. I, who intended to cut the upper and lower Dantians at once, instead target only the lower abdomen where a new life of the Sal Tree is being conceived. I leave the final strike to you. In the completely still world of extreme speed. There, for figures charged towards Sal Tree. Lapis Lazuli Flower Heavenly King, Lily Watenwang. The moment she saw the Heavenly King's call, she knew. I see. Is it because I forcibly swallowed the Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable's Western Heaven Flower Field? Kong Min, he lets out a bitter smile. She didn't rise to the position of Heavenly King through her own strength. When she met Seo Ran, for some reason, she thought she didn't want to let go. Even though she let go of Seo Eunhyun, she thought she didn't want to let go of that child. And, at last, though she couldn't hold on to that child's life, when she managed to protect the child's dream, she awakened the power of the Lapis Lazuli Flower Heavenly King. And then, she understood. So this was Sal Tree's intention all along. To progress Seo Eunhyun's fate, and to complete the fates of the other Enders as much as possible. That is, the Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable who has awakened to the will of the future king. No, perhaps the being known as the future king made their move through the Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable. That is why she became not the Lapis Lazuli protecting Heavenly King like the previous generation, but the Lapis Lazuli Flower Heavenly King. Because it was the owner of the flower field, Sal Tree, who awakened her. It can't go on like this. She clenches her fist. Swah. As she awakened as the Lapis Lazuli Flower Heavenly King, countless memories from parallel dimensions rushed in. Moments where she was always only protected. Moments where she never managed to protect. Moments where she was helpless, powerless without strength. I can't keep going like this. And the moments where she destroyed those she loved with her own hands. As she becomes one with every version of herself from those moments, Kong Minhe's eyes redden. Please watch over me. She must transcend. She must not just carry the name of Heavenly King granted by fate, but become a being beyond it. Her head overheats, while her chest grows steadily colder. And finally, her talent explodes. Even without the authority of an Ender, she was the fastest to reach the star-shattering stage in the Black Ghost Valley and comprehend the Underworld's principles to commune with the Underworld. That foremost talent among the Enders glows brightly and guides her into a new domain. Stripping away the fate and authority of an Ender, she possesses talent equal to the golden, divine Yang Sujin. And with a will to squeeze out her very soul, she takes a step forward. And at last, squeezing out all that talent, her fate, and her heart, she reaches it. To comply, but she reaches the method to break free from the fate designated by the future king, from the title of the Lapis Lazuli Flower Heavenly King. To take one step further. Zueya, every time, I've only ever lost. That's the kind of person I am. Seo Ran was, to Kong Minhee, who had never been able to protect anything until now. The fruit of the people she loves that she was able to protect for the first time. Even if that fruit was not her own, as long as she was able to bring them even a little happiness by being able to protect it, then she is satisfied with that. If protecting you meant they could be happy, then maybe I could be content with that. But you gave me so much more than that. I'm sorry. I was able to protect your dream, but I couldn't protect your life. Something settles into Kong Minhee's hand. It is a sword. From a long past timeline, the heart of someone who once loved Kong Minhee flows into her. And following it, the hearts of countless connections from other timelines who once protected her flow into her as well. Each one is like a flower petal. Those petals gather and form, in her hand, the flower sword, Huajian. But, from now on, I will protect. She has let far too many beings go without being able to protect them with her own hands. That is why she is sorrowful. Sorrow is like a wall that traps a person somewhere, never letting them escape. But in this moment, she comes to understand. Just as you abandoned life and moved forward, seeking to reach your dream with your own hands, I too will not end with sorrow alone. A wall, when standing in your way, may appear endlessly high, but once you manage to cross over it, that wall becomes your greatest support. The same goes for sorrow. Sorrow is something seemingly impossible to overcome, yet all the sorrow she has felt, endured, and passed through is now ultimately supporting her. She cannot reach entering heavens beyond the path. She is not a martial artist like Seo Eun-hyun or Kim Young-hoon, nor has she stubbornly trained with a spear like John Myung-hoon. However, though she is no martial artist, she is a genius. A genius arrives at a different answer through a genius's own method. The mantra of the Western Heaven flower field, which Kong Minhee has grasped, transforms in her hands. Mantra, Jinyan. A flower that has fallen once does not bloom again. Lowanan Sangja. Fallen flowers cannot return to branches. Seo Eun-hyun's eyes tremble for a brief moment upon seeing this, and relief surges in the eyes of the human-shaped Sao, tree heavenly venerable, who comprehends the truth of it. Now it can end. Only before the flowers fall does one remember the spring. Of each inshan, spring before the flowers fall. Anti-governing, immortal technique. Falling flower, voila. A blue flower sword slices through the upper dantian of the Sao, tree heavenly venerable. A straight fist of white-winged heavenly Pegasus pierces through the Sao, tree heavenly venerable's chest. And a white impermanent sword cuts open the Sao, tree heavenly venerable's stomach. Seo Eun-hyun wears a complicated smile. White-winged heavenly Pegasus sheds tears, and Kong Minhee closes her eyes. I bring the sorrow to a close. Unlike herself as the Lapis Lazuli flower heavenly king, designated by the will of the future king, who dealt with sorrow as a mere force. This answer, found through her own power, begins to embrace sorrow. The sorrow of Seo Ran, the sorrow of parents, the sorrow of a friend's death, the sorrow of one who lost their teacher, the sorrows of all versions of herself that exist across the timelines. The sorrow of the underworld. Embracing all that sorrow, she accepts the fate bestowed by the god of the future, yet takes one step further. Lapis Lazuli falling flower heavenly king, Lili Hoa Tenwa. Not stopping with just completely devouring the Western Heaven flower field with her own talent, alongside her single strike, she evolves herself one step further as a heavenly king. The name of her newly risen heavenly king self echoes nowhere in the world, only deep within Kong Minhee's own heart. Together with the sorrows she embraces, it evolves quietly. And finally, the Sal tree heavenly venerable, at last, smiles and falls into the boundary of Kakravada. The remnants of the past manifested by Yun's play also smile as they gradually vanish. And the heavenly venerable of time, waiting below, sheds tears as he sees the powerless body of Sal tree. Farewell, my friend. Zueya, the Sal tree heavenly venerable smiles, and as a human, gradually begins to close his eyes. Is it finally the end now? The moment I longed for so desperately. He speaks with a faint smile. Thank you, all of you, for liberating me. Passasasaza. As he melts into the domain of nothingness, he wears a warm, peaceful smile. I want to give a gift. Hear this. When I received the will of fate and was connected to the causality of the first immortal beast king, I was already fated to become the last Zero King, the Western Zero King. and the final immortal beast king. And as such a being, I drew close to enlightenment. Even if I had not reached the butterfly, by that very declaration, I would have probably realized the essence. The last, immortal beast king. All of us simultaneously gaze at the Sal, tree heavenly venerable, and as he dissolves into the boundary of Kakravata, he lets out one last statement, naming supreme deity, high in rang, the underworld, and his gaze passes between us and lingers briefly where the immortal treasures stand. Perhaps due to the power held by the boundary of Kakravata, who he is referring to cannot be heard and is nullified into nothingness. Neverborn miscarried. At those words, Oh Hyunsuk's face twitches. Child, they dreamed of in their imagination. That child is. And having spoken all those words, Sal Tree fully crosses over into the world of complete nothingness. Your enemy. With those last words, Sal Tree vanishes completely. In the place where he once stood, only a single white flower of unknown identity remains. The Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable is dead. The Heavenly Venerable battle has come to an end. Chapter 717, 7 Stars. We gaze at the resting place of the Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable. A mere 1,000 years. It's only been about 1,000 years. But to us, it was a painfully long 1,000 years. Wawung. The Heavenly Venerable of time distorts space-time and speaks aloud. The surrounding space becomes gentle under his influence, and we ease our tension a little. All of you thank you. At least, my friend seems to have died as a person in the end. Cheon Woon bows his head to us, and we receive him in turn. He raises his hand, grasps the white flower placed there, and with a slight pull as if plucking it from the void, he breaks it cleanly in the middle. The white stem-like strand remains at the boundary of Kakravata, and the flower enters Cheon Woon's hand. You were asked to bring this to the underworld, weren't you? Take it. I received the white flower from Cheon Woon. A strong power of ancient force brims from it, and the moment I hold the flower, I feel a faint, heartbeat-like throb rising within. Wawung. At the same time, I sense faint traces of memories from a distant past within it. Powerful. It's something I felt the last time I borrowed power from Sal Tree as well, but once again, the memory is overwhelmingly strong. So strong, it might swallow me whole if I'm not careful. It's not that the memory itself is strong. It's the heart inside it that's strong. The resentful sorrow and pain that the original owner of this memory must have felt. Those things are endlessly swirling inside. And, from within, I feel an unending longing. The speaker in the memory is ceaselessly yearning for some kind of answer. What is life? What is our world? And within that yearning, I can sense an overwhelming thirst. Why do I live? Why do I live? To beings living in this world, it is such a primal and distant question. Aside from the answer, just because. Any answer one can give is an empty one nobody can be certain of. Why am I still alive? Why only me? And as I hear that question, I feel an illusion that even I am falling into a void of futility. Yes, this ancient force is like the canvas of myriad forms and connections. A vicious past that would brainwash anyone who sees it, except for me. TSD. I draw upon the nature of the canvas of myriad forms and connections embedded in gracious soul filling the heavens to maintain myself, and push back the memories whispered to me by this great feat. Seal it for now. I place the flower briefly upon the head of the deer that appears from gracious soul filling the heavens, and the past held within it seal the power contained in the great feat. As expected, someone of your level is capable of controlling a past of this level on your own, disciple of Salt Sea. Thank you for that time. I recall how the heavenly venerable of time once saved me from Yongsung's clutches and offer him my gratitude. To have suffered such deep pain at Yongsung's hands and yet not bear any resentment toward me, that alone makes me feel gratitude. And more than anything, through you, I now know that the will of the Salt Sea Supreme Deity has not yet perished. It is I who should thank you and the others. Please take this. The heavenly venerable of time once again offers us a bow. There is something I must give to you. Something you must give us, you say? Yes. You've likely heard a few meaningful words from Sal Tree. For example, the eastern and southern twin Sal Trees, the western Zero King, and the northern Gang. I have matters to speak regarding what I've uncovered about them, and a few more matters you still need to know. At those words, we listen solemnly. First, we heavenly venerables are ultimately nothing more than media for the prophecy of the Fate Supreme Deity. living stars of prophecy, in a sense. Among us, however, Hien Mu is little different than Sao Tree and I. If Hien Mu is a consistent being who has existed since ancient times, then Sao Tree and I are beings who get replaced each time the ages pass. But we ourselves do not know that we've been replaced. This is because although we are replaced whenever needed, the very history in which the replacement occurs is torn out and becomes ancient force buried deep within the head realm. So the fact of the replacement itself disappears. We exhale a silent sigh at these shocking truths. The standard for replacement is probably when the spirits bearing the memories of Sao Tree and time become unable to endure the long years and desperately yearn for suicide, and that will surpasses a certain limit and begin to erase the spirits themselves. He looks at me, more precisely, at the radiance mantra slumbering within me. It is likely that the existence known as Hyuk-sa edits history and time and replaces us. Is that so? I now understand why Hien Mu cried out even more sorrowfully than Sao Tree or time. If Sao Tree and time are replaced without them knowing, does that mean Hien Mu cannot be replaced at all? Even the phenomenon of self-erasure by the spirit seems to be somehow impossible for Hien Mu. In the end, we are tools. In the distant future, when the absolute being is born into this world, we are the media of prophecy meant to prepare for that moment, the beings who are to bless that existence. We are nothing more than well-crafted immortal treasures. Given the realm you have all reached, you must know what the immortal crown is. Yes, we do. Immortal crown, also called immortal staff, it refers to the attire and authority of immortals. Ultimately, the process by which immortals walking the pathway of a supreme deity invoke the soul and will of the supreme deity into themselves and are unknowingly and gradually devoured by that supreme deity's soul. And you must also know what the winged garment is, worn by those who follow the fate pathway. At those words, we let out silent exclamations. Indeed, the winged garment is, in the end, the immortal crown of the future king, his will itself. The more one draws upon the power of fate, the more often one dons the winged garment, the more we are eaten away by the future king, becoming his eyes and ears, or his hands and feet. And especially those whose names or immortal titles include characters meaning heaven. They are even more deeply affected. Born under the design of the future king, they live as supreme deities and die accordingly. Therefore, their circumstances aren't so different from ours. The only difference is that they are slightly less important tools. If the future king so desires, the will of the future king, embedded within them, will awaken and control them whenever he pleases. Of course, each one may have countermeasures, but that is all. In the end, all of us will either become meat for the future king or his tools someday. However, becoming his tool lets one learn certain things. The heavenly venerable of time clutches his chest. In the distant past, I spoke with the Salt Sea Supreme Deity, the vast cold heavenly Lord, and others in various ways, and resolved to accept again the disgrace of the heavenly venerables. And as a result, I nearly became like Salt Tree and lost myself. But thankfully, due to the blessings left behind by Salt Sea and Vast Cold, I barely managed to avoid losing myself. And because of that, I gained a few pieces of wisdom from within the power of the future king that tried to consume my being. He points toward somewhere. Given the powerful sensation of attraction force, it seems to be toward Mount Sumeru. Each Gandhara of the heavenly venerables in Mount Sumeru. I realize the closer I get to them, the more the blessings of Salt Sea and Vast Cold would collapse, and I would ultimately lose myself. Then, I recall the Gandhara of the heavenly venerable of time still remaining in Mount Sumeru, the source river. I had never understood why he left his Gandhara behind and crossed the sea of chaos with only his consciousness, traveling the distant outer sea. Only now do I understand the reason. So the Gandhara itself is the medium of prophecy prepared by the future king, and also his authority. By any chance, is the Western heavenly venerable, the netherworld queen mother, the heavenly venerable of the underworld, also part of the future king's arrangement? You must be thinking so because of the title Western Zero King. But no, though it may just be the guess of an old man. From now on, let me tell you the true nature of what Sao Tree spoke of. Then, with a hardened face, the heavenly venerable of time points toward Mount Sumeru and begins his explanation. As you know, the eastern and southern twin Sao Trees are Sao Tree and me, as beings who govern time and birth. Both of us were born to keep the underworld in check, each symbolizing the absolutes of fate and history. In the northern gang, Gong, as you know, Wawung. Before us appears the being known as Gang, Gong, who symbolizes the northern Dipper 7 stars. Behind Gang, 7 stars of 7 colors appear, and as we feel the power emanating from those 7 stars, we come to a realization. I see. The yellow light radiating from the summit of Mount Sumeru, the authority of the absolute of history, and the 7-colored light emitting from the summit, the authority of the third absolute. The power of that third absolute was being devoured midway by Hien Mu. Huiririk, above the hand of the heavenly venerable of time, the form of the blackened 3 great ultimates, appears and begins to spin wildly. It looks like a black vortex swirling without end. Symbolizes the third absolute, receiving the absolute being with the power of the 3 great absolutes. That is the fundamental concept of the heavenly venerable's Gandhara. That's strange. I voice my doubt. Names carry power. That's why, if something this grand is part of the future king's plan, even if he names the beings of the east and south as twin Saltries, there's no need to give the being of the north a different name. The underworld, who is the western heavenly venerable, is not someone designed by the future king, so I understand. But why is Hien Mu's name different? Time hears my question and nods. I've wondered the same. But Hien Mu has always been peculiar. As you know, she alone has never been replaced, in the form of her Gandhara. Do you remember it? Yes, I remember. Hien Mu's Gandhara. As I'm about to speak, I feel something else that is strange. Come to think of it. Yes, the Gandhara of the heavenly venerable of the underworld, the heavenly venerable of time, and the Sao, tree heavenly venerable. Their main bodies are the underworld, source river, and eastern heaven flower field, respectively. So whenever they move or leave with their Gandhara, their entire Gandhara disappears from Mount Sumeru. But when I recall the battle with Hien Mu, even though the interdimensional void and the plane of soul were closed off by her and rendered unusable, they still remained in Mount Sumeru. Through this, Young-hoon Hyungnim managed to overlay the entire interdimensional void with his will through the golden, great thousand world. If that's the case, what exactly was the main body of Hien Mu that fought us back then? For some reason, Hien Mu had 2 Gandhara. One was the interdimensional void. The other was the tangled mass of snakes that resembles a black 3 great ultimates, which was revealed during the fight with us. Hien Mu's Gandhara is different from those of the other heavenly venerables. I ask, full of doubt, and he nods. That's right. The Gandhara you know is probably not Hien Mu's main body. It is most likely just a vessel used to receive the power of enders. Then, Hien Mu's true power is. Does that mean, back then, Hien Mu didn't use her real Gandhara, but just brought along a vessel used for siphoning the power of enders, and fought us with that? That's probably not it. Perhaps reading my doubt, the heavenly venerable of time shakes his head. Hien Mu's limit is what you have seen. Rather, Hien Mu failed to fully seize her own Gandhara, the interdimensional void, and couldn't properly use its principle or power. Pardon? But a Gandhara is no different from one's own body. Is that even possible? I do not really understand that part myself. The heavenly venerable of time clicks his tongue and shakes his head at my words, while I find myself taken aback by a sudden rush of questions. Just then, Hong Fan suddenly squeezes in beside us and begins to speak. Perhaps it is not actually their body. She received the body of another being instead of her own, so she couldn't properly wield that Gandhara? Thinking of it that way certainly seems to resolve many of the doubts. Then the original interdimensional void, whose body is it? The future king's? It's hard to say. If Hien Mu is a being necessary for the future king's plan, and the future king is the one who made it so that the interdimensional void could be seized, then perhaps it once belonged to someone who detested fate. Hong Fan strokes his beard as he shares his thoughts, and both I and the heavenly venerable of time nod. That's a reasonable deduction. There are still many puzzling parts, but this much isn't bad. Cheon Woon continues his explanation. Anyway, setting aside who the Gandhara that is the interdimensional void originally belonged to, Hien Mu is a peculiar existence in such a way. A being who parasitically clings to a Gandhara that is not her own and absorbs the power of the enders to create a vessel of heavenly venerable level, roaming about fighting. She is a unique being who, even after countless generations pass, may feel suicidal urges, but whose soul never vanishes under the will to kill herself. That is why I think she may not be a mere personality entity at all, but perhaps a kind of virtual persona, created by the future king out of necessity. At those words, we each fall into thought, and Hong Fan strokes his beard as he quietly murmurs, "In a way, that's not a bad theory." Cheon Woon's explanation continues. The model of Hien Mu's Gandhara, still swirling within him, becomes embedded with the 7 stars of 7 colors, and something begins to appear. It then flies into the void and takes its place beside the 2 models of the twin sal trees. That is probably why, unlike the twin sal trees, who are designated as the future king's slaves and tools, a name, like Gang, Gong of the North, was given instead of Northern Sal Tree. Then the Western Zero King. Everyone probably knows due to Sal Tree, but the Western Zero King is the final immortal beast king, the naming supreme deity Hien Rang. The East and West are the Sal Tree heavenly venerable, who inherited the feat of the first immortal beast king, and Hien Rang, upon whom the feat of the final immortal beast king is designated. The North and South are Cheon Woon and Hien Mu, who respectively inherited the feats of connecting 6 heavenly domains to complete Mount Sumeru and emptying Mount Sumeru entirely. So the 4 directions of East, West, South, North have some shared causality. However, even considering that causality, there's still something I can't understand. The beings of the East, South, and North all seem to represent the absolutes. So then what does the naming supreme deity represent? If the other 3 heavenly venerables symbolize the absolutes, then what does the naming supreme deity stand for? Perhaps they represent something that is not an absolute. At that moment, Hong Fan again interjects. There's something that, while not being an absolute, still stands equal to it. At the heavenly venerable of time's words, Hong Fan nods. There is one thing. It is not an absolute, but holds a value equivalent to an absolute. What is it? Humaneness. Hong Fan responds to Cheon Woon's statement with a self-deprecating smile, as if recalling something. Perhaps the Western Zero King is a being who symbolizes humaneness. Then, Hong Fan, a certain doubt arises in me from those words. Of course, because of what the remnants of my master told me, I've come to accept, more or less, that the life of a person is something immensely precious. But even so, there's something I can't understand. You're saying that a being who governs fate values humaneness enough that they would visibly manifest it alongside the birth of an absolute one? Well, I'm not sure about that. Wu Wong. While I am lost in thought, next to the twin sal trees and the model of Hien Mu's Gandhara, a model of a Taiji in the shape of a fetus, appears, and something starts to appear from its center. Squirm, squirm. Something begins to stir. And as I gaze upon that something, I see the form of the baby I had seen before. Is that a seed? Looks more like a sprout. No, it's a spring. It's spring water. However, what appears as a baby, to me seems to look entirely different to the others, as each of my comrades describes it in a different form. What is that? I also ask the heavenly venerable of time, and Cheon Woon shrugs as he answers. I do not know either, but to my eyes it appears as 7 stars. Among them, 6 are connected to each other, and 1 is apart from the rest. Pardon. 6 stars represent life, 7 stars represent death, so a being that possesses death yet remains within the domain of life. Yes, that is the form of a mortal being. At Cheon Woon's words, I get a deeply strange feeling, a being that shows something different to everyone, and evokes a different feeling in each. Even though we've reached the domain where we can perceive the essence of all phenomena in near equivalence. What's more, all of this is just a kind of simulation, constructed by the heavenly venerable of time using models of the heavenly venerables and a supreme deity. Yet even that simulation fools the eyes of us who are of heavenly venerable rank. It makes one begin to fathom the rank of the absolute one. Just then, I suddenly become curious and ask Hong Fan a question. Hong Fan, what do you see that being in the center of those 4 symbols as? In response to my question, Hong Fan answers without hesitation. To my eyes, it looks unmistakably like something that has died but is now resurrecting. Resurrection? What kind of perspective is that? But, considering that Hong Fan is a former member of the First Radiance Supreme Deity, and, though he has erased his memories, knows more than anyone else in this world. If his insight is the most accurate one, Then is the existence known as the Absolute One not simply being born, but rather a being that died before and is now resurrecting. As I grow confused amidst many questions, we all momentarily fall into panic as we gaze at the form of the simulated Absolute One being born under the blessings of the heavenly venerables and zero kings of the East, West, South, and North. Then, in the midst of that confusion, the heavenly venerable of time implants something into us. At the time, we clearly understand what we are receiving, but the heavenly venerable of time warns that continuing to mount Sumeru with it could be dangerous and tells us to seal it. Hence, within the chaos, we erase our memories of what we received from the heavenly venerable of time and return once more to Mount Sumeru. Kugugugugu. Traveling through the vast sea of chaos, we return to Mount Sumeru borrowing the power of the heavenly venerable of time. In the distance, the familiar world of the inverted cone comes into view. Now there are 3 Gandhara. Feeling each Gandhara of the 3 remaining heavenly venerables within the inverted cone, I ride Songjin and fly toward Mount Sumeru. We're nearly at Mount Sumeru. We'll arrive shortly, but I look toward Oh Hyunsuk and ask, isn't it about time you told me, Hyungnim? The immortal Tao of 7 stars that you are walking? Yes, I know. Oh Hyunsuk, who has remained silent until now after hearing the explanation from the heavenly venerable of time and coming all the way to Mount Sumeru, finally begins to speak. I'll tell you the truth as it is. The immortal Tao of 7 stars is in fact identical to the immortal Tao of the mountain that you walk. At last, he reveals to me the secret he has been keeping all this time. Chapter 718, Owner of Names, 1. Suaya. While I'm talking with Oh Hyunsuk, the nether crossing ship enters Mount Sumeru. This feeling. I notice that for some reason, the entirety of Mount Sumeru is shrouded in a faint steam. Naming Supreme Deity. It's high in ranks power. High in ranks power blankets Mount Sumeru, and from within, I read a faint malice directed at us. It seems the owner of names is targeting us. I will move us to the underworld immediately. Perhaps having sensed the malice, Song Jin attempts to make contact with the underworld. Whether fortunately or unfortunately, the entrance to the underworld gradually begins to open to greet us. That's when it happens. Huing. Deep inside the Mount Sumeru covered in steam. From within, a massive fist of vapor comes flying toward us. The power inside is unimpressive. I draw the impermanent sword toward what I presume is high in rank single strike, cutting downward, then rising up. Just then, no, Seo Unhyun. You must not even graze it. Oh Hyunsuk shouts in panic. Whatuk? The name, Seo Unhyun, becomes a shackle binding me, rendering me unable to move. Damn it. I have no choice but to take one hit. Just as I prepare to take one blow from high in rank strike and counterattack, Oh Hyunsuk throws himself between me and the fist of mist, knocking me away and extending his hand toward the first. Kwaong. Unable to endure the fist of a supreme deity, Oh Hyunsuk is flung back, bleeding from every part of his body. Hyunsuk, Hyungnim. I hastily catch Oh Hyunsuk, who mutters while coughing blood. Hihyok, hyok. A master's strike must not even be grazed. If you so much as graze it, your name will be swallowed by master, and the ownership of your name will pass to him. Then master will gain the authority to rename your original name. For now, you absolutely must not confront master head-on. Master is too difficult an opponent to face with sheer strength alone. No matter how strong you are, now is the time to regroup. At Oh Hyunsuk's urgent words, I grit my teeth and call out to Songjin. Songjin, it is ready. I shall escort you. At that moment, Songjin's hull melts into Mount Sumeru and returns to its true form, the attraction force toward the netherworld. Chua, my comrades and I naturally flow into the underworld along with Songjin, and when we regain our senses, we find ourselves at the deepest depths of the underworld. We have arrived at the audience chamber of the heavenly venerable of the underworld. However, only I and the Enders John Myung-hoon, Kong Min-hee, Oh Hyunsuk, Kim Yun, and Oh Hyeseo have reached this place. It seems the rest have not made it here. You have succeeded. On top of that, Hia has awakened as a heavenly king, and it seems everyone has gained some enlightenment. At the words of the underworld, we let out bitter smiles. All matters concerning your child have just been conveyed to me through Songjin. You must have many thoughts, but there's no need for great concern. Surik. Following that, the underworld points a finger at Kim Yun. The day that child becomes a heavenly king, you will come to understand everything. Can't you just refreshingly tell us right now? This is the one thing I cannot reveal to you right now. It is a plan Vast Cold emphasized repeatedly. It seems that the power of Yin and Yang left behind by Vast Cold is a plan in and of itself. In a way, it might feel as though our bond has been toyed with by Vast Cold, and such a feeling could bring discomfort. But for some reason, both Kim Yun and I feel strangely at ease. Perhaps, because the realization the child gave us is about choosing life under fate. Even if it's a fate left behind by Vast Cold, we've already decided in our hearts to accept that child as our own within it. In that case, it can't be helped. I will wait a little longer. Thank you for your understanding. I nod as I face Kim Yun, and seeing this, the underworld gives an ambiguous bitter smile. Now then, did you bring the feet placed upon Sal tree? Yes. Suat. At the underworld's words, I summon Gracious Soul filling the heavens. On the head of Gracious Soul filling the heavens is Sal tree sealed. Feet that blooms in the form of a flower. Reveal your essence. Wu. As soon as the underworld speaks, the white flower sealed in Gracious Soul filling the heavens folds in on itself and condenses into a small shape. The small, compressed flower soon transforms into a transparent seed and flies into the underworld's grasp. The primordial form of ancient force, 0. The seed of all possibilities, and yet now nothing more than a meaningless lump. She holds the transparent seed, gazing at it for a moment. Then, a little while later, the underworld throws the seed toward the wheel behind her. Wu. The wheel seems to suck in the seed, and soon the seed is pulled into the strange rotational force swirling around the wheel and vanishes somewhere. I realize what the underworld has done. She reincarnated the ancient force. Wu. The seed, guided by the wheel of the underworld, travels to a faraway heavenly domain and reincarnates as a living being there. What have you just done? What if Sal Tree resurrects? Treating the feet branded onto Sal Tree as a soul and reincarnating it into the womb of a living being. That act could very well lead to the resurrection of the Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable, so I can't help but panic. Do not worry. Sal Tree will not revive because of this. Rather, this is precisely the way to seal and slowly extinguish that feat. The underworld explains calmly. If the ego embedded in this ancient force is made to endure endless lives while having its memories sealed temporarily, then the feat experienced in the past and the personality derived from that feat will gradually distort and deteriorate. It is not merely the scale of the 1,000 past lives you experienced through the flawless mantra. Through reincarnations numbering in the tens of thousands, hundreds of millions, reaching even the scale of Kulpa, this feat, this ancient force will be transformed into a single soul and severed from the control of the owner of fate. If such an independent soul later reads the memory embedded in its past, the memories embedded in the feat, and interprets them according to its current circumstances, then that alone can be considered to have extinguished the value of the feat. Editor. In Hinduism, a kalpa is 4.32 billion years. In Buddhism, there are many types of kalpa. Though it is not standardized, conventionally, a regular kalpa is 16.8 million years. A small kalpa is 1,000 regular kalpas, 16.8 billion years. A medium kalpa is 20 small kalpas, 336 billion years. And a great kalpa is 4 medium kalpas, 1.344 trillion years. But what if that soul remembers its past and instead reawakens as the essence of the future king, as the Eastern Twin Sal Tree? Do not worry. Even then, the self-consciousness formed through reincarnation will remain within that ancient force. At the underworld's following words, we can't help but shudder. That ancient force will believe it is the true future king, and in the end, it will fight the currently existing future king in a struggle for control over mind and sovereignty. Therefore, if this ancient force awakens as the essence of the future king, it will become our ally, and if it does not awaken, it will simply dissolve within the eternity of reincarnation, weakening the power of the future king. An impressive strategy. Then, do we also have to seal the heavenly venerable of times Gandhara in a similar manner and bring back his feet? There is no particular need for that. When the time comes to challenge the audience chamber, the heavenly venerable of time will control his own feet accordingly, so it does not become part of the future king's strength. As for Hyen Mu, thanks to you and Kim Young-hoon, She has practically been reduced to a near-useless state. In fact, by the time you all challenge the audience chamber, most of the potential powers that could become the future king's strength will have already been sealed. At the underworld's continued words, I smile faintly. Therefore, thank you for your efforts. Now, rest for a while. As if there's nothing more to command or concern herself with regarding us, the underworld praises us and opens the gate of the underworld's deepest depths, as if to say we may leave whenever we wish. Now, until Oh Hyunsuk, Kim Yun, and Oh Hyeseo become heavenly kings, there doesn't seem to be anything I particularly have to do. Even if the naming supreme deity is said to have awakened the will of the future king, just one naming supreme deity can be sufficiently subdued if Oh Hyunsuk, Kim Yun, and Oh Hyeseo join forces, so there's no real concern. But I do not leave the chamber, but instead gaze at the underworld. Thank you. However, there are many things I wish to ask. I speak aloud the questions I've most wanted to ask. Kong Minhee's origin essence has fundamentally changed in some way from what I knew. Is this, too, the work of the Imperial Venerable? It's a matter I've known all along because of her overwhelming presence, but I haven't been in the right state of mind to ask until now. Kong Minhee's origin essence has changed. More precisely, from the moment she went out to the outer sea with us and had a brief conversation with Oh Hyeseo, something about her presence itself seems to have changed. I believe it must be because of an order from the underworld. If not for a command from the underworld, why else would Kong Minhee's origin essence have changed so completely? Kong Minhee answers my question. I'll explain. It was Master's suggestion. She told me to divide off the part of my origin essence of vice that governs evil and give it to Oh Hyeseo so she could advance. What? Because of that, the immortal Tao Oh Hyeseo is currently walking is. Oh Hyeseo cuts in and answers. Severing evil, duh. It's the immortal Tao for severing evil. If I can reach the position Immortal Lord through this, I should be able to rise to Heavenly King. Right? And after giving Oh Hyeseo a portion of the immortal Tao of vice, what remained of my origin essence of vice became the origin essence of karmic retribution, Yerbak. Huarurik. Above her hand, karmic fire blazes fiercely. Unlike before, this karmic fire now burns blue, while suiting Kong Minhee. Seeing this, I realize she has fully seized the karmic fire. The underworld wishes to support us with everything she has, and because of that, she needed an appropriate immortal Tao for the current vestige liberation immortal, Oh Hyeseo. That is why she ordered me to split my origin essence. Also, thanks to splitting it, I am now able to control karmic fire even more perfectly. Certainly. Indeed, Kong Minhee, who sees the origin essence of karmic retribution, seems to handle karmic fire more easily than before, and the portion given to Oh Hyeseo also seems to suit her quite well. Just as the underworld once recommended the immortal Tao of Abyss to me, it seems she has long been aware of the optimal immortal Tao for each of us. And as I look up toward the underworld, I bring up the conversation I had with Oh Hyunsuk. In that case, there is something I wish to report to the Imperial Venerable. It is a question regarding the immortal Tao of 7 stars that Hyunsuk Hyungnim is currently walking. It is most likely about Oh Hyunsuk's origin essence, I presume. Yes, currently, is Hyunsuk Hyungnim, like how the Imperial Venerable commended Minnie to split off her immortal Tao, cultivating in the immortal Tao split from the Great Mountain Supreme Deity's origin essence. That is half correct. Half. Because right now, the seat of the immortal Tao of 7 stars that Oh Hyunsuk is cultivating is embedded within the corpse mountain blood sea of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity, being slowly reabsorbed. At those words, my body trembles as I realize what the underworld is trying to say. By reabsorbing means, you mean the immortal Tao of 7 stars was split off from the immortal Tao of the mountain. After the death of the Salt Sea Supreme Deity, it was done by the Great Mountain Supreme Deity Guak Am. And the reason Guak Am went so far as to split his origin essence, you already know why. Her fingertip points toward Oh Hyunsuk's blue sky armor. The immortal beast mountain-destroying demon ape. Despite dying himself with the devilish in order to overcome fate, that part of Guak Am that could not be stained and remained pure, and so, Guak Am had to cut the part off with his own hands and devour it again from the outside. His heart demon and the personality that threatened him the most. In order to split off that personality, Guak Am went as far as severing even his own origin essence and created a new immortal Tao. The result of that splitting from the seat of Salt Mountain is the seat of Sea of Nature, Xing'an. It is the immortal Tao that the naming supreme deity slightly altered under the name of 7 stars. At the following words of the underworld, Oh Hyunsuk bitterly strokes his blue sky armor. And the original material of that armor you're wearing is one of the fragments that formed when the mountain-destroying demon ape resisted as he was hunted down and killed by the great mountain supreme deity. In other words, you and your sect, the Azure Heaven Creation Sect, have been deeply connected to the immortal Tao of 7 stars from the beginning. Thank you. That must be the reason, then, why Master recommended the immortal Tao of 7 stars to me. More precisely, he was probably trying to reach mountain-destroying demon ape through you. Mountain-destroying demon ape. Yes, mountain-destroying demon ape who had split off from the great mountain supreme deity and Haiyan Rang were friends of a kind that will probably never again exist in this world. Perhaps, through mountain-destroying demon ape, he was trying to restore the broken great mountain supreme deity. Osuk hears those words and asks a question. Then, O Imperial Venerable, I must face my master from now on. And I am still merely a great net immortal of heaven and earth dual cultivation, and I haven't yet completely resolved the personality division problem that true immortals of heaven and earth dual cultivation experience. Moreover, if the origin essence I must reach is being reabsorbed by the great mountain supreme deity, then what must I do going forward? I beg the Imperial Venerable, please help me. Please lend me your wisdom on what I must do. At OS plea, the underworld's eyes twitch before speaking. You already know the answer, and yet you ask me. Firmly hold a righteous heart and move forward. With the heart that acts for chivalry, keep your faith. I have no words beyond that to offer you. Understood. I realize what has resolved to do. I see. Intends to reclaim with his own hands the origin essence of 7 stars that is being absorbed into the great mountain supreme deity. The seat, or origin essence, is not something fixed, but a kind of law that exists in this world. If one possesses a nature more compatible with that law than even the great mountain supreme deity, then taking it away is entirely possible. If it hasn't been completely absorbed into the origin essence of the mountain, then it's of lower difficulty than mine. He doesn't need to kill the great mountain supreme deity and take his position of supreme deity. He only needs to retrieve the origin essence that is ambiguously held in his hands. Hyungnim, the naming supreme deity has awakened to the essence of the future king. And when that news reached us, though he didn't show it openly, the one who had the most intense reaction was. Everyone may have remained silent, but they all understood. Just as white-winged heavenly Pegasus ended the Sao, tree heavenly venerable, their teacher and parent, with their own hands, so too must the naming supreme deity be ended by S hand. After those words, Hyungnim bows to the underworld and, without a trace of hesitation, turns and begins leaving the deepest depths of the underworld. Hyungnim, Unhyana. I call out to him quietly, worried for him, but instead, he calls out to me and speaks. Just this once, I can't borrow your hands. This is a matter between my master and me, between disciple and teacher. So, even if I die, just this once, let me put master to rest with my own strength alone. Pardon? Even so, even if John Myung-hoon, Kong Min-hee, and I can't help, can at least Kim Yun? No, at the very least, can't Oh Hyesyo help you? I ask, not understanding his words. If you must insist, then one thing. Only after I die fighting master. Only then, intervene. It's a request. Even white-winged heavenly Pegasus, who defeated the Sao, tree heavenly venerable, received our help. I understand that it must be with his own hands that he defeats naming supreme deity, but why must it only be his hands? I know that too, but there's one reason that I insist on facing master alone. Turns to look at us and smiles faintly. Either way, I'm finished now. Suddenly, I notice something in S' gaze. What was his name? Again, I can't remember. Suddenly, I recall that once took a direct hit from Haiyan rank strike. Has he already retrieved his own disciple's name and is now controlling it? Either way, once you've been struck by master even once, even the underworld can't protect my end. The title of owner of something means that one really is, within that domain at least, close to absolute. Since he has retrieved my name, I'm already beyond saving. As the disciple of the owner of names, he seems to sense his end. Damn it, I've become strong. Now, unless it's someone like the Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable, someone of the Heavenly Venerable rank who has awakened to the essence, it is nearly impossible to kill me. However, even if I cannot die, I still can't stop the death of my comrades. I'm still pitifully weak. No, it's beyond weak. It's pathetic. Even after becoming this powerful, even after becoming this close to omnipotence, I still can't protect even a single friend. I grit my teeth tightly, feeling pain and disgust from that fact. Just what am I? It is at that moment. But even if the me of the present ends, if I die, then please look after what comes after. Pardon, I won't go into details. You haven't said anything all this time either, so I'll believe there's a reason. Did he notice? It's not like with John Myung-hoon. But still, he seems to have noticed that I tamper with time in some way or another, or target what comes after their deaths. I see. It's Ohiasio. In this life, Ohiasio hasn't been fully moved by me. And yet, without any clear causality, she follows me obediently. He must have drawn a clue and made his own deductions from that. He read the power of the oath and vow sworn by the Ohiasio of the previous timeline, who was moved by me and swore to follow me. He is, after all, the disciple of the god of contracts and oaths. My friend, and Ohiasio's family. He recognized my change through the change in his family. Use my death as nourishment. I listened to S. heart conveyed through Indra's net and grit my teeth. And through it, uncover Master's essence, the role imposed upon the ones known as the three heavenly venerables and the Western Zero King, and the will of the future king that has been imposed upon him. Uncover it all. He declares his resolve to defeat the naming supreme deity without our help and steps beyond the underworld. Seeing him like that, I realize there's absolutely no way to stop him. Even if the current me dies, as long as I can someday reach my family, it doesn't matter what I sacrifice. So, I ask of you, Seo Eunhyun. You're a father now too, so you should understand. Kwon kicks off from the underworld and soars, rising straight toward the sky, toward the massive giant of vapor in the sky, and so stands against the vast heavens that is the naming supreme deity. That is, the first battle between and the naming supreme deity. Chapter 719, Owner of Names, 2. Kwon. I step outside the outskirts of the underworld and gaze at Mount Sumeru, the inner sea of Mount Sumeru. There, a battle unfolds between and Haiyan Rang, the fists of the giant god of vapor, the naming supreme deity Haiyan Rang, and, who has turned into a giant with his body steeped in a sea of starlight, collide against each other. And as I watch them, I realize something. The more Haiyan Rang and Hyungnim collide, the more Hyungnim's presence fades. Each time he collides with the giant of vapor, his body seems to be gradually enveloped in mist, as though being pulled into an illusory dream. I keep observing him, trying to understand what kind of phenomenon this is. I need to capture at least one thing with my eyes. I can't let Hyungnim's sacrifice be in vain. Though I truly hate it, realize that I must return. Regressing by my own will is something I detest to the very core. A single return means a single life is gone just like that. But my friend has staked his life on that assumption. So, just this once, even if I have to give up one life, I must turn it back. Even as my hands tremble, I keep watching the battle between the two. With my consciousness having reached Araya consciousness, I perceive Haiyan Rang's authority even more clearly. And in that moment, I enter a new world, centered around the naming supreme deity. Tsueya, like ink spreading, a completely new Mount Sumeru appears. That is, the vision of a supreme deity. The entire Mount Sumeru is formed of dense names, and those countless names create countless flows. Those flows gather to form an inverted cone, shaping the boundaries of numerous heavenly domains, inner sea and the outer sea. And among them, there is a single point where all those countless flows converge. I realize that that point is none other than Haiyan Rang, the origin of all the names that exist in this world. Thump, thump. More precisely, he serves as the heart that helps the powers known as names to properly circulate in this world. That is the naming supreme deity. I immediately realize what this vision I'm witnessing truly is. Is this the vision of those who walk the immortal Tao of naming? Through Araya consciousness, I have become able to see the vision of even the opponent's immortal Tao. Oh, I see. I realize that this is the origin essence. Origin essence is not a particular material or object. It is, by itself, a world. No, that's not it. It's not just because I reached a Raya consciousness that I can see this vision. It is because I am directly witnessing a supreme deity fully exercising their power that I can see this vision. Beings who seize the origin essence and become the origin essence itself. Monsters who do not get devoured by the origin essence that is also called the heavenly Tao, but instead devour the heavenly Tao itself. Those who devour an entire immortal Tao. Those who consume the very law itself. Those are the supreme deities. Watching the battle between the naming supreme deity and I begin to understand, at least partially, what the little-known process of advancing to supreme deity entails. To advance to supreme deity, one must at least, during the time of being an immortal lord, have faced a supreme deity in battle. Before one can viscerally experience what kind of being a supreme deity is through a fierce battle, the difficulty of advancing to supreme deity must be immense. Kururum. I watched the naming supreme deity, and I gradually grasped more clearly what a supreme deity is and what a seat truly means. The naming supreme deity throws a punch at. A simple straight punch, devoid of any enlightenment of martial principles. Yet with that punch, the names, composing scatter. He is directly striking the law of names that exists in phenomena. The arms, legs, torso, meridians, immortal body, inner world, and all other names that make up are struck, and the blows surpassing the physical force of reality break apart. Tracing the origin of that phenomenon, I gradually dig into the secret behind High-End Rank's power. I see. And when I grasp the principle behind High-End Rank's power, Hong Fan arrives beside me with the immortal treasures. Strangely, although the names of all phenomena in the universe are clearly visible to me while directly observing the naming supreme deity, for some reason, Hong Fan shows only the character Hong, and nothing more of his name is visible. It feels as if something has been severed. This guy used to be one with the Radiance mantra. Is it because he's now separated from it? Slightly puzzled, I ask, what brings you here? Did Master not come here to analyze Great Master Hyunsuk's battle? As Master's subordinate, how could I not come when my Master has? Is that so? Thank you. It would be helpful if you assist with the analysis as well. Whatever the case, Hong Fan's abilities are genuine. If he helps, it will make things considerably easier. Kuwang is struck by High-End Rang and sent flying, and the names that compose him begin to scatter in fragments. Can you see it too, Hong Fan? Hyungnim is. Yes, I can. It is likely because the naming supreme deity is properly unleashing his power. Then, after observing for a while, Hong Fan's eyes gleam as he speaks. I understand the principle. I see how the power of names works. That was fast. With only a brief look, he's figured out the principle behind the naming supreme deity's power. Though it is called names, in reality, it is closer to a relationship. Or perhaps the two are not so different after all. Hong Fan begins explaining the analysis he has made of High-End Rang's power. In the end, the power of names wielded by High-End Rang functions as follows. Names exist, ultimately, to be called by others. Therefore, the ability to steal, erase, or rename a name means being able to sever the relationships that existed with oneself. My comrade was Hyungnim of the O clan, not some unpronounceable entity called. Those who lose their names begin to feel all their relationships vanish and break apart, and in the end, they are forgotten by all and cease to exist. It is a power specialized in killing immortal beasts or earth immortals. Because they govern the power of life and history, immortal beasts and earth immortals are even more difficult to kill than heaven immortals. But if they are struck by the naming supreme deity's power, they would not be able to resist and would gradually wither away and die. In a way, it's similar to poison. No, more accurately, it's closer to radiation exposure than poisoning. Gradually has the names that comprise him erased and turns into a clump of steam. He's not disappearing. A being who has lost all names and been forgotten by all. He is becoming a mass of ancient force. His form grows fainter, and High-End Rang no longer uses his authority against him. At the same time, I feel a strange sense of déjà vu. What is this? Everything feels dreamlike. Everything is oddly unreal and dizzying. At that moment, High-End Rang meets my eyes. Have you been watching? Oh, Ender. Not long ago, I realized my essence and felt the duty to awaken your fate. Those eyes, like the sun and moon, look upon me. The giant god of vapor points at me. But as I read the history of the Eastern Twin Sal tree, I came to understand. You will no longer lose anything over a simple connection. Though I must give you pain and deprivation to progress your fate, I realized I cannot awaken you through a mere play of fate. So what are you going to do? I, as the Western Zero King, declare, you, O Ender, from this day forth, shall lose everything. Since you are S teacher, I don't want to disregard you, but I'm curious. What exactly can someone like you do to me? I shall not do anything to you, for you have already grown too strong for my hands to reach. However, if it is not you, but another being, the story changes. You are saying you will target my comrades. No, they are protected by the Western Heavenly Venerable, so I dare not lay a hand on them either. Then you can't touch anything related to me. So how dare you think you can do anything to me? I will say it again. You cannot be affected. However, things that are not you, I can interfere as much as I please. For instance, Kugagugagu. Haiyan Rang raises his hand. If I erase the concept of names from all of Mount Sumeru, you will inevitably struggle, poisoned by a fatal toxin, and have no choice but to follow your fate. Are you declaring that you can erase that concept from all of Mount Sumeru? I ask him in disbelief. Not even the Heavenly Punishment Supreme Deity or the Great Mountain Supreme Deity could erase concepts like mountain or heavenly punishment from this world, yet you claim you can do that now. Of course, had it been the former me, it would have been impossible. You're saying it's possible now because you've awakened your essence? Even with the power of myself having awakened the essence, it remains impossible. With those words, I noticed that the faint vapor spreading across Mount Sumeru is beginning to grow thicker and thicker. I see. This power is a familiar heaven and earth spiritual energy fills Mount Sumeru. This heaven and earth spiritual energy is the heaven and earth spiritual energy of the head realm. I, Haiyan Rang, in the name of the rightful heir of the head realm, declare the origin essence of life, omniscience. From the farthest reaches of Mount Sumeru where the head realm lies, an immense light of heaven and earth spiritual energy bursts forth and pierces down upon Haiyan Rang. The sight looks like a pillar of light piercing through the entire expanse of Mount Sumeru. In the three heavens' great thousand world, by the authority of the owner of names, I reclaim all names of the Sumeru three heavens' great thousand world. Tsueya. With that one declaration, the vapor erupting around Haiyan Rang grows even denser. At the same time, I feel an illusion as if my mind has suddenly gone blank. Even as I try to think, the very concept of nouns is gone. No, at this level, it feels as though even the concept of letters themselves has been erased. Names have been defining the contours of the world, and with their disappearance, all boundaries in this world have become meaningless. That's right. The boundary between the inner sea and outer sea of Mount Sumeru blurs, and Mount Sumeru begins to collapse. I am struck with shock as I realize what the naming supreme deity is aiming for. In a world where all outlines have vanished, he wants me to recall the figures of my comrades and connections, to remember their forms, and to yearn for their names. But I do not do so. I simply, quietly, repentantly enlighten on my own history. And in a single moment, Shwikak, I draw the impermanence sword and swing it. Geoiak. That is all. At the same moment, a single strand of mist covering Mount Sumeru clears. Impressive. What have you done? Then, without a word, I raise my sword and strike down toward Mount Sumeru. Shwikak. This is Shwikak. Each time I strike down with my sword, Haiyan Rang's vapor peels away, and the world regains its outlines. What is this? What is happening? How? I have taken all the connections that are the source of your strength, the names of the hearts you hold dear, and taken them into my hands to create a world of grand mist. Words are unnecessary. I continue to grip my sword, refining my form as I did when I first began learning martial arts. Shwikak, 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 Shwikak. Swa. At the same time, the mist pouring out from me begins to push back the mist that has veiled Mount Sumeru. This? Chuak. What is this? I do not answer. There is no need to answer. What is imbued within my sword is the thing called failure. Failure has no name, because it cannot be attached to one. I simply pour all the failures I have experienced into this sword, and speak. I, as the immortal beast king, issue a command to all the nameless within the Sumeru three heavens great thousand world. Failure has no name. But even though it has no name, it does not mean it holds no meaning. For the failure of the present is what becomes the stepping stone to move forward to the next. Chwak. The sword wind of the impermanence sword sweeps across the entirety of Mount Sumeru. A spiraling wind drives away the pale mist. Names may have vanished across Mount Sumeru, but that does not mean meaning has vanished with them. Filling the heavens governing view. Decide your own names, solely by the failures you have accumulated yourself. Dium. The entirety of Mount Sumeru trembles. At the same time, a Brahma bell seems to ring, and as Mount Sumeru hums, the once blurred world begins to clarify and regain its outlines. If meaning does not vanish, then neither do relationships. And if relationships do not vanish, then names can still be remembered. My eyes meet high in ranks. You will destroy Mount Sumeru? That is impossible, for I will not allow it. He gazes at me in silence before asking a question. How strange. Why do you not kill me? If you simply surround me with the immortal art you just used and strike me down, you could surely kill me. Isn't it obvious? Your battle is not yet over. Tukwong. At those words, S fist bursts forth from high in Rang's abdomen. Oh, Hyungnim is not dead yet. Now his presence has completely vanished, and even I can barely sense him. But still, he undeniably exists. And High in Rang, sensing something strange, turns his gaze to me. You still have not forgotten him? I erased the name, and thereby deleted history from within all relationships. He should have died in loneliness, forgotten by all. And yet, you still remember him. Of course. It's true. Even I still cannot recall the name of, but I definitely remember. Even if the existence has been erased, the connection he and I shared remains within me. From the moment I shattered the canvas of myriad forms and connections, and the colorless glass soared with my own hands to create the immortal crown. I have never forgotten my connections. You, rightful heir of the head realm. I step out from the underworld and walk into the interior of Mount Sumeru. Then, stepping over the twin holding heavenly domain, I approach the naming supreme deity who is tearing out S-arm. Absurd. Kwong. The naming supreme deity strikes me. As the fist of vapor touches me, I feel the authority of my name gradually flow into him. But I do not care. Son of the origin essence of life, omniscience. I grab the now fully transparent and almost presence-less existence of Hyungnim and lift him up. You shall remain powerless for a moment. Jiwing, the god of humans, strikes me. However, I do not counterattack and focus solely on lifting up. Though I can't feel his presence, soon rises. Whisper, whisper. Because his presence has vanished, I can barely hear the words of. But I receive his will through Indra's net and nod. My name? Please do not worry. After all, I reveal my true body. Wearing a white round collar robe, in the form of a faceless mountain spirit with a head of candle flame, I am struck by High in Rang as I completely lift him up. As long as there are those who remember me, I will never forget. And where do such people exist? Once your name is stolen by Master, it's over. Once, you say? Sabak, Sabak. Beside the giant god of vapor and the mountain spirit in a white round collared robe, a giant deer appears. It is the gracious soul filling the heavens, completed by devouring my canvas of myriad forms and connections, and tainted soul filling the heavens. Inside gracious soul filling the heavens, countless memories are overflowing. Before, upon seeing the form of a baby, I understood the principle of the radiance mantra and realized that the essence of my regression ability is the creation of parallel dimensions. In other words, though it may be another timeline, it remains, rather than vanishing in vain. Therefore, even if my name is taken in this timeline, even if my relationships are stolen in this timeline, the name of me of another timeline still remains. As if catching on to my words, High in Rang sun and moon eyes gleam. I see. Is that how it is? But how foolish. Have you forgotten that due to you, the emperors can now interfere in other timelines as well? High in Rang strikes me again. And with that, my name in another timeline is taken once more. However, I remain composed. Excellent. Then, you just need to repeat that 2,000 more times. I have reached the ultimate of martial arts, attained the realm of the immortal beast king, and risen to the pinnacle of heaven-earth great net immortal. Moreover, even the will now nearly obeys my will. It is no longer a situation where I am unacknowledged as before. I can feel it. The wheel, that noble wheel, now judges me as having nearly reached the standard, and properly lends me its power. As a result, I am no longer at a level where I could be killed by a few punches from the naming supreme deity Hien Rang. No, I don't even feel a sense of danger, let alone death. If you want to threaten me, Kwang. Hien Rang's fist collides with my forehead. At least bring someone like the heavenly punishment supreme deity. Kwang. Then, with my headbutt, glass true fire explodes Hien Rang's hand and flings it away. In the name of the owner of names, I command. Wu Wong. My name reacts. You shall not dare oppose me. You shall step aside for a moment and simply watch as Oh Hyun Suk dies before me. Geoyak. At the same time, my entire body stiffens. It is the same phenomenon as when I first received Hien Rang's fist. But it doesn't matter. Wooduk Wadudaduk. You're not Hien Mu, nor heavenly punishment, nor great mountain. Showing this much of an opening to someone like you is nothing at all. It is certainly a powerful binding technique. Even I have no confidence in breaking out of it within 1 second. Had it been Hien Mu, the great mountain supreme deity, or the heavenly punishment supreme deity, they would have seized this opportunity to tear me into 1,000, 10,000 pieces, but against Hien Rang, a second is nothing. Why Yang? The will begins to turn, breaking the binding. Immediately after, at the center of the wheel, a white 3 great ultimates appears and begins to spin. The wheel shines with starlight, releasing limitless and inexhaustible power, and Mount Sumeru begins to shake. What is this? Witnessing this outrageous power, Hien Rang trails off in disbelief. If you had wanted to progress my fate, or whatever, you should have at least done it before I became the immortal Beast King. I look at Hien Rang and inject power into. I will not face you. Power nearing infinity pours into, and the one whose existence had nearly vanished begins to revive. Because this is between you and Hyungnim, a matter of master and disciple. The naming supreme deity Hien Rang. He is not as troublesome an opponent as the Sao, tree heavenly venerable, nor as sharp an enemy as the heavenly punishment supreme deity, nor as threatening as the true martial great emperor Hien Mu. He doesn't even reach the level of annoyance of the Radiant's 8 immortals. He is, quite literally, just an average-level supreme deity. Since he wields the authority of names, getting properly hit by that power can be dangerous, but it's only just that much. He cannot defeat me in a single blow, nor render me powerless. If Hyungnim defeats you, we'll simply take your head. No matter what you want from me, no matter what pain you intend to inflict, it won't go as you wish. Because, my friends, including Hyungnim, are far stronger than what you imagine. Kwang. Hien Rang throws everything he has to push me away from, whom I'm restoring. Then, the recovered approaches Hien Rang. His presence still remains faint, but it doesn't matter. His power has already fully returned to its former state. Thank you, Seo Eunhyun. Calls my name and walks toward Hien Rang. Kwang. S fist strikes Hien Rang's face. I see. To defeat you, I must target your connections and your world, but to target those, I must first defeat you. Is it? A contradiction, indeed. Hien Rang gathers vapor and places both me and in range before extending his fist. In that case, I will first make you powerless, and then destroy what you hold dear. Kugwagwang and I are struck by his fist, is sent flying, but each time that happens, I fill him with strength again. Seeing this, Hien Rang's eyes flare as he mutters. It will not end like this. I have no choice but to go a bit extreme. He glances toward the lower part of Mount Sumeru and reaches out his hand. I, as the rightful heir of the head realm, beseech thee. O heavenly void furnace pierced into the head realm, release the 8 immortals and descend into my hands. Kugagugagu. At the same time, a chilling presence begins to be felt from far away, and something flies into Hien Rang's grasp. Compared to the size of our revealed true bodies, it is extremely small, but the moment I see it, I can't help but be shocked. Ascension Path. Yes, it is definitely the Ascension Path that was in the head realm. And while I am still flustered, the Ascension Path in Hien Rang's hand begins to break apart, its earth and stones falling away. What is soon revealed is a small brazier with 3 legs. Wu Wong. The moment I see that brazier, a headache strikes me, and a certain memory from the 16th cycle flickers in my mind. And immediately after, as Hien Rang breathes power into the brazier, its size begins to expand endlessly until it becomes as massive as our true bodies. Kuwang. Soon, Hien Rang lifts the brazier. Kagugugu. Grasping the massive brazier, Hien Rang swings it toward us. Kwang. The moment I'm struck by the brazier, I feel a different kind of pain than before. This actually hurts. It's not something like a mere immortal treasure. What I feel from it is, quite literally, the power of the Absolute. A brazier imbued with a portion of the Absolute of life. Qualong. But there's no time to even think. Haiyan Rang swings the brazier again, striking the two of us once more. The sound echoes across the entirety of Mount Sumeru, and I can't hold back as I cough up a mouthful of immortal beast true blood. How is it? Can you still afford to act so relaxed? Face me. If not, you shall be beaten to death by the heavenly void furnace. Indeed, this is a bit dangerous. It's comparable to Haiyan Mu's single strike. Then, and when I fought Haiyan Mu, I took thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of millions of her strikes, even when my realm was lower than it is now. Of course, that was partly because Kim Young-hoon was keeping Haiyan Mu in check, so she couldn't fully focus on me. Still, the fact remains that I endured countless strikes from a heavenly venerable back during the Haiyan Mu battle. Smirking, I look up at Haiyan Rang. Go ahead and do more. The one fighting you is Hyungnim, and the one who will defeat you is also Hyungnim. Even without a name, as long as I remember him, he will never lose to you. In that case, I will make you change your mind. Kururum. Listening to my words, Haiyan Rang is struck once more by S fist as he raises the heavenly void furnace. In the name of a supreme deity, I declare, let the ownerless heavenly domain become charcoal and fuel the furnace. Kururum. The twin holding heavenly domain beneath our feet seems to ripple. In an instant, it begins to get sucked directly into the heavenly void furnace. This is a bit dangerous. Wereruruk. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly void furnace devours an entire heavenly domain and begins to burn, using it as fuel. Quararur. The heavenly void furnace, having incinerated an entire heavenly domain, begins to burn with black flames. Qualong. Haiyan Rang swings the heavenly void furnace, now spewing black fire, at us. The massive brazier strikes both me and Kihyuk. Indeed, this strike is enough to put my mind in a daze the moment it hits me. If I hadn't defended, he would have likely died in a single blow. But I grin. That so-called heavenly void furnace, it doesn't seem like you can use it for long. You seem to be misunderstanding. Apologies, but I can swing it 2,000 more times. Before you can swing it 2,000 times, I think those enraged enough to kill you will appear. At those words, Haiyan Rang looks down toward the lower parts of Mount Sumeru. From that direction, 8 beams of light burst forth, exuding a terrifying killing intent toward us. I did wonder why the Radiance 8 immortals were staying silent while Haiyan Rang committed this madness. Judging by what he said while summoning the heavenly void furnace, it seems he had temporarily suppressed the Radiance 8 immortals using the furnace. But now that he has brought out the heavenly void furnace, the Radiance 8 immortals are reappearing. Haiyan Rang. From the distant heavenly king heavenly domain, the emblem of the black snake biting its tail is being summoned. And something about this emblem is different from all the ones before. Shiver. That output. I see. They may be a fake supreme deity, but a supreme deity is still a supreme deity. Gradually, the origin essence of light is also becoming capable of drawing power from other timelines, just like the other supreme deities. It's possible that the other Radiance immortals, other than Sword Spear, will begin retrieving memories from other timelines as well. And unlike the other supreme deities, whose borrowed power from other timelines only amplifies strength by tenfold at best, the Radiance supreme deity is different. Just the sheer magnitude of power they are drawing from other timelines is different. This is becoming a real nuisance. In a way, the Radiance mantra seems to be the most optimal mantra for enhancing the Radiance supreme deity's strength. Kugugugugu. I smile as I watch the emblem of the black snake biting its tail being summoned. Whether it's fortunate or not, the overwhelming increase in the borrowed power appears to have made it impossible to summon the symbol as quickly as before. However, no matter how slow it may be, it won't give Haiyan Rang the time needed to strip away all of my name. Now then, go wild all you want. The time limit is until the wrath-filled power of the Radiance 8 immortals comes flying in. How confident you are. Do you truly believe you can endure until then without retaliating at all, just taking hit after hit? It's a bit difficult right now, but that doesn't matter. Yang Sung. Pot. Yang Sung appears at my side, looking at me with eyes filled with anticipation. I hand him the coordinates of the outer sea where I encountered the heavenly venerable of time. Northern Dipper sealing immortal flags. The release condition for one of the 3 remaining flags. Obtain a clue regarding the coordinates of the outer sea where the heavenly venerable of time resides, and deliver them to the subordinates of the heavenly venerable of time. In other words, if I just deliver these coordinates to the Northern Dipper 7 heavenly lords and Yangsung Cholkang, this seal will be released. Among the 7 Northern Dipper sealing immortal flags, only the ones with the conditions. Defeat 3 supreme deities in battle, and take the single strike of all the Radiance 8 immortals in order. Now remain. As for being struck by the Radiance 8 immortals, it's not going too well, probably because it's hard to maintain the order. The moment 5 of the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flags are released. Karuru. The power surging within my body expels all the fatal injuries I've just sustained, granting me the strength to endure against Haiyan Rang for even longer. Hit me all you want. I look at Haiyan Rang and continue. I will not fight you. The moment I act will only be after defeats the naming supreme deity, only when the naming supreme deity takes his final breath. This is between and the naming supreme deity, a matter between master and disciple. By doing this, do you think you will be able to save Oh Hyunsuk? His name has already been stolen by my hand. Even if I die, he will also die. You will never be able to save him in this timeline. That is exactly why I will not fight you. What? Our lives may continue, but Hyungnim's life, this is the last of it. Of course, if he awakens as a heavenly king, this life may continue. But that remains only in the realm of possibility. It is not a reality of this moment. Huarong's fist strikes Haiyan Rang in the stomach. Haiyan Rang looks down at him with eyes that suggest he feels no significant impact. Right now, the gap between and Haiyan Rang is as wide as the gap between Haiyan Rang and me. There's no way he can land a fatal blow. And because this is the end, I will respect Hyungnim's end. At those words, Haiyan Rang silently swings the heavenly void furnace and strikes both me and away. Huarong. Now, no more words are exchanged. Haiyan Rang swings the heavenly void furnace at me, and I block it. And, taking advantage of the opportunity, uses the power he received from me and drives his fist into Haiyan Rang's chest. Heavenly shatter. With cry, a fist of light burrows into Haiyan Rang's chest. Haiyan Rang shows no response. Heavenly shatter. Heavenly shatter. Heavenly shatter. No matter how many times the strike lands, again and again, Haiyan Rang does not respond. Though I continue supplying him with power, perhaps the strain of forcing it out is putting a mental strain as Hyungnim's voice grows quieter and his strength begins to fade. Heavenly shatter. Heavenly shatter. Heavenly shatter. Heavenly shatter. From the will of a true immortal to mental speech. From mental speech to spoken voice. Before long, Hyungnim's mind has weakened to the point he can barely muster the strength of a mortal being. Is this the power of the one you believe in? Haiyan Rang looks at him with pity. How pathetic. He cannot even scratch me. Even if the stolen name does not lead to death, it is clear he will die simply from exhausting all his chi. So the connection you believe in only amounts to this level of strength. Even if enders are said to bring about miracles, if the difference in rank is too big, nothing can occur. Puk. Heavenly shatter. At last, punch, now reduced to the level of a mere mortal, launches forward. Hualong. Haiyan Rang swings the heavenly void furnace once more, striking me who protects him. This is actually better for me. You. Fight me to protect your weakened friend. He is now already no different from dead. Talk. Oh dear. Soon, Haiyan Rang taps his massive body and clicks his tongue as he sees stop moving entirely. From the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain, the snake is nearly complete, and the fire blazing from Haiyan Rang's heavenly void furnace reaches its peak, and finally closes his eyes. Without being able to accomplish anything, he died. This is the connection you cherished so dearly. And then, I thrust my fist lightly into the chest of the Western Zero King, in the exact same posture had used. What are you? Immediately after the Western Zero King, Haiyan Rang staggers in place, unable to hold himself up. You said miracles do not occur. You are wrong. Wu Wong. I retract my energy and transform my main body, returning to my human form. It has already happened. It was not just a simple punch. It was a signal a disciple used to call upon his master. The Western Zero King. Haiyan Rang clashes with the personality of the body's original owner, the human Haiyan Rang. momentarily causing him to lose control of his body. As I witness this, I collect the remains of, whose name I cannot recall. S face is unrecognizable due to his name being stolen. But truly, he looks at peace. I may not know much about the power of my own connection, but the power of your connection seems to be just that much. Inside the Haiyan Rang who awakened to the will of the future king, the personality of the human Haiyan Rang, who accepted as a disciple, taught him, interacted with him, and gave him his affection, awakened at last in the face of S relentless call. Do you understand? The connections between people, especially the connection between a master and disciple, are not something you can take lightly. From the moment resolved himself, victory was already decided. Kugugugugu. A massive pillar of light targets us, and for the first time, Haiyan Rang panics and cries out. If I move to the next timeline, I lay down Hyungnim's body and smile within the pillar of light fired by the Radiance Supreme Deity. Are you saying you intend to flee? From the connection of master and disciple? It's useless. Whether it's the next timeline or the next place, no matter where you try to run, you cannot escape. S-Heart has already reached you once. Haiyan Rang has the ability to steal the opponent's name and make them gradually vanish as if poisoned. And, by conveying meaning into Haiyan Rang's chest, injected into him a poison even more powerful than what Haiyan Rang has spread. That poison's name is not established by words or speech, Blue Window. As I vanish within the Radiance Supreme Deity's strike, crossing into the next timeline, I steel my resolve. Life must never be abandoned carelessly. But now, having inherited the resolve of, just this once, even if I must die 100 times over, I will reconnect the connection between master and disciple. Chapter 720, 2012 Cycles, First Day. Kugugugugugu. Time rewinds. Within the flow of reversing time, I gaze up at the sky. Beneath the black sky, I see new beings, and fallen beings also come into view. The ring and seat, symbolizing the heavenly venerable of the underworld, still shine the brightest. And the seat of the great mountain supreme deity now shines just as brightly. The two seats shine the brightest, and beneath them, the seats and rings of the naming supreme deity, swallowing heaven supreme deity, liberation supreme deity, and emptiness supreme deity emit their light. The seat of the heavenly punishment supreme deity, which was taken by John Myung-hoon, has completely vanished. And the seats of the Sal tree heavenly venerable and the heavenly venerable of void have grown so faint they are nearly invisible. The heavenly venerable of time, perhaps having recovered some strength compared to before, shines to a certain extent, but still dimmer than the seats of the supreme deities. The seats of the heavenly punishment, Sal tree, and void are either completely gone or so faint they are no different from being gone. So, in truth, only the 6 seats of the underworld, great mountain, naming, swallowing heaven, liberation, and emptiness remain. However, the seat of time barely clings on, making it look as though 7 seats still shine. And then, there are the new seats that have appeared. Golden Speed Heavenly King, Jinshin Tenwang. Red Pearl Cycling Heavenly King, Shiju John Tenwang. Lapis Lazuli Flower Heavenly King, Lily Watenwang. 3 governing immortals have fallen from the existing order. 3 new heavenly kings have joined. In the end, among the seats in the sky capable of influencing the world, the count returns back to the original number of 10. As I ascend against the flow of time, I sense John Myung-hoon and Kong Min-hee becoming aware of me and following me into the new cycle. Compared to before, this warmth is truly extravagant. I sense the warmth of those following me and smile sorrowfully. But those who are left behind, while the other comrades might one day become heavenly kings and regain memories of past cycles, what should be done for those who have no such possibility? Pat it. Before I know it, I have returned once more, and with a melancholic heart in the new cycle, I softly call out the name of the one most precious to me who was unable to regress with me. Rana. Now, everything with my child has vanished beyond that timeline. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. As I recall that, I feel an uncontrollable trembling in my heart. Perhaps because time has reversed, the name, Oh Hyun-suk, comes back to me. My friend lives again and has not died. However, my child remains unborn. At that fact, I am seized by a hollowness so great I cannot even find the words. Did I do the right thing? Countless questions drift through my mind, and the painful turmoil sets fire to my chest. just as my heart wavers. Chiak. Someone grabs my shoulder. You. John Myung-hoon stands to my left, placing his hand on my shoulder and nodding. My point of regression is the outer sea. But perhaps because he himself is now a heavenly king, he can cross such distances in an instant. And just as I stare blankly at him, someone suddenly grabs my right shoulder. It's Kang Min-hee. Co Eun-hyun. I have something to say. In this outer sea, where the great mountain supreme deity for some reason refrains from attacking me and conceals his presence, John Myung-hoon speaks quietly. Honestly, we never had a proper moment to talk. I figured I can't keep putting it off, so I'm saying it now. What is it? It's something I realized after recalling the past cycles, but you really did save us a lot. Even though I tried to throw you as fox food. Kook. We all let out a small laugh at John Myung-hoon's half-joking words. To be honest, back then, I was going to beat you up and offer you up in place of Co Eun-hyun. Kang Min-hee recalls the first cycle and brings up her true feelings from that time, and John Myung-hoon looks at her with a slightly appalled expression. At the sight, I let out another faint chuckle. My gloomy and shaken heart, thanks to them, has settled down just a little. So what is it you want to say? All of us were saved by you. John Myung-hoon drops his smile and continues in a more serious tone. So, Co Eun-hyun, you are now. No, honestly, since long ago, regardless of status or relationship from Earth, you are essentially our pillar. You are our Lord, Dujin. So you're telling me to stop wavering because I'm the leader? I try to read their inner thoughts using Indra's net, but perhaps they did something with the power of the Absolute before coming to the outer sea, because I can't read their inner thoughts easily. So I asked them directly to understand their true feelings. Yeah, even for your sake, wavering is. I'm not trying to tell you to not waver. John Myung-hoon cuts me off and speaks. If it's to steady your wavering heart, we'll do whatever it takes. So Co Eun-hyun, give us your command. What? At my response, this time Kang Min-hee speaks. You are our head, our leader, our lord. So, if there's something that brings pain to your heart, give us your order. If you give us your command, we'll do anything to carry it out. Just like you faced the impossible for us, we'll face any impossibility for you. So Co Eun-hyun, your pain, share it with us. Tell us to achieve what you want the most and command us. What are you saying? What I want the most is. Co Eun-hyun, what's your dream? What? Your dream, the desire you most long to fulfill. Tell us, and command us to help you achieve it. Kang Min-hee, I appreciate the sentiment, but my dream is your dream. All of you making it back home and living happily is more than enough. Co Eun-hyun. Then, Kang Min-hee looks me straight in the eyes and leans in close. Her forehead nearly touches mine. Is it perhaps due to the power of the Absolute? Kang Min-hee's eyes are dyed deep blue. Within those deep blue eyes, I feel a warmth, like I'm being embraced. Say it. What? The desire you carry. Before, I couldn't read you at all, but now I can. Only after becoming a heavenly king did I learn your greatest secret, and through that secret, I could infer it. Tell me, Co Eun-hyun. No, I don't want to ask my friends for the impossible. But as if reading my heart, Kang Min-hee speaks again. Tell us, Co Eun-hyun. You don't need to ask. Just give the command. If you do, we will make it happen, no matter what. No. John Myung-hoon opens his mouth. I ask you as a friend. Give us the command, Co Eun-hyun. Baduduk. No. How do they know? Even if they've discovered the truth about regression, this secret was the one buried deep inside. How in the world do they? As your friend, and as your child's friend, I'm asking you. No. At Kang Min-hee's words, I grit my teeth, feeling as if my entire body is about to collapse. But I must endure. If I say it, they will continuously grind themselves down in pursuit of an impossible goal. For the sake of my personal desire, I cannot force sacrifice upon my friends. Give the command, Co Eun-hyun. Just one word is enough. Just like how you risked your life countless times to save us, let us also risk our lives for the dream you desire. And this, too, is our choice and our life. Please remember that. Kang Min-hee, John Myung-hoon. I feel my body trembling uncontrollably. Even I, who possess a transcendental level of self-discipline that has reached the ultimate of martial arts, cannot control my lips. More than the pressure of any absolute existence I've ever felt until now. Kang Min-hee and John Myung-hoon's request is harder to endure. No, it is impossible. I command you. I speak with my hands and feet shaking, my voice trembling and tears flowing. I'm the worst. Just by placing this impossible burden on those I hold dear, I find myself unable to endure, feeling pathetic and repulsive at myself. In the end, I want to meet them again. I said it. I spit out to them the desire I had most desperately yearned for in my heart. I want to meet the connections of my past, just once more again. I want to turn back time. The most contradictory statement for a regressor. But that's how desperate I am. I want to go to those past timelines and meet the connections from those timelines once more. Just knowing that they weren't illusions that ceased to exist was an overwhelming salvation in itself. But perhaps it's true when they say human desire has no end. The moment I realized that truth, I couldn't suppress the new yearning. Until now, I've only endured through transcendent self-restraint, never speaking it aloud. But I want to meet them again, in whatever form. Please, let me meet my past connections, the life of that past time, again. Thus, I spill forth my deepest and greatest desire to return to the timelines already past. Before Kong Min-hee and John Myung-hoon. Before my most beloved friends. I reveal it all. Chiak, Chiak. I've said it before, but you are already our Lord. John Myung-hoon lowers his head in a bow. Therefore, if you command it, then as many times as you wish. Kong Min-hee steps back from me and bows with her eyes ablaze. We shall obey your command. At those words, Kong Min-hee grabs my hand, and John Myung-hoon takes hold of my arm from the opposite side and stomps his foot down. Kururum. It happens in an instant. We begin transcending the world, turning into a single streak of lightning. Pachajajijik. John Myung-hoon seems to accelerate faster than light in an instant, then immediately reaches Kim Yun and Oh Hyeseo in the outer sea, snatches them up, and sets them down in Mount Sumeru before accelerating again. Wawaewa. John Myung-hoon. I begin to panic as I see John Myung-hoon squeezing out far more strength than necessary. And at that moment, John Myung-hoon's form begins to change. He begins to draw forth all his power from the origin essence of heavenly punishment and the absolute. John Myung-hoon's body transforms. With 3 eyes on one head, 3 heads on one neck, and 4 arms on each shoulder, he changes into the form of a Vajra. Quadjijik. Transformed into the figure of 3 heads, 9 eyes, and 8 arms, and having drawn out all the power of the absolute, John Myung-hoon lets out a great roar. Kuhawa'a. Kururum. For an instant, I feel John Myung-hoon transcend the world at transcendent speed, using the power of the absolute. At that moment, I see a familiar scene. This is the very beginning point of creation that I once reached with Kim Young-hoon. The outskirts of the Akashic records. The other side of space-time. The flow of countless timelines shaped like a baby becomes visible up close. However, while Kim Young-hoon had moved so far that the baby looked small, John Myung-hoon, whether due to the nature of his authority or his strength, has only barely moved away from it. I can break away for a moment if I add the spell Returning Lightning Strike on top of my authority of the Absolute. Kururum. With Returning Lightning Strike, he can partially break away from the very timeline I regress into. Is this the authority of John Myung-hoon, who has reached Heavenly King? As I flinch in shock, Kong Min-hee, who is holding my hand, tightens her grip and speaks. Look, Seo Eun-hyun. This is the way we intend to repay you. Chechechechechit. And then, as her next action unfolds, my eyes widen. I tremble, struck by a shock greater than anything I have ever received. The lines, extending from Kong Min-hee intertwine and twist together, forming another Indra's net. She is creating a law web that belongs to her. But it doesn't end there. Her law web seems to grow thicker and darker, and soon it extends to those far reaches of space-time, taking on yet another form. It rather resembles a hammock-like bridge. Chwerareric. Then, from Kong Min-hee's body, overwhelming dark blue petals begin to flow out, completing the bridge. Splurt. And perhaps due to the excessive forceful use of her authority, divine blood pours out from all 7 of Kong Min-hee's orifices. Kong Min-hee. But despite my cry, she continues to wring out her authority with the resolve to burn away her life. Wawaewa. Chwerareric. The lines of law form the bones, and the petals that flow out from Kong Min-hee's body form the flesh. Urarum. Kong Min-hee's form transforms in an instant. She bears a medicine bottle atop her head, and has changed into the image of a bodhisattva radiating a blue hue from her entire body. Her essence as the Lapis Lazuli flower heavenly king, is revealed, and she radiates the power of the Absolute. Stop it, Kong Mini. And only when I shout in desperation does she finally realize that no matter how much more power she squeezes out, the bridge can no longer be completed. She gives a self-deprecating smile and ceases her effort. Half of the massive bridge is complete. Look, Seo Eunhyun. Kong Min He returns to her original form and pants heavily. I hold her, who seems about to collapse, in my arms. And at the same time, I gaze blankly at the half-bridge she has created. The end of that bridge points toward the 2011 cycle's timeline. Suea. Jean Myeon-hoon has also returned to his original form, having exhausted all of his strength, and we begin to be pulled back into the timeline under the attraction force of the 2012 cycle. The familiar Mount Sumeru begins to appear once again. As we are pulled into Mount Sumeru, Kong Min-hee and Jean Myeon-hoon firmly grasp my hands. It's not impossible. We will make your dream come true. If we combine our strength, it's definitely possible. So, Seo Eunhyun. She smiles confidently, just like before, and says, "Don't be too sad. I'll bear your sorrow for you. And everyone will push you forward. From now on, let's go together." I grit my teeth against the rising surge in my chest. Until now, I have been so utterly alone. No one who stood by me understood my situation. I wasn't even allowed to speak this secret to anyone, so for a long and longer time. Thank you. I lived burying an impossible dream in my heart. I embrace Kong Min-hee and Jean Myeon-hoon tightly, shedding tears as we fall together back into Mount Sumeru. When everything is over, with everyone together, let's watch the story I went through. Yeah, once everything is over, let's definitely do that. The first day of the 2012 cycle. Thanks to the friends who are now becoming heavenly kings one by one, I received the greatest comfort I could ever be given and reaffirm my goal. No, more accurately, perhaps I should say that a dream has been born. My dream is to someday look back on all the past timelines together with my friends. All together, with no one dying and everyone safe. If that alone could be achieved, then life would be the greatest blessing of all. Life is. Kim Yun and the immortal treasures who notice my existence in Mount Sumeru come toward us to receive us. Hong Fan rushes over in a hurry with open arms toward us, who are falling from outside the timeline, and Kim Yun, using the power of the bright cold realm, heals our internal injuries inflicted from transcending the timeline. A blessing. Master. Hong Fan flies over to me and asks how I am, and I smile in the embrace of my friends. From far away, the presence of the naming supreme deity is felt. Since the point of my regression is the outer sea, it seems Hyen Rang has kidnapped Hyunsuk Hyungnim, taking advantage of that gap, as I can sense his presence from Hyen Rang's direction. And judging by how I am gradually forgetting Oh Suk's name, it seems the name retrieval is steadily progressing. After a while, I can no longer remember S name no matter how hard I try, and I rise to my feet and look toward where Hyen Rang is. Everyone, at my words, everyone turns to look at me, and I quietly entrust a part of my burden to my friends. Please help me. Thanks to Kong Min-hee and Jean Myeon-hoon, I have come to understand. They are no longer young mortal beings I must protect with my own hands. They are now, each and every one of them, true comrades. Thus, leaning on the shoulders of my comrades, I stand up and begin to discuss the operation to rescue and annihilate Hyen Rang. Chapter 721. What has no name? 1. Thump, thump. Oh Hyunsuk looks around. A strange pulsating sound echoes. This is. He instinctively understands. Inside Master's body. A world filled with vapor. There, he realizes his body has melted, and he opens his eyes in a daze. Then, he notices he can't recall his own name, shocking him even more. What? My name was taken by Master? Why? Isn't this something Master only does to those he determines as enemies? Outside, his name is probably perceived as something like, have I become Master's enemy? No, that can't be. Why in the world? Flustered, Oh Hyunsuk tries to find the reason, and after some speculation, one possibility comes to mind. Could it be that my comrades outside have become hostile against Master? So Master captured me, someone who could be their weakness? He thinks in disbelief of his comrades outside. Seo Eunhyun. Is it Seo Eunhyun? If there's anyone Master would go this far to take me hostage for, it can only be him. That must be it. And so, Oh Hyun-suk clenches his teeth in this world that feels like inside Hyen Rank's body. Master, damn it. Even so, how could Master do this to me? Kugugugugu. Oh Hyun-suk feels even his consciousness within the vapor starting to scatter. Is he trying to erase me completely? Damn it. No, I can't die like this. Inside the world of vapor, Oh Hyun-suk gradually dissipates into the vapor, slowly closing his eyes. Ah, is this how I die? Master. Seo Eun-hyun. Young Hoon-hyungnim. Dear. In Oh Hyun-suk's vision, people precious to him flicker like a flashback. My child. The deeper his consciousness sinks, the more he feels the presence of those dear to him flash in his mind, and he recalls those most precious and painful to him. Oh Hyun-suk's miscarried child, and the new daughter he had once again lost in Plunglai Island. As he recalls those lost children, his consciousness fully fades away. While unconscious, Oh Hyun-suk senses a ripple of violet energy. For some reason, he reaches out toward that violet energy. It is because from it, he senses a familiar throbbing. A heartbeat he once heard by pressing his ear to the belly of his pregnant wife. The heartbeat of his miscarried child. It now faintly echoes within that purple primordial chaos. And when Oh Hyun-suk reaches that primordial chaos, Suwat. Oh Hyun-suk realizes his mind has reached somewhere. At that moment, he comes to his senses. Hauk. The surroundings remain unchanged. That just now? Still the world of vapor. It is still somewhere inside Hyen Rang. Did I just die? No, I didn't. Why? I had my name taken by Master with my existence fading and nearing erasure. Having regained clarity within Hyen Rang, he reflects on the bizarre phenomenon that allowed his survival and realizes that in the moment of death, he accessed a certain domain, which let him survive. That domain of primordial chaos. When I reached that place, my mind returned. What is that domain? How did it restore my mind when even my name was taken? And as Oh Hyun-suk thinks this, he notices once more that his consciousness is beginning to blur. Damn it, there's no choice. His consciousness has returned briefly, but nothing has changed. Once again, Oh Hyun-suk is about to melt away and vanish within Hyen Rang. Let's try reaching that domain again. If I can, I should at least be able to survive. To avoid dissolving inside Hyen Rang's belly, Oh Hyun-suk closes his eyes and focuses on the sensation he felt when he entered that domain. Oh Hyun-suk melts again and gradually senses the power of that primordial chaos, concentrating on it. And as Oh Hyun-suk completely dissolves, he senses the primordial chaos again and wakes up. Heek. As expected, I could survive again. Feeling the strange phenomenon of the primordial chaos, he instinctively realizes, if I want to escape Master's power, I need to borrow the power of this primordial chaos. With eyes shining, he concentrates once more. There is hope. So let's hold on. Oh Hyun-suk, in order to escape from within Hyen Rang's body, endlessly sends his mind towards that domain. Over and over, tens, hundreds, thousands, hundreds of millions of times his consciousness melts and awakes. His mind grows weary, but Oh Hyun-suk does not give up. Because his first master, Azure Tiger Saint, once taught that his disciple must not give up over something like this. Recalling Azure Tiger Saint's spirit, Oh Hyun-suk continues to feel the pulse of that domain of the primordial chaos with an unyielding mind. Once, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100 million times. And when Oh Hyun-suk's efforts, nearly 10 billion in attempts, finally come to an end. Oh Hyun-suk suddenly realizes that at some point, he has arrived in a new space. This place it feels similar to the world of vapor inside Hyen Rang. But when he looks closely, it's different. Instead of a world of vapor, a dull, ashen world makes up the heaven and earth. Not clouds of vapor, but a dull, ashen nothingness. It is emptiness, and it is chaos. Seeing that chaos, Oh Hyun-suk trembles. I see. From the moment I lost consciousness, I wasn't actually surviving inside Master's body. I was slowly moving to this domain all along. His consciousness hadn't survived within Hyen Rang. Rather, it had been slowly shifting, through repeated cycles of death and revivals, to a place overlapping with Hyen Rang's inner dimension. Then just what is this domain? As Oh Hyun-suk is taken aback and looks around. He suddenly senses something calling out to him from within this world of nothingness. This is a throbbing sound, the faint heartbeat of a child. Yes, It is the heartbeat he once heard inside his wife's womb. As if entranced, he flies toward the throbbing sound. He feels no energy at all, but somehow, just by willing it, he is able to fly. It's as though he is in a spirit form. How long does he fly through this space of nothingness? Eventually, he reaches a place where there is something like an egg. From within that egg, Oh Hyun-suk senses the pulsing sound of a beating heart. And then, for some reason, Oh Hyun-suk kneels before the egg and looks up at it. It is because of a certain divinity emanating from the egg. Who are you? Is it because of that divinity? Oh Hyun-suk naturally speaks in honorifics as he asks the egg. Then, a reply comes from the egg. I am a being whose true name you can neither hear nor withstand. Then what should I call you? Normally, he would ask who the being is or why they brought him here. But for some reason, Oh Hyun-suk prioritizes asking for the being's name. This is partly thanks to Hyen Rank's teachings, but also due to the pressure that if he does not define the being's existence, he feels he might be crushed to death within this divinity. In response to Oh Hyun-suk's question, the egg replies, Silver Basket, Yinlon. In this world, I was called Silver Basket. Shiver. For some reason, Oh Hyun-suk feels a horror and fear that pierces to the level of his essence. Just hearing that name makes it feel like his heart might stop, and he is overwhelmed by a reverence that makes him want to rip out his own heart and offer it up. Silver Basket, why have you called me here? Within that reverence, Oh Hyun-suk slowly asks the purpose of the being called Silver Basket. Then, a brief reply comes from Silver Basket. I did not call you. You have come to me. Pardon. You, O mortal being. Though Oh Hyun-suk has clearly reached true immortality, the being still addresses him as mortal being, as if it is only natural. Why have you come to me? Speak the reason you have sought me out. Reason. Oh Hyun-suk thinks in front of Silver Basket before opening his mouth. If I tell you the reason, will you help me? If you please me. Oh Hyun-suk lets out a bitter smile at those words. He has rarely been someone who pleases others. He has always had a straightforward personality, charging ahead like his appearance suggests, and because of that nature, many have spoken ill of him. Will I be able to please that being? For some reason, he lacks confidence. Rather, Seo Eun-hyun. If it were him, he might please that being. He falls silent, recalling his comrade who, since arriving in this world, has always stood ahead of everyone else, shining brilliantly. But after some time, unable to endure the silence himself, he opens his mouth and begins to explain slowly. First, let me explain everything from the beginning. For some reason, instead of addressing the immediate problem, he begins to confide his entire life story to Silver Basket. He does not know why. He just feels like he must. Anyone standing before this being would likely feel the same. Oh Hyun-suk begins from the day he was born to his growth, his relationships, his experiences at the company, the events in Mount Sumro. He pours it all out before Silver Basket. For a long while, he speaks of countless matters to this being, explaining every experience that has brought him to this place. And so, I have arrived here. Does my story please you? Oh Hyun-suk cautiously asks Silver Basket. Then, a strange reply comes from Silver Basket. You have not yet told your full story, so how can you ask such a question? Tell me your entire tale. Pardon. Oh Hyun-suk does not understand those words. He has already told everything from the day he was born until now. So what more could Silver Basket possibly want? I apologize, but that is the end of my story. I do not really know what more I should say. I see. I understand. So you do not know, for you are a mortal being. Pardon. I shall help you. So begin your story again from the beginning. I shall listen. What does that understood? Though confused, Oh Hyun-suk follows Silver Basket's words and begins telling his story again from the very start. And finally, when his story reaches the point where he arrives at Mount Sumro, something changes. I then entered the Azure Heaven Creation sect, lost my master Azure Tiger Saint to the devil race, and became a broken man. Why is it? Under Silver Basket's gaze, he is spilling out stories about himself that even he does not know. What is going on? So, I indulged in male and female pleasures, drugs, and the like, and then was killed by someone named Seo Huiol. Oh Hyun-suk finishes the story in confusion and looks up at Silver Basket. Then, Silver Basket speaks again. Continue. There is still much left. I am listening, so you will be able to tell everything. Pardon? And if I were to start again? At some point, Oh Hyun-suk begins to endlessly repeat the story of Mount Sumru. And each time he repeats it, everything is exactly the same. What is this? Yet Oh Hyun-suk feels that each of those identical stories are entirely different. And at some point, the stories begin unfolding in a different direction. It starts when Seo Eun-hyun appears in the story. Then, together with Eun-hyun, who also entered the Azure Heaven Creation sect, Master self-destructed while charging at the Black Dragon King. Eun-hyun also self-destructed toward the Black Dragon King, who was defiling Master Azure Tiger Saint's corpse. As he speaks, Oh Hyun-suk feels stories he never knew pouring out of him, and he falls into a state of panic. But at a certain moment, Oh Hyun-suk realizes. Could it be? He realizes why Seo Eun-hyun stands at the center of every story, why he is at the center of every change, and he finally understands why Seo Eun-hyun has always seemed to shine the brightest, why he has always seemed to be ahead. And when Oh Hyun-suk's story reaches the 2011th telling, and so, I conveyed my heart to Master, who awakened as the Zero King, reminded him of the heart of a person, and then died. Only then does Oh Hyun-suk become aware that the stories flowing from his mouth have come to a stop. I see. 2012 times. Seo Eun-hyun has turned back time 2012 times. Under Silver Basket's gaze, having realized a staggering truth, Oh Hyun-suk suddenly feels a tear fall down his cheek. Why do you cry? I cry because of the countless truths I did not know. Seo Eun-hyun, who struggled endlessly to save him. Oh Hyun-suk and the comrades, who died again and again within Seo Eun-hyun's regressions. And everyone who appeared in Oh Hyun-suk's story and had formed relationships with him. Their stories ache his chest so deeply. Azure Tiger Saint, who died over and over again trying to save Oh Hyun-suk. The people of the Azure Heaven Creation sect, who shared affection with Oh Hyun-suk over and over again. And Oh Hyeseo, Oh Hyun-suk's family who suffered again and again under Seo Hwyeol's bridle. To have not been able to do anything for them, to have spent every moment in vain. It is unbearably painful and heartbreaking. After shedding tears before Silver Basket for a while, Oh Hyun-suk wipes them away. I want to save my master. I want to save Seo Eun-hyun. Please, let me borrow your strength. Oh Silver Basket, have I gained your favor? Oh Hyun-suk instinctively realizes that to overcome the current situation, he must borrow Silver Basket's power. And standing before Silver Basket, he wipes away his tears and speaks as confidently as he can. Have I met your standard? To this, Silver Basket replies, you have failed to please me, nor have you met my standard. Rather, the one I find pleasing is that one called Seo Eun-hyun. That existence would gain my favor and meet my standard. For that one shows a sprout. A sprout? Something you need not understand. What is clear is that you have not pleased me, and by my standard, you are an insignificant existence. Your presence is so faint that, even if my traces remain in Mount Sumeru, had you not sought me out, we would never have met. Oh Hyun-suk feels his heart grow heavy at those words, but he does not lose hope and speaks to Silver Basket. I cannot give up hope. Please, lend me your strength. Hope, you say? As if Silver Basket recalls something from Oh Hyun-suk's words, the smooth surface of the egg ripples like the surface of water. How unpleasant. You remind me of them. Pardon. You need not know. It is not that I do not wish to tell you this time, but that I am being considerate for your sake. Muttering incomprehensibly by themselves, Silver Basket continues speaking to Oh Hyun-suk. You do not please me. Then, but you have offered me your story. Through your story, I have experienced something new. So I can pay the price for your tale. Wu-wong. The form of Silver Basket, shaped like an egg, expands. What was once a silver egg the size of a palm, now expands rapidly, becoming the size of a large house. Ask what you are curious about, or ask about the path you must take. Then I shall answer, to the extent of your story's worth. When the worth of your story is paid in full, I shall return to my original size. So think carefully and ask only for what you truly need. Oh Silver Basket. Oh Hyun-suk asks in a trembling voice. Who are you? Please tell me, even just briefly, your story. It seems like a foolish question, but Oh Hyun-suk instinctively feels he must understand Silver Basket's identity. And, upon hearing Silver Basket's response, Oh Hyun-suk's eyes widen. I am the creator god of another world. Yet, an incomplete creator who has not yet created a world. I, through my incarnation, stole a fragment of the Absolute that flowed out of Mount Sumeru and used it to infiltrate Mount Sumeru before being temporarily slain. Before Oh Hyun-suk's eyes, the life story of a divine being flashes by like a shooting star. A divine rank of another world secretly entered Mount Sumeru, took the place of an ender to carry out their fate, and absorbed the power of Mount Sumeru. They reached Heavenly King, and just as they tried to escape beyond Mount Sumeru, they were pierced by a black something, thrown by a being wearing a black mianguan, and flung out to the outer sea of Mount Sumeru, where the silver giant god was impaled at the boundary known as Kakravata. Even in that state, the giant god borrowed the creator god main body's power to tear open a hole in the boundary and tried to escape, but in the end, they were slain with even the main body being torn apart and killed by the being wearing a black mianguan. As Oh Hyun-suk watches this story unfold, his eyeballs and skull burst, and he dies. Kihyuk. Hyuk. Oh Hyun-suk barely rises, letting out a voice full of blood. Kurlalukuk. His head is dizzy and full of pain. Before him, the house-sized egg has shrunk slightly, if only by a little. Oh Hyun-suk realizes the source of the divinity radiating from Silver Basket. Hyuk. Kihyuk. The wisdom of divine beings threatens to kill him at any moment. But he clenches his teeth. There is someone who died over 2,000 times trying to save him and the comrades. There is someone who exploded their one and only life and died for the sake of his disciple. There is even a child who could not be born because Oh Hyun-suk could not protect that one and only life. Wisdom is giving him strength. Power originating from wisdom seeps into Oh Hyun-suk's entire body, and a power of silver light blooms from him. I will ask the next question. Oh Hyun-suk, realizing that there is much pain, much wisdom, and much strength to be gained from this divine being, smiles madly amidst the wisdom still crashing through his mind. Oh Silver Basket, if you are one who can even steal the absolute of an ender, then our end, our conclusion, please, reveal it to me. For what purpose are enders born, and what end awaits us? All enders are, after death, taxidermized by the future king. That is the end of all enders. Once more, new wisdom pours down, and countless wisdom rain upon Oh Hyun-suk. Chapter 722. What has no name? 2. Thump, thump. A strange pulsing sound echoes from within the gray world of nothingness. There, someone is screaming. Dash. But the scream doesn't resound at all within the space, which lacks any medium to carry sound. It merely reverberates inside the mind of Oh Hyun-suk, the one doing the screaming. Kihyuk. Waak. For a while, Oh Hyun-suk breathes heavily before the silver sphere at the center of the space of nothingness in front of him before finally escaping from the groaning. The end of enders. Is it to be granted an audience with the future king, have their spirit formed, and then be taxidermized? Ha. I see. From the beginning, we were nothing more than objects. Baduduk. Oh Hyun-suk grits his teeth and reads the wisdom passed on to him by Silver Basket. Silver Basket shows him the countless ends of enders that they witnessed after having their main body slain in Mount Sumeru and awaiting resurrection in the distant future. Though the vision is unclear, he sees countless enders seized in the audience chamber by the being wearing the black mianguan. Their spirits extracted and taxidermized somewhere, while their bodies are discarded into the head realm. Obsidian died that way, Vast Cold died that way, and Golden Divine was extinguished in the same manner. All these scenes embed themselves in Oh Hyun-suk's mind. Kihyuk. Ku. Oh Hyun-suk clutches his throbbing head, gasping for breath. No more. He grits his teeth. Any more is impossible. If he receives any more wisdom about the future king, it feels as though the gaze of the future king will land upon him at any moment. No more. I will receive no more wisdom regarding the future king. Wise. Knowing one's own limits is surely a mark of wisdom. Oh Hyun-suk decides to stop receiving wisdom related to the future king and asks a different question. Do you know anything about the origin of my master, Hyen Rang? That is something even I cannot know. For the truths regarding Hyen Rang, the underworld, and the Radiant's supreme deity, only in regard to those truths has the future king hidden them, so that even I cannot read them. Such, however, there is one existence who has perused those truths. Pardon. The being known as the Salt Sea Supreme Deity. 8,400,000,000,000 years before this current moment, a new candidate for a true emperor appeared, one who betrayed the Radiant's 10 heavens and succeeded in being enthroned as the immortal beast king by perusing the hidden history within the chaos. Ziyang. With those words, Oh Hyun-suk once again feels a pain in his head as if it's going to burst, and his eyeballs begin to ache. The wisdom observed by Silver Basket pours into him. That is, a pure white salt mountain. That being consists entirely of a snow-white salt mountain. Their true form beyond that is not visible. Could it be that even Silver Basket was unable to completely observe the true body of the Salt Sea Supreme Deity? Oh Hyunsuk only gazes at the symbol of the owner of Salt Mountain, feeling his eyeballs ache. That pure white salt mountain is walking across the outer sea, doing something. And Oh Hyunsuk, realizing what it means, feels a shock so intense it feels as if his eyes are about to pop out. They are going against the past. At some point, the Salt Sea Supreme Deity transcended light in the outer sea and headed toward the past. And, continuing on in the outer sea, he endlessly explored a distant past by observing the Mount Sumerus of the past, and eventually entered a region of the past that even Silver Basket could not observe. Crazy. Oh Hyunsuk is appalled. While it's possible for even ordinary immortal beasts to go against time to peruse ancient history, to explore such immeasurable stretches of the past is no different from throwing away one's life. If the heavenly venerable of the underworld explores the distant past by excavating the past through reincarnation, then the Salt Sea Supreme Deity wagered his life and charged head-in, recklessly surpassing light speed and transcending space-time to read the truth. Oh Hyunsuk, as a heaven-earth dual cultivation practitioner, once transcended time to peruse the past of a few years back in order to train in history revision. So he understands just how absurd this is. Even Earth immortals, when moving at superluminal speed to read truths of history for history revision, can barely manage a few years, or at most a few hundred years. Even that consumes an immense amount of life force, often leading even to those tenacious immortal beasts to death, but to traverse and obsessively read such immeasurable pasts that number beyond the Ganges sands. He is dumbfounded. How in the world is something like that even possible? Even I do not know how such a thing was possible. However, if I were to speculate, perhaps he mastered some special immortal art that suspends death. Still, the pressure and pain felt when transcending time wouldn't have been normal. Well, perhaps his enlightenment surpassed the very principle of pain itself. Indeed, even I can only guess at the enlightenment of that being known as Salt Sea. For he is a being who sprouted a sprout. Sprout. Oh Hyunsuk wonders what exactly this repeatedly mentioned sprout is, but decides not to be greedy. I've already learned firsthand that the wisdom related to beings like the future king is dangerous. Judging by how even the creator god of another world avoids mentioning it, it must be wisdom on par with the future king. I need to avoid being greedy and just obtain the necessary informa. Just then, Oh Hyunsuk notices something trailing behind the trajectory of the Salt Sea Supreme Deity, heading toward the past. Shurik. It is a writhing black something. It looks somewhat like a wisp of smoke, and also like a bug. That black thing, in its entirety, resembles a snake. TSTSTSTSTSTSS. With that, the wisdom Silver Basket had observed of the Salt Sea Supreme Deity's past comes to an end. So, to learn the truth about my master, I must obtain the legacy of the Salt Sea Supreme Deity. Understood. By the way, what was that snake-like thing I saw at the end of the wisdom? Oh Hyunsuk asks, instinctively sensing that the snake-like thing is an extremely important clue. It concerns the future king. Did you not say you would receive no further wisdom on that matter? Oh Hyunsuk groans. Certainly, any more would be dangerous. Even though he has only glimpsed the presence of the future king through 2 pieces of wisdom, he feels that if he receives any more than this, he will die immediately, so he cannot ask for more. Then I will ask a few questions about the snake. Please only answer questions unrelated to the future king, and for those that are related, please respond with, "It concerns the future king." Understood. What is the purpose of existence of that snake-like thing? It concerns the future king. Is the snake related to the Enders? It concerns the future king. Is the snake a subordinate, or perhaps the immortal treasure of the future king? It concerns the future king. Is the snake a sentient being? It concerns the future king. What are the major authorities the snake possesses? Transcendence of spacetime. And radiance. It suppresses the transcendence of spacetime by beings other than itself. What are those functions intended for? Through light, the greatest purpose of its existence is to prevent beings other than itself from traveling into the past. The current power of the origin essence of light, aside from the power of the radiance supreme deity, mostly exists for this function. In other words, at the following words of Silver Basket, Oh Hyunsuk shudders. Light exists across all of space-time, and makes it impossible for any being other than itself to enter the past. For example, only a being possessing the mantra of that snake may travel to the past. And if a soul or something similar is attached to the mantra and enters the past, or if a governing immortal dares to interfere with time using power other than the mantra, light will instantly tear them apart or crush them in punishment. That is the power of light. Kugagagugagu. Scenes infused with the wisdom imparted by Silver Basket appear before Oh Hyunsuk's eyes. The power of radiance in the Heavenly King heavenly domain, on the surface, lends about 10% of its strength to Radiance Hall, and when they summon the symbol of Hyuksa, it lends up to 50% of its power. The remaining 50% of its power functions as a law spanning the entirety of spacetime, preventing other beings from interfering with spacetime. Oh Hyunsuk sees the scene and breaks into a cold sweat. It feels just like the omniscient gaze from a work called 1984, that he knows of. Light is everywhere and knows everything. That is so. Then, are we not being watched right now as well? That is not the case. You are currently connected and granted an audience to me through the purple soul filling the heavens that extends from me. Moreover, this space is a newly created world I formed faintly using the authority of creation. This world is, at present, undetected even by the future king, and unless it is a being who has seized the origin essence of life, it will continue to never be discovered. This is my sanctuary. The rules that apply here are fundamentally different from those of the outside, so be at ease. Feeling slight relief from those words, Oh Hyunsuk continues his questions. Why does the snake prevent other beings from traveling to the past? It concerns the future king. Does the snake have anything it holds dear? It concerns the future king. How can one kill the snake? It concerns the future king. Does the snake have emotions? Then, Silver Basket suddenly reacts strangely to one of Oh Hyunsuk's questions. What is this? I do not know. Should that be called an emotion? One thing is certain. It holds a very special feeling toward the underworld and you all. What would that feeling be, if expressed in language we can understand? Love-hate? No, that does not quite fit. It cannot be expressed. The term, love-hate, is not suitable either. It cannot be expressed in your language. Then if you could transmit it through wisdom, it concerns the future king. The moment I transmit the essence without specifying it through language, he will notice. If it were ordinary feelings such as love or anger, which countless beings possess, it would be indistinct. But the snake's emotion is a unique feeling possessed only by that being in all of existence. If I were to manifest it and show it to someone, this place would be identified at once. I may be able to hide, but you will not. Understood. It seems there is nothing more I can learn about the being called the snake. Oh Hyunsuk sighs as he watches the sphere's size decrease slightly with each question. The number of questions is not infinite, so he cannot afford to expend his entire encounter with Silver Basket just to deduce the identity of the snake. One last thing. Have we ever met the being known as the snake? It concerns the future king, and there is information you can handle. Will you see both? Pardon? Then just the information I can withstand, please. Wu Wong. In response to Oh Hyunsuk's words, Silver Basket shows him a few scenes, and Oh Hyunsuk's face hardens. Among those following Seo Eun Hyun, there is a being clad in black. Oh Hyunsuk knows that face very well. I see. Thank you. It turns out they have been accompanied by the snake, far earlier than he had realized. Holding that being in his heart, Oh Hyunsuk speaks to Silver Basket. I will ask a different question now. In my current situation, having lost my name to my master, what must I do to defeat him? As you are now, you have had your name stolen by him. Abandon the delusion that you can defeat the owner of names as Oh Hyunsuk. I can tell you the path to defeating the owner of names, but walking that path will be treacherous beyond measure. Will you truly be capable of doing so? At Silver Basket's words, Oh Hyunsuk is taken aback. For even Silver Basket, who until now has spoken with the detachment of a transcendent being, to say such a thing, it shows just how insurmountable the challenge of defeating Hien Rang is. But a moment later, Oh Hyunsuk nods. I will accomplish it. How pitiful. You move forward without even understanding what suffering you must endure. A path so treacherous that even the Creator God feels pity. But Oh Hyunsuk clenches his fists. If by doing so, I can see my family again, then I will go forward. Please, tell me the answer now. Very well. In that case, I must tell you regarding the origin essence. Origin essence. Oh Hyunsuk is puzzled by Silver Basket's words. and he can't help but flinch in shock at the following words. What is called origin essence or seats in this world, every single one of them is a spirit, encore, of a living being. Pardon, a spirit that has not been named, a spirit that has no relationship, whose every connection has been severed. Such spirits return to the world as laws and drift along, until they are unearthed and reborn under the name of seat. What do you mean by that? Then the immortal Tao and seat we cultivate are. You are cultivating by taking in spirits that, having no connections, received no heart from any being, and exist only as a law of the world. Did you not learn this when I gave you the wisdom concerning the enders? You enders are but fragments of the absolute. And yet, why do you act and think like other beings who possess spirits, receiving and giving connections? It is because the very fragment of the absolute you possess is, in fact, a fragment of a certain being's spirit. Why do you think the naming supreme deity lives repeatedly and always becomes the naming supreme deity again and again? It is obvious. The naming supreme deity was once a spirit that was miscarried from long ago, a pure law that had never been named nor had any relationships. That spirit transformed into the seat of naming. Because that being is the seat of naming itself, he becomes the naming supreme deity in every single lifetime, without exception. TL/N. Miscarriage here could also mean abortion. Oh Hyunsuk's eyes tremble at the newly learned truth. To summarize, the spirit of a being that has never been named, or the spirit of a being who has lost their name, becomes a seat and turns into a law of the world? That is so. Then all the children who were miscarried. Oh Hyunsuk smiles bitterly. Do they all end up as seats? That is not so. Most beings reincarnate, so their past life connections must be included. Only if all connections and relationships from their previous lives are severed, or if the spirit is entirely newly born, can that happen. If it's a newly born spirit, the being known as Haiyan Rang was likely a new spirit, conceived and formed through the immense love of their parents. But before they could be born, they were miscarried and thus became a seat. Oh Hyunsuk feels an inexplicable bitterness at those words. After becoming a true immortal, he learned from others and came to understand. The intent of love and joy can, through oneself, become a power of creation capable of creating a spirit. And if it's a love capable of creating a spirit, it must be an immense, immeasurable love. To be conceived within such parental love, and yet still be miscarried. What kind of emotions must those parents have felt? Just imagining such emotions makes Oh Hyunsuk feel as though his chest is tearing apart. I now understand that a nameless spirit is origin essence. Then, please tell me what I must do through it. Do you not understand? You too can now become an origin essence itself. Pardon. You too have had your name stolen and all relationships erased. You yourself can now become an origin essence. But I do not have a spirit, do I? A fragment of a spirit. Do you not have a fragment of the absolute? Once you leave this space, you will forget yourself and become the fragment of the absolute itself. Cold sweat runs down Oh Hyunsuk's body at those words. Damn it. But there is one way to not lose yourself. What is it? The moment you become the fragment of the absolute. Do not miss that moment and follow your immortal Tao. My immortal Tao? Do you mean the immortal Tao of 7 stars? That is correct. In fact, being in the state of an absolute fragment will make it even easier to reach the peak of that immortal Tao. After all, the roots would have become similar. Trace back the immortal Tao you have cultivated and reach the peak, the place where the seat of the immortal Tao lies. Then unite with that seat. If you merge with the seat while your absolute essence is fully revealed, you can become a heavenly king. Of course, since your name has been taken, your personality will collapse and you will soon die, being only a temporary heavenly king. However, becoming a heavenly king will greatly prolong the time before your personality collapses and slow the rate at which your existence disappears. Therefore, before your existence fully scatters, if you fight the naming supreme deity Haiyan Rang in the state of having become a heavenly king and take back your name, your ego will also be preserved. Oh Hyunsuk listens to Silver Basket's words with his face pale, clenching his teeth. If you do so, you will become a complete heavenly king and be able to preserve yourself. That is Silver Basket's explanation. He still needs to hear the exact details, but the general outline is now clear. In a trembling voice, Oh Hyunsuk asks again. So, to summarize, you are saying that I have to enter the belly of the great mountain supreme deity while having no name. merge with the seat that the Great Mountain Supreme Deity is absorbing, rip through the Great Mountain Supreme Deity's belly, return to Mount Sumeru, kill my master, and take back my name? That is about right. Though it is not the belly of Great Mountain, but the corpse mountain blood sea. Only now does Oh Hyun-suk understand why Silver Basket warned that the path would be so treacherous, and he covers his face with his hand. Chapter 723, What Has No Name, 3. Great Mountain Supreme Deity. Oh Hyun-suk still vividly remembers that day. After all, Oh Hyun-suk was once a part of the Wuji religious order. They were those he became close with, and people who followed him. The memory of those people from the Wuji religious order being torn apart like bugs at the will of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity is a memory that he still cannot forget. It may not compare to the pain of Seo Eun-hyun, who was the actual protector and ruler of the Wuji religious order. But the pain Oh Hyun-suk felt on that day is by no means something he could ever ignore. However, while Seo Eun-hyun carried that pain and suffering and swore vengeance on the Great Mountain Supreme Deity, Oh Hyun-suk is different. The Great Mountain Supreme Deity cannot be defeated. What remains more strongly in Oh Hyun-suk's mind than the slaughtered members of the Wuji religious order is the corpse mountain blood sea of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity. The colossal mountain of darkness made of countless corpses, that oppressive mountain that seems to crush the universe itself, suffocates him just by recalling it. Even after becoming a heaven-earth dual cultivation great net immortal, it remains the same. He still cannot say with confidence that he would be able to win, even when fighting only the projection of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity that was at most at the great net immortal level at the time. No, I can't. Oh Hyun-suk collapses on the spot. Is there no other way? If this were not within Sumeru Mountain, I could have given you the names of divine ranks I know from other dimensions and maybe mediated to receive some of their help. But inside Sumeru Mountain, even that is impossible. Right now, that is the only method available to you. If you were at least someone like Seo Eun-hyun, there would be many more methods to attempt, but for you as you are now, that method is the best option. Oh Hyun-suk clenches his teeth. The gaze of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity rises in his mind. That cold gaze with which the Great Mountain Supreme Deity looked down on Seo Eun-hyun and the others, as if they were nothing but bugs. I can't stand against him. In fact, if it were the weaker Oh Hyun-suk, if it were Oh Hyun-suk during his mortal being days, before becoming high in rank's disciple, maybe he would have stepped up with courage. But now, as a heaven-earth dual cultivation great net immortal, he cannot face the Great Mountain Supreme Deity, because he can feel the presence of that being more vividly than when he was a mere mortal being. If that's the best option, is there not a second best, some kind of alternative? The only alternative I can recommend for your current self is to wait in this space for eternal time and hope that Seo Eun-hyun comes to save you. If it is someone with a mentality like him, he will probably come save you someday. Someday. If you are too afraid to go seek out the Great Mountain Supreme Deity and venture forth, then sit here and pray to Seo Eun-hyun. Perhaps someday he will really find you. Of course, he might not be able to recover your name that was stolen by Hyen Rang. Pardon? What do you mean by that? If Hyen Rang buries your name deep within the head realm, then aside from the future king, there is no one in the current Mount Sumeru who can retrieve it. Oh Hyun-suk grits his teeth at those words. Could you perhaps show me what Seo Eun-hyun and the others are doing right now? Are you asking me to show you the current battle situation between Hyen Rang and your comrades? Understood. Wu Wong. Moments later, a massive screen appears in the space of nothingness. On the screen, a mountain divine spirit clad in a white round collar robe has arrived at the Palace of Radiance Hall in the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain, shown conversing with the Radiance 8 Immortals. Mountain divine spirit, what brings you here? The Radiance 8 Immortals are wary of Seo Eun-hyun, yet they still conjure a nebula-like throne and offer him a seat as they converse. I've come to propose an alliance. And Seo Eun-hyun extends his hand to Radiance Hall. You two, though in appearances only, are beings who use the title of Supreme Deity. The memories of different timelines felt from the origin essence of Radiance are probably beginning to return. I believe you are now also beginning to recall the previous timeline, and as so, you will find it difficult to tolerate the atrocities Hyen Rang committed in that previous timeline. That is none of your concern. I know full well that you are the type who would even join hands with a mountain spirit if it serves your goals. That much is clear just by seeing your secret pact with my senior brother. If Hyen Rang is left alone, he will become an uncontrollable variable, just like us Enders. You radiant supreme deities do not wish for that either. So, in a strategy of poison against poison, join forces with us and confront Haiyan Rang. It is a chance to cut down our strength without worrying about the underworld, and an opportunity to subdue the troublesome Haiyan Rang. At Xiao Eunhyun's proposal, the Radiance 8 immortals seem to exchange opinions among themselves, and then the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord speaks. There is something I find strange. The reason Haiyan Rang is able to suppress the Radiance 8 immortals is due to the Heavenly Void Furnace in the Head Realm. To control the Head Realm, we embedded the Heavenly Void Furnace into the Head Realm, and to control the Head Realm, we bound a great portion of the origin essence of radiance to the Heavenly Void Furnace. Rain-Dew, it does not matter, Great Forest. If they receive the protection of the underworld, it is a truth they would learn eventually anyway. We, whose origin essence of radiance is bound, cannot resist if Haiyan Rang uses his authority as the rightful heir of the Head Realm to control the Heavenly Void Furnace there. It is not a matter of strength, but a difference in compatibility. But regardless, it is true that to overcome that incompatibility, we need external help. But what about you? At the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord's question, Xiao Eunhyun taps the armrest of the Nebula throne with his finger and speaks. What are you referring to? O immortal beast king who is an Ender, you lack neither strength nor authority. If it is someone like you, alongside those heavenly kings with special authorities, you could have already subdued a mere Haiyan Rang. Yet why have you not done so, and instead extend your hand to us? Getting rid of Haiyan Rang with my own hands is not what's important. It is about needing the being who will personally defeat Haiyan Rang. Who is this being? One of my comrades. A being among the Enders you also know. The one who entered as a disciple under the naming supreme deity Haiyan Rang. At those words, many of the heavenly lords, including Great Forest and Rain-Dew, show confusion. Seeing that I cannot quite remember, he probably suffered from Haiyan Rang. Still, it is strange. An Ender, and one who is sought after to such an extent by an Ender who reached Immortal Beast King, is surely a powerful being. If such an Ender has been erased from our memories, there should be some dissonance. There is no dissonance. How can that be? Are you saying that such a powerful Ender had no presence even before his name was erased? At that moment, when the Radiance 8 immortals are feeling a strange sense of incongruity about Oh Hyunsuk's presence, Xiao Eunhyun calmly begins to explain. That is precisely the terror of the current naming supreme deity. He steals a name so naturally that there is not even a trace of a backlash. He has currently awakened into something incomprehensible, probably something terrifying related to the Head Realm. To confront such a being means unavoidably suffering immense loss. Therefore, there is but only one way to face him and minimize damage. Who became his direct disciple, must clash with Haiyan Rang and awaken the heart of the original Haiyan Rang. That still remains. If that happens, surely, Haiyan Rang will be weakened by the internal conflict of the heart, and he will weaken again to a level within the range of our understanding. So you are saying that you intend to revive Haiyan Rang's old personality and pit it against his current personality, creating a personality split and weakening him through it? Not a bad plan. It's more about the heart than the personality, but sure, let's leave it at that. However, at Xiao Eunhyun's words, the Great Forest Heavenly Lord lets out a snort and speaks. Torch Candle, administrator of the Heavenly Void Furnace. Tell the mountain divine spirit. At the Great Forest Heavenly Lord's words, the Torch Candle Heavenly Lord steps forward and raises something above their hand. What appears are faint, misty clumps. Everyone who sees those clusters can tell they are masses of immense wisdom. Xiao Eunhyun seems to realize something and questions the Torch Candle Heavenly Lord. Is it omniscience? It is the Akashic Records. As the Immortal Beast King, you would probably know it best. Look, Swa. Oh Hyunsuk trembles as he watches the scene beyond the screen. The pale, misty clusters are observing everything within Mount Sumeru, recording information in real time. Inside them are 7 faint colors of light. They appear to be light clusters recording the information of the Enders. However, one of the 7 light clusters is growing increasingly faint and is gradually vanishing in real time. S presence is disappearing. The Akashic Records have determined that is as good as non-existent. Even if one loses their name, if they are a being who accomplished great feats, their presence would be strong and hence be recorded in the Akashic Records for a long time. But this, no matter how powerful he might have been, He must have been a being who never established any great feats. The moment his name was taken, he is now nearly on the verge of erasure. At this rate, even if you kill Haiyan Rang, you might not be able to retrieve his name. Kugum. At the shocking mention from the torched candle Heavenly Lord, Oh Hyun-suk can't help but flinch in surprise. Though he heard to a certain extent from Silver Basket, he didn't know that aside from being buried in the head realm, one could also vanish like this from having failed to establish feats. He grits his teeth, so shocked he can't even properly hear the following conversation between Seo Eun-hyun and the Radiance 8 Immortals. Is it truly a matter of choosing between two paths? Oh Hyun-suk clutches his head and collapses to the ground. What am I supposed to do? Just what can I do so? Just then, after several exchanges between Seo Eun-hyun and the Radiance 8 Immortals beyond the screen, Seo Eun-hyun speaks as if he's made a certain decision. By now, I believe we have sufficiently explained our position. Can certainly be saved, and only can drag down Haiyan Rang from a being we cannot comprehend to a being we can. So, will you accept our alliance proposal? Very well. We accept. The Radiance 8 Immortals also nod towards Seo Eun-hyun, seemingly having concluded their internal communication. But we have a condition. What is it? As you are now, you reach the realm Immortal Beast King, are a great net immortal, and even possess governing immortal-level martial power. You are an existence beyond standard measure, a dangerous being. Furthermore, we cannot fully remember this strange divergence of timeline. Since it is presumed that you are the one who caused this timeline divergence, we have no way of knowing what tricks you might attempt. Therefore, we must have a means of controlling you in order to trust you. At the Great Forest Heavenly Lord's words, Seo Eun-hyun's eyes gleam as he asks, "What do you propose?" That is, split your nascent soul in half. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord speaks. If it is me, even if Seo Eun-hyun tries to betray us, as long as I hold half of his nascent soul, I can counterattack in an emergency. I will hold his split nascent soul. Even if he causes a divergence in the timeline, the Radiant Supreme Deity is now also aware of the divergence, so what has been exchanged with us cannot easily be reclaimed. Therefore, if I personally hold half of his nascent soul, we can be freed from most worries of betrayal. I see, Sword Spear. With the vestige of Seo Eun-hyun you possess and half of his nascent soul, you can indeed sufficiently control him. So that is why you kept that vestige, for a time like this, huh, Sword Spear? At the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord's words, the Great Forest Heavenly Lord laughs heartily and praises them, while Seo Eun-hyun silently gazes at the Radiance 8 Immortals. Not long after, Seo Eun-hyun thrusts his hand into his own chest without hesitation and pulls out a blazing mass of light. Kurururu. That searing cluster of glass true fire is half of Seo Eun-hyun's nascent soul. Take it. If it means forming an alliance with you, this much is a small price. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord sharply snatches Seo Eun-hyun's half-nascent soul and takes it within their body, and Oh Hyun-suk's pupils tremble at the sight. Seo Eun-hyun, why? Even the Great Forest Heavenly Lord seems taken aback at the bold move and glares at him. What is this? Why would you so willingly hand over your nascent soul that is no different from your lifeline to us? Why? Why would you so willingly give your lifeline to the enemy? Seo Eun-hyun simply rises from his seat and speaks quietly. Because I trust my friend. Kururung. At those words, Oh Hyun-suk feels as though thunder has struck his mind. Seo Eun-hyun. Suddenly, he feels ashamed of himself. Even though Seo Eun-hyun has forgotten his name, he still trusts him. Though he must be on the verge of completely forgetting the name Oh Hyun-suk due to Haiyan Rang's authority, Seo Eun-hyun still continues to firmly believe in him. Oh Hyun-suk grits his teeth and slams the ground. Quong. At Oh Hyun-suk's punch, the colorless space vibrates with a hum. Damn it. He's furious. Seo Eun-hyun, who trusted and followed him, and always guided them while moving ahead, still believes in him even now. And yet, Oh Hyun-suk is still trembling in place from fear of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity. You call me your friend. And yet, what the hell am I doing here right now? Oh Silver Basket, have you made up your mind? To be honest, I am still afraid. I still remember the terrifying authority of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity. But he recalls the foolish heart of his younger days. He remembers the reckless courage that once made him charge at the Great Mountain Supreme Deity while full of rage. Still, I must move forward now. Because there is someone who believes in me. There was always someone who believed in him. Oh Hyun-suk's wife. His daughter in Penglai Island. And yet Oh Hyun-suk failed to protect them both. But precisely because he failed to protect anything, now is the time he must protect. I have no confidence in defeating the great mountain supreme deity. Please make me able to defeat him. Even if you offer the worth of the tale you gave me and your absolute in full, it would barely reach the point of being on the verge of defeating the current Archeon. You cannot win. Ask for something proper. Then, the plan to steal his origin essence, escape from his belly, return again, and face Master. Please give me the method to make all of that succeed. If it is only that much. TS. Silver basket size shrinks. Soon, the silver sphere returns entirely to its original form. I have granted it. Receive my wisdom and secret strategy, and complete your task. I shall bless you. Thank you, O Silver Basket. Swa. As he reads Silver Basket's wisdom, Oh Hyun-suk gradually feels the world of nothingness blur and senses himself returning to within Hyen Rank's body. It is then, wait, this wisdom. The worth of the tale you gave me was slightly lacking, so I have taken something else from you as payment. What did? Your fortune, Fu. Fortune is the finest resource in Mount Sumeru. I have taken part of your fortune and bestowed misfortune, upon you. At Silver Basket's words, Oh Hyun-suk gradually drifts away, gazing back at Silver Basket. But as it is not the fortune and virtue of Mount Sumeru, until the day you face the future king, you shall not feel any lack in this world. Not the fortune and virtue of Mount Sumeru. What I have taken from you is the fortune of peace. Through you as the medium, I have taken the fortune of peace from your home dimension. From now on, your homeland will be engulfed in great chaos and be met with calamity. Earth? Only now does Oh Hyun-suk fully realize once more that the being he made a deal with is by no means a benevolent one, but a transcendent existence. He contemplates whether he should swear at the vanishing being before his eyes or simply offer a silent curse. But before long, Oh Hyun-suk steadies his heart and bows his head towards Silver Basket. Thank you. Oh, immortal being, why do you thank me? Because, even if you have scattered disaster upon my world, I will one day stop it. Therefore, regardless of the calamity, I thank you purely for the solution you have given me in this current situation. How naive. Do you truly believe you can return to your homeland? I will return. At Oh Hyun-suk's continuing words, Silver Basket. Chapter 724, Nameless, 1. As Oh Hyun-suk emerges from the world of nothingness, he begins to read the wisdom Silver Basket has passed down to him. What in the world? They are 49 immortal arts created by Silver Basket and Mount Sumeru, along with the mantras formed by combining them. While none of the mantras clearly reach the supreme deity rank or stand out as particularly exceptional, when all of them are combined, it seems entirely possible to subdue a supreme deity using only immortal arts, without relying on the immortal Tao. On top of that, the sequence of combining the immortal arts, the methods of combination, the proportions in combination, the surrounding environment during combination. If all these variables are accounted for, wouldn't it be possible to create almost infinite mantras? Though no single transcendent mantra can be made, the secret art that allows one to generate mantras of good enough strength in nearly infinite numbers by combining the 49 immortal arts. True Devil 49 Treading Divine Art. Junmo, Ishihu Jan Sunsuk. This is crazy, Silver Basket. Just how did you manage to create such a secret art? This is practically on the level of creating an entire world. Looking at the True Devil 49 Treading Divine Art, Oh Hyun-suk feels like cold sweat is forming. But soon, he realizes he doesn't have the leisure to dwell on such thoughts. My consciousness is gradually scattering. If I stay inside Master's body like this, I'll truly be annihilated. Using the immortal arts he obtained from Silver Basket, he begins to perceive his essence even more clearly. Wu-wung. His essence begins to resonate with his will. The absolute fragment of pleasure gradually begins to reveal itself, and Oh Hyun-suk begins to transform into a primordial chaos that mixes everything together. Soon, he merges with the entire world and identifies what is connected to him through the immortal arts. I can feel it. The immortal Tao of 7 stars he has been following. The peak of that immortal Tao, where the origin essence lies. Wait for me, great mountain supreme deity. Suiat. Having become the absolute itself, he gradually feels as though he is traversing through transcendent worlds and being moved elsewhere. Not long later, Oh Hyun-suk senses himself being carried somewhere and recognizes that he has reached the end of that flow. This place is A familiar suffocation and pressure presses down on him. Kugugugugu. Within pain that begins to grind his entire body, Oh Hyun-suk opens his eyes with a groan. The more he regains his senses, the more the maddening pain surges in. It hurts, it hurts. Kill me. Enough. I want to stop. Where's this place? Where's this place? Mom. Cool. The place he has regained his senses is the inside of Great Mountain, made of countless corpses. It is the gap within the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea. Get a hold of yourself, Oh Hyun-suk. But Oh Hyun-suk clenches his teeth and comes to his senses amidst the overwhelming pain emitted from the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea, and soon activates one of the immortal arts taught by Silver Basket. According to Silver Basket's wisdom, the Great Mountain Supreme Deity is currently completing the Splitting Heaven mantra, so he can't perceive everything within the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea right away. That means he won't notice my intrusion immediately, but still, a Supreme Deity is a Supreme Deity. It won't be long before he senses the anomaly in the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea. That's why I have to hide from the Great Mountain Supreme Deity's gaze. Immortal Art. Avidya Wuming. Swa. At once, Oh Hyun-suk becomes darkness itself, as if he had activated Purple Soul filling the heavens, and naturally blends into the horrific mountain of darkness. But having become darkness and blended into the mountain of darkness, Oh Hyun-suk now has to endure even more horrific pain. Pain. This mountain is truly an echo formed of pain. Countless beings flail in torment, and Oh Hyun-suk, unable to hold his mind together under the pain tearing his mind apart, screams. Kuwawak. A colossal whisper reverberates through the entire mountain. Undergo repentant enlightenment. Aawag. Kwaaf. Immortal cultivation is repentant enlightenment. Within the pain, Oh Hyun-suk becomes connected to the mountain, and from within its darkness, he is forcibly subjected to repentant enlightenment. Like tiny grains of salt gathering to form the sea, the pain erodes his mind. Oh Hyun-suk becomes connected to the Great Mountain Supreme Deity. And now connected to the Great Mountain Supreme Deity, he directly feels the pain of the Supreme Deity's self-mutilation. Build mountains through repentant enlightenment. A certain mantra drills into Oh Hyun-suk's mind. If he could regain his senses amidst the pain and accept that mantra, he might even be able to obtain it, but Oh Hyun-suk fiercely rejects the vile mantra with all his strength, refusing to accept it amid the agony. No, in truth, the majority of sentient beings inside the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea thrash about desperately to avoid accepting that mantra, because that terrifying and brutal mantra is absolutely not one that they can control. It is a mantra that causes one to instinctively feel primal fear that if they were to obtain it, it would devour its user. Hence, no one in the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea even thinks of mastering the mantra. Rather, they thrash about in madness and scream, trying to forget even its formula. Building a mountain of salt is perhaps the fastest way to reach the heavens. Amidst the resonance of this brutal and fearsome mantra, Oh Hyun-suk sheds tears of blood and wails. The face of the screaming Oh Hyun-suk, bleeding from his 7 orifices and soaked in agony, soon resembles the corpse's writhing in pain within the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea. Gradually, he becomes assimilated into the pain of this world of ignorance, avidya. How long has it been? Suddenly, Oh Hyun-suk regains his senses in the midst of the pain. I don't know. Within the agony of the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea, he continued to scream endlessly. At some point, he lost even the strength to scream, and he only gasped, like wind escaping his lips. And the more accustomed he became to the pain, the deeper he was pulled into the depths of the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea. Before he knew it, he was pulled toward the center of one of the many mountains within the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea. Merged with the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea and receiving pain that paralyzes the soul, Oh Hyun-suk begins to perceive his surroundings in a half-delirious state. Oh, the mountain formed of beings like him is not a singular one. These mountains of corpses and darkness stretch on without end. So endless are they that the mountain ranges look as though they form a vast plain. But Oh Hyun-suk realizes that even this plain is merely a single cross-section of a much larger mountain. These massive great mountains combine to form the finger of some gigantic being, and as Oh Hyun-suk gradually perceives the body beyond the finger, the more overwhelmed and intimidated he becomes. Crazy. Even the greatest size of Hyen Rang, who is known as a giant god, feels like a child compared to this monstrous god. Perhaps the only entities that could compare in size to this being are the Gandhara of the heavenly venerables or the projection of the underworld. This is the great mountain supreme deity. Once again feeling the despair, Oh Hyun-suk grits his teeth within the pain. When he stood before Silver Basket, resolving his will, he brimmed with confidence. But now, properly facing the great mountain supreme deity, he only feels more and more despair. I never even dreamed of defeating him. But would I even be able to escape? Even though he is a great net immortal, and his true body is quite massive, before the great mountain supreme deity, he is no more than dust. Yet within the agony, Oh Hyun-suk steels his resolve. No, I can do this. No, I must. He clenches his teeth and gradually begins to resonate with the origin essence of 7 stars deep within this mountain of darkness. Wait for me, origin essence. I will make it. I will, no matter what. Though simply existing in this place threatens to make him lose his mind from the unbearable pain, Oh Hyun-suk does not give up and continues to resonate with the origin essence. He has no grasp of how many years have passed, but even so, he does not stop his arduous journey and pushes forward, because he has lost his name. If he doesn't maintain his existence with the true Devil 49 treading divine art, his existence would disperse in an instant. Even while maintaining his existence, the fear that his existence is still slowly scattering away creeps over him, yet he still does not stop. I can't stop here, because, for him to stop here, there is already too much resting on his shoulders. Oh Hyun-suk clenches his teeth as he recalls Seo Eun-hyun saying that he trusts his friend. Resonate. Oh origin essence of 7 stars. Oh seed of the sea of nature. Kugugugugu. Feeling the power of the origin essence resonating with his immortal Tao, Oh Hyun-suk slowly begins to move within the corpse mountain blood sea. With a pace and presence subtle enough to avoid the notice of the great mountain supreme deity, he steadily proceeds toward the seat of 7 stars. Endless time passes once more. How long has it been? Oh Hyun-suk wants to give up. Even his will, which he thought would never break, seems useless in the face of this eternal, unending pain. It hurts too much. It's painful. It's hard. He wants to let it all go. I've suffered this much. Isn't it okay to rest a little now? Now, he has lost the will to maintain the true Devil 49 treading divine art, and even forgotten the reason why he is even doing this at all. Just then, as he is about to accept the pain within the futility, child who reaches the impossible. Have you ever thought of it to be a privilege? Suddenly, Oh Hyun-suk sees something within the pain. It is bright sunlight. A hallucination? Even if life is pain, to move forward amidst it is surely both a duty and a privilege. Have you ever thought of advancing toward righteousness within it? Beneath that sunlight, Oh Hyun-suk sees someone standing with their back turned to him. It is an immense, muscular giant, whose shoulders seem like a great mountain. Holding faith, have you ever thought of reaching the stars? The figure throws a question toward Oh Hyun-suk. Oh Hyun-suk, looking at them, trembles with blurred eyes. Then, he lets out a bitter smile. I have not. He is a failure. He could not save Oh Hyeseo, who suffered on earth. He could not save his daughter, dying in his wife's womb. He could not save his comrades who fell into the head realm. He could not save the master who taught him in the bright cold realm. And now, he cannot even save the master who taught him after he became a true immortal. I was nothing more than trash. Stars. They were far beyond me. Such a grand privilege, I've never dared to enjoy it. I am nothing. Within the pain, Oh Hyun-suk, as if entranced, falls into self-reproach and despair. But the giant figure chuckles softly. Then, child, why is it that you still drag those heavy shoulders forward and take another step? Take a step? Suddenly, Oh Hyun-suk realizes that even though he wishes to give up everything, he is still stepping forward towards something. Why am I still walking? Why does he continue walking, suffering in this eternal, undying hell without giving up? Oh Hyun-suk ponders amidst the agony, and suddenly, he realizes that the answer is already within him. I already know the answer. But, however, he cannot explain why he keeps walking. Yet, regardless of that, he walks. Perhaps it is because, even back on Earth, he always had a certain grit. Perhaps it is because he had the grit to study only what he wanted abroad, while even knowing that a child named Oh Hyeseo was in danger. Perhaps it is because he had the grit to stay at work, saying he would leave after just 10 more minutes, even when his wife called saying her stomach hurt. Perhaps it is because he had the grit to not care about those in the Black Ghost Valley and the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect, and especially those left to age in the head realm, like Kim Young-hoon and Seo Eun-hyun, while he himself endured hellish training in the Azure Heaven Creation sect. My life is one filled with regrets. He still does not know the exact reason. No, he knows, but he does not know how to put it into words. Thinking simply that it is due to his grit, Oh Hyun-suk keeps walking toward the vaguely felt seat of 7 stars, toward that illusion of sunlight wavering before his eyes along with the pain. And then, at some point, as he climbs the mountain of darkness, Oh Hyun-suk suddenly feels his hand about to slip and panics. Just then, clench. Someone's hand grabs Oh Hyun-suk's wrist and pulls him up to somewhere. This place is... Oh Hyun-suk looks around in confusion. An endlessly sprawling prairie. A clear sky. A vast, clear world where the corpse mountain blood sea is nowhere to be seen. Entering such a place, Oh Hyun-suk opens his eyes wide. What is this? Then, he suddenly becomes aware that someone is standing before him. It is an incredibly massive giant, and perhaps it's because their face is hidden in the backlight, or there was never a face to begin with, it cannot clearly be seen. But one thing is certain. Who are you? The being before him is someone Oh Hyun-suk has met before. Who exactly are you, to carry the exact same aura as my master? As he recalls feeling the aura of Azure Tiger Saint while crossing the outer sea in a previous timeline, Oh Hyun-suk's voice trembles. And he feels the being with the same aura as Azure Tiger Saint smile. I am the immortal beast, mountain-destroying demon ape. At the same time, the heart demon of Ra Cheon and his friend. His pure aspect. The giant who introduces himself as mountain-destroying demon ape extends a hand and lifts Oh Hyun-suk up as he continues speaking. Child who wears the armor forged from my hair clone. The giant taps on Oh Hyun-suk's blue sky armor and laughs. It seems you've encountered my Buddha nature left behind in the head realm. Buddha nature? It is the will I left behind, hoping that one day, when Ra Cheon challenges the audience chamber, it might become a possibility that moves his heart, the fragment of my pure heart that practiced righteousness. To protect that Buddha nature, I sent my hair clone to the head realm, asking it to become a guardian deity for those who inherited the Buddha nature. So how was it? Did my clone protect you well? Oh Hyun-suk remains silent for a long while. Then finally, recalling old memories, he smiles. Yes, it truly protected me well. At those words from Oh Hyun-suk, the giant, mountain-destroying demon ape, Chong-min, Ching-won, smiles gently. The final domain preserved by the origin essence of the sea of nature. Welcome to the realm of azure scenery heavenly net, Songjing Tung-o. Chapter 725, Nameless, 2. Saya. Oh Hyun-suk looks out at the plain where a clear wind blows. Then he looks up at the clear sky. Around the blue sky, white clouds draw a circle. Is this inside a formation? No. Didn't I tell you? This is the domain of the azure scenery heavenly net. A small-scale heavenly domain. If you're a capable immortal lord, though it takes some effort, you can create at least one heavenly domain. Wong. Oh Hyun-suk speaks, feeling the distinct presence of the domain. I don't feel any cultivation. Because this is a heavenly domain meant to seal immortal cultivation. Seal immortal cultivation? That is right. Any cultivation accumulated through the path of immortal cultivation is powerless here. Only the heart cultivated through the primordial origin immortal cultivation system holds any effect. It is a modification of the immortal art of Penglai that my master originally created. Mountain-destroying demon ape turns his gaze away from Oh Hyun-suk and begins to walk across the wide plain, and without realizing it, Oh Hyun-suk begins to follow him. More than the material light, the light contained within the system of immortal cultivation is far more insidious and dangerous. So this domain was made to hide from that light. Of course, now it has become a place to run away from myself. Oh Hyun-suk silently watches mountain-destroying demon ape walking ahead for a while, then asks a question. Is mountain-destroying demon ape? Call me Chong-min. Oh Hyun-suk flinches for a moment at the name that is so familiar to him, then asks again. Elder Chong-min, are you the main body of my master? Your master, huh? Well, being imprisoned by Ra Cheon, I do not know who taught you. And the Buddha nature I placed in the head realm is a kind of prophecy and law. Though there may be those who are born inheriting its power or grit strongly, my Buddha nature cannot exist as an individual being. I may have influenced the existence of your master, but I am not the main body of your master. Why we I? Feeling the cool wind, Chong Min climbs a hill dyed green together with Oh Hyun-suk. But one thing I do know. You seem to be a disciple who learned very well from your master. Please do not say that. What could I possibly have learned? At Chong Min's words, Oh Hyun-suk smiles bitterly and shakes his head. But Chong Min smiles gently and pats Oh Hyun-suk's shoulder. There is nothing better than knowing your own shame. There is no need to be overly modest. You have certainly come through well. Why is it? With just those few words, Oh Hyun-suk feels the heaviness that had unknowingly built up in his chest melt away in an instant. Let me hear your name. For someone like you, I want to remember it. Even if I become one with R.A. Cheon again someday, I want him to remember that a person like you existed. I am not someone worth remembering. It is fine. Neither am I. I have lost my name. He speaks bitterly. I was once accepted as a disciple by the owner of names, the naming supreme deity Hyen Rang. But one day, my master completely transformed into an entirely different being and took my name away from me. Is that so, that guy? I heard the two of you were friends. After sighing for a while, Chongmin looks at Oh Hyun-suk and speaks. He was not my friend. He was R.A. Cheon's friend. But after R.A. Cheon separated from me, he said he no longer resonated with R.A. Cheon and chose to associate only with me. Though he says he was not his friend, Oh Hyun-suk somehow feels a bitter sadness from Chongmin's shoulders. What state is Hyen Rang in now? It is said he awakened as the Western Zero King. Oh Hyun-suk answers, recalling the wisdom he learned through Silver Basket, and Chongmin seems to flinch slightly before letting out a bitter smile again. It repeats every time. The same tragedy repeats, again and again. Pardon, I understand now why you came here. You came to save your master, Hyen Rang, didn't you? At Chongmin's question, Oh Hyun-suk nods. Yes, to save master, I will become a heavenly king through the origin essence of 7 stars, and after becoming a heavenly king, I will escape from the belly of the great mountain supreme deity and confront master, and I will save him. Do you understand what it means to save that one? Yes, I understand. To save him, it means I will have to kill him. Without killing him, can you kill your master? At that question, Oh Hyun-suk lowers his head. I do not know. You must know. Whether you kill or not. If you don't set your resolve clearly, you will not be able to do anything. I do not know. Oh Hyun-suk clenches his teeth. I don't know what the right answer is. I don't know anything. I've failed since Earth, and I've made nothing but regrettable choices. And yet, making a choice like killing my master with my own hands. How can I possibly make such a choice? Then are you saying it is fine if someone else kills your master? For example, the great mountain supreme deity, R.A. Cheon, who will one day try to swallow all of Mount Sumrul. That's not it. Just you do not know what is right, or what choice will leave you without regret. Yes. Oh Hyun-suk answers with shame. He's come this far thanks to one sentence from Seo Eun-hyun. But now, when mountain-destroying demon ape asks, will you kill Hyen Rang? He realizes he cannot make that decision. You are a child who is like chaos. Because every decision has brought regret, a child who will endlessly hesitate over every choice that lies ahead. Yes, that's the kind of person I am. Please, Senior Demon Ape, please give me the answer. No, I did not start speaking to give you an answer. Pardon. If you do not know anything, then sit here and contemplate. If you know nothing, do nothing. Do nothing, and endlessly anguish until you find the answer. That is all I have to say to you. Oh, mountain-destroying demon ape. Oh Hyun-suk's eyes widen. He thought this being might push his back like Azure Tiger Saint, or give him an answer like Silver Basket, or guide him like Seo Eun-hyun. The mountain-destroying demon ape standing before him was the one who had influenced Azure Tiger Saint, and could even be considered a kind of fellow peer of Seo Eun-hyun. He never expected such a reply from him. Sit and practice repentant enlightenment. That is, I will not force you into pain-ridden repentant enlightenment like R.A. Cheon. But the answer is surely within you, so I will let you find it yourself. Slightly dumbfounded at those words, Oh Hyun-suk follows Chong Min's instruction and crosses his legs into a lotus position, sitting down on the spot. Whether you should kill your master or save him, whose power you will borrow, how to push through what lies ahead, all the answers lie within you. Until you find them, do not rise. And no, wait, Senior Demon Ape. No, Senior Chong Min. Oh Hyun-suk is taken aback and tries to stand up to speak to Chong Min, but in that moment, he feels his body grow immensely heavy. Ugh, he cannot move at all in the lotus position. Some strange pressure is pressing down on him. Even when he tries to activate the immortal arts he learned from Silver Basket, or the techniques he's honed until now, like Azure Wing Heavenly Shatter, nothing works. Inside this domain of Azure Scenery Heavenly Net, it seems as if all cultivation is sealed. Damn it, even his physical body, trained up to Great Net Immortal, is sealed off. It's as if Chi itself is sealed. His powerful flesh and blood energy are thoroughly suppressed, and so Oh Hyun-suk can only sit there, unable to move, staring at the blue sky and the green field. There's no time, senior. If I stay like this, I'll die from the aftermath of having my name taken by Master. Senior. However, Chong Min, standing beside him, no longer replies. He simply turns his back and walks off somewhere within the formation of the Azure Scenery Heavenly Net. In this current state, where even turning his head is difficult, Oh Hyun-suk bites down on his lip, feeling as though he might faint. Damn it. No. If it goes on like this, I won't be able to do anything. Countless worries flash through his mind. But suddenly, another thought arises within him. Perhaps a terribly cowardly one. If I stay stuck here like this, maybe I won't have to kill Master with my own hands. Then, maybe I can leave it in the hands of Seo Eun-hyun or someone else. After all, I'm being held by an irresistible force anyway. Yeah, maybe, in a way this turned out for the better. And so, Oh Hyun-suk begins to sit blankly, staring up at the blue sky of the Azure Scenery Heavenly Net. Turning his back on a problem he might be able to resolve if he just contemplates a bit, and choosing instead only the easy path laid before his eyes, trusting in his own grit. He thus begins to kill time in that place. A day passes. 10 days pass. 100 days pass. A year passes. Oh Hyun-suk sits atop this hill where he can see the vast plain and sky at a glance, continuously thinking, I made the best choice. There's no way I can break through the immortal art and domain of mountain-destroying demon ape Chong Min with my own strength. That's impossible. Instead, let's gather strength here. How could I kill Master with my own hands? Surely Seo Eun-hyun will take care of it this time again. I've suffered enough. I already went through hell crossing the corpse mountain blood sea of the great mountain supreme deity. Even if I gain the origin essence of 7 stars, won't I have to go through that hell again to return? Even if Silver Basket lent me wisdom, I can't do it. I don't have the confidence to escape from the great mountain supreme deity. So, let's just hold my breath here. He thus steels his resolve to sit in this place for 10 years, 100 years, even 1,000 years, rationalizing it in any way he can. As he faces the blue sky within the domain of Azure Scenery Heavenly Net and practices repentant enlightenment, Oh Hyun-suk's consciousness gradually clears, and he begins to feel his strength accumulating. Of course, no matter how much he gathers, that power cannot be used within the domain of Azure Scenery Heavenly Net, but that doesn't matter. Oh Hyun-suk simply lives quietly, believing that Seo Eun-hyun will one day make good use of the power he has gathered. Because no matter how many questions he asks himself, escaping from this situation is impossible anyway. Maybe this is actually for the better. Rather than getting captured and tortured by the great mountain supreme deity, being caught by mountain-destroying demon ape, and peacefully practicing repentant enlightenment until Seo Eun-hyun comes to save me is much more. Is it really okay to live like this? Then, as Oh Hyun-suk continues to rationalize while sitting, he frowns at a certain voice. Is it really okay to live like this? Of course it's not okay. But what am I supposed to do? I can't do anything right now. Let's have some grit. Oh Hyun-suk clenches his fists tightly and closes his eyes. There's nothing he can do anyway, so trying to do something here is meaningless. So, it's not that living like this is okay, but rather that he has no choice but to live like this. Oh Hyun-suk tries to move by telling himself that it's okay. Is it really okay to live like this? However, that voice continues to echo in Oh Hyun-suk's heart. Of course it's okay, because I'm bound with no other choice. Is it really okay to live like this? Baduduk. He grits his teeth. Blood flows from his gums. Just what do you want me to do? The doubt that has been lingering in his mind for a while. Oh Hyun-suk grits his teeth and shouts toward that question. I can't do anything, can I? You want me to kill Master? You want me to tear through the belly of the great mountain supreme deity? You want me to break free from the binds of mountain-destroying demon ape? Just what am I supposed to do? Even borrowing strength from Silver Basket is not enough. Someone like Seo Eun-hyun has always done everything until now anyway. Won't someone do it again? So please just, is it really okay to live like this? Please just leave me alone. Oh Hyun-suk knows. This is his heart demon. And through this heart demon, he poignantly feels why the great mountain supreme deity severed mountain-destroying demon ape. What do you want me to do? Mountain-destroying demon ape says the answer is within Oh Hyun-suk. But Oh Hyun-suk cannot feel it. No, perhaps he doesn't want to acknowledge it. Everything he has called grit until now may in truth be cowardice. And perhaps he simply cannot admit that he is a cowardly, petty, utterly filthy piece of trash. What more do you want from me? Back then, I took Hyaseo to the hospital properly. Whether she liked me or not, it was Big Brother who was responsible for her. I wasn't her parent. Same for my daughter. Back then, I was clearly in a meeting when she contacted me saying, "My stomach hurts a bit. Can you take me to the hospital?" But it wasn't a meeting I could just leave, and she clearly said, "It's fine if you're 10 minutes late, so take your time." There wasn't a single problem until then either. It's the same even when I was kidnapped in the head realm. At the Azure Heaven Creation sect, Master was beating me senseless every day. So how was I supposed to worry about my other comrades in that state? And Oh Hyun-suk can't continue. He tries to talk about the other daughter he met in Panglai Island, but the words don't come. You trust Dad, right? Those were the words he personally said to her when they parted. Unlike everything he said up to now, at least for that child, Oh Hyun-suk had been her guardian, and with his own mouth, he had told her he would be back after just a few nights. And Oh Hyun-suk could have, at least by asking Seo Eun-hyun for help, gone back to Panglai Island, or found an opportunity through Seo Eun-hyun to rescue that child again. Oh Hyun-suk finally realizes that, when it comes to the daughter in Panglai Island, he can't make any excuse. She's not really my child anyway. A pathetic excuse. Oh Hyun-suk speaks those words and, at last, is able to accept his own wretched self. Then, shouldn't I have done whatever it took to save my real child? No matter what it took. Whatever it took, he should have saved them. But he failed to do so. And the reason is only one. Because the human Oh Hyun-suk is a coward who, when faced with the choice of solving a problem by taking a slightly winding path or ignoring it and taking the easy way, always chooses the easy path. How many years has it been since Chongmin forced him to sit and undergo repentant enlightenment? At long last, Oh Hyun-suk manages to face his true self. I'm sorry. He is trash. He couldn't protect anyone. No, he didn't protect anyone, even though he might have been able to. And only then does Oh Hyun-suk manage to move his body while seated in a lotus position. Wooduk would do to duck. Mountain-destroying demon ape never lifted the restriction. It's just that Oh Hyun-suk is pulling forth strength he's never been able to summon until now. Gathering even his strength from when he was an infant drinking milk, he finally understands he must stand up, even if every bone in his body shatters. If it couldn't be done, then I should have made it possible. He clenches his teeth, sincerely facing the cowardice he had only ever half acknowledged until now. Puckwhack. Oh Hyun-suk's true body tries to reveal itself within the domain of Azure Scenery Heavenly Net, but the laws of Azure Scenery Heavenly Net that restrain immortal cultivation suppress him. The backlash causes immortal beast true blood to erupt throughout his entire body. But he clenches his teeth and puts forth even more strength. Even though the Azure Scenery Heavenly Net's domain was designed to ignore immortal cultivation, Oh Hyun-suk pushes his cultivation to explode with the resolve to be crushed beneath its laws. Puckwhack, puckwhack. Immortal beast true blood bursts from all of Oh Hyun-suk's 7 orifices. Sueya. The methods he learned from the Azure Heaven Creation sect, methods he learned from Joel Make, the immortal arts and wisdom gained from meeting Hyan Rang, and the immortal arts and wisdom he gained from Silver Basket, all erupt at once. Oh Hyun-suk's bones shatter. GOL makes bone armor treasured origin art reinforces the broken bones. Oh Hyun-suk internal organs are pulverized. The immortal arts learned from Silver Basket replace them. His blood vessels all rupture, and his muscles tear. The Azure Spirit Starlight Quintessence Great Method becomes his new muscle. Oh Hyun-suk's very existence is crushed. The enlightenment regarding the immortal Daos of Name and 7 stars he learned from Hyan Rang sustain his existence. Oh Hyun-suk, mobilizing all the teachings he has ever learned from all the connections he has ever formed, rises from his place. Sueya. The blue energy radiating from his body mixes with the red immortal beast true blood, becoming purple. Flutter. Wings begin to sprout from Oh Hyun-suk's back. At last, and at some point, mountain-destroying demon ape has appeared behind him, smiling faintly. I can see your name now, Oh Hyun-suk. Kugagagugagu. Oh Hyun-suk, enduring the pressure of mountain-destroying demon ape by squeezing out all of his being, by squeezing out all of his connections, smiles faintly. He has mobilized all the power he gained from the connections he's formed. Because the power originating from his relationships has been mobilized, he has finally found the name that symbolizes the relationships himself. Have you found the answer? Yes. It was inside me. What is the name of that answer? Honesty. It is the honesty to face his own cowardice. How admirable. Chongmin, smiling brightly, begins to gradually collapse in place. Honesty is pleasure. For pleasure comes when problems are resolved, and honesty is the best way to resolve all problems. Oh Hyunsuk looks at mountain-destroying demon ape Chongmin. Until now, Chongmin's face could not be clearly seen, but now, at last, it has become properly visible. Now you are smiling, Hyunsuk ah. Oh Hyunsuk, gazing at Chongmin's face, realizes the smile forming at the corners of his own lips. Thank you. Then, I'll be going now. And what will you do once you leave? My master. Oh Hyunsuk says something to Chongmin. Upon hearing Oh Hyunsuk's answer, Chongmin smiles brightly. Turning his back to Chongmin, Oh Hyunsuk flaps his wings. The single pair of wings gradually multiplies, becoming 10 pairs. With 10 pairs of wings spread wide, Oh Hyunsuk stomps down and tears apart the laws of the azure scenery heavenly net with all his strength, escaping its domain. Kwaon. At the same time, he feels it. Is this it? The seat in which mountain-destroying demon ape once sat. The conscience and Buddha nature that the great mountain supreme deity severed, unable to overcome his own shame and disgrace. The origin essence of the sea of nature. Oh Hyunsuk feels the hidden origin essence within the domain of the azure scenery heavenly net, and he senses it flowing into him. It is permitted to him by the former owner of that origin essence, mountain-destroying demon ape. Tsueya. As the world of the azure scenery heavenly net shatters, he once again sees the corpse mountain blood sea that blankets the entire world. And he also realizes that the owner of the corpse mountain blood sea is watching him. But Oh Hyunsuk pays it no mind and begins to expand his body, projecting his presence across all directions. The power of the origin essence mixes with Oh Hyunsuk's absolute. At the same time, Oh Hyunsuk feels his perception change. Having lost his name, he cannot exist as a named being. But having come to know meaning, he can, albeit only temporarily, reach that realm. One who invokes the absolute, heavenly venerable rank, the realm of heavenly king. Kugugugugugu. The nameless heavenly king of Avidya reveals his colossal form that has become primordial chaos itself, and turns to face the owner of the corpse mountain blood sea who glares at him. Who are you? The great mountain supreme deity Guak Am asks, and the nameless heavenly king answers. I am Oh Hyunsuk. That name should not be audible to Guak Am due to high in rang, but regardless, he proclaims it loudly for all of heaven and earth to hear. A disciple who has come to save his master, and a father who has come to rescue his child. The gaze of the great mountain supreme deity collides with that of the giant god of primordial chaos, and Oh Hyunsuk, revealing the presence that had long been hidden beneath his cowardice, shouts, Hand over my child, O owner of Penglai Island. I have come to fulfill the promise I made with her. Chapter 727, Fathers, 1. Kurung, Kururum. Oh Hyunsuk crosses the sea of chaos, holding his daughter's spirit in his arms. He senses the aura of Mount Sumeru in the far distance, and it seems he is not far from reaching it. Oh Hyunsuk's daughter, perhaps due to all the accumulated fatigue from being tortured by the great mountain supreme deity pouring out at once, has not awakened since their first reunion and remains in a deep sleep. How do I wake her? Oh Hyunsuk is so worried that perhaps something is wrong with his daughter, or that the great mountain supreme deity has done something to her, that he cannot bring himself to do anything. All I can do now is take her to my comrades, or to where the underworld is. At the very least, if he asks the heavenly venerable of the underworld, they may demand a price, but they will surely give him a solution. Damn it. However, even though he knows it's nothing serious and she is simply exhausted from prolonged torture and has fallen asleep, he still cannot bear it. No, it feels like his chest is burning. I'm sorry for not coming sooner. Oh Hyunsuk hugs the sleeping child's spirit even more tightly. Then, as he embraces her, he feels something. It hurts. Is it because he has awakened the authority of the primal chaos world, an authority closest to chaos? For some reason, Oh Hyun-suk can feel a faint pain in the chaos of this outer sea. No, this isn't faint pain. Someone's pain is buried beneath this chaos, and it is only because it has pierced through this immeasurable and boundless chaos to reach Oh Hyun-suk that he perceives it as faint pain. What is this? Beneath this chaos, someone's pain is hidden. Oh Hyun-suk, for some reason, feels as though the pain beneath this chaos is resonating with him. Just what is this? Just who could have buried such suffering within this immense chaos? And what could that person have gone through that it resonates with the pain of Oh Hyun-suk, who suffers from his child's pain? Whoever it is, they must have suffered. He hugs the child's soul even tighter and feels the pain within the chaos, and soon after, Oh Hyun-suk finally enters the enormous world shaped like an inverted cone. And suddenly, he feels a sense of déjà vu. Something strange. It is dark. The entire world is shrouded in blackness, as if covered in pitch-black darkness. The light disappeared? No, the light hasn't disappeared. He soon realizes what the problem is. The light is dim? Yes, the power of light isn't spreading throughout Mount Sumeru. And just as Oh Hyun-suk is confused, 220,000 years. It has been 220,000 years since we came to this world, as calculated by the standard flow of time. Oh Hyun-suk flinches in surprise at the white-clad figure who suddenly appears by his side. But soon, he smiles warmly. It seems quite some time has passed since I was abducted. For true immortals, that much is hardly anything. Have you been well? Ha ha, of course. After all, Oh Hyun-suk speaks while sensing the sleeping child's spirit in his chest and the paper flower-shaped cluster of light deep within. Haven't you been watching all along, Seo Eun-hyun? At Oh Hyun-suk's words, Seo Eun-hyun smiles softly and gently nods. Thank you for saving me. The matter with senior brother is not unrelated to me either. You cold-hearted one. If you were watching, you should have saved me from the start. It's because you've grown, Hyungnim, and reached the minimum threshold that could open a path where my power could reach you. Before you awakened on your own, I couldn't help recklessly. In the first place, even though we were together, it was only after you began suffering in the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea. Before that, my power within you was too weak, so I couldn't perceive anything. Is that so? Then there's a lot I need to tell you myself. For now, let's talk as we head to the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain. Listening along the way will be just right. Heavenly King Heavenly Domain. Right. You formed an alliance with Radiance Hall. Pardon? How did you? I'll tell you on the way. First, Oh Hyun-suk heads toward the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain with Seo Eun-hyun and begins to tell him everything that has happened until now. I listened to everything that has happened to Oh Hyun-suk and cannot hide my astonishment. The creator god of another world was Silver Basket. They stole the absolute of an ender. The absolute fragment that Hyun-suk Hyungnim possesses is the authority most similar to the very first chaos at the beginning of the world. The pain felt deep within the outer sea, and what even is the sprout mentioned by Silver Basket? Each and every piece of information is enormous and significant enough to leave my mind reeling, and I can't afford to let any of it slip by. If that's the case, I begin to piece together the information I've heard from Oh Hyun-suk with what I already know. Hyungnim realized that when chi, soul, and fate are united, it becomes the spirit, and when all connections to the spirit are severed, that power becomes origin essence. And when all three absolutes are combined, it will become someone's soul. From that, I can infer one thing. The baby. The owner of the body whose blood vessels are being created using an entire timeline each time I regress. The one Hong fan called a being undergoing resurrection. If there exists a body that uses the whole world as a single blood vein, and if the three absolute laws that transcend the world unite to become someone's soul, then the correlation is clear. Long ago there was someone, the owner of the spirit composed of fate, history, and the third absolute. And at some point, that being's spirit was split into three, and that being died. Otherwise, there's no way Hong Fan would have said, upon first seeing it, that it was resurrecting. If they haven't died, then there would be no need to speak of resurrection at all. And if I compare it to the being called Silver Basket, who is the creator god of another world, perhaps that being is the creator god, the one who created this world. Not merely the future king who created Mount Sumeru, but the absolute being who created the 6 heavenly domains that became materials for Mount Sumeru, and even chaos itself. And the future king is said to have an obligation to find a certain answer. But it's also said that the future king has arbitrarily chosen a different answer. If there's a being who could have predetermined the answer the future king must seek, then it can only be the creator god. If that's the case, then the creator god and the future king are separate individuals. The creator god once existed but died, and upon death, their soul was split into three absolutes, and they set a directive for the inheritors of their soul to find a certain answer. As I form various hypotheses from the information Oh Hyunsuk has brought, I guide him toward the heavenly king, heavenly domain. I've listened well. I, too, would like to meet that being called Silver Basket. Well, they seem to view you quite favorably. So if you delve into purple soul filling the heavens deeply someday, you might get to meet them as well. I'm not so sure. I don't want to meet them through purple soul filling the heavens. Is there a reason? Well, for one, my current altered, gracious soul filling the heavens has become entirely separate from the original. It's something completely different now. I see. Oh Hyunsuk seems to accept that easily enough. But in truth, even if gracious soul filling the heavens had completely retained the original attributes of purple soul filling the heavens, I never had any thoughts of using this immortal art to contact Silver Basket. Silver Basket. The first time I encountered purple soul filling the heavens was within the throne of Panlai Kingdom in the ancient Force Realm. It was when Yuk Rin seized control of my body. It is through Yuk Rin taking my body that I came into contact with purple soul filling the heavens. In the end, the essence of it is an immortal art that steals the body. Though it is also an immortal art that symbolizes the, past from past to future, there is no denying that it is specialized in stealing bodies. There's no need to look too deep into it. After all, the immortal art used by Bloodine to seize Vast Cold's body was purple soul filling the heavens. Tainted soul filling the heavens, which originated from purple soul filling the heavens, is also an immortal art that replaces others with oneself. The tainted soul filling the heavens, which evolved after being passed to Ohyasio, is an immortal art that makes others into one's slaves. Even flower soul filling the heavens, which evolved after combined with purple soul filling the heavens, is an immortal art that transmits one's emotions to another. Although it is called transmission, if abused, it is an immortal art extremely convenient for brainwashing others. Only when Ohaiso's tainted soul filling the heavens and my flower soul filling the heavens met and evolved, gaining entirely different attributes, did it become an immortal art that transcends space and time to reach a chosen coordinate. But the original purple soul filling the heavens is a power specialized in enslaving others and seizing their bodies. Above all, the strongest evidence is, only now when I hear Oh Hyunsuk's words and try to perceive it do I finally notice it. It is the desire of Silver Basket that I sense through Oh Hyunsuk as a medium. Is it because I can reach even into the domain of undying beyond Araya consciousness through Martial Pinnacle? I can sense the faint desire of some being emanating from Oh Hyunsuk as a medium. It is so faint that, if I hadn't deliberately focused my mind after hearing Oh Hyunsuk explain Silver Basket in detail to detect this being, I might have missed them at all. That is how faint the presence is. Even then, had that being not held some kind of desire toward me, I might not have sensed it at all, and even now, I have no idea where that being actually is. Silver Basket is perhaps a being who desires the bodies of those who have developed what they call a sprout. I grow wary of Silver Basket's goals. However, since Oh Hyunsuk seems to have received grace from Silver Basket, I refrain from speaking ill of them in front of Oh Hyunsuk and instead explain the current situation. Currently in Mount Sumru, we have barely succeeded in sealing the naming supreme deity inside the Heavenly King, Heavenly Domain. Right at the center of the Heavenly King, Heavenly Domain, in the Palace of Radiance. Once the naming supreme deity awakened and realized that Oh Hyunsuk, who he tried to use as his hostage, had vanished from his body, he immediately tried to head to the Sun and Moon Heavenly Domain, to the head realm. It was only natural. As nothing more than an ordinary supreme deity, the naming supreme deity would have known that without a hostage, he would be instantly killed by me, John Myung-hoon, Kong Min-hee, and the Radiance 8 Immortals, beings of heavenly venerable rank. He must have intended to obtain the heavenly void furnace in the head realm that he used in his past life, as well to subdue the Radiance 8 Immortals, and then borrow the power of the head realm to endure against us as long as possible. And in the end, while attempting to pass through the Heavenly King heavenly domain in pursuit of the heavenly void furnace. He was captured by the Radiance 8 Immortals. In truth, if it's the Radiance 8 Immortals in their original state, they would be able to subdue someone like Haiyan Rang in an instant, but it turns out, the authority Haiyan Rang wields as the rightful heir of the Head Realm is something not even one of the heavenly venerable rank can stop. In the end, to seal the power of history revision that Haiyan Rang uses as the heir of the Head Realm, the Radiance 8 Immortals imprisoned him where the power of fate is most potent, in the Palace of Radiance within the Heavenly King heavenly domain. Then they formed a formation gathering the light of the entire heavenly domain to seal him. If it were you, you could have stopped Master before the damage became that severe. Well, that is certainly true. However, I shake my head. If it had been before he was confined in the Heavenly King heavenly domain, then maybe so. But after he entered the Palace of Radiance, after he began using history revision like mad to escape from within the palace, from that point on, even I could no longer kill him. What? Taking the confused Oh Hyun-suk with me, I arrive at the Heavenly King heavenly domain. In an instant, we reach the center of the Heavenly King heavenly domain, where the Palace of Radiance stands. There, we witness the 8 Immortals applying pressure from 8 directions, forming hand seals and binding the palace tightly with the power of prophecy. Tens, hundreds, thousands of prophetic stars form constellations, sealing the center of the palace. And at the very center of the palace, something familiar comes into view. It is a taiji. That's... Oh Hyun-suk's eyes tremble. I gaze at the taiji and let out a bitter smile. That taiji resembles the form of a fetus, continuously drawing on the power of the Head Realm. He lost his reason and became such a bizarre being. Should we call it a second awakening? No. Perhaps it's not an awakening at all, but that he simply returned to his essence. Kong Min-hee, the Radiance 8 Immortals, and we've found a way to defeat that thing. Kong Min-hee reads its laws. I read the flow and heart emanating from it. And the Radiance 8 Immortals read the histories recorded in Radiance Hall to discover a way to kill Haiyan Rang, who is transformed into that form. In the end, the conclusion is this. To kill Haiyan Rang, we must draw out the human heart he holds. And the most important part is my regression. Even if we kill Haiyan Rang, he could come back to life if I regress. So after killing him, we must completely seal his origin essence. And the sealing method is history repetition. While observing the Haiyan Rang who has turned into that form, we arrived at one conclusion. Haiyan Rang is the spirit of a being who, in the distant past, was miscarried by a certain existence, lost all connections, and became an origin essence. Therefore, the only way to kill Haiyan Rang who became a monster that recklessly borrows the power of the absolute of history is but one. It is to use the absolute law exercised by that same absolute of history to kill him. To kill Haiyan Rang. Just as we killed the awakened Sao, Tree Heavenly Venerable, we must simultaneously extinguish the 3 Dantians. And in Haiyan Rang's case, 2 additional conditions are required to annihilate him using the power of history repetition. First, draw out Haiyan Rang's humanness from within that monstrous form. Second, in the state where his humanity has been awakened, the one to kill Haiyan Rang and the method used must resemble the manner in which the very first Haiyan Rang was miscarried. Upon hearing my following words, Oh Hyun-suk's expression twists into bitterness. Haiyan Rang must be burned to death by the hands of his father. More precisely, by the hands of a father who carries the pain of losing his child. This is something we learned from the Torch Candle Heavenly Lord, who serves as the archivist recording the histories of Radiance Hall. Even they do not fully understand the reason, but the original Haiyan Rang was aborted by the hands of his father and was born as origin essence. And among all true immortals, those strong enough to face Haiyan Rang, those whose enlightenment is deep enough to maintain consciousness within the history revision he wields, and those who carry the history of being a father who carries the pain of losing a child, can be counted in one hand. Me, Oh Hyun-suk, Glass Peacock. Only the 3 of us among the true immortals carry the identity of a parent, the grief of having lost a child, as well as the strength and enlightenment to face Haiyan Rang. The method to kill the maddened Haiyan Rang. It is for us, in the role of a father, to burn to death the Haiyan Rang who has become an infant. Chapter 728. Fathers, 2. Glass Peacock, Oh Hyun-suk, and I. It doesn't take long for the 3 of us to gather. Glass Peacock, who always giggles with a crazed look in their eyes as if perpetually in heat, appears before us for the first time with a serious expression. No, rather than serious. They seem displeased. To stab using the most painful memory. Though I agreed because there was no other choice, frankly, I'm not fond of this. Having a faint concept of gender, they violated countless beings and wandered about, at times impregnating others, at times becoming pregnant themselves. As such, they are both a mother and father. Having an enormous number of children and descendants, I've heard that Glass Peacock has had to watch offspring numbering at least in the quadrillions that died as they couldn't outlive Glass Peacock, or who were swept up and killed in the currents of fate. And perhaps because they carry the grief of a father, the very idea of killing Haiyan Rang through that sorrow seems very unpleasant to them. If I weren't granted the chance to carry out an operation with Azure Pong, I would never have agreed, even if it was a summons from Radiance Hall. Glass Peacock initially declared they would never join the operation, but when the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld said that Glass Peacock, in their state of a great net immortal, lacks the output alone and offered the chance to cooperate with Azure Pong, only then did they finally accept. Where is Azure Pong? I feel like I need to bury my face in their tail feathers to feel at ease. Don't worry. They're in the underworld for now out of concern you might pounce on them. But once the operation starts, they'll come. Damn it. Just where did my Azure Pang's tail feathers go? Glass Peacock grumbles while throwing a fit, as if the entire situation bothers them, and I exchange glances with Oh Hyunsuk as we begin to take our positions. Eventually, even the complaining Glass Peacock gradually takes their position. I'll take Heaven, Tan. Then I can take Earth, Deet. I take the upper Dantian, symbolizing Heaven. Glass Peacock takes the lower Dantian, symbolizing Earth. And naturally, Oh Hyunsuk takes the middle Dantian, symbolizing Man, Run. For some reason, the Saltree battle comes to mind, and I smile bitterly. One way or another, it ends up with the disciple piercing the master in the chest. Perhaps this, too, is history repetition. A short while later, the daughter Oh Hyunsuk brought from Punglai Island is sent down to the underworld. Is everyone prepared? Oh Hyunsuk nods. Seeing that, I signal to our comrades waiting outside the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain. Outside the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain. In the direction of the Sun and Moon Heavenly Domain are John Myung-hoon and Oh Hyeseo. On the opposite side, where the other heavenly domains lie, are Kong Min-hee and Kim Yun, who receive the signal and begin forming their respective seals. Kururung. Pachijijijik. John Myung-hoon swings the heavenly lightning banner. With that, thunder and lightning seem to engulf the entire Heavenly King Heavenly Domain, revealing the form of Indra's net. I'll be the wick. Burn the red lightning, heavenly tribulation. Woo-woom. Oh Hyeseo seems to be using the authority of truth manipulation as she gradually blurs before applying attraction force on each of the three of us. Me, Oh Hyunsuk, and Glass Peacock. She, like me, is a disciple of a mountain spirit and has studied the phenomena extinguishing mantra, allowing her to wield attraction force through it. She shares the same surname as Oh Hyunsuk, so she holds attraction with him too. As for Glass Peacock, since her mortal being days, she frequently used the true blood granted by Seo Huiol, so there is an attraction with them as well. She shares a common thread with all three of us, making her an indispensable figure in this operation. In cases of an emergency, she will become our escape route. Kugagum. Immediately after, Kong Min-hee begins to exert power. Dozens, hundreds of black threads seem to appear in the void before spreading across the Palace of Radiance. Mantra, Jinyan. A flower that has fallen once does not bloom again. Only before the flowers fall does one remember the spring. Falling flower. Tsueya. From those black threads, dark blue flower buds begin to bloom, gradually pulling Haiyan Rang, who is sealed inside the Palace of Radiance, down from the category of non-standard being to a standard being. Under Kong Min-hee's manipulation of rules, Haiyan Rang, who had been quite literally a taiji in the shape of a fetus, now begins to form a shape somewhat closer to that of a fetus. And Kim Yun, as if resonating with Oh Hyeseo on the opposite side, begins to channel power to us through her connection with Oh Hyeseo. It may appear that she has no other role beyond acting as an additional power source, but in truth, her part is more focused toward what comes after this, so it is of little concern. The role she has taken on will shine even more after Haiyan Rang is defeated. Woo-wong. In any case, even just receiving power from her causes our energy to begin to surge. V Vast Cold's power. Haha. Back when Vast Cold was around, I burned myself chasing that scent. Only now can I finally smell it. Glass Peacock trembles with arousal, and within this overwhelming torrent of power, Oh Hyun-suk regenerates his right arm in one go. Originally, his right arm bore an injury that even a great net immortal of heaven and earth dual cultivation would need tens of thousands of years to recover from. But Vast Cold's power ignored all of that and regenerated it entirely. Woo-wong. Within this immense amplification of power, I half close my eyes and send a signal to Radiance Hall. Great Sun, Torch Candle. The great forest Heavenly Lord receives my signal and shouts, and the two Heavenly Lords symbolizing Yang energy within Radiance Hall begin to form hand signs. Kwarung Kurururum. Soon, John Myung-hoon's Indra's net, scattered nearby, begins to transform, boiling red. Quajajijik. At last, the boiling Indra's net begins drawing in nearby lightning to each of its threads, forming them into spears. Thousands, tens of thousands of lightning-tipped spears illuminate the area. Immediately after, the lightning-tipped spears shoot toward the interior of the Palace of Radiance under John Myung-hoon's command. Shukwagik. Dash. The universe hums and trembles. Hyong Rang's screams burst from within the Palace of Radiance, scraping the conceptual fabric of every noun existing in this world for a moment. But the Radiance 8 immortals begin to act. In the name of the Owner of Light, we command. The Owners of Light, who govern the life of all existence in Mount Sumru, begin to grasp the fate of the domain of life. Woo-wong. The brightness of all lights seem to brighten then dim, and the entirety of the Heavenly King heavenly domain becomes bright. Fate has been embedded within light itself. Within the Heavenly King heavenly domain, among all the immortal Daos, light is foremost, and no law may overcome light. The power of names spoken by the naming supreme deity begins to bow before the power of light. Then, at the command of the great forest Heavenly Lord, the great Sun Heavenly Lord and Torch Candle Heavenly Lord raise their hands, having prepared something. Warurik. In the name of great Sun, arbiter of the heavenly domains, I command. In the name of Torch Candle, administrator of the heavenly void furnace, I command. The attraction forces of several heavenly domains within Mount Sumru all converge under the great Sun Heavenly Lord and engulfs the Palace of Radiance. The Torch Candle Heavenly Lord connects with the head realm and summons something. It is the power of explosion. The authority of explosion, beginning from the head realm and the Akashic records, gathers in the Torch Candle Heavenly Lord's hands and is imbued into the Palace of Radiance. John Myung-hoon's lightning-tipped spear becomes the wick, latching flames onto the naming supreme deity. The great Sun Heavenly Lord's attraction force becomes the furnace, blocking the heat from escaping. Enter. And we become the wind, carrying out the role of the bellows. Chok, chok, chok. Glass Peacock, Oh Hyun-suk, and I form the three powers formation and land at one corner of the Palace of Radiance. Oh Hyeseo connects our minds using herself as a medium, so there's no need for further strategy explanations or coordination. Azure Pung. It's time to bring out Azure Pung. Glass Peacock, eyes bloodshot, transforms into their true body and shouts, and from deep within the underworld, the deep sigh of the heavenly venerable of the underworld is heard as the gate of the underworld opens here. Kugagugum. Immediately, from the deepest depths of the underworld, three blue birds appear. They are the attendants of the underworld, Day Ryo, So Ryo, and Bluebird. And upon seeing Bluebird, Glass Peacock's eyes roll back. Oh. Azure Pung looks like they're about to go into a seizure the moment they see Glass Peacock, but they don't even get the chance. Glass Peacock stretches their neck out long like Bong Myong, and in an instant, swallows Azure Pung whole. Azure Pung seems to try resisting by using the power of Origin Essence, but Glass Peacock instead absorbs that very power with eyes full of ecstasy. You what? Azure Pung, struggle more. You it. Yes, scrape my innards. You what? Ook. In their main body, Glass Peacock begins twisting their body in ecstatic joy, and Day Ryo, and So Ryo, the siblings of Azure Pung, sigh at the sight and begin flapping their wings. Once the naming supreme deity is defeated, we will retrieve Azure Pung. Do not overfeed the glass avidya advancement light. Hehe, the underworld is someone who respects life, so they wouldn't care about my relationship with Azure Pung, but you lackeys are the ones throwing a tantrum. Sorry, but now that Azure Pung is back in my hands, it's over. Azure Pung is mine. If you interfere, I'll capture you as well and let you know sensual pleasure. Ah! With hardened faces, Day Ryo and So Ryo just flap their wings and generate wind for us. And I, Oh Hyunsuk, and Glass Peacock reveal our true forms and ride that wind. Jiwing. Finally, a gate within the Palace of Radiance opens. Kugagugagugu. We ride the wind created by the blue birds and enter the palace. Whit. The inside of the Palace of Radiance is bright. It's because the power of light is pouring in abundance, but also because Haiyan Rang is burning. Werururu. The vast plain Kong Min he created inside the Palace of Radiance through falling flower can be seen. And at the center of that plain, something massive is burning. It is Haiyan Rang. He burns in the form of a giant infant, and the closer we get to him, the more our essence begins to distort in a strange way. My body stretches like rubber. Glass Peacock suddenly turns into wood and stone, and Oh Hyunsuk's presence, which had been blooming uncharacteristic of him, completely disappears again. Haiyan Rang is distorting us through the use of names. True forms with free shapes are even more easily swayed. Glass Peacock and I quickly analyze the phenomenon, quickly share our thoughts, and simultaneously transform into transformation forms. Oh Hyunsuk and I transform into our usual forms, while Glass Peacock transforms into the figure of a beautiful woman with a dangling lower body. On her back is a massive bundle, and something inside it endlessly squirms. It seems to be Azure Pong. Yuhi, stay still, you little thing. Glass Peacock makes a lecherous expression with a woman's face and slaps the bundle with a smack, and at the same time, an immense distortion emerges from the bundle and begins to twist the surrounding space. Azure Pang's spatial labyrinth divine power distorts the space of the plane, instantly closing the distance between us and Haiyan Rang. Werururu. It's hot. Perhaps because we have taken on our transformation forms, but Haiyan Rang still remains in his true body. The size difference between us and Haiyan Rang is immense. Even this is only because Kong Min He adjusted the size of the form. If it were Haiyan Rang's real main body, our transformation forms wouldn't even be able to leave a scratch on him. Of course, as long as Haiyan Rang is drawing upon the power of the head realm, our attacks aren't really effective anyway. Therefore, what we need right now is Hyunsuk Hyungnim. I know. Kugagugagu. The presence of Oh Hyunsuk. There's no need to attack Haiyan Rang's 3 Danshuns right away. It wouldn't work right now anyway. What we need to do now is have Oh Hyunsuk launch a strike imbued with his heart, and just like at the end of the past life, awaken Haiyan Rang's humanity. Kurururum. Wings seem to form behind Oh Hyunsuk's back, and a purple dragon coils around his arm. Azure Wing Heavenly Shatter. No, I can tell that Oh Hyunsuk has broken through his limits in the outer sea. Oh Hyunsuk's Azure Wing Heavenly Shatter merges with his arm. The purple dragon etches itself into his skin, turning into a tattoo. The form of a dragon that symbolizes Azure Wing Heavenly Shatter becomes imprinted directly onto Oh Hyunsuk's body. Hung. A single straight punch. At that strike, Haiyan Rang opens his eyes wide and begins to scream. Dash. In that monstrous scream, deadly even to true immortals, we all simultaneously feel reality and illusion shake. And within Haiyan Rang's scream, we begin to see something. No, it's more accurate to say we. Here, it is the sound of burning. Werururuk. It is the history of a distant ancient past. Most likely the history from the time of Haiyan Rang's birth. It's hot. The pain Haiyan Rang felt, and the cries of what seemed to be his parents, ring out like buzzing vibrations. Then, someone's voice strikes my ear. I've brought a name. They said the name, Haiyan Rang, Shenlong, would be good for the child. I brought your name too, Yang Hui, Yang Hui. It's Yang Hui. Isn't it nice? So Huia. I'm sorry. Forgive me. I'm sorry. One day, if there is a next life, I'll make you happy then. Thump, thump. Why is it? It seems like I'm the only one hearing this voice. Oh Hyunsuk, and Glass Peacock as well, seem to be hearing something else within Haiyan Rang's scream. As I listen to this scream, feeling the pounding of my heart, I sense a powerful déjà vu. And as the realm of a mortal beast king resonates with the being called Haiyan Rang, it allows me to recall something. If there's a next life, I'll make sure something like this never happens again. In the next life, I'll dress you in cloth made from the fire mouse said to live on the western mountain. I'll gift you an entire orchard of immortal peaches that the gods themselves are said to eat. I'll give you clothes made of tiger and leopard hides. I'll gift you beautiful hair ornaments. I'll dig a spring and a stream that overflows with elixirs of immortality just for you. I'll make sure the bluebirds you like so much attend to your every need. I'll bring you as much cheese as you want, and let you listen to beautiful music as much as you please. So please, Huya. The owner of that voice speaks in a voice so sorrowful it feels like one's chest is collapsing. Just hearing that voice alone makes my chest sink, and pain wells up just as much as when Hyangwa died. Forgive me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for making you meet someone like me, for making you unhappy. I'm sorry. I'll go and meet the Lord of Heaven who rules the heavenly kingdom, and request so that I can meet you again someday. I'll meet the Lord of Heaven who rules the heavenly kingdom and receive blessings, and make you happy again. If the Lord of Heaven does not allow it, then even if I must kill him, I will gain that permission. So one day, when we meet again, I'll make you happy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thump. Within the voice that crushes the chest, I begin to remember something. It is an old memory. A memory from the 16th cycle. I think I traveled out into the outer sea through the heavenly void furnace during the 16th cycle. And in the outer sea, I once glimpsed the memory of the owner of this voice now being heard. That must be why only I, unlike Oh Hyun Suk or Glass Peacock, can hear this voice. Back then, I was definitely with Hong Fan. Beneath Hyen Rang's scream, I unknowingly try to recall more of the 16th cycle's memories. But just then, I feel a sharp headache and realize I can remember no further. Still, within that pain, I understand something. Hyen Rang is the Western Zero King, the final immortal beast king, and the one fated to become the final owner of ancient force. If I face him, perhaps I might be able to recover these memories that became lost at some point and turned into ancient force. Because of Hyen Rang's scream, the interior and exterior of the Palace of Radiance is sealed off. With vision from the outside and reinforcements blocked, Hyen Rang's energy continues to swell, growing in size, strength, and life. That won't do. And I, seeing such a Hyen Rang, reach out my hand. Come forth, 5 desires true treasures, Weird Junbok. Clang, 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 clang. Primal Chaos Chain, Hongfan. Twin Constructing Chains, Yoi. Unruly Chain, Hamjin. Obsidian Chain, Ui. Swallowing Heaven Chain, Swallowing Heaven Supreme Deity. The 5 immortal treasures, who each carry a portion of the power of the Swallowing Heaven Supreme Deity, leap out at my call. In the name of your master, I command you. The 5 desires chains shall bind and seal the owner of names. We obey. Hong Fan answers on their behalf, and they turn into 5 long chains, endlessly extending and wrapping around Hyen Rang. Clang. The 5 chains begin to coil tightly around Hyen Rang's body, and the Hyen Rang who had been growing in power and size now begins to shrink under the binding of the 5 desire chains. Once more, please, Hyungnim. Hyen Rang tries to attack Oh Hyun Suk again, but Glass Peacock uses the spatial labyrinth divine power to divert the attack, and Oh Hyun Suk once again exerts his power, gathering his strength and heart into his fist. Woo-woom. And then comes Oh Hyun Suk's second strike. With that second strike, Hyen Rang's scream spreads to the upper heavens, shaking heaven and earth once more. Along with it, I can feel Hyen Rang's humanity awakening more and more with each blow delivered by Oh Hyun Suk. It's working. Hyen Rang's heart is awakening. Chapter 729, Fathers 3. Thump. I smile at the pulsing sound rising from deep within Hyen Rang. He's awakening. Now, as long as Hyen Rang fully awakens, the advantage will be ours. 5 desires chains. At my command, the 5 desires chains begin tightening around Hyen Rang even more, and Oh Hyun Suk starts wringing every bit of strength into his fist. To-do-to-duck. Oh Hyun Suk's hair, which had turned ashen gray, begins taking on a purple hue once again and glows. Then, Oh Hyun Suk's fist extends along a single, very natural path. Huing. Third strike. The third straight punch. Oh Hyun Suk's heart, embedded in that strike, resonates deeply with the heart of Hyen Rang. And I feel Hyen Rang, bound by the 5 desires chains, constricting even faster. No, he's not just tightening faster. It's more than that. Hyen Rang's is starting to shrink. Chwerarek. Did the ceiling succeed? Yoi shouts in a voice as if she is taken aback, and Glass Peacock licks their lips as they speak. Impossible, descendant of mine. Do not take a supreme deity lightly. This is only the beginning. Kugagugagoo. Soon, we see Haiyan Rang, having shrunk in size, transform from the shape of an infant into another form. Disciple. It is Haiyan Rang in the form of an old man, a form most similar to Hong Fan's earliest form. And that elderly Haiyan Rang looks at Oh Hyun-suk with a warm smile, as if possessing reason. You have grown well. The appearance looks so rational and wise that everyone present momentarily believes Haiyan Rang has returned to sanity. But I instinctively know. No, that thing over there is not Haiyan Rang. It's merely something imitating Haiyan Rang's personality. As you have now reached a realm befitting a heavenly king, as your teacher, I must give you a gift. I shall give you a name. The name I bestow shall dwell in you as strength. TSTSTSTS. The elderly Haiyan Rang gestures swiftly into the void, then writes an enormous name before us. That name is Silver Black Heavenly King, Yinshan Tinwang. Receive it. As the owner of names, I bestow it upon you. And then, Tukwang. Oh Hyun-suk directly strikes the name hurled at him by the naming supreme deity with his fist and sends it flying. Jium. That name made of light is sent hurtling far beyond the sky by Oh Hyun-suk's strike, and I smile at the sight. No need. You duck, you do to duck. Clenching his fist tightly, Oh Hyun-suk continues speaking. I will find my name through my own strength. Though I appreciate Master's goodwill, I wish to seize my name for myself. Please forgive this disciple's rudeness. You will regret it. Haiyan Rang's eyes narrow. However, Oh Hyun-suk shakes his head as if he doesn't care in the slightest, and begins to unfurl wings from his back. It is a total of 13 pairs of wings. Purple primordial chaos seems to surge around Oh Hyun-suk before the color of the world begins to vanish from his fist. It feels as though all of heaven and earth has turned silver. And in this ashen world where color has disappeared, Oh Hyun-suk laughs loudly and shouts. Even if I end up regretting it, if we can face each other and laugh, isn't that what life is all about? It feels as if all the attraction force in heaven and earth gathers into Oh Hyun-suk's fist. Glass Peacock. HNG, don't get impatient. Reading Oh Hyun-suk's heart, I send a signal to Glass Peacock, and in the next moment, we all rush at the naming supreme deity at once. Moreover, I prophesize. Haiyan Rang tries to use the power of prophecy and names, but Oh Hyun-suk and we are faster. Severing Heaven's sword form. Third form, punishing heaven. A candle dragon of starlight bursts apart Haiyan Rang's head. Azure Pung Immortal Art. Eternal Labyrinth. Glass Peacock Immortal Art. Glass Avidya Advancement Light. Link Technique. Wine Lake Meet Realm Avidya Labyrinth. Jishu Rojo Ling Bigong. The combined powers of Azure Pung and Glass Peacock draw a Taiji, and waterfall of fragment liquid melts away Haiyan Rang's lower dantian. Oh Hyun-suk's straight punch digs into Haiyan Rang's chest. With our simultaneous strikes, Haiyan Rang's 3 dantians shatter, and he dies. At that very moment, something soft and formless surges from Haiyan Rang's blood and scatters into the surroundings. It is fog. Within the fog, we are able to see something. It is the days of Oh Hyun-suk and Haiyan Rang. Master, how long are you going to fish? When is the Immortal Arts lesson? You fool, this is Immortal Arts. Hup, you haven't caught anything though. I caught you, so I landed a big one. TSK, don't make that face. The essence of Immortal Arts isn't something described with grand words like attraction force or whatever. It's when a being with will acts toward a goal and achieves it. That is the essence of Immortal Arts. Immortal Arts is Tsueya. The time Haiyan Rang fished with Oh Hyun-suk. The time Haiyan Rang played Go with Oh Hyun-suk. The time Haiyan Rang made Oh Hyun-suk steal. The time he threw Oh Hyun-suk into the domain authority of Glass Peacock's clone and forced him to escape. The time he turned into a younger form and beat Oh Hyun-suk senseless. Immortal Arts is simply the power to fulfill dreams. All those memories rise around Oh Hyun-suk like a dream and then vanish. And within that dreamlike fog, Haiyan Rang, whose 3 dantians have been damaged, begins to regenerate them. Suat. The elderly Haiyan Rang transforms, reviving into a form resembling the middle-aged Hong Fan. I am the god of names. As long as the concept of names exists in this world, I am undying. As expected, when one reaches the level of a supreme deity, there certainly are many ways to resurrect. Wu Wong, I feel it. As long as the concept of names exists in this world, Haiyan Rang will continue to resurrect. So a mere strike to the 3 dantians is not enough. But it doesn't matter. We quickly exchange thoughts and once again form the 3 powers formation. Shuckwhack. In the instant of Araya consciousness, I slice through Hien Rang's neck. But Hien Rang only smiles faintly and regenerates swiftly. A name, to me, is a star of prophecy. If you wish to kill me, you must erase all names from this world. Can you do that? I see it. Through Indra's net, the innumerable life threads connected to him. As long as even one of those lifelines remains, killing him is impossible. But it doesn't matter. To be a supreme deity, and yet be so complacent. I sneer as I gulp down a single drop of his immortal beast true blood, which I collected as I sliced Hien Rang's neck with the impermanence sword. Well, it figures. A supreme deity probably wouldn't have much occasion to fight a cursed sorcerer. I am not someone like Kim Young-hoon, a true martial artist who stakes everything on martial arts. I am both a martial artist and a cultivator, and also a sorcerer. Even among those, a being who specialized in spells of pain and curses. The color of the impermanence sword turns black. Through Hien Rang's blood, I connect to the countless lifelines linked to him. Every name that exists in this world falls within the range of my curse. Poison, is it? That just happens to be the area of expertise I was always good at, you see. Since my days as the infinite fighting monster, endlessly repeating duels to reach the peak, I've never had the nature of someone who insists on fighting fair and square. I'm more like those unorthodox martial artists who, after battling with unorthodox sects, learn to be capable of using underhanded tricks when needed. That's who I am. And Hien Rang, smiling as always, responds. What I mean is, you have swallowed poison. Do you not understand why no cursed sorcerers at the level of true immortal ever use the opponent's body as a medium for curses? Thump. The immortal beast true blood I swallowed begins to corrode me from within. My name connects directly with Hien Rang, and it feels like my very existence is being transferred to him. But I smile back and activate an immortal art. Impermanence sword. Ghost face, killed heaven. Avicii hell. The immortal art of the impermanence sword, specialized in curses and pain, activates, and I begin to mutilate myself. Pain is indeed a truth that precedes any other truth. From all over my body, thousands, hundreds of millions of faces of me erupt, struggling to escape from within me. Though I've suppressed them through merging them with crystal glass to treading sea, an uncountable number of heart demons still exist within me, and they squirm madly in desperation to flee from the pain. And as a result, the presence of Hien Rang, which was trying to consume me from within, melts away in that pain and vanishes. Vile mountain spirits, the lot of you. Hien Rang clicks his tongue as if it's absurd, and that is the end of it. Boom. My impermanence sword, now dyed black, severs my neck. Oh Hyunsuk's arm penetrates through my chest, and glass peacock's feather pierces my lower dantian. At the same time, Hien Rang's neck, chest, and lower dantian, connected to me by attraction force through the curse, are all simultaneously torn apart. Furthermore, all the names linked to Hien Rang and the prophetic stars he possesses are ripped away as well. I, having long since discarded the immortal title of crystal glass being bestowed by Hien Rang, and Oh Hyunsuk, who never received one in the first place, suffer no shock at all. But the ignorant one glass peacock, suffering the most, collapses on the spot with their eyes rolling back and frothing at the mouth. Though the glass peacock is a being who can accept even considerable pain as pleasure, the shock from the loss of a fundamental name seems to exceed even their limits. And then, Hien Rang's 3 dantians, which have been pierced, are filled once more. You just keep coming back. Is your hidden name perhaps something like Hien Li or the like? That name drips with malice. It seems. Li is the name of someone you hate? Chwaaf. Hien Rang's body regenerates again, and his appearance changes. It is the form of Hien Rang as a beautiful young man. I don't necessarily hate him. I strike down every means of resurrection in one go, and yet he revives again, judging by how his face changes each time. The number of times Hien Rang can revive is 4. In other words, the next is the last. But perhaps Hien Rang catches on to my thoughts. He smiles with a beautiful face and speaks. Glass Peacock is in no condition to join the fight, and you will not be able to even strike the 3 dantians. How do you plan to bring me down? Suat. From around Hien Rang, color begins to reappear in the world. As I am now, apart from prophecy or revision, unless you directly attack the 3 dantians, I am undying and unperishing. The ashen world that had unfolded around Oh Hyunsuk is pushed away. I glanced toward Glass Peacock. Behind the unconscious Glass Peacock, a woman in blue robes, carried in a bundle by Glass Peacock, emerges and trembles as she breathes something into them. Get up, you vulgar thing. It's not like I'm doing this because I like you. The Imperial Venerable commanded it. I can't let the Imperial Venerable be disappointed. So get up, you vulgar thing. Azure Pung pours all their strength into healing Glass Peacock, and I smile faintly as I watch. With the Imperial Venerable's attendant being so devoted in healing them, it seems they will wake up soon enough. Ahaha, do you truly believe that? They receive the shock of names. Yet do you really think they will rise so easily? A mountain spirit like you might manage, but for Glass Peacock, it is impossible. Do you speak so confidently because you know when they will awaken? Because it doesn't matter when they wake up. I respond briefly, then lower my sword for a moment and tie back the hair that has grown a bit long recently. In my true form, it wouldn't matter, but now that I'm in my transformation form, it's just in the way. With my hair tied in a ponytail, I grip the impermanence sword again and smirk. It seems like you're misunderstanding something, Hyen Rang. The only reason I've let you run around this long is out of respect for Hyunsuk Hyungnim, not because I can't handle the likes of you. Saya. The world created by Kong Minhee's mantra of fallen flower becomes stained by my killing intent. I gaze down coldly at Hyen Rang and twist my grip on the impermanence sword. If you won't die no matter how many times I kill you, well, that's fine too. Then that just means I'll kill you again and again until Glass Peacock wakes up. After meeting my eyes in silence for a moment, Hyen Rang immediately raises his hand toward the sky. Descend unto me. Puckwhack. I sever Hyen Rang's neck. The killing intent blanketing all of heaven and earth condenses into the impermanence sword. Pouring all my strength into the sword, I begin the hunt for Hyen Rang. Shall we begin the supreme deity hunt? I am not a martial artist, but I am a swordsman. And because I am a swordsman, even if I have just this one sword, I have the confidence to kill a god. Hyen Rang and I begin to clash. Kugagagugagu. Hyen Rang reveals his true body. Even now, his true form remains bound by my 5 desires chain and is burning in the flames of the great sun and torch candle heavenly lords. But even so, he is massive. Kururum. Descend unto me. With one hand, Hyen Rang endlessly summons something forth, while swinging his fist at me. Wong. With just a single punch, reality distorts, and the boundary between illusion and reality blurs. This is the power of Go-Gu Ancient. When a human race immortal beast ascends, they are called by the name Go. In Kong Minhee's case, she accepted the immortal beast true blood of the underworld and became another kind of immortal beast known as Mother Vu. So she isn't a Go. But surprisingly, I, the immortal beast Candle Shadow, am a kind of mutated Go. Thus I am well aware of the abilities of Go. Immortal beasts of the bird type, like pungs or peacocks, command storms with their wings. Glass Peacock commands the storms of the mind, and Azure Pung commands the storms of space. Immortal beasts of the reptilian type, like dragons or snakes, command the power of rivers with their scales. Lofty Dragon commands the river of health, and Black Dragon commands the river of Tyene. In this way, all immortal beasts have their respective domains, and among them, the domain that human race immortal beasts control is this. Dreams. Distorted by Hyen Rang, reality and illusion twist and entangle, warping the surroundings into chaos. The owner of names Hyen Rang ironically drives us into a world where names mean the least, dreams. The entire world changes into Hyen Rang's chaos, and all of heaven and earth becomes dyed in nightmares. And I slice through the nightmare. Seot. Hyen Rang's fist comes flying at me. Transcending all, his fist destroys dream and reality in a single strike. As I witness his punch, I thrust my sword forward to meet it. Puckwang. Hyen Rang's arm explodes. Kagugugu. The power of the immortal beast Pangu meets the immortal Tao of the owner of names, and within the dream of chaos, a name is affixed and definition is set. Kurung, Kururum. Within Hyen Rang's hand, a heavenly domain is being born. I see thousands, hundreds of millions of galaxy clusters being formed inside a black sphere. Pangu's Genesis. The ultimate technique of the immortal beast Pangu unfolds, and an entire universe begins to pour forth from Hyen Rang's hand. Billions of galaxy clusters forming inside the black waterfall rush toward me. And I, focusing my mind, let my sword cry ring out. Tu Wung. That sword cry resonates with the new universe, and within that resonance, I find a gap in the heavenly domain and narrow my eyes. Then I cleave. Jiuk. The heavenly domain splits in half, and I open my mouth. It's useless. Yuduk, Yudududuk. The 5 desires chain, empowered by my strength, tighten around Hien Rang even more, and he only glares at me. The power of a mere inferior supreme deity cannot reach me. Chiak. Sensing Oh Hyunsuk and Glass Peacock gathering strength behind me, I raise my sword. Undying, you say? Be undying as much as you want. I'll kill you over and over again. I shall show you the power of a mountain spirit. Thus, the true supreme deity hunt begins. Chapter 730, Fathers 4. Kururum. Thunder rumbles. And within that thunder, a war of gods unfolds. Pangu's Genesis. In the fog of illusion, as Hien Rang opens his fist, a new heavenly domain forms once again. This is the supreme deity, beings with the authority and power to freely create and extinguish entire universes. To be honest, I don't really understand how the creator gods of other worlds, like Silver Basket, are different from supreme deities. I guess I'll have to meet them someday to know. Wong. And then, I cut down the heavenly domain Hien Rang creates with a single sword, splitting and annihilating it as I close in on him. Hien Rang is, quite literally, a giant god capable of splitting heaven and earth. With his sheer size alone, he exudes a pressure that seems as though he could flatten the world. Even within the world where Kong Min He has restricted the laws, Hien Rang unleashes his full strength, revealing his true form and confronting me head-on. But it is futile. Descend unto me. Since earlier, I bloom a cursed flower field upon Hien Rang's skin, beginning my transformation into the immortal beast form. What is it you've been so desperately seeking? Hien Rang howls in the torrent of pain I've endured, and I transform into a half-human, half-dragon form. With the 5 desires chains, I coil around Hien Rang's body and forcibly compress his physical body. Wadududuk. Hien Rang's body instantly shrinks to the size of a mountain range, and we rise into the sky, clashing above the clouds. Pot. Close your eyes and drift off. Just as I extend my sword to slash at Hien Rang, he begins to wield the authority of Pangu. Hien Go Shengu. Innate immortal art. A fleeting spring dream. Yichang Chunmong. There is no difference between life and a dream. Suat. At the sound of Hien Rang's words, I briefly fall asleep and fall into a dream world. In the dream world, I live an ordinary life. Born into an ordinary family, growing up ordinarily, falling in love ordinarily, having ordinary children, growing old in an ordinary way, and dying just as ordinarily. And then, buried in a sunny place, I begin to gradually forg, as if I would ever forget. TSTSTSTST. From within that ordinary life, I pull out the heart I had kept buried deep in my chest throughout that entire ordinary life, and open my eyes. A literal fleeting instant. Before Hien Rang could strike me with his fist after casting the immortal art fleeting spring dream. In that fleeting instant, I experienced an entire lifetime within a dream. It is a truly terrifying immortal art. Yet, even in that dream, I never forget the hearts I've received and given. TSTSTSTSTST. For I could never forget gracious soul filling the heavens, the canvas of myriad forms and connections, the hearts that scattered through the world to form connections. The heart alone will never disappear. The heart. And then, Quam. In that fleeting instant, I take Hien Rang's punch to the jaw who pierced through during the haze between dream and reality, and I'm launched straight into the sky. Shukwang. When I come to my senses, I find myself beneath the eaves of the Palace of Radiance, outside the mantra of falling flower. That incessant talk about the heart. Are you not sick of it yet? After knocking me upwards, Hien Rang speaks to me with a sneer. You keep parroting that the heart never disappears. Is that the Tao you speak of? How absolutely laughable. You are no longer the immortal beast candle dragon. I have renamed you the immortal beast parrot now. TSTSTST. After being hit by Hien Rang's punch, I, once a half-human, half-dragon, now turn into a colorful parrot immortal beast. How? I am the progenitor of humans, the god of the human race. As long as you are human, I can read and interpret your history as much as I like. I have read your history, and you seem less like a human and more like a parrot. Cherishing the heart is fine. Treasuring the connections born from the heart is also fine. So let me ask you this. At Hien Rang's following words, I slightly flinch, my body stiffening. Are the connections you made in dreams also precious to you? Huang. Haiyan Rang charges at me again, unfolding his immortal art fleeting spring dream. I try to resist the immortal art, but for some reason, by the time I regain awareness, I'm already pulled back into another dream. In the dream, I am born as a mosquito. Living as a mosquito, I spend my entire life sucking the blood of humans and beasts, building relationships with countless mosquito friends. I form connections even as a mosquito, and together with those many mosquito friends, I attempt to feed on the human gene Manje, only to get caught and crushed to death. That is my life as a mosquito. Gal. I quickly awaken from the dream, but once again, I am struck by Haiyan Rang's fist who drills into the boundary between dream and reality, sending me flying. Huang. Inside the Palace of Radiance, the space expands further under Haiyan Rang's authority, and even Kong Minhe's mantra can no longer restrain him. He's getting stronger by the moment. Descend unto me. That something he keeps summoning is giving Haiyan Rang power. Most likely, I glance subtly toward the sun and moon heavenly domain. With a high chance, it's the heavenly void furnace. Even if it's not coming directly, because he keeps calling for it, is it granting him power? Wong. Before I can even gather my thoughts, Haiyan Rang closes in and throws a punch right in front of me. Tisk. Tung. I deflect Haiyan Rang's fist with the impermanence sword. Still, the gap between his ability and mine is significant. As the progenitor of the human race and the owner of names, the one who has awakened to the position of the Western Zero King, I can't stop from being dragged into his fleeting spring dream by his authority. But no matter how strong he becomes, he cannot compare to me, who has forged strength with the goal of reaching the great mountain supreme deity. Do you enjoy close combat? Even swordsmen find it hard to respond once you are inside their range. Without knowing his place, Haiyan Rang dares to rush into my inner zone and throw a punch, and I transform the Impermanence Sword. Impermanence Sword. Heavenly Shatterstar Body. The Impermanence Sword overlays itself onto my body. Tukwang. I strike directly into Haiyan Rang's body, driving him into close combat. You don't really think a swordsman only wields a blade, do you? In an instant, I slam Haiyan Rang all the way to the northern wall of the Palace of Radiance, pinning him against it, then gather energy into one hand as I speak. A strike sharing the same roots as Oh Hyunsuk's Azure Wing Heavenly Shatter. Suat. From my back, pure white lines emerge like wings, and those lines spiral and converge into my fist. Martial arts and I are one. In an instant, my fist, flaring up in pure white, drives straight into Haiyan Rang's abdomen. Because the Impermanence Sword overlaps with my physical body as I thrust my punch, what appears on Haiyan Rang's belly is not a bruise, but a sword wound. Haiyan Rang's abdomen is pierced as if stabbed by a sword, but even while writhing in pain, he grabs hold of my arm and smiles. I still have not heard your answer. Go on, answer me. Pot. I am instantly sucked back into the fleeting spring dream and experience 6,000 reincarnations, living 6,000 lives within it. Flash. Opening my eyes after 6,000 deaths, I find Haiyan Rang slipping free from my grasp once more, having just fully recovered his wounds. Confused by the memories gained from 6,000 lives, I press him hard, and he laughs. If the heart does not disappear and connections do not fade, then if you draw a line on a blank canvas and claim that line as your child, then does your connection to that line also not vanish? If you paint a nightmare upon the canvas of dreams, and in that nightmare you slaughter 10 billion humans, are you then forever bound by ill connection to those 10 billion lives within the dream? Though Haiyan Rang cannot surpass me in skill, he endures against me using authority and immortal arts. With Pangu's authority, he pulls the opponent into a dream. With the authority of the Western Zero King and the Heavenly Void Furnace, he weaves history and narrative within that dream. And with the immortal Tao of names, he bestows a name upon me, assigning me a role within the dream. Though he isn't skilled in battle as a supreme deity, the combination of authority and immortal arts at that level of supreme deity is incredibly troublesome. Whenever I try to press him, he instantly pulls me into a dream. It is a rather annoying tactic. The difference between dream and reality is omnipotence. Within dreams, all are omnipotent, but outside dreams, they are not. This is the difference between dream and reality. Yet those who rise through the immortal cultivation system to this level draw ever closer to omnipotence both inside and outside the dream. Impermanence Sword. Twin Flowers. Mysterious bizarre. A white orchid flower and a soul flower bloom in each of my hands, resonating with the curse I've implanted in Hien Rank's body. Simultaneously, those curses forcibly carve circuits into Hien Rank's flesh, and his body begins to transform into my puppet. Those who have reached the pinnacle of immortal cultivation draw close to omnipotence in both dream and reality. Thus, no difference remains between the two. In that case, do you truly believe the connections and hearts even within dreams do not disappear? Isn't that obvious? Then, Kugagugum, Hien Rank's eyes of sun and moon, gaze down at me and ask, if the heart never disappears, then what, truly, is the difference between the heart and fate? Kugagugum. At that very moment, the rooftop of the Palace of Radiance shatters. As Hien Rang lifts his hand toward the sky, something familiar enters my sight. It is Ascension Path. That tiny Ascension Path, as soon as Hien Rang sends his will into it, begins to collapse, revealing what has been sealed inside. It is a colossal, three-legged furnace, the Heavenly Void Furnace. Kagugugu. The Heavenly Void Furnace enlarges as it lands in Hien Rang's hand, and I can feel his power surging immensely. It has descended into my hand. Holding the Heavenly Void Furnace, Hien Rang bears down on me, his sun and moon eyes glowing. Answer me, you who believe in the miracle of connections and hearts. What is the difference between the heart and fate? If the heart never disappears and binds and restrains humans, then how is the heart any different from fate, which likewise oppresses and binds humans? Kugagugum. Hien Rang's strength, holding the Heavenly Void Furnace, continues to grow ever stronger, and I begin to be crushed into the ground beneath his power. No, it's not that I'm being crushed by his strength. I simply cannot raise my head, ashamed by the words of the God of humans who pinpoints precisely at my weakest point. What is the difference between the heart and fate? Indeed, I came to understand as I raised my child. I realized that my heart could become the fate of someone beneath me. To help that child carry out the fate of overcoming fate in the least painful way, I drove them into the most agonizing fate. Crushed by my own shame, I cannot rise. You, who have spent your entire life trying to escape the heavens, answer me. In the end, have you not become yet another heaven? You fought against the oppression of fate your entire life, but did your heart not also become someone else's fate? I answer with difficulty. Has, perhaps, fate, history, and perhaps the third absolute which seems to be heart. Maybe they are not all that different after all. No, they are not different. Because from the beginning, chi, soul, fate, heaven, earth, heart have always been one. Since those three must have always been one, they are a power not all that different. Just as drawing three boundaries within a single circle forms the three great ultimates, heart too must be fate and history. Therefore, I have no choice but to fully accept Hien Rang's words. Before irrefutable logic, the strength of my heart begins to waver. Hien Rang continues to grow his strength and press down on me. If even the empty connections and fates within dreams are real, then even if your heart does not disappear, is it not, in the end, merely another chain binding you? To those words, spoken by Hien Rang whose body is bound in black chains, I cannot respond. When you proclaim that the heart does not disappear, are you truly demonstrating your strength, or are you simply boasting of the chains of anguish that bind you? Pengu's Genesis. Hien Rang's authority births a heavenly domain within the primal chaos, and that heavenly domain is immediately sucked into the Heavenly Void Furnace, igniting its fire. Huaruruk. The Heavenly Void Furnace, using an entire universe as fuel, begins to blaze, and Hien Rang's eyes shine as he speaks. If the heart does not disappear, is that truly a righteous thing? Or is it merely another form of absurdity, like fate? Kururum. As Hien Rang lifts the blazing Heavenly Void Furnace, it begins to spew out overwhelming smoke from within. That smoke mixes dream and reality, pulling me into a fleeting dream once more. Immortal Beast Parrot. In a world filled with the connections and hearts you so desire, dream and indulge in your beloved repentant enlightenment all you want. Let us see if the heart is truly only ever righteous. Thus, I begin to fall into an inescapable dream and start to lose consciousness. I believe that it is over. Clench, until someone's large, powerful hand grabs my shoulder. Hyungnim. It is Oh Hyun Suk, who has concentrated all the forces of heaven and earth into his right arm. You've bought enough time. Oh Hyun-suk, having become one with the primal chaos itself, blended into Hyen Rang's spring dream and pulled me out, his eyes gleaming. Kugugugugu. Behind Hyen Rang, a massive glass-colored peacock begins to spread its wings. Above the head of Glass Peacock, Azure Pong, in human form, is screeching noisily. I'm not cooperating because I like you, so don't misunderstand, you vulgar thing. Oh, how adorable you are. Don't worry, I like you like this even better. Soon, Azure Pong flips in the void and reveals their true form. Two gigantic birds flap their wings and begin to cry out. Fleeting Spring Dr. Hyen Rang tries to drop us into a dream and seek an opening, but Oh Hyun-suk's authority drinks Hyen Rang's authority whole, and Hyen Rang's immortal art begins to get sucked into Oh Hyun-suk. As if Oh Hyun-suk has become the primal chaos even deeper than a spring dream. The cries of Azure Pung and Glass Peacock explode, drawing a taiji, and the light of that massive taiji splits the space and restrains Hyen Rang's lower dantian. The energy of heaven and earth gathered in Oh Hyun-suk's hand turns into a direct fist, shooting toward Hyen Rang's chest. And I, too, swing my sword with all my strength and split Hyen Rang's head in two. Once again, Hyen Rang's three dantians shatter, and once more, his physical body begins to regenerate. Wriggle, wriggle. Meanwhile, Kang Min-hee, Kim Yun, John Myung-hoon, Oh Hyeseo, and the Radiance 8 immortals reinforce the seal from outside, shrinking Hyen Rang's body once more from that of a giant to an ordinary human size. TSTSTS. At the same time, it seems the Torch Candle Heavenly Lord have activated their authority, as the Heavenly Void Furnace begins to shrink with the surrounding earth piling up and resealing it. In an instant, the Heavenly Void Furnace returns to the form of Ascension Path, and we find ourselves standing just slightly west of its very center. Yes, ironically, it's the very spot where we first fell onto Ascension Path. Hyen Rang, now in the form of a child, regains consciousness immediately and exhales from his mouth. Foolish. So all you have managed to do is to drop me atop the Heavenly Void Furnace? You are helping me instead. Suah. Hyen Rang's breath turns into fog and once again begins to drag us into a dream, and through the authority of names, we are instantly forced into roles within the dream, becoming different beings. However, at that moment, Oh Hyun-suk steps forward again. Kururung. Transformed into a body of primal chaos, Oh Hyun-suk absorbs all of Hyen Rang's fog. It's as if Oh Hyun-suk's authority stands in a perfect superiority over Hyen Rang's. Master, let's stop now. Your mind has returned as well, hasn't it? And at Oh Hyun-suk's words, I finally realized that something about Hyen Rang is different from before. I see. Ever since he transformed into a young man, Hyen Rang's humanity had taken considerable control. With each strike from Oh Hyun-suk, Hyen Rang's humanity gradually returned. But then, why is it? Even though his mind has fully returned, Hyen Rang continues to exhale fog with a sorrowful smile. I am sorry. My mind has returned, but I can no longer stop myself. My fate has already been fixed. Master, I am sorry. Kill me. Hyen Rang, in the form of a child, tells us to kill him. But for some reason, he is boasting a proud attitude more than any other being. My prophetic star, history revision, even the power of the names have been momentarily severed with the power of curses. If you kill me now, you can truly kill me. This is your chance. Who? Even as he speaks, Hyen Rang continues to exhale fog with his breath, trying to drag us into dreams, and Oh Hyun-suk blocks it while shedding tears. I cannot simply die. Fate commands me. So, I will not go down easily. Come at me with everything you have. With those words, we all charge at Hyen Rang at once. Pot. Glass Peacock and Azure Pung try to transform into their true bodies, but perhaps because Kang Min-hee reconstructed the rules with the mantra of Falling Flower, they transform only into forms of ordinary demon beasts instead. Still, Glass Peacock and Azure Pung pay it no mind, and, in their demon beast forms, whip their tail feathers to strike at Hyen Rang. Tukwang. Hyen Rang throws out his fist, deflecting their blow as he speaks. I remember you two now. Was Azure Pung a descendant of Glass Peacock? In a past life, we once lived as siblings. You were my older sister in that past life. So what? A past life is just a past life. Hyen Rang looks at them with an amused expression and, drawing a taiji with both hands, flicks the two of them away. As expected of the progenitor of the human race, He seems to have his own level of mastery over martial arts. That is right. When you were siblings, you were part of the human race, so I remember as well. I remember how your mother, who went out to get rice cakes, was eaten by a tiger, and both of you were pleading to become the sun and moon while being eaten too. The wish I could not grant you back then, I shall grant it now. Take it, brother and sister. From this moment, the sun and moon belong to you. Haiyan Rang plucks out both his eyes, and they enter into the chests of Azure Pung and Glass Peacock. The two birds, now bearing the energies of the sun and moon, stare at Haiyan Rang with bewildered eyes. I seize that moment to strike at Haiyan Rang from behind with the impermanent sword, but he turns around and meets my sword with his palm. Kugugugugu. The heavenly void furnace, sealed beneath Ascension Path, begins to lend Haiyan Rang its power. An overwhelming explosive force emanating from Haiyan Rang's body flings away the 5 desires chain that had been binding him. Hong Fan and the other immortal treasures all return to their original forms and cough up blood, while the shape of Taiji formed by Haiyan Rang's explosion becomes a protective barrier that blocks my advance. That's not the end. The power of the heavenly void furnace, through Haiyan Rang, begins trying to erase my very existence through history revision. I have to block it with the wheel. I take out the wheel to resist Haiyan Rang's history revision, but it immediately begins to overheat. The power of the heavenly void furnace is not something your wheel can overpower. It is an object that predates even the future king. Before the future king, the creator god who created this world, it is that being's artifact. And what the very first Radiant's supreme deity refined from it is the current heavenly void furnace. That is why, through the heavenly void furnace, one can go anywhere and glimpse any history that unfolds within this world. Kugugugugu. Drawing endless power from the heavenly void furnace, Haiyan Rang smiles. Jiok, Geogeogeogeok. Cracks spread further across the wheel. The heavenly void furnace is directly connected to the Salt Sea. If you go to the Sea of Chaos through the furnace, you can even glimpse the secrets hidden beneath the Salt Sea. Kugum. At those words, I realized the déjà vu regarding the 16th cycle. In the 16th cycle, I went to the outer sea through the heavenly void furnace and glimpsed a certain past in the outer sea. And I remember meeting even the heavenly venerable of time and making a certain promise. In the 16th cycle, what in the world did I? As I waver in confusion, Haiyan Rang speaks. The question I asked you was asked while I was in my right mind. You, the true emperor candidate, the disciple who has inherited the will of Salt Sea. Can you truly contemplate for yourself the difference between heart and fate? I cannot speak, buried once more in the rising shame. It is then, even if heart and fate are the same, this one thing, I do not believe will ever change. Oh Hyunsuk begins to walk slowly toward us. In Oh Hyunsuk's hand, a silver brilliance more vivid than anything in this world condenses. Flutter, 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 flutter. From Oh Hyunsuk's back, wings begin to burst forth. 10, 11, 12, 13 pairs of wings. Even after that, they continue to burst forth. Flutter, flutter, flutter. When Oh Hyunsuk's wings reach 100, 1,000, 10,000 pairs, I come to understand something. In that dream, Oh Hyunsuk's authority stands in a hierarchical relationship with Haiyan Rang's fleeting spring dream as another dream authority. Because of that, Oh Hyunsuk continuously borrows wings and strength from the dream beings within the dream. Whatever the case, we must face it, just as I faced my own cowardice. Flutter, flutter. Oh Hyunsuk's wings that continue to bloom without end. I now understand the true nature of those wings. Those wings are the cowardices that Oh Hyunsuk avoided until now. Fate, history, heart, whether they are the same or different, the need to acknowledge and face them does not change. And within those words, I feel my mind brighten. That's right. To acknowledge and to face. The heart is not what matters. Fate is not what matters. To accept fate, but to take one step further. The voice of my master, Ryong, brushes past my ears, and from that, I take one step forward and come upon another realization. I acknowledge my heart, but it must not end with just the heart. But let's take one step further. So what if fate is absolute, and the heart never disappears? In the end, what matters is taking one step further. TSTSTSTSTSS. A change occurs in my impermanent sword. I see it. Only now do I begin to grasp the final form of the Severing Heaven sword form. I become able to conceive the fourth form beyond escaping heaven. Once more, I begin to pour confidence into the heart that was lost in the face of High-End Rank's argument, and I begin to maximize the power of the impermanent sword. Jiok, Jiok. High-End Rank's power, drawn up from the heavenly void furnace, begins to split from the impermanent sword. Good. To you, I shall give you my heart. Together with my heart, take all of my blood. Suat. High-End Rang smiles brightly and places something into my body. You are the next Pangu. You become the god of humans. The Pangu true blood merges with the Candle Dragon true blood, and a power of an unfathomable degree settles throughout my entire body. Kuguguguk. Gradually, the impermanent sword pierces through High-End Rang's fleeting dream, and Glass Peacock and Azure Pong, having regained their senses, begin flying toward High-End Rang, targeting his lower dantian. Oh Hyunsuk sheds tears. To you, I shall give you my will. Hyunsuk tempering his will to face the self who killed his master, and facing that very will. Oh Hyunsuk steels his resolve and takes his stance. A stance to deliver a single direct punch. Someday, Oh Hyunsuk's wings vanish for an instant. Hundreds of billions of wings scatter into the void in a flash, and for a brief moment, the world once again becomes a silver world where all color has disappeared. Within that silver world, High-End Rang conveys something to Oh Hyunsuk. High-End Rang's lips move. Seeing the movement of those lips, Oh Hyunsuk casts away his tears and thrusts his fist forward. Within that straight punch, I glimpse the ultimate will that belongs to Oh Hyunsuk alone, who has unceasingly unfolded Azure Wing Heavenly Shatter. Azure Wing Heavenly Shatter. Transcendent technique. The soul. Within that single punch, Oh Hyunsuk's own soul, transcending even the absolute, begins to form. Zero Wing, Ningit. Nameless, Wuming, One Fist, Yi Chen. The single punch of the Nameless, meant to kill the owner of names, cuts through all space and time, piercing through the chest of his master. The attack of Glass Peacock and Azure Pong becomes the sun and moon and strikes High-End Rang's lower dantian. My impermanent sword cuts through High-End Rang's neck. Thus, assaulted simultaneously on his three dantians, High-End Rang, even as his head flies off, wears a peaceful smile. Swa. Perhaps, through the power of dreams, Oh Hyunsuk has allowed High-End Rang to dream in that fleeting instant of death. Though the content of that dream is unclear, perhaps it is a dream where the first High-End Rang was not burned to death by his father, but rather lived a happy life, born under the love of his parents and showered in affection before departing in peace. For in front of our eyes, the image of a young High-End Rang being embraced in the arms of the father who once killed him emerges as a fragment of that dream. From it, we can only guess at the dream's content. As one who knows the heart of a father, I will bless you. Master. Having exhausted all of his strength, Oh Hyunsuk sheds tears with those words and loses consciousness. I too collapse in place, overcome by such intense exhaustion that I can no longer sense my consciousness domain, my chi sense, or even Indra's net. Bitterly, I recall the memories of my own child. Couldn't I have also done a little better? In the dream fragment that blooms before our eyes, the image of High-End Rang, appearing as a child in his father's arms, looks so overwhelmingly happy. Soon, the dream fragment disperses and vanishes, and the severed head of High-End Rang rolls to the feet of Hong Fan, who has returned to his original form. What thoughts could Hong Fan be thinking? He picks up High-End Rang's severed head and gazes down at it for a while. What kind of expression Hong Fan wears at that moment, we cannot know, because he stands with his back to the light of the Radiant's supreme deity, which begins to descend over the Palace of Radiance now that the battle has ended. Hong Fan's face is shrouded in shadow and cannot be seen. Chapter 731, Heavenly King. Master. Hong Fan speaks as he throws High-End Rang's head to me. I catch the head Hong Fan throws. From within it, I sense the powerful force of origin essence. Right now, the head is the passageway to the seat. It would be best if you dealt with it. Yeah, thanks. I place High-End Rang's head inside my body and look around. Glass Peacock, Azure Pong, Oh Hyunsuk. Right now, all of them have collapsed in exhaustion after killing High-End Rang. For now, we've won, so come on in now. I draw Hong Fan and the immortal treasures into my body and then look up at the sky. Kugugugugu. The immortal arts spread inside the Palace of Radiance unravel, and familiar presences begin to emerge from the rooftop of the palace. It is the Radiance 8 Immortals. I didn't expect deep camaraderie, but still, betrayal right after the battle, is it? Do. The space around me quakes from the presence of the 8 immortals, and the power of the torch candle Heavenly Lord resonates with the heavenly void furnace, beginning to suppress me. While I am not in as bad a state as the others, my energy is still significantly depleted. If they launch a full-scale assault, I'll likely die. Surrender. O immortal beast king. If you become a captive obediently, there will be no need for bloodshed. The great forest Heavenly Lord looks down at me and speaks, and I shrug my shoulders. Don't delude yourself. As long as I abandon my comrades, I can escape whenever I want. It is the truth. I, who can resonate with every domain of purity in this world, can quite literally go anywhere. Killing me is as difficult as killing a heavenly venerable who placed their Gandhara outside Mount Sumru. Whether blood is shed or not, it doesn't concern me. That is precisely the reason. We intend to capture you and seal you within a galaxy of the Heavenly King heavenly domain. We will not kill you. As long as you remain quietly within the galaxy as per our command, we will treat you as a distinguished guest. Why? The reason Enders are dangerous is because they constantly introduce errors into fate and cause troublesome incidents. And these beings endlessly emerge in the sun and moon heavenly domain, each time with different powers, making them hard to get rid of. But even you Enders have a rule. Unless the direct previous generation is annihilated, the next one does not appear. We have verified your ability. As long as you do not die, it does not activate, nor does it add strange variables. Therefore, we have decided to preserve your existence in the same way the underworld does. Still, inside an entire galaxy, you will be able to roam freely, so you will be able to enjoy yourself. It is not a complete seal, and if you wish, we can even create a small heavenly domain and gift it to you. If you feel stifled, we will allow you to travel to places outside the Heavenly King heavenly domain through a projection. The great forest Heavenly Lord reaches a hand toward me, as if bestowing great mercy. So you, Ender, immortal beast King Seo Eunhyun, do not make a foolish choice. Join hands with us and preserve your life. If you accept, Radiance Hall shall guard and protect you for all eternity. After listening for a while, I grin. I refuse. For what reason? You think I don't know your true purpose? To eliminate immortal cultivation and maintain only your 8 Heavenly Lord positions while ruling the entire universe. Do you really expect me to believe you'll never try to get rid of me? We swear on our lives that such a thing will never happen. Do you swear on the origin essence of light? Kukik. See, I click my tongue and speak. You think I don't know that you Radiance 8 immortals are replaced every few trillion years? Maybe it won't be in your lives, but who knows about the next generation of 8 immortals? Then we swear to have up to 10 future generations of the Radiance 8 immortals bind themselves to this oath. 10 generations of us would require up to 100 trillion years to pass. Among those who are not heavenly venerables, few would even exist for such a length of time. And if by that point, the immortal cultivation system still has not been eradicated, then even the 8 immortals of that era will have no choice but to keep you alive. Even if the elimination of the immortal cultivation system succeeds by then, 100 trillion years is surely enough time for you to find a way to survive on your own, is it not? I sense that while pretending to persuade me, the Radiance 8 immortals are having the Heaven immortals outside the Palace of Radiance form a formation. In the end, I grin and speak. So, are you going to let me and my comrades live forever, or not? If you don't answer yes or no clearly, kuguguguk, I draw out the immortal art of sunlight hunting and sneer. I'll shoot. Then, the 8 immortals begin to form hand seals. The symbol of the black snake biting its tail begins to strike down upon me and everyone present. Kim Yun, Kadudududuk. Crushed under the light of the Radiance Supreme Deity, I call out to Kim Yun. It is useless. We have already severed the authorities of beings outside the Heavenly King heavenly domain. Foolish. You likely thought if she were summoned within the Heavenly King heavenly domain, she would be captured alongside you. But that is a miscalculation. Instead, you and the current Enders will be taken down one by one. TSTS. I raise the impermanence sword and slash through the void. Kim Yun. As I slash through the void, I attempt to move at least outside the Palace of Radiance, but I realize my body doesn't move. When I look toward the sky, I see the sword spear Heavenly Lord gripping half of my nascent soul. Jiwa. I send a heart message to the sword spear Heavenly Lord, but she doesn't respond. Instead, she only squeezes my nascent soul even tighter. Cuff Yuna. Helpless, I have no choice but to call Kim Yun again. Even if she is the successor of the Tridacna vast cold heavenly king, there is nothing you can do this time. No matter if one is a successor of vast cold, if the one who wields that power is of such a level. Even if she manifests the past of vast cold for a fleeting instant like last time, it is useless. Did you think we would just sit and watch while the heavenly void furnace fell here? Through the winged garment, I sense the authority of the torch candle heavenly lord engraved upon the heavenly void furnace. I see. When Haiyan Rang called the heavenly void furnace here, the torch candle heavenly lord infused it with a prophecy. It seems the prophecy that the torch candle heavenly lord embedded is one of manifestation of the dead is forbidden. The past of those already dead or annihilated can no longer be projected here. It is both a prophecy to ensure Haiyan Rang is thoroughly killed and one that forbids the power of vast cold, who died here, from being manifested to rescue us. You will regret rejecting our offer. Do I have to use that? I gripped the impermanence sword while looking up at the Radiance 8 Immortals. I didn't want to use it anywhere other than the Great Mountain battle. If Kim Yun is delayed, this single sword might still be able to break through the current situation. I've refrained from using it because the Great Mountain Supreme Deity could devise a countermeasure from seeing it even once. But is there no other choice now? TSTSTSTSTSTS. Just as the impermanence sword begins to glow white-hot. Click. The corpse of Haiyan Rang, whose 3 dantians have been lost, rises from where it lay. At that moment, the Radiance 8 Immortals flinch in shock, but soon, they glare at me as if in disbelief. Have you turned the body of a supreme deity into a puppet? Foolish. Do you truly not understand why puppets were abandoned in the world of true immortals? However, I simply smile faintly. It's done now. Kim Yun begins to exert her power. Kurung. The circuit I had first implanted into the naming supreme deity to turn him into a body through mysterious bizarre star body gradually begins to shift control over to Kim Yun. And now, Kong Minhee overlays laws onto Haiyan Rang's corpse, lending power so that Kim Yun can take control, and the moment Kim Yun connects the navy blue threads of law from Kong Minhee to Haiyan Rang's body and turns it into a supreme deity puppet, she begins her play. That play is a reenactment of the scene from just moments ago. Simultaneously, hastily assembled puppets from the inorganic materials in Ascension Path begin to appear around us and act out the previous scene. Click, 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 click. An immortal art that summons a moment from the past using a puppet play as the medium. Yun's play activates. Space-time reverses, and Oh Hyunsuk's unconscious body recovers, while energy surges back into the bodies of Glass Peacock and Azure Palm. The naming supreme deity cannot be manifested due to the torch candle heavenly lord's prophecy of manifestation of the dead is forbidden, but we are all restored. Though more precisely, it's merely that the power of the past is being overlaid onto reality. I expected you'd betray us from the start. Though to be exact, it's thanks to Ji Hua's discreet warning. And in any case, the one who prepared in order to escape immediately after dealing with Haiyan Rang, based on Ji Hua's tip, is none other than Kim Yun. Since the preparations are all complete, I'm not particularly afraid of you. Though the overwhelming power sent from Kim Yun is no longer present, the immortal art Yun's play, activated by the combined powers of both Kim Yun and Kong Minhee, is activated to some extent. And within that immortal art, Oh Hyunsuk rises with ragged breaths. He is able to once again prepare the fist he had manifested just moments ago to strike down Haiyan Rang. The silver momentum gathered in Oh Hyunsuk's fist causes the Radiance 8 Immortals to fall silent. Even so, it is but a single strike. And even if you roughly stitch the past and manifest it over reality, you cannot erase the fatigue as if it had never occurred. The Radiance 8 Immortals simultaneously extend their hands toward us. Lightspeed enforcement. Clang. Our speed is forcibly capped at the speed of light. You will not be able to hit us. If you do get hit, it seems you understand it'll be dangerous for you as well. TSTSTSTSTSTSS. In both my hands, the jade of Yin-Yang and 5 elements begins to gather. To-do-do-do-do. My true body emerges, and attraction force activates. Kugugugugu. The heavenly domain contracts. Numerous heaven immortals try to prevent the contraction of the heavenly domain through prophecy, but none can stop it. Since I'm standing atop the heavenly void furnace, I feel it even more clearly. I think I now understand the original purpose of the phenomena extinguishing mantra. PHENOMENEXTINGUISHINGMANTRA. The immortal art that brings about the end compresses the heavenly domain, pulling the Radiance 8 immortals toward us. Now, they can no longer escape. Foolish. But the Radiance 8 immortals show no panic, and instead even more calmly prepare their attack. The light of the Radiance Supreme Deity grows ever stronger. As the heavenly domain contracts further, the universe becomes filled with light and heat, reverting to its primordial state. Thus, the power of light also strengthens. Filling the heavens azure arrow. Filling the heavens flower garden. From behind the great forest heavenly lord, a rain of azure arrows capable of destroying the universe falls. From in front of the flower plant heavenly lord, flowers of light that can devour the cosmos begin to take root and surge toward me. Filling the heavens great Sunday. Filling the heavens torch candle. Huaruruk. A blazing fire that could burn heaven and earth spreads throughout the world and begins to scorch me. Hundreds of billions of stars are born through the great sun heavenly lord, and quintillions of explosions crash over us like a tidal wave under the torch candle heavenly lord. Filling the heavens sword rain. The familiar downpour of sword-guided star rain begins to fall from the sky, and then, filling the heavens shattered pearls. Geok, Geok. At the immortal art of the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord, the ultimate techniques of the 8 immortals begin to shatter all at once. The rain of blue arrows, the garden of flowers, the suns and explosions, even the downpour of sword-guided star rain, all scatter into pieces. And then, they begin to mix together, filling the heavens returning to one. The rain-dew heavenly Lord reconfigures the intermingled fragments of light, creating a new ultimate technique woven from the ultimate techniques of the 8 immortals. It takes the form of a spear. This is dangerous. Chiak, 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 Chiak. The Radiance 8 immortals each grasp 8 spears in both hands. The spears of divine light, forming a spear array, are aimed directly at us standing above Ascension Path at the center of the Palace of Radiance. And as I see the massive force condensed within those spear tips, cold sweat trickles down my back. This is really dangerous. This isn't the usual attack from the Radiance 8 immortals, where they simply toss out the symbol of Hyuksa or shoot a few light beams when things get tough. This is a properly formed immortal art-linked attack. It should be considered a proper mantra at the level of Supreme Deity. Huing. Then, beginning with the Great Forest Heavenly Lord, all 8 Heavenly Lords simultaneously throw their spears of light. I have to dodge this no matter what. Filling the heavens Annihilation Sea. The Great Sea Heavenly Lord creates the form of rain across the sky surrounding the falling spears of light. The immortal art of hiding in the rain, which I had obtained when I once perceived them, begins to conceal those spears of light within the downpour. The torrential downpour of indigo light, created by the Great Sea Heavenly Lord, lashes down upon us, making the true attack of the Radiance 8 immortals impossible to see. I want to dodge, but because I am in the middle of compressing the heavenly domain with the phenomena extinguishing mantra, the rain is all being drawn toward me. And perhaps because the mantra originates from the Radiance 8 immortals, I don't even believe I could avoid those spears. The rain made of light begins to pierce into my body, and the 8 spears of light hidden within the rain. I let out a bitter laugh at the immense force engraved upon those spears. If I dodge, Oh Hyunsuk and the others will definitely die. Even if I halt the phenomena extinguishing mantra and deflect them, the residual explosion will kill my comrades. I can't cancel it out. Each of these spears is an unimaginable and deranged strike, at least on par with the Annihilation Advancement Mu of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity, my own Sword God Dance, or the Void Dance of Hien Mu. And then, I hear one of the spears of light speaking to me. It is the decisive strike that brought down the Jade Pivot 48 Lightning Heavenly Great Immortals of the Heavenly Punishment Supreme Deity, leaving the Supreme Deity in a near-death state, and sealing them in the Horse Ear Heavenly Domain. It's Jiwa's heart language. She is speaking to me through the light spear she had thrown. Even if it couldn't kill the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld, this mantra was created to inflict a fatal wound upon the Gandhara if landed directly. The decisive reason the Radiant's 8 immortals were able to escape from Vast Cold during the Vast Cold Great War, even though only one member survived. It is the mantra of the Radiant's supreme deity, God-Killing Spear. Sun Sha Chang. God-Killing Spear Mantra. It is the terrifying pinnacle of attacks that links and amplifies the greatest ultimate techniques of the Radiant's 8 immortals. If it's your conceptual Severing Mountain swordsmanship 36th move, the strength might exceed this, but you won't be able to sweep all 8 spears at once. It's better to continuously unleash Sword God Dance. The Spear of the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, who has given me a counter-strategy in her own way, pierces into my chest in an instant. At the same time, I smile. Because the spear she threw doesn't contain the power of destruction, but is filled with my nascent soul and her own heart. While maintaining the phenomena extinguishing mantra, I raise the jade of yin-yang and 5 elements above my head and swing the impermanent sword. Jiwa's heart divine descends. Sword God Dance. The sword glows white-hot and connects with Jiwa's heart. And as I connect with her heart, I am able to detect all the hidden spears of light within the immortal art of the Great Sea Heavenly Lord. The Spear of Great Forest. Huing. The Spear of the Great Forest Heavenly Lord and my Sword God Dance collide and cancel each other out before my eyes. Next, the Spear of the Flower Plant Heavenly Lord targets me. I can do this. Sword God Dance. Second strike. Shuckwhack. I use the authority of the Immortal Beast King to resummon Jiwa's heart that I had just spent, and I cancel out the second Spear of Light. Please. The third Spear of Light. The Spear of Great Sun. Sword God Dance. Third strike. Suat. Light infuses into my sword. With the reckless and forceful consecutive slashes of Sword God Dance, the blood veins all over my body burst, and the Panga true blood I received from Haiyan Rang begins to spray wildly. And I finally succeed in blocking the third spear. Heeyak. Heek. Erupting with mental speech, I gasp and exhale heaven and earth's spiritual energy. My Twilight True energy is completely dried up. My entire body trembles. In a state already completely exhausted from facing Haiyan Rang, I forced out 3 consecutive strikes of Sword God Dance. It feels like my soul is being shaved away. I can't endure to the 4th strike of Sword God Dance. The 4th one is Kurung, Kururum. The scattered Pangu true blood around me begins to resonate with my will. Pangu's genesis. The innate authority of the Pangu true blood stirs primal chaos and primordial chaos, beginning to create an immense space. Though at my current rank of still a mere heaven-earth great net, forming a heavenly domain is difficult. I am also the Immortal Beast King. With the authority of the Immortal Beast King added to Pangu's genesis, a small heavenly domain is formed. The explosive force of that domain launches with precise direction, guided by my martial pinnacle-level senses. Tukwang. A massive black waterfall blasts upward toward the sky, colliding head-on with the spear of the Torch Candle Heavenly Lord. 3 spears remain. They are the spears of Torch Candle, Great Sea, and Rain Dew. If it's only 3. Having exhausted all strength from maintaining the phenomena extinguishing mantra, I lose the last of my energy. In the end, I have no choice but to be struck by the remaining 3 spears. Tukawang. The spears of Pearl Jade, Great Sea, and Rain Dew pierce through my face, chest, and lower dantian respectively. Is this also retribution? For some reason, ever since I came to wield the Impermanence sword, it feels as if the retribution of the Impermanence sword applies to me as well. With all 3 dantians pierced by the spears of light, I throw my entire body into blocking the shockwaves of the spears. The spears of light explode. Flash. With the explosion of light, I grit my teeth and use every bit of my strength to postpone death. TSD. It feels like all of heaven and earth is engulfed in radiance. I blacked out for a moment. The explosions of the spears of light were so immense that even I, who is used to pain, briefly lost consciousness. But even so, it's just a fleeting instant within Araya's speed. Though the time wasn't enough to be a threat, it's certainly a deadly ultimate technique. It is quite literally a mantra made solely for destruction. If Jiwa wasn't on my side, this would have been the end of this cycle. Trying to block all 8 of those would have torn my body apart with nothing left. Tuea. As the light fades from the sky, the arrogant figures of the Radiant's 8 immortals appear above the sky. They have every reason to be arrogant, because the God-Killing Spear mantra is activating once more. Grasping the 8 spears of light again, the Radiance 8 immortals look down at me and speak. This is our final warning. Immortal Beast King who bears the lineage of the Mountain Divine Spirit, heed our counsel. Then I grin, as I've said again and again, but I now have only enough energy left to maintain the phenomena extinguishing mantra, but it doesn't matter. I will not join hands with you. This isn't simply a matter of my own safety and self-preservation. To follow them would mean throwing away all hope. For the sake of your so-called ideals, you treat everything in between like garbage. In the end, even those ideals are hollow. I will never bow beneath something so empty. So be it. The great forest heavenly lord nods, and that is the end of it. The 8 god-killing spears come flying once again. Radiance Hall, truly a powerful group. Having exhausted myself from fighting high in rang, I stand no chance against them within the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain, the territory of Radiance Hall. But thankfully, it seems I have bought enough time. Yana. Yes, Unhyun Orbioni. As I collapse in my transformation form, Kim Yun approaches and pours energy into me. My 3 dantians regenerate, and I glance around. Immortal Art Yun's play. Due to the Yun's play spread across Ascension Path, the past of when we first arrived in Ascension Path is manifested. Even though our main bodies have not all arrived in the dangerous Heavenly King Heavenly Domain, we have all been able to gather here through Yun's play, using that scene from the past as a medium. Me, the projection of Kim Young-hoon, Jeon Myung-hoon, Kang Min-hee, Oh Hyun-suk, Kim Yun, Oh Hyeseo. All of us have gathered in this place, gazing up at the sky. Kururum. Jeon Myung-hoon swings the heavenly lightning banner, activating his authority. The causality of Zhongli, who has previously been struck by the god-killing spear, begins to forcibly invoke judgment upon the god-killing spear and block it. However, perhaps because even that causality, which once caused the heavenly punishment supreme deity and the Jade Pivot 48 Lightning Heavenly Great Immortals to suffer a major defeat, is still only a part of the god-killing spear's might. The attack is blocked but not cancelled, and the spear merely halts in the sky. And the Radiance 8 Immortals, unconcerned, begin forming a third god-killing spear. Once again, the 8 heavenly lords grasp their spears of light. Do something before that one flies. That one can't be blocked. At Jeon Myung-hoon's words, I nod and look at Oh Hyun-suk. Hyungnim, are you ready? Yeah. Oh Hyun-suk, having completed all preparations, raises his arm, and I release the phenomena extinguishing mantra I was using to restrain the Radiance 8 Immortals until everything is ready. How pitiful. The strike that felled high in rang was strong, but if it doesn't hit, then it is meaningless. A mere thrust slower than the speed of light. Then, Kang Min-hee pulls something out from her bosom. Chworik, 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 chworik. It is Tenghwa. A total of 7 Tenghwa rise behind Kang Min-hee. Swayawat. Mantra. Unorthodox, true martial arts. Heart and Heaven Tenghwa. Shiver. The enlightenment of the heavenly venerable of the underworld activates through Kang Min-hee. And among the attributes of the heart and Heaven Tenghwa, the strongest attribute. The attribute of certain hit imbues into Oh Hyun-suk's fist. Suat. The world turns silver, and Oh Hyun-suk stretches out his arm. Regardless of speed, it hits without fail. Zero wing. Nameless one fist. Hwang. Oh Hyun-suk's one fist. The fist pressure released from the silver world burns through the sky and directly strikes the giants of light. Tukwang. With that blow, the great forest heavenly lord explodes. Because the star of prophecy exists, resurrection will surely occur, but in the immediate battlefield, the great forest heavenly lord instantly drops out, and the Radiance 8 Immortals visibly falter. Do not be shaken. At best, it is a single fist. It cannot be used more than once in success. The Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord tries to calm the Radiance 8 Immortals, but Oh Hyeseo sneers. The authority truth manipulation and my wheel move simultaneously. The truth where Oh Hyun-suk just used his one fist and squeezed out all his strength is undone, and Oh Hyun-suk regains his energy. Once more, Oh Hyun-suk loads up his nameless one fist. Hung. Next is the Flower Plant Heavenly Lord. ENDER. The Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord screams, and again, truth manipulation and the wheel turn as Oh Hyun-suk loads his fist. Nameless one fist, third strike. Tukwang. The Great Sun Heavenly Lord dies. Nameless one fist, fourth strike. Kwagwang. A torrent of silver fist pressure crashes forward, and the Torch Candle Heavenly Lord dies. Nameless one fist, fifth strike. Next is the rain due Heavenly Lord. Their gaze, filled with blazing light, continues to pierce through us until the very end. Nameless one fist, 6th strike. The great sea Heavenly Lord bursts apart. With each strike released, Oh Hyunsuk's eyes grow ever clearer. Then, at some point, Tsueya, I begin to see something. It is the Dharma form of a colossal warrior. Behind Oh Hyunsuk, the Tengwa of a giant benevolent king rises. I feel as if I finally understand the condition to awaken as Heavenly King. To risk one's life in order to truly feel one's fate. To avoid becoming cowardly. To face oneself head-on. Even while forcibly squeezing out his strength through my wheel and Oh Hyaseo's truth manipulation, he is throwing his whole body forward. The realm only those with the courage to burn away everything of themselves can reach. That is, the domain of Heavenly King. 7th strike. Only then do the third set of god-killing spears begin to fall. But even so, Oh Hyunsuk's one fist is faster. In an instant, Oh Hyunsuk tears apart the immortal art of lightspeed enforcement with his very body and begins to fully enter a new domain. Kwaon. The Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord bursts apart and dies, reaching toward the sword spear Heavenly Lord, but vanishes entirely in the end. Across the Sumeru Three Heavens Great Thousand World, the name of a new Heavenly King begins to resound. However, Kwaon. Oh Hyunsuk slams his fist into his own chest, blocking the spreading resonance of that name from within himself. I don't need some grand name. Is it an enlightenment gained from killing the owner of names? With a bitter expression, Oh Hyunsuk suppresses his new Heavenly King name and begins to rename it by his own will. Is it an immortal art he learned from the owner of names, or something high in rang gifted him in his final moment? Oh Hyunsuk's Heavenly King name rings out in a low voice from his own lips, so only we can hear. A silver Heavenly King without a name is enough. Silver, nameless Heavenly King, Yinsero Luming Tianwang. Thus, the nameless silver Heavenly King, who erased his own name, is newly born in the stillness after all the turmoil has subsided. Chapter 733. Hidden. 2. Chwaok. The first thing I do in twin holding Heavenly Domain is perform Heavenly Escape. Heavenly Escape, the transcendental technique of the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, can be used in the same way as the record, and I use it to cast Heavenly Escape inside a nebula in the twin holding Heavenly Domain, hiding us from the world. Even light cannot find us. Moreover, the twin holding Heavenly Domain is currently in a state where many true immortals are preventing its collapse, so it'll be that much difficult to detect traces of Heavenly Escape due to the remnants of that collapse. There's absolutely no way we'll be discovered within a mere 110,000 years. Kururong. I construct a suitable stellar system inside the nebula where I deploy Heavenly Escape. I configure the star to possess the attribute of Jiang, so even if the Radiance 8 immortals notice, the first to receive the signal would be the sword spear Heavenly Lord Jiwa, allowing for sufficient countermeasures. First, I create a suitable planet within the stellar system along with my comrades and descend there. As soon as the great desolate path arrives at the planet, a blue bird flees from its interior. But immediately after, the now larger glass peacock chases after it. Clicking my tongue, I stop concerning myself with where they go and divert the planet's spirit vein to my companions. Suit. Soon after, those who have spent considerable power in the naming supreme deity battle begin regaining their strength one by one, and I, too, recover enough for my mind to work properly. As a bit of energy returns, the internal ecosystem of my immortal body begins functioning properly again, and twilight true energy starts generating in greater quantity. First, I need to do something about my race, which is still in the form of a parrot. Since Haiyan Rang renamed my race as a mortal beast parrot and left without undoing it, I'm still not a candle dragon, but a parrot. Since the one who renamed me, the naming supreme deity, had died, the renaming effect is gradually wearing off. However, much of my Earth immortal powers will remain sealed as long as I remain a parrot, so removing the renaming as soon as possible would aid my recovery. Woo-woo. History revision. I imbue the moment in history when I was renamed a parrot with my own interpretation and will. By adding the interpretation that I had already prepared a countermeasure for the renaming at that time. Before long, the renaming is undone. TSTSTSTSTS. Yin-yang. As Taiji dyes the surroundings, I return from being the immortal beast parrot to the immortal beast candle shadow. The power and authority of the immortal beast candle shadow begin to return, and the authority of the immortal beast king connected to it also comes back. And I sense the Panga true blood Haiyan Rang left to me. Since it's come to this, I begin fusing the candle shadow true blood and the Panga true blood. Yurung, Yururung. The candle shadow true blood is one that deviated from the original bloodline of the human race, transforming due to regression and the radiance mantra. Hence, it isn't difficult to fuse with the true blood of Go that human race cultivators gain upon becoming an immortal beast, as they share the same root. Wu-wum. The innate authority of candle shadow true blood is glass true fire and mental awakening. And the innate authority of Panga true blood is dreams and the link to primordial chaos, Onyan. Through dreams, one can reach the original primordial chaos, and through it, either summon the power of dreams into reality or forcibly drag someone in reality into the dreams. Even Haiyan Rang's immortal arts, such as Panga's Genesis, which create heavenly domains through the power of dreams, are based on such a principle. I begin to mix the two true bloods within my heart essence. Something rises before my eyes. A taiji in the shape of a fetus. A spiraling dragon. Each is a symbol of the immortal beast Pangu and the immortal beast candle shadow. Yuduk, Yudududuk. As the two true bloods merge, I feel an immense power boiling within my body, and at the same time, I sense that a significant amount of my energy is recovering. I can feel it. The power of the immortal beast true blood is flowing into me. I realize that immense strength is being infused into my body, and simultaneously, I sense that the form of the immortal beast candle shadow is changing. Karurum. Thunderstorms roar, and I transform into the form of candle shadow. In an instant, I exit the planet, taking on the form of a body of mist with a head of candle flame. Then, the candle shadow form, now fused with the Panga true blood, begins to change as if undergoing complete transformation. This is Yuduk, Yudududuk. As the human true blood and candle shadow true blood intermingle, the original form of the candle dragon, which only had a humanoid head, now transforms, with the entire upper body becoming humanoid. Werururuk. The glass true fire that formed the candle flame head flows downward, forming arms and a torso on the upper body of the candle dragon. Who? I exhale glass true fire and twilight true energy, gazing upon the transformed immortal beast body. My face remains completely shrouded in candle flame and cannot be seen, but the humanoid upper body is fully exposed. The face burns with candle fire. The upper body has transformed into a mysterious form made of aurora, while the lower body is that of a snake's tail made of pale mist. Thus, my immortal beast form has changed into that of a half-human, half-snake god. Wu-wong. At that moment, I also become aware of the fragments of my power spreading from me. I sense that the forms of the candle dragon race, who inherited my candle dragon true blood and are scattered throughout all of the heavenly domains, are also changing. Originally, the candle dragon race had only human heads, and only after reaching the transformation stage could their upper bodies become somewhat human. But now, their default form is that of the humanoid upper body and serpent lower body. Moreover, with the added power of the Panga true blood, candle dragons can now reproduce with the human race even without reaching the transformation stage. Author's note. In this work, the minimum realm for interbreeding between different races to produce half-blood offspring is the nascent soul stage, aka transformation stage. Additionally, the candle dragon race now possess much stronger illusion-type powers, and their raw physical strength has increased as well. At this level, they have essentially become a superior race on par with the actual dragon race, the fighting ghost race, or even the direct descendants of immortal beasts. And they are not even direct blood descendants, but ones derived from the fragments of my power. If a child were to be born with the power of my direct bloodline, that child would possess strength sufficient to match beings at the 4-axis stage who weren't born with special talents, just with the power of the immortal beast true blood alone. As that realization crosses my mind, a faint, constricting pain squeezes my chest, and I shake my head. Someday. Time has already passed, so even the fact that that child once existed disappeared beyond the timeline. But that timeline still exists somewhere. So, someday, I will return to that timeline and give you life once more. Whether I let them be born as my direct descendant through my bloodline in Mount Sumru, or I go to Earth and let them live a peaceful life in a world without monsters, beasts, spirits, and gods. I will gift you a happy life once more. To my child who exists in that distant timeline, I make a vow I will never forget, and in doing so, I complete the unification between the immortal beast true bloods. Looks like everyone's regained some strength. Before I know it, several years have passed, and we've all more or less regained our strength. Yeah, I've become pretty capable again. I might not be able to bring out the full power of a heavenly king yet, but if Radiance Hall shows up, I can at least hit them a few times. Oh Hyunsuk opens and closes his fist with a grin, and I nod as I look at him and the others. The reason I asked you all to gather today is just one. Kim Yun and Oh Hyeseo. I look at the two of them and speak. We have to become heavenly kings. Enders can't become supreme deities, so at the very least, we need to become governing immortal rank heavenly kings to increase the chances of surviving the Great Mountain Supreme Deity battle. At minimum, Kim Yun, Oh Hyeseo, you two must become heavenly kings. I've already become an immortal beast king and have seen the ultimate of martial arts, so I'm essentially between supreme deity and heavenly venerable, but you two, at best, are still a bit short of barely qualifying as supreme deity. Of course, if Kim Yun manifests the power of vast cold, draws upon the power of the bright cold realm, or controls it, she instantly grows strong enough to reach at least the level of supreme deity. But that power comes with too many weaknesses. Yun's play is a broadly applicable and versatile immortal art, but it's not at the level of a supreme deity rank immortal art or mantra. If an immortal art or mantra that counters Yun's play appears, it could be neutralized completely without resistance. The same goes for drawing upon the power of the bright cold realm or controlling it. It's a power that becomes entirely powerless in the presence of immortal arts or laws that disable the use of true immortal remains. She now needs to reach Heavenly King with her own power and be able to confront governing immortals with her own strength. At that moment, Oh Hyeseo raises her hand in response to my words and speaks. How exactly do you reach Heavenly King? At that, I nod. I don't know either. But the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld once said this generation is one that all the gods are paying close attention to. In all of history, much less a generation in which this many Enders survived, a generation where this many reached Heavenly King is unprecedented. In fact, the Imperial Venerable said that a generation where more than 3 Enders reached Heavenly King can be counted in less than 10 fingers. Even though we can't meet him right now, if we count Kim Young-hoon, then 4 of us Enders have reached Heavenly King. This must be one of the handful of golden generations. So, if John Myung-hoon, Kong Min-hee, and Hyunsuk Hyungnim share their experience with you, the difficulty should drop considerably. Oh Hyeseo nods as if somewhat convinced, and I, too, place some hope on them. If even Kim Yun and Oh Hyeseo reach Heavenly King safely, then I'll have 5 teachers who can help me reach Heavenly King myself. Honestly, even though I've learned what my fate is, I still can't grasp the power of the Absolute at all. I have no idea how to retrieve my authority from Hong Fan, and I don't even have the slightest clue how to become a Heavenly King. Still, if 5 people reach Heavenly King ahead of me and teach me, then no matter how much of a fool I am, I'll surely be able to understand it. All right, got it. Oh Hyeseo nods in agreement, and then Kong Min-hee speaks up. By the way, Seo Eunhyun. Yeah, you seem like you've got something to say, but you're hesitating over whether to say it or not, aren't you? At her words, I laugh awkwardly. She's right. Besides the matter of awakening to Heavenly King, there's something else I need to tell them. Let me ask again. At the Great Mountain Supreme Deity battle, are you willing to stake your lives? At my words, no one answers. Silence. And in that silence, I feel the emotion that this is so obvious, it doesn't even require an answer. Yeah, thank you for placing your hands on my grudge. Everyone currently here is prepared to fight and die with me against the Great Mountain Supreme Deity. If that's the case, there's something that must be said here and now. If you are ready to die, then there's something I need to say to you. The attention of my comrades focuses on me, and to these friends who are prepared for death, I let out a bitter statement. Everyone, prepare yourselves to die, to be defeated, to disappear, and leave behind a final will. At my following words, my comrades all fall into thoughtful expressions. Someday, if we are defeated and dead, and the next generation of Enders arrives, let's leave behind arrangements that can help them, even if it's only a little. Thus, from that day on, we begin preparing arrangements for the next generation of Enders. Chapter 735, hidden in 4. Arrangement. Kong Min-hee thinks for a long time about Seo Eun-hyun's words. What can I even leave behind? In any case, there is not much arrangement she herself can leave behind. From the very beginning, rather than me leaving behind some half-hearted arrangement, it's far more effective if Master just lends a bit of power. That is the truth. Instead of her leaving behind some clumsy bit of strength, it is incomparably more efficient for the heavenly venerable of the underworld to grant a favor a few times to the later generation Enders. The underworld once told Kong Min-hee this, that they are sorry for treating her like an emotional trash can. But Kong Min-hee does not think that way. Even if she is called an emotional trash can, to her, sorrow is power. And, since the sorrow the underworld has accumulated over eternal, unending ages is inexhaustible if one can handle it. Kong Min-hee has never felt lacking in power ever since awakening as a heavenly king and gaining the ability to draw forth the underworld's sorrow. Even if it's not the same for other Enders, Master takes special care of me and future Lapis Lazuli heavenly kings. Even if, as the underworld says, the reason is to serve the role of an emotional trash can, that alone makes it so that Enders of sorrow have no need for arrangements at all. On top of that, it was said that even if an arrangement is made, the Radiance 8 Immortals and the like will just sweep it away. Ordinary arrangements are unnecessary. In that case, what I leave behind cannot be a simple arrangement. Kong Min-hee understands her own position and decides to leave behind a completely different kind of arrangement from all the previous generations. Things like mere lingering thoughts, sects, teachings, or methods will only vanish even if I leave them behind. Wu-wong. Kong Min-hee rises into the space above the heavenly escape realm and begins weaving a principle through her own authority. Something appears in her hands. Patsts. However, not long after, that something in her hands shatters. As expected, it's not easy. She slightly furrows her brows and continues trying to make something. It is then, should I help? Startled by the sudden presence of someone who has come right beside her, Kong Min-hee accidentally breaks the arrangement she was making. Crash. You came out like that on purpose to startle me, didn't you? Uh-huh. Kong Min-hee glares at the gang sphere clone of Seo Eun-hyun that has appeared beside her. Although it is a gang sphere clone, perhaps because it contains the will of a great net immortal, the clone resembles Seo Eun-hyun himself quite a lot. I had a hunch what you were making, so I thought I should help instead. Huh, funny. You've already sent a gang sphere clone to all the others too. At Kong Min-hee's remark, Seo Eun-hyun gives an awkward laugh again. Seeing him like that, Kong Min-hee smirks and speaks. Well, fine. I'll allow you to help. That's quite generous of you. TSTSTSTS. Seo Eun-hyun's clone stretches out both hands in front of Kong Min-hee, and Kong Min-hee stretches both hands towards Seo Eun-hyun. Before long, the power of colorless and blue light clashes between them, sketching out something. Do you know exactly what I'm trying to make? Not exactly. I can only faintly read the hearts of those of heavenly venerable rank. A space where arrangements can be hidden. That is what she is trying to create. How many arrangements of Enders have been swept away, seized, and buried in the head realm by Radiance Hall until now? Now, she will make it so such a thing never happens again. Our later generation Enders will be able to hide their arrangements much more easily. Suat. The energies colliding between Kong Min-hee's and Seo Eun-hyun's hands soon begin to take the form of a dark blue palace. Along the palace's outer walls, Seo Eun-hyun's impermanence sword settles in, activating heavenly escape, and Kong Min-hee's law binds the impermanence sword in place, altering the power of heavenly escape to persist forever. Our next generation of Enders will be able to discover this arrangement space once they've grown their strength to a certain level, and through it, they'll be able to pass down even more to their successors. Even if we fail in our generation, it doesn't matter. In some distant future, they will continue to inherit all the traces and arrangements of the previous generations, and someday, they will succeed. Kong Min-hee. Seo Eun-hyun's filling the heavens governing view dwells in the palace, and Kong Min-hee weaves it into the palace, laying a law so that any being who is not an Ender will fail in every attempt to find it. What? Then, if we succeed, this palace won't be needed, right? What are you talking about? You're the one who said to resolve for death and leave behind an arrangement. What I mean is, if we do succeed, what will we do with this palace? Well, then we'll leave it floating outside Mount Sumeru, and someday, let's all live there together. Huh. We'll leave our main bodies in that palace, give fortuitous encounters only to those who need them, and from inside the palace, We'll explore many worlds and travel. How about it? A house where we can all live together. Hearing Kong Minhe's words, Seo Eunhyun smiles warmly, as if imagining such a future. That's nice. Really nice. Right? But you'll have to pay rent. Monthly or a lump sum? What? I thought you forgot all the concepts from Earth, but you remember that. Well, I'm not an idiot. Paha. Sharing banter back and forth, Kong Minhee laughs with Seo Eunhyun as they look at the arrangement house, where they and their comrades might one day live. The two hide the arrangement space they have created within the principles of the world. Seo Eunhyun's heavenly escape hides it deep within the domain of purity. In a depth even Hien Mu cannot find, they hide the palace of Kong Minhee's arrangement. Neither light nor fate will be able to discover it. Ever since the day he heard the suggestion to leave behind an arrangement, Oh Hyun-suk has been continuously punching the void. Hong. The void shatters, containing Oh Hyun-suk's fist. Hong. He endlessly repeats the stance of Azure Wing Heavenly Shatter, continuously thrusting with straight punches. Then one day, Oh Hyun-suk suddenly realizes that Seo Eunhyun's Gang Sphere clone has been at his side for some time, repeating straight punches alongside him. What are you doing? I think I understand what Hyungnim wants to leave behind. I want to do it too. Well, fine by me. No words are needed. Oh Hyun-suk wants to leave behind his one fist as an arrangement. More precisely, he wants to leave behind the sensation and enlightenment of squeezing his body to its limits and burning up his very flesh. He wants to leave behind an ultimate technique and enlightenment so that later generation enders, when they need power, can achieve their goals even if it means burning their lives away. Azure Wing Heavenly Shatter, my zero wing alone isn't enough. He remembers the admiration of Silver Basket. The word saying that a sprout has taken root in his fist. If those words are true, then that sensation of wringing out everything is not wrong. He wants to pass down his one fist, acknowledged even by the Creator God, to later generations. For that, Oh Hyun-suk keeps repeating his straight punch, remembering the sensation from back then. And that's a moment. Wong. Oh Hyun-suk realizes that the sight of Seo Eunhyun throwing a punch beside him overlaps with himself. This is Wong. And from that moment on, Oh Hyun-suk becomes aware that his fist is becoming even fiercer, exuding a more vicious might. He immediately understands why. This guy is tempering my mind together with me. The existence called Seo Eunhyun, who reached Martial Pinnacle. He is a being who can only reach Martial Pinnacle by borrowing another's heart, and at the same time, the one who can lend Martial Pinnacle to others. Pong. Through Seo Eunhyun's help, Oh Hyun-suk begins to feel that his one fist is growing strong enough to surpass the principles of the world and even destroy the world itself. And at a certain point, Oh Hyun-suk begins to see a certain vision. It is the vision of a silver giant. That giant, leaving behind the being wearing a black Myingwan, extends a single fist toward the world of nothingness. It is a straight punch much like Oh Hyun-suk's own. And the moment that straight punch touches the world of nothingness, Kwaon, along with a powerful awakening of the mind, Oh Hyun-suk realizes that his fist, which holds no energy, no strength, no immortal art, has shattered space. The purest part within a human's mind. The most primordial chaos. He feels like he understands the moment of putting that power of primordial chaos into his fist. Yes, this is it. Oh Hyun-suk can now make even clearer what he should leave behind. I will become a stairway. With his single fist, he decides to become the stairway for the enders of later generations. Wong. While throwing a straight punch at the level of a first-rate martial artist of the human martial world, Oh Hyun-suk engraves that moment into the world. Wong. While throwing a straight punch strong enough to kill a chi-refining cultivator, Oh Hyun-suk engraves that moment into the world. Wong. Oh Hyun-suk throws a straight punch at the level that can kill a chi-building cultivator. In this way, step by step, he engraves straight punches appropriate for each stage into the world, deciding to become a beacon for the enders of later generations. Starting from ordinary martial artists, to minor boundary cultivators, middle boundary cultivators, and even great boundary true immortals, he engraves the power of his single fist into the world so that enders of later generations can borrow and use his single fist whenever they need it. And at the end, Silver Basket. Let's make it so they can manifest Silver Basket's single fist. Kwon. With Seo Eunhyun's help, Oh Hyun-suk temporarily shares the sight and enlightenment of Martial Pinnacle, engraving his single fist into the principles of the world. Oh Hyunsuk's power will periodically aid the Enders of later generations whenever they desire. And if later generation Enders who reach the rank of Heavenly King arrive at the end of Oh Hyunsuk's arrangement, they will be able to use Oh Hyunsuk as a stairway to Silver Basket's single fist. They will be able to arrive at the single strike of the Creator God. That is, Oh Hyunsuk recalls the otherworldly Creator God, Silver Basket's strike. The power of a being that pierced a hole through the world of Mount Sumeru. The true power of Nirvana. If even one later generation Ender, using Oh Hyunsuk's arrangement as a stepping stone, manifests that power of Nirvana, then they will be able to pierce through the world of Mount Sumeru and plant the hope that one could escape beyond it. Hualong. Thus, with Seo Eunhyun's help, Oh Hyunsuk engraves his one fist into the principles of the world, and he sets it so that only the righteous ones among the later generation Enders can borrow the traces of himself engraved into those principles. Kim Yun has little hesitation about what arrangement to leave behind. Suot. This is because, right now, she holds one important power that must be widely spread. It is Vast Cold's primordial origin immortal cultivation system. Wuwong. Kim Yun places her hand against Seo Eunhyun's Gang Sphere clone, and through prophecy, they transform Mount Sumeru. In our name, we prophesize. Karuru. Kim Yun, who inherited the immortal Tao of acceptance at fate's end, and Seo Eunhyun, who inherited the immortal Tao of repentant enlightenment. The powers of the one who carries the will of Vast Cold, who said immortal cultivation is progress, and the one who carries the will of Salt Sea, who said immortal cultivation is repentant enlightenment, intertwine, adding a fundamental rewrite to the immortal cultivation system itself. No words are needed between them. Feeling each other's affection and hearts, Kim Yun and Seo Eunhyun begin to spread the Vast Cold heavenly circle together. According to the will of the two beings, various strange phenomena occur throughout Mount Sumeru. The most representative is dream appearances, Shanmong. From a certain day onward, the majority of mortal beings living in Mount Sumeru begin to dream of an immortal couple appearing before them, changing their understanding of the grand perfection heavenly being formula. The immortal couple appear in the dreams of countless mortal beings and cultivators, breathing new immortal cultivation formulas into them, and many give thanks for the couple's grace and begin to believe in a folk faith toward the immortal couple who opened a new path in the immortal cultivation system. Through Seo Eunhyun and Kim Yun's prophecy, all of Mount Sumeru changes, and dreams containing their enlightenment begin to be engraved into the entirety of Mount Sumeru. And, while scattering the formula of the Vast Cold heavenly circle with Seo Eunhyun, Kim Yun ponders. Is this really the best I can do? All she is doing is spreading the formula given by Vast Cold into the world. Vast Cold's arrangement is admirable on its own, but at this rate, it is as if she herself is doing nothing. O Mount Sumeru. Thus, Kim Yun breathes just a trace of her own will into Mount Sumeru. Grant me this one request. The primordial origin immortal cultivation system she has learned. An immortal cultivation system that transforms the world through a person's will begins to transform the world with Kim Yun's will. By adding a little of her own will to the dream appearances of the Vast Cold heavenly circle, she leaves behind one small arrangement of her own. Someday, even if an ender passes through the painful beginning, development, twist, and conclusion, let them believe that there is something that does not vanish even within that progression. Her will is faint. It is unlikely to have much influence on the enders of later generations. But Kim Yun is certain. The will she leaves behind will be continuously added to and added again by later generation enders, gaining flesh bit by bit. And as a secret power unknown to anyone, it will be added to the world and, little by little, exert at least a faint influence on the beginning, development, twist, and conclusion of the enders. As time passes, and the progression of the enders repeat again and again, Kim Yun's will shall grow, and someday, it will create an error in the enders' beginning, development, twist, and conclusion. With a vow that her small wish will be fulfilled, Kim Yun breathes her will into Mount Sumeru. I leave an arrangement in Mount Sumeru together with all my other comrades. In Oh Hyeseo's case, she says she will simply leave the formula of tainted soul filling the heavens and has nothing else she wants to leave behind, so I leave her be. Oh Hyeseo seems to prefer being alone rather than leaving behind an arrangement, so I respect her opinion. Sending countless Gang Sphere clones to my comrades, I transform Mount Sumru together with them while I prepare to leave behind my own arrangement. My arrangement is, watching the arrangements my comrades leave, I have already decided what kind of arrangement I will leave for later generations. John Myung-hoon leaves behind a sect and teachings. Kong Min-hee leaves behind a hidden space to conceal arrangements. Oh Hyun-suk leaves behind a law to manifest his strike. Kim Yun leaves behind the vast cold heavenly circle. Oh Hyeseo leaves behind tainted soul filling the heavens. And though he is not here, Kim Young-hoon has also left something regarding martial arts in the head realm. So he too can be said to have left an arrangement. And by looking at their arrangements, I realize something. I think I understand why the arrangements of Enders are so few and precious. Radiance Hall. As long as Radiance Hall, which upholds the will of fate, exists, no matter how many arrangements we leave behind, they will all be eradicated and swept away. Even just looking at the arrangements my comrades are leaving behind so boldly, to be honest, except for Kong Min-hee's, which is specifically a space to hide arrangements, every single one is something Radiance Hall will uproot. So long as Radiance Hall exists, it's impossible to leave behind an arrangement normally. Coming to that conclusion, I clearly realize what kind of arrangement I must make. Thus, I will leave an arrangement inside Radiance Hall. TSDSDSTSTSDS. While my Gangsphere clones go to my comrades, I create a very special avatar with my main body and send it far outside the heavenly escape realm, across distant space and time, to a stellar realm in the Heavenly King heavenly domain, above a planet near the Palace of Radiance in the Heavenly King heavenly domain. There, opening my eyes in the identity of a suitable orphan boy, I rise from my place. And as I stand up, I feel a hand patting my head. It is a woman wearing a silver mask with her whole body wrapped in bandages. Welcome, Seo. She does not clearly say my name, but she speaks in a warm voice. You are my successor, Sword Spear Heavenly Lord. Her identity is the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord. That's right. My arrangement is to become the candidate for the later generation Sword Spear Heavenly Lord myself, leaving an arrangement deep within Radiance Hall. Chapter 736, Snakes 1. First of all, you must not use your original name. Right now, countless beings in the Heavenly King heavenly domain forbid your very name across the entirety of Mount Sumru, and their eyes are red trying to track down any place where that name is spoken. Jiwa warns me and continues speaking. In that sense, while you are staying here for now, use a new name. The best choice would be to use the name Jiang, Gung, like me. That will probably make it easier to stay close to me. Alright, then while I'm here, call me Seo Jiang. I decide to live under the identity of Seo Jiang for the time being and ask Jiwa a question. That aside, there's something I want to ask. What is it? Do you know about the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flags of the Northern Dipper 7 heavenly lords? I do. In the first place, that 7 stars harnessing God banner is an immortal art that took considerable influence from our God-killing spear. At her words, I nod. As you know, right now, I have the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flags embedded in me, and I have removed a total of 5 of them. After reaching the realm of Immortal Beast King and Martial Pinnacle, I tried to pull out the remaining sealing immortal flags through force, but as expected of seals created to target the vast cold heavenly lord, they were made so they can never be removed by strength alone. In particular, the fewer Northern Dipper sealing immortal flags remain, and the higher the realm of the one they are embedded in, the stronger their absoluteness becomes. Because of that, even now I cannot forcefully remove the last 2 Northern Dipper sealing immortal flags. The fact that I managed to pull out the first Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag by strength alone is an immense feat. The conditions for the sealing immortal flags that cannot be removed are as follows. 1 is to defeat 3 supreme deities while at the realm of Great Net Immortal or lower. The second is to take the attacks of the Radiance 8 Immortals in sequence. Perhaps because the Northern Dipper 7 Heavenly Lords created this immortal art to target the vast cold Heavenly Lord, the release conditions are absurdly strict. As it stands, I have defeated the Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable and the Heavenly Venerable of Void, and I have also participated in defeating the Heavenly Punishment Supreme Deity and the Naming Supreme Deity, summing to 4 governing immortals. Even though I have personally brought down 4 governing immortals, the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag judged that I have not purely defeated 3 supreme deities, so the seal did not release. Well, this doesn't really matter. Someday, as long as I defeat Bong Myong, the condition of 3 supreme deities will be fulfilled, so this is nothing to worry about regarding that anymore. The problem lies with the attacks of the Radiance 8 Immortals. If you know a bit about this Northern Dipper Sealing Immortal flag, then why is it that even though I've taken the attacks of the Radiance 8 Immortals with my whole body several times, the seal still hasn't been released? Do you have any idea? To my question, Jiwa nods as if it is simple. I know what the problem is. I already got permission from the Northern Dipper 7 Heavenly Lords to view all the release conditions of the Northern Dipper Sealing Immortal flag. The release condition you're concerned about is to take them in sequence. Just as expected, it is exactly the kind of troublesome condition it sounds like. Starting from the Great Forest Heavenly Lord, all the way to the Rain Dew Heavenly Lord, you have to take the attacks of the 8 Radiance Supreme Deities in the order of the 10 Heavenly Stems. That's the release condition. However, I find myself puzzled hearing that condition. I'm certain that last time, during the activation of the Salt Sea Returning Dew Jade, I took them in order. No, back then the Quartermaster of the Radiance 8 Immortals, the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord, did not take part in the attack. Thinking back to that time, I realize she is right. I see. Indeed, after filling the Heaven's Sword Rain, the Great Sea Heavenly Lord's immortal art came next. There was no Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord's attack. But then, I noticed something else strange. Wait, even setting that aside, just during the last God-killing spear battle, I took all of your attacks in order. Starting from the God-killing spear thrown by the Great Forest Heavenly Lord, all the way to the God-killing spear thrown by the Rain Dew Heavenly Lord, I had taken them in sequence. So why is it? At my question, Jiwa gives a bitter smile and speaks. You fought back. What? The final release condition of the Northern Dipper Sealing Immortal flag. Since our Radiance 8 Immortals directly oversee its release, we heard it straight from the Northern Dipper 7 Heavenly Lords. The truth of the final Northern Dipper Sealing Immortal flag's release condition is not only taking the attacks of the 8 Owners of Light in sequence, but also without resisting. So even if it's an attack like the God-killing spear, yes, in the end, calmly taking the attacks in sequence with your whole body, without resistance, that's the release condition for the Northern Dipper Sealing Immortal flag. I am dumbfounded, but I realize that this level of requirement is necessary to restrain an existence on the level of the vast cold Heavenly Lord. So that means, because I fought back against the God-killing spear in order to not die, the Northern Dipper Sealing Immortal flag wasn't released. That's about right. After a long silence, I asked Jiwa, can't you stir things up a bit so that someday, when I stand before the Radiance 8 Immortals, they all bombard me at once? Do you think that would work? We've all heard that you're sealed by the Northern Dipper Sealing Immortal flag. In the end, even if they have me right in front of them, they might not attack in sequence at all, or even if they do attack in sequence, some of them might purposely not attack in the middle, making it all for nothing. Troublesome. I contemplate the Northern Dipper Sealing Immortal flag's release condition of taking the attacks of the 8 Radiance Supreme Deities in the order of the 10 Heavenly Stems without resisting, and sigh inwardly. Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord is the problem. Even if I manage to incite them to somehow attack you, the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord is the Quartermaster. Aside from supplementing our strength and providing the power of prophecy or blessings, they don't come to the front lines during wartime. That's why though cases like last time's God-killing spear are rare. If you had been hit by the God-killing spear, even you would have been sealed without a doubt. If the Northern Dipper Sealing Immortal flag was released only for you to be sealed by us instead, that would have been even more troublesome, so there was no helping it. I realize I am getting a headache and let out a sigh. All right, whether I have to ask Yang Sung or the Heavenly Venerable of Time, I'll ask them to remove it. If that doesn't work, I could always ask the Liberation Supreme Deity or the Underworld. But at your level, the Northern Dipper Sealing Immortal flag doesn't really matter anymore, does it? The power you've accumulated is far too different from the specific vast cold strength that the Northern Dipper 7 Heavenly Lords intended to seal, so there shouldn't be a problem. That is true. Powers like that of the Immortal Beast King and Martial Pinnacle. Since the powers I've accumulated are of a nature far too different from the vast cold Heavenly Lords, the Northern Dipper Sealing Immortal flag hardly affects them. However, while it cannot affect the powers themselves, it has a considerable impact on the synergy between my powers. The powers don't blend well. Even now, my main body is trying to heal the wheel while my clone is here, But when I try to heal it, the various fragmented powers do not mix easily, making the healing process difficult. To heal the wheel, I have to completely unify my powers, and to do that, I must remove all the Northern Dipper Sealing Immortal flags. The Northern Dipper Sealing Immortal flag blocks the fusion between my powers. From the three great ultimates of the Heaven Tao, Earth Tao, and Immortal Tao, to the Immortal Beast King, the ultimate of martial arts, and the powers of various mantras. All of those should intertwine and naturally rotate and spin the wheel to heal it, but the powers that do not blend instead only interfere with the wheel's rotation. If what is needed to turn the wheel is pure liquid, then my current powers are not pure liquid, but a stew with various chunks floating in it. The unblended powers keep turning the wheel, so it seems the overload is much greater. If someone other than me had obtained the wheel, I think that at least the overload would not happen this often. As I am inwardly pondering these problems, I suddenly notice Ji while holding my hand and briskly walking somewhere. By the way, where are we going? From now on, speak formally. I am going to place you in a Taoist temple that serves Radiance Hall. It is a place jointly operated by my clone and my followers, so live there together, and I will give you appropriate orders to follow. Follow those orders and learn the basic methods that the mortal beings under Radiance Hall practice, and walk the path of immortal cultivation. Preferably, reach the core formation stage around the age of 20. Then the true immortals of Radiance Hall will naturally take interest in you and begin supporting you, and when you ascend later, you will be marked as a candidate as my sword spear successor. I nod and, led by Ji Hua's hand, am entrusted to a Taoist temple called Radiance Taoist Hall. The Taoist of the Radiance Taoist Hall, the Black Spirit True Person, is a devotee of the Radiance Hall's teachings, taking in children and homeless orphans as disciples in the temple in service to those teachings. From that day, I begin cultivating together with Ji Hua under the Black Spirit True Person. That Black Spirit True Person, are they your subordinate? I ask Ji Hua, who is pinching my cheeks in the backyard of Radiance Taoist Hall, and she nods. In a previous life, they were a quasi-immortal messenger bird I raised. They were at the entering nirvana stage at the brink of advancing to true immortal, so last time, when the great mountain supreme deity said he was going to the sun and moon heavenly domain, I had them charge in with the will of the Radiance 8 immortals. So you killed them? I simply gave them a push to advance to true immortality. Do not misunderstand. Judging from the use of the words, previous life, it seems Black Spirit True Person faced true immortal advancement from the great mountain supreme deity and failed. I heard Radiance Hall has an immortal art that helps with true immortal advancement. It exists, but those who complete their advancement that way usually do not understand how precious the true immortal position they've gained is. They often do vulgar things, like abusing mortal beings or spreading the fate of war and suffering across an innocent astral realm. That's why the true immortals whom Radiance Hall truly watches are usually allowed to advance only by their own will and skill. I see. But why are you touching my cheeks? I am assessing the qualities of your clone. I am thinking about what method you will need to infiltrate Radiance Hall without suspicion. I see, thank you. I, without much suspicion, let Ji Hua examine my cheeks, and she helps me with my cultivation in the Radiance Taoist Hall, clothing me, feeding me, bathing me, and being together with me. Thus, we join hands in order to infiltrate Radiance Hall, spending time in the Radiance Taoist Hall. 5 years pass in the Radiance Taoist Hall. Kururum. My goodness. A genius. Without a doubt, this must be an immortal talent bestowed by the owner of light. The 5th year. With the support of Black Spirit True Person, who in this life could only reach the Qi building stage, and Ji Hua, I quickly reached the Qi building stage. From the start, the Qi building stage is a realm I had madly striven to reach during my younger days, shouting to the heavens, so in truth I could have reached it in 7 days and 7 nights. But under Ji Hua's advice that it would be too fast, I deliberately spent 5 years to reach it. What do you think, Taoist Sword White? At this level, wouldn't it be enough for our Co Jiang to be given a letter of recommendation to the Radiant Spirit Sect? The Radiant Spirit Sect is said to be one of the great sects, even when counting together this stellar system and the 10 surrounding stellar systems combined. There, even a Qi-building cultivator is considered a low-ranking disciple, and since one of the vestige liberation immortals of Radiance Hall is from the Radiant Spirit Sect, joining it would mean I have a definite faction in Radiance Hall even after later becoming a true immortal. Currently, Ji Hua, who in the Radiance Taoist Hall is using the Taoist title. Sword White shakes her head as if displeased. Umph. A recommendation letter to the Radiant Spirit sect for a mere 13-year-old brat? That is too much, Taoist Black Spirit. Since the Black Spirit true person does not remember their past life, Jiwa is recognized by them as a Taoist from a mortal background, and in particular is playing the role of a Taoist in the Radiance Taoist Hall who dislikes me. She says that if, in the future, Radiance Hall examines history and finds out about our connection, it would be suspicious if they saw that we had gotten along. Even now, my head aches from recent rumors about some Thunder Resonance Valley, some Lightning Sword High person, and the vast cold heavenly circle, and you want to let such a troublemaker enter the Radiant Spirit sect? Impossible. Saying so, Jiwa strikes my backside hard with the fly whisk she holds, and with this young body, the sting from the fly whisk is intense, so my body instinctively lets out a groan. Oomph. A brat who cannot endure such basic hardship. What a mortal cultivation. What a mortal Tao does he think he will walk? For some reason, seeing me like this, Jiwa starts panting and lifts the fly whisk high as if to hit me again, and the Black Spirit true person, seeing this, is startled and hastily stops her. Enough. We will discuss the details later. Co Jiang, for now, go inside, stabilize your chi building stage, and bathe. I will calm Sword White down in the meantime. And so, watching Jiwa's amusing act, I bathe and enter the Taoist Hall's hot spring to stabilize my realm. For a while, Jiwa and the Black Spirit true person exchange heated words outside the Radiance Taoist Hall, and soon, the Sword White true person enters the hot spring while panting, saying she will assess my qualities again. Chapter 737. Snakes, 2. Black Spirit true person lets out a sigh. Sword White true person's feelings are understandable. Sword White true person has always been someone full of worry. Full of worries, and full of lingering affection too. It must be that she worries about how difficult it will be when Co Jiang leaves for the Radiant Spirit sect. Co Jiang is someone Sword White true person has raised like her own younger sibling since childhood. Of course she would worry. That worry must be what shows through in those rough actions. From the spiritual water hot spring meant for those who have reached a certain realm of cultivation, the sounds of splashing and bickering echo loudly. Sword White true person must be lecturing Co Jiang. Well, scolding might be the word, but it is probably her own way of preparing for their parting. The slapping sounds seem to grow louder, but Black Spirit true person knows well of Sword White true person's purity, nobility, and deep affection, so he does not worry too much. Rather, from Black Spirit true person's point of view, Sword White true person gets along quite well with Co Jiang. Even while pretending not to care, it's always Sword White who takes care of young Co Jiang, dressing him, bathing him, watching over him. I am sorry, Sword White. I am sorry, Co Jiang. Even for Black Spirit, splitting up the two, who are so close, pains them. But, still, a fledgling phoenix cannot live forever in a tiny nest. One day, it must flap its massive wings and soar high into the sky. Splash, splash, splash. Black Spirit true person shifts their attention away from the hot spring, deciding that for Co Jiang, who possesses such overflowing talent, it's worth being a little cruel if it means forcing him to leave the Radiance Tao Hall. Sword White is just in pain, needing a bit of time to prepare herself for the separation. In the end, she will agree to send the boy to Radiant Spirit sect. Unlike someone like me, Co Jiang is truly a child born with great talent and grand spirit. Perhaps, with Co Jiang's talent, he might even surpass being a mere mortal being and become a true immortal. If he becomes a true immortal and stands beneath the owner of light, he will surely be able to achieve far more. So please, Co Jiang, forgive this unworthy Black Spirit. Worried that Co Jiang might stubbornly refuse to go to Radiant Spirit sect, Black Spirit true person enters the alchemy room to prepare a sleeping pill. No matter what it takes, Co Jiang must enter Radiant Spirit sect and become a great figure. In the end, through some means or another, Co Jiang decides to go to Radiant Spirit sect. He pats his waist, remembering the scolding from Sword White true person the night before, then turns to look back at the members of the Radiance Tao Hall. How nice. Those who, unlike Co Jiang, do not have such great talent and must continue their cultivation in the Radiance Tao Hall instead of Radiant Spirit sect. Or those who, while not able to enter Radiant Spirit sect, might still join some other smaller sects or cultivation clans of lesser rank. And, Black Spirit, who will remain to guard the Radiance Dao Hall to the end, and Sword White, the clone of Sword Spear. Seo Eun-hyun, who bears the identity of Seo Jiang, recalls the days spent with them and smiles gently, waving his hand. Sword White True Person, playing her role to the end, turns her head away, while Black Spirit True Person cannot hold back their tears as they see him off. Bidding farewell to them, Seo Eun-hyun, now under the identity of Seo Jiang, boards a flying artifact, carrying the recommendation letter from Radiance Dao Hall, and heads toward the Radiant Spirit Sect. Heavenly King Heavenly Domain. Ushering Brightness Star, Qiming Xing. Among the planets within the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain that have names containing the character 4, Bright. This one, in particular, is under the close watch and special management of Heaven Immortals. That is because countless fates writhe there, and the mortal beings who may one day become the strength of Radiance Hall are walking the path of immortal cultivation. And within such an ushering Brightness Star, filled with the attention of Radiance Hall, atop one of the teleportation arrays, a 13-year-old boy is transmitted there. It is Seo Jiang. He looks around here and there, giving off a naive, countryside air. At a glance, his actions seem clumsy and naive, but given that his consciousness domain is currently restricted, it's actually proof that he still retains the sharp senses he once honed during his days as a martial artist, always committing his surroundings to memory. After showing such a countryside air for a while, Seo Eun-hyun soon moves toward the Brightness Mountain, of the Ushering Brightness Continent, in Ushering Brightness Star, where the Radiant Spirit Sect is located. Since it isn't far from the teleportation array, it's a distance easily traveled by flying artifact. The date for the Radiant Spirit Sect entrance trial isn't far off. Seo Eun-hyun reads the information given to him by Black Spirit True Person and lets out a hollow laugh. Though his main body is a great immortal capable of waging war against the entire Heavenly King Heavenly Domain and surviving, he finds it amusing that due to the current circumstances requiring to leave an arrangement, he now has to enter this small and cute cultivation sect. Didn't they say the current sect leader of this sect is at the Sacred Vessel stage? A greenhorn cute enough to scratch the belly of. Having gone through countless regressions and faced every kind of battle, from mountains and rivers to the stars and cosmos, Seo Eun-hyun scoffs as he makes his way toward the entrance exam site over the course of several days. Frankly speaking, he doesn't even bother to expect anything from the entrance exam of a small and childish sect like Radiant Spirit Sect. And finally, Seo Eun-hyun arrives at a valley called Shining Valley, Wegu, within Brightness Mountain, which is the main base of Radiant Spirit Sect and where the entrance exam is held. Step. Seo Eun-hyun steps off the cloud-shaped flying artifact, retrieves it, and surveys the area. Backed by the true immortals of Radiance Hall, the Radiant Spirit Sect is indeed a famous cultivation sect in the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain. Most who come to take the entrance exam are already at the core formation stage, and there are few chi building stage cultivators like him. Looking at the core formation cultivators glaring at or looking down on him with hostile eyes, he can't help but smile at the sight, as if it's like watching tiny baby squirrels growl at him. Adorable little things. Will they get mad if I scratch their necks? Just as he is thinking that, Karuru. Fog and thunder clouds surge into Shining Valley, and in an instant, the consciousness domains of Seo Eun-hyun and the other core formation cultivators become restricted. Is it starting already? It seems Radiant Spirit Sect conducts its entrance exams in this fashion. Sure enough, a solemn voice echoes out from within the fog. Those taking the entry exam, it seems you have all gathered. Let us now begin the basic assessment. Wait, what do you mean by that? I have come with a letter of recommendation. A letter from the Brain Kidney Flow. TL, it's a pun of the Lightning God Flow sect from Reincarnated Swordmaster. The Hangul is the same, just with different Hanja. I have a letter of recommendation from Senior Brother Sect Leader of the Volcanic Sect. I too possess a recommendation from the Heavenly Horse Divine Cult. TL, pun of Mount Hua Sect and Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. Just like Seo Eun-hyun, those who brought letters of recommendation from sects they belong to begin voicing their dissatisfaction. And as if mocking them, the voice within the mist laughs. Whether you brought a recommendation or even a decree from a great net divine immortal, I do not care. Really? Seo Eun-hyun chuckles at the cliché, and the voice continues. Whether you are someone who brought a recommendation letter or came to prove your ability, all of you must first reach the proper exam start. Whether you get accepted through a recommendation or begin the exam properly comes after that. Anyone too incompetent to even do that does not deserve to hand over a recommendation, nor do they deserve to begin the entrance exam. It's best to get started quickly. Our sect favors the fast. Pasts. The moment the voice ends, the fog covering the area thickens even more and begins to emit an ominous energy. And then, pat it. Beams of light burst out from all directions, and something is placed into the hands of the cultivators within the fog. It is a talisman. This fog, it's a formation created by a heavenly being stage cultivator. If one isn't careful, they could be trapped inside forever, so they've given us a single lifeline out. Seo Eunhyun looks at the talisman in his hand. Taking a deep breath, he lets out a chuckle and steps fully into the fog. Pot. As he begins to move properly within the fog, the talisman in his left hand bursts into yellow light. The light, which spreads in all four directions, soon shoots off in one direction. Let's see. Does that mean I should go this way? Seems like the light changes direction depending on the user's level of focus. Step. He takes a step forward. Cool up. At the same time, screams ring out from all directions. I see. In exchange for being able to use the talisman through focus, it involves heart demons and induces illusory pain. Seo Eunhyun smiles faintly at the subtle illusory pain spreading through his whole body. How cute. Both the cultivator who set up this formation and the formation's power are cute. Heart demons arise in his mind as well, but instead of bothering him, they instead feel happy with the soothing scent of this formation, far more peaceful than Seo Eunhyun's inner world, and start taking naps. Seo Eunhyun pays no attention to the formation and continues walking. With every step he takes, a different kind of intense pain visits him, granting the heart demons their moments of rest. Well, it's only because it's me that I can endure this. Ordinary mortal beings might have a hard time. Though it's not the full-body pain he felt on his first step, a headache too overwhelming for a mortal being hits him. Sometimes he experiences an itch so maddening it would drive a mortal being insane, or a terror so overwhelming it would freeze a mortal being's heart. But every time, Seo Eunhyun just chuckles and walks through the fog. And when he has taken around 50 steps, Seo Eunhyun suddenly feels as if his vision is splitting into two. Immediately afterward, a pain like his head is being split open seizes him. And then, he realizes something. This is a little troublesome. And he deliberately begins to scream with all his might. Kwa Sururuk. From Seo Eunhyun's screaming mouth, a white mass slides out. Looking at the softly glowing mass, Seo Eunhyun feigns a pale expression. When a person dies, their spirit comes out from their eyes, nose, and mouth. Then this formation is, could it be? Pretending to try and grasp his own spirit, he makes a frightened expression. How bothersome. A planet drawing the attention of heaven immortals. The reason is that not long after the entrance exam began, several true immortals started watching the exam site. He frowns slightly as he reads the emotions of the transcendence within those gazes. What a bothersome kid. Just watching because they are bored, huh? Even if it is for amusement, drawing the attention of a true immortal is troublesome. Seo Eunhyun acts ordinary, and through that faint interest, Seo Eunhyun sighs within this clone of his with pitiful senses. Damn it, the heaven immortal of Radiance Hall is now paying attention to him too. Chapter 738, Snakes 3. The first thought I have is extermination or return to thee. If I just temporarily send them all to the underworld through dimensional transfer or return to thee into my body and make them reincarnate, there's no way I'll be caught. Either way, since even if I kill them, it is within my authority to bring them back from the underworld and resurrect them, so they won't suffer any real loss. But I must not do that. I gained the realization that my own heart can become the fate of another, and I decide to refrain from recklessly wielding my heart under the excuse of it being just mine. What is fine by my standard may not be fine for someone else. Therefore, I do not kill or make them return to thee. Since it has already come to this, I can only use the situation to further prove my identity. Immortal Beast King Authority, Open. Ancient Force Manifestation. My consciousness processing speed, incomparably higher than other true immortals, reaches the speed of Araya, and I summon scenes from a timeline forgotten and turned into ancient force. Radiance Hall Envoy of the Final Age of Dharma Candidate, Make Gene. Attraction Force Connection. History Revision. The connection between Make Gene and I, who do not meet in the current timeline. But through the authority of a mortal beast king, I summon the connection between him and me from another timeline, and revise that history to fit this current timeline. Chwerareric. As if the Taiji is rotating the world, by my will, history twists, and into the twisted history is inserted the interpretation of a new history. The fragments of power that make genes scattered in Heavenly King heavenly domain at the time of the vast cold great war, so that he may revive upon death. Into the history of those fragments of power, the history of me is inserted and embedded. The Heaven Immortals of Radiance Hall are sensitive toward the history revisions of their nemesis, the Earth Immortals, but, Chwerareric, when the authority of my will combines with the authority of a mortal beast king, my history revision becomes vast enough to rival the history revision of the Head Realm, covering all of Mount Sumeru. Thanks to that, other than the Underworld, Great Mountain, and the Heavenly Kings of the Earth Immortal Pathway, none are able to perceive my history revision. If Torch Candle Heavenly Lord were at their peak, they might have noticed. But after the naming Supreme Deity battle, the Torch Candle Heavenly Lord is too busy shoving the Heavenly Void Furnace back into Head Realm to notice my history revision. Furthermore, the Torch Candle Heavenly Lord is a Heaven Immortal who only touches history by borrowing the power of the Heavenly Void Furnace and the Head Realm. Therefore, they fall short of being a true Heavenly Venerable rank of the Earth Immortal Pathway. After completing that history revision through my clone Seo Jiang, blood spurts all over my body and my head explodes. Pukwagwang. As my head explodes, perhaps due to the main authority of the Heaven Immortal that watches us, the composition of my clone transforms into resplendent moonlight. From within the exploding clone, traces of Make Gene spill out. Make Gene? From the sense of doubt that I feel from them, it seems they do indeed know Make Gene. For a while, that Heaven Immortal stares at me intently, as though connecting with somewhere in Radiance Hall to peruse the records of the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain. Then, as if convinced, they begin reconstructing my exploded clone. IHAVECAUSEDYOUT, or OUBLE. Chwerareric. The Heaven Immortal adjusts their rank and revives all of us who died in this trial, including me, before vanishing from that place. TSTSTSTSTS. I act dazed with a blank face after being revived by them. TSK, what a bothersome fellow. When I decode the wisdom remaining in the mind of the clone, I see that the name of that Heaven Immortal just now is Wool Woon. Mooncloud, a being who treads the immortal Tao of moonlight, Yurgal. Since their immortal Tao is a direct branch diverged from the immortal Tao of radiance, they are indeed a promising Heaven Immortal, and so that mortal being called Wula is their direct descendant. It seems they are also someone holding the position of law-protecting immortal of Radiance Hall, like Ho Woon. Ah, that's right. And I remember that the being called Wool Woon is one whose main body I once burst apart and killed when I invaded the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain. The power of their immortal Tao was usable enough, but their fundamentals were weak, so they were weaker than Ho Woon. Why then does the wisdom say that they have a promising future? Ah, I see. It is not an objective evaluation, but simply what they themselves think, which has come to me. I click my tongue inwardly and continue looking around with a dumb expression, and then the sacred vessel, sacred master of the Radiant Spirit sect approaches me as I look dumbfounded and speaks. Have you come to your senses? It seems you also have had the arrangement of a Heaven Immortal of Radiance Hall. Thanks to that, you have survived, and this too is a fortuitous encounter. You too seem to be born with a strong fate, so you also passed this trial. Is that true? At my question, the Sacred Master, who seems to be from the Earth Tribe, rubs his head and nods. And so, though I suffered trouble because of the Heaven Immortal called Wool Woon, without having to undergo the troublesome trial, I became a disciple of the Radiant Spirit sect. Disciples who pass the entrance trial of the Radiant Spirit sect are basically treated as common disciples. But among them, those who achieve the first, second, and third place in the entrance trial are specially taken in as direct disciples by the seniors of the Radiant Spirit sect. Guided by Baek Yang, the sect leader of the Radiant Spirit sect and a demon beast sacred master from the Heavenly Dog race, Wula walks toward the inner valley of the Radiant Spirit sect with those called second and third place. To think I am a descendant of a Heaven Immortal. I was born at the core formation stage. From birth, she carried a golden core within her, and even a part of her nascent soul has already manifested. Now, At 13 years old, she has already reached the half-step nascent soul stage, and in fact, she has already embodied the enlightenment of the heavenly being stage. As a genius who shakes heaven and earth, she came to the Radiant Spirit sect carrying all the expectations of the Cultivation clan she was born into, and she has come to know the source of her talent. Of course, her talent originates not merely from being the descendant of a heaven immortal, but literally from the fate bestowed by Radiance Hall. Still, realizing she is the direct descendant of a heaven immortal makes her hold her head high. In this Radiant Spirit sect, am I the greatest prodigy? Passing the trial of enduring the gaze of a heaven immortal and receiving their wisdom, she can already foresee her future. The Radiant Spirit sect is merely a stepping stone, for in a very short span she will surpass even this sacred vessel sacred master before her and become a true immortal. Since that is certain, she thinks it only natural that the sacred vessel sacred master personally guides them to their teachers. But there is something unpleasant. I can understand the sacred vessel sacred master Baek Yang not personally taking me as their disciple. She had already heard in advance that the rules of the Radiant Spirit sect are like that. The rules of the Radiant sect were established by a true immortal from the Radiant Spirit sect itself, so she can accept them. But why do I have to go to be assigned a master together with the second and third place, who are far inferior to me? She looks at those called second and third place, Seo Jiang and Pal Jin. Seo Jiang is a dumb-looking chi building stage, and Pal Jin, though at core formation stage, does not seem to have any special talent, even less than Seo Jiang. Truly annoying. Why must I, together with such things? And it is then, when she arrives with Baek Yang at the inner valley of the Radiant Spirit sect, where the esteemed ones of the star-shattering stage dwell. Baek, geometrical, white sword, come forth. Kururum. As though thunder rumbles, a woman descends before Baek Yang in them, her face covered by a silver mask, her whole body wrapped in bandages, and wearing a silver robe. Baek Geometry looks at Wool Ah and Pal Jin and speaks curtly. This one is my direct successor candidate, and this one is the candidate of Pearl Jade. Wool Ah looks up at Baek Yang in puzzlement at what is being said, but Baek Yang only sweats coldly and smiles awkwardly, as if they heard nothing at all. They are junior sister's disciple. Wool Ah, as you can see, is born with a powerful fate. Seo Jiang and Pal Jin are. I know. I'll take all three as my disciples. Go take care of your business. Yes, junior sister. As if it is uncomfortable to face Baek Geometry, Baek Yang gives a full respectful bow to Baek Geometry and then leaves in a hurry as though fleeing. Seeing this, Wool Ah grows confused. Since they are both of the Baek surname, it seems they are of the same line. Moreover, the sect leader has a higher realm, so why do they speak so respectfully to that one? But before she has the chance to dwell on that thought, Baek Geometry roughly gropes Seo Jiang's body and speaks. For now, you two train on your own. This one shows no sign of talent, so I must do a talent inspection. SW Sword White, true. Who is that supposed to be? I am the esteemed one. Baek Geometry, White Sword, so I know no such person. And I am your master, so obediently follow my words. Finishing her words, Baek Geometry hoists Seo Jiang over her shoulder. As she turns at once to leave, Wool Ah calls out hurriedly. Master? Please wait. If you could watch over our cultivation just a little. You two are born with fate, so you have no need for such help. Even if you only breathe, your realm will rise on its own, so do not disturb me. At the irresponsible words of esteemed one Baek Geometry, Wool Ah's mouth falls open in disbelief, and Pal Jin, sweating, also speaks. Master? In truth, there is something I must reveal. I know what you mean. In truth, you have no talent, and the reason you have come this far is thanks to the secret of that mysterious jewel you possess, is it not? That mysterious jewel is not separate from you, but a tool derived from your fate. That too is part of your talent, so use it well. In fact, many Pearl Jade candidates grow just like you, relying on external tools. Using it well to reach a higher realm is your own task. To give some advice, both of you are born with the fate of metal, so if you eat things like iron powder as though it were your daily food, your essence will resonate and your cultivation will progress more quickly. Having said this, Baek Geometry takes Seo Jiang and disappears into her own cave residence. This all happens in but a moment after Baek Geometry becomes their master. 2 years pass after Seo Eun-hyun, Wool Ah, Pal Jin, and the others joined the Radiant Spirit sect. The three reached the edge of the minor boundary in no time. All in the Radiant Spirit sect praised their talent, and by all rights they should be brimming with confidence and pride in their own talent and fate, filled with a sense of superiority. However, Wu-La cannot. Xiao Jiang. In her own cave residence, Wu-La grits her teeth and screams towards Xiao Jiang. No matter how much she is born with talent of 1,000 ages, the realm of a heavenly being is not easy. Even if she already embodied enlightenment up to the heavenly being stage, it is not something she could reach just breathing. Thus, she believed that upon reaching the heavenly being stage, she would be able to draw her master's attention. But, you only now reach the heavenly being stage? At this rate, can you even become a successor? TSK. Only Beck Geometry's cold sneer greeted her. She still cannot tell if this one is truly her master. Surely I surpass them in talent. My fate is stronger as well. And yet, for some reason, Beck Geometry only pays attention to Xiao Jiang. Even though Xiao Jiang is still only in the late nascent soul stage. Why in the world? Why? Even though within 100 years I could catch up to Master's realm, why? She cannot understand why she feels so resentful. It feels as if the existence called Beck Geometry is powerfully connected to her. And if Beck Geometry denies her, her very existence itself is denied. Hey, Wu-La. Then, startled by Xiao Jiang's voice suddenly calling her from outside her cave residence, Wu-La flinches and steps outside. Why, what is it, Xiao Jiang? Despite the strong inferiority she feels towards Xiao Jiang, Wu-La greets him with a bright smile in front of him. In any case, as a natural-born genius, she must maintain outward dignity. Congratulations on reaching the heavenly being stage. Master may not say it, but she cherishes you. It's just that Master's gaze is a little hard to understand, so it feels cold. Ahaha. Thanks for the congratulations. After exchanging kind words with Xiao Jiang, Wu-La goes back inside her cave residence. But even with Xiao Jiang's comfort, she only suffers deeper under her heart demon. What? Hard to understand? Then you mean, you understand, Master? Someone like you. Badudaduk. Anger rises. Xiao Jiang's kind appearance, esteemed one Beck Geometry who for some reason only pays attention to Xiao Jiang. And most of all, herself. I must become overwhelmingly stronger than Xiao Jiang. She believes there is only one way to resolve the inexplicable inferiority she feels towards Xiao Jiang. Overwhelming advancement in cultivation. Only that can dissolve her sense of inferiority towards Xiao Jiang. I must devote myself more to cultivation. Even more. And then, just as Wu-La is about to begin cultivation at the heavenly being stage while engulfed by her heart demon, from her shadow, a voice speaks. Do you desire power? What? At the sound of that single utterance, she suddenly beholds an illusion. It is the divine spirit of a sword mountain, with glass swords sprouting all over. Power? Hearing the call of the mountain divine spirit from within her heart demon, the pupils of Wu-La, the next sword spear heavenly lord candidate, begin to tremble madly. Chapter 739, Snakes 4. Kugugugugu. All of heaven and earth is black. But it is not simply black. Black, yellow, and all of the heaven's natural colors divide heaven and earth into three parts as they revolve. And that sight makes Wu-La feel as if she has entered into an illusory world of the three great ultimates. Kiok, Kihiok. Wu-La cannot even properly breathe. She once thought she endured the gaze of a heaven immortal. She believed she could, before long, reach even those transcendent beings like true immortals. It was a dull delusion. What is this despair? The pressure of the existence before her, surpassing even the universe, makes Wu-La unable to let out even a voice. And what is even more frightening is, even this is not their true power. Her deduction and interpretation of the existence before her, arising from her own talent. It instantly tells her that the existence before her is not their main body. It is not even an incarnation, nor a clone, nor a projection. It is literally nothing more than a tiny speck, manifesting before her through some trigger. She looks at the sword mountain before her. That sword mountain takes on a form, yet is not clear. Even the power it contains cannot be fathomed. And yet, this is only the power of a mere speck of the mountain divine spirit. Her body trembles. Am I going to be killed? Nothing else comes to mind. Only the thought of how despairing this existence before her is floods her mind. Just then, the existence before her asks again, do you not desire power? Hack. Power. Only at that single word does she barely come back to her senses. No, rather than regaining her senses, it might be that she is drawn by the fundamental magic that word carries. Only by being lured in by that magic does she barely regain her senses. I don't need it. Disappear. Words spoken half instinctively. If the existence before her truly were the projection or incarnation of the mountain divine spirit, she would never have been able to utter such words. The only reason she can do so now is, the being before me is absolutely not real. Her absolute talent, stemming from her very fate, strongly denies the reality of the existence before her. And along with Wool-Ah's denial, she finally exhales a breath of relief while watching the remnant image of the mountain divine spirit gradually fade away. It's disappearing. As expected, it is an existence that cannot truly affect. But just as she is about to feel relief, something sharp brushes against Wool-Ah's cheek. Shiver. It is a hand of glass, from which glass swords jut out. The hand that bursts forth from the remnant image of the sword mountain slightly scratches Wool-Ah's cheek, drawing a drop of blood, as if to read her petty thought and declare, I can exert influence whenever I wish. Sururuk. Even as the hand of glass fades, it slides down to her chest and pierces through. Suck. The hand passes straight through her clothes, her skin, her muscles, her ribs, and reaches her heart. Thump, thump. She feels it. At any moment, just as that hand scratched her cheek, it can scratch her heart and burst it apart. Because she is at the heavenly being stage, wounds like that no longer have meaning to her. But if it is an existence that can crush her heart, then it can do anything else as well. And as Wool-Ah's heartbeat grows maddeningly loud, at last the vision completely vanishes, and only the voice flows into her ear as it fades away. When you desire power, call for me. I shall aid you. At last, the vision disappears. Amid the sound of her pounding heartbeat, Wool-Ah prays to the God of Light, in whom all the living beings of the Heavenly King, Heavenly Domain believe in. Amateus Buddha, Wulang Sogvo. Amateus Buddha, murmuring the regnal name of the God of Light that is spread widely among mortals, Wool-Ah checks the wound left on her cheek and the single drop of blood. That drop of blood is instantly swept away by her cold sweat and vanishes, and even the wound is healed by the regeneration of a cultivator at the heavenly being stage. But the shock she just received is not so easily healed. What she must do is simple. Because she is a human overflowing with talent, she knows well what she must do. If something incomprehensible lies before her, she must first gain the wisdom to comprehend it. That is the teaching that all who follow the God of Light, the Amateus Buddha, must engrave upon themselves. Wool-Ah quickly goes to the Radiant Spirit Sect's Scripture Pavilion. The Scripture Pavilion's texts, even for her, normally require contribution points to access. But books that are not concerning methods, spells, or formations, such as histories or works of basic knowledge, do not require contribution points. Wool-Ah frantically searches for books containing information on the mountain divine spirit. Fortunately, or unfortunately, there are many such books to be found. Though Wool-Ah does not know it, in the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain, the beings called mountain divine spirits are nothing less than archenemies, receiving the hatred of all the true immortals of the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain. In fact, some groups within Radiance Hall even hold a regular hatred session toward the mountain divine spirits. Because of this, to make sure that everyone of the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain becomes familiar with the enemies known as the mountain divine spirits, Radiance Hall widely spread knowledge of the mountain divine spirits even in the myths and tales of mortals. Especially their negative aspects are described in detail. This is a mountain divine spirit. Wool-Ah trembles as she examines the countless negative legends, myths, and observation records about the mountain divine spirits stored in the Scripture Pavilion. There are mainly 3 famous mountain divine spirits, and Wool-Ah steadies her pounding breath as she looks at a collection of tales containing illustrations of them. The first mountain divine spirit is the father of all mountain spirits, the thief who stole precious treasures from the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain and became the friend of the God of Darkness, who governs the underworld after death, the God of Salt Mountain. The illustration shows a vast mountain made of countless red salts, and because the background is in darkness, it looks incredibly grotesque. Fortunately, or unfortunately, it seems that the God of Salt Mountain has already been annihilated by the gods of light. Good, So not all such savage mountain divine spirits are still alive. Turning to the section on the second mountain divine spirit, Wool shudders again. Though it is not a direct depiction of the true form, but merely an illustration passed down, her body trembles. Madness. The second mountain divine spirit, the god of Great Mountain. The illustration depicts a horrifying mountain made of blood and corpses, and things so revolting that it is difficult to even look at. Just seeing the illustration makes her stomach churn, and strangely her eyes begin to ache. So she quickly reads the description of the illustration. It is a divine rank that still exists, and it is said to be preparing for war against the god of light, in order to one day destroy the entire world. Wool feels overwhelming dread toward the mountain divine spirit of Great Mountain, and she hastily flips to the next page. Just seeing it brings terror. However, when she sees the illustration depicting the third mountain divine spirit, she feels her breath catch. This is Sword Mountain. Countless evil spirits and Rakshasas are impaled on that Sword Mountain, screaming, and just looking at it makes the nape of one's neck chill, as if sharp sword energies are infused into that mountain. There is no doubt. This third mountain divine spirit is the devil god who came to her. She slowly reads through the information about the third mountain divine spirit. Third mountain divine spirit. Sword Mountain. A terrifying devil god who clashed with the owner of light many times, and who brought down 4 divinities equal in rank to the owner of light. As befitting a savage mountain divine spirit, they are seeking to kill the second mountain divine spirit, Great Mountain. They too are preparing for war against the owner of light, while also being close with the god of death and lord of darkness, the divinity of the underworld. Unlike Great Mountain, who exists alone, countless evil spirits and Rakshasas follow them. Though currently missing, there is the golden bird, faster than anything in this world. The red Vajra, always filled with rage. The blue ghost king, always shedding tears. The giant god of chaos, who killed their own master, devoured their flesh, and became a god. The witch of destruction, who controls innumerable puppets and spews infinite power. And the vile opportunistic spirit who once served Great Mountain, but betrayed their master and joined Sword Mountain instead. This mountain divine spirit not only brought down 4 divinities equal to the owner of light, but also captured and killed a benevolent god, split them into 5, and turned them into Dharma treasures, which they carried around. These are said to be black chains that each symbolize one of the 5 desires. It is said that those who catch there are eternally tortured in the wicked glass-colored flames of hell, as much as the mountain divine spirit desires. 3. Even though it is not direct, Wool indirectly receives information about a governing immortal, and she feels a nosebleed coming. However, gripped by fear, she cannot put the book down. The fallen god of Salt Mountain, or the god of Great Mountain who supposedly travels alone while destroying the universe, she feels little toward them. But the god of Sword Mountain who directly spoke to her, and this collection of myths containing the most terrifying information. Wool feels as if her mind is going numb from the fear of this fearsome mountain divine spirit of Sword Mountain. A true immortal notices when someone mentions or thinks of them. It is because an attraction force forms between the one who thinks of the true immortal and the true immortal themselves. If it is a famous true immortal, they often do not care about such attraction force and ignore it, but I am not like that. Though I am indeed famous, my main body remains hidden, so I have no choice but to keep a close watch on those who think of me. And now, I smile as I see a familiar face among those who have formed an attraction force with me. You've walked well into it. Wool who lacks knowledge about true immortals, is steadily forming an attraction force with me. At first, it is I who deliberately approached and faintly implanted my essence into her heart demon, but afterwards it is Wool who keeps recalling me, and thus the attraction between us is growing stronger. This is why it's impossible for mortal beings to resist true immortals. Quite literally, just by recognizing them, an attraction force is formed, and the more one thinks of a true immortal, the more they grant that true immortal a foothold to approach. Not only a single human being, but if I wished, I could dye an entire middle realm with thoughts of me, and destroy it utterly without the need of immortal arts or any special authority. Just by connecting attraction force and revealing my presence. I have wronged you. As I die Wool, I inwardly apologize to her. Truly, I am sorry. I am using her. The gap between true immortals and mortal beings that I once lamented. Now, I am using that very gap to affect her life. From now on, she will become my arrangement. No, everything around her, everything that happens in her vicinity, it will all be dyed by me, and divine providence will be distorted. Step. Through my clone Co Jiang, I arrive at the Radiant Spirit Sect. The Radiant Spirit Sect is filled with those overflowing with talent. And that, paradoxically, becomes the reason why the ones brimming with talent constantly compare themselves to each other and fall into inferiority complexes. Well, falling into inferiority after seeing me is not unusual. In this place called the Radiant Spirit Sect, such a phenomenon happens so endlessly that even the power of history repetition has settled to some degree. If perhaps 10 million more years pass, this repetition of inferiority will accumulate enough to become an immortal art, and an innate sacred vessel like Co Huiol may be born. If such a being is born, that too will be a disaster. Therefore, forgive me, but I will use you. I apologize to Wool to the Radiant Spirit Sect, and to everyone in this stellar system. Even if I must use you, I will prevent such a tragedy. Step. I approach a disciple in one dark valley of the Radiant Spirit Sect, where he is violating sect rules by practicing a forbidden art. Wool Lady Wool Lady Wool is mine. I cannot let anyone else touch her. Wool Lady Wool is mine. I frown as I look around. Though less than Yuan Li, he too has slaughtered countless mortals, using their corpses to produce devilish energy and cultivate devilish arts. Disgusting. I want to rip out his spirit immediately and bring retribution upon him for what he has done. But I glance upward at the sky. Those Heavenly King, Heavenly Domain bastards. If I use my strength here, they will notice instantly, burn away this clone, and interrogate esteemed one Beck Geometry, who has taken me in as a disciple. That existence, infused with the soul of Sword Spear, will fall under suspicion. Not only Jiwa, but Beck Geometry, whose status was forcibly taken after Sword Spears suddenly possessed them, would see their life fall into ruin. Even such a bug, in this place, I cannot punish with excessive strength. Surik. With movements imperceptible to anyone, I use Heavenly Escape to momentarily cut off surveillance of the nearby space. Killing this bug alone is no difficulty. I look at the corpses scattered in the surroundings and decide what to do with him. But in this Radiant Spirit Sect, on this planet, there exists history repetition that amplifies the feelings of inferiority of the geniuses that were gathered in one place to foster talent. Even if I kill this one, the ring of misfortune will not end. The ring of suffering that Radiance Hall knows of yet ignores. So, I will make good use of trash like you. I read this one's fate. There are many like him in the Radiant Spirit Sect, thinking themselves superior, living arrogantly in their hometowns, only to come to the Radiant Spirit Sect and realize they are frogs in a well. Falling into inferiority, they sink into forbidden arts or devilish arts and become devilish cultivators. Such individuals are nothing but supporting characters, used by Radiance Hall to raise the geniuses they desire. If I end such beings now, Radiance Hall will immediately notice that a fate has disappeared, but making them move according to my will within their fixed fate. That, even they will not notice. I slightly alter his fate. Leaving behind the stench of corpses, I begin to reinterpret his fate so that this wretch's life, driven mad by inferiority, seized by inner demons, lusting after Wool who is kind to everyone, and dying miserably, may at least hold some meaning. Senior brother, do you need power? His fate is to fall into the devilish path and be destroyed. But instead of falling into lowly devilry that harms countless lives, would not I, whom Radiance Hall itself designates as an enemy, be a far better devilry? Twitch. Queric. I draw out a speck, just a tiny remnant, of a heart demon remaining within me, and begin to release it through my hand. A mere lump of base instinct, not even able to take a form like mine. Burning in glass true fire and weeping blood tears, the heart demon that emerges outside sees one tormented by lowly inferiority, and its eyes shine. The heart demon of I, who reached great net immortal, already possesses substance itself, and this pitiful being who beholds the charcoal lump monster weeping black blood tears stretches a hand out to me. Power? Yes, senior brother. Power. True power and enlightenment. On a level utterly different from the lowly devilish energy you gain by killing pitiful mortals. Were this not the Heavenly King, Heavenly Domain, I could even have rewritten his fate anew. For I now hold that much authority. But as long as this place lies within the domain of Radiance Hall, all I can do is bend his fate slightly more toward the path of non-killing. Intoxicated by my presence and by the power I offer, he clasps my hand, and as I bestow power upon him, my eyes gleam. In a den of snakes, I too have no choice but to become a snake. I too will use whatever means necessary to poison and kill Radiance Hall from within. I too will become a snake. Chapter 740, Evil God 1. Heavenly King, Heavenly Domain. Heroic Star Realm, Yingxing Jade, where the Radiance Spirit Sect lies. Law-protecting immortal Wu Wun, assigned the duty of guarding the heroic spirit realm for 100,000 years, half opens their eyes at a strange sensation. Wu Wun, a heavenly immortal of the earth tribe like Ho Wun, raises their vast body made of pure white moonlight from within a nebula and gazes upon the heroic spirit realm. Just now, what was that? What kind of position is the law-protecting immortal of Radiance Hall? As the name law-protecting implies, is it a position that guards Radiance Hall and the Heavenly King, Heavenly Domain from outside invasion? It is not. In the first place, since the Radiance 8 Immortals and the envoys of the final age of Dharma reside in the Heavenly King, Heavenly Domain, what kind of existence would ever come to invade it? Even if there is an invasion, unless every Radiance 8 Immortal and the envoy of the final age of Dharma are away, immortals from upper immortal and below have almost no reason to move personally for the protection of the Heavenly King, Heavenly Domain. Thus, what law-protecting immortals protect is not the safety of the Heavenly King, Heavenly Domain itself, but its fate. Just now, one of the flows of fate of the heroic spirit realm seems to have strangely twisted. The duty of law-protecting immortals is to observe whether there is a disturbance or not in the countless living beings that exist in the Heavenly King, Heavenly Domain, and the countless fates bestowed to them, and see whether someone has applied artificial interference or not, and if such a flow is seen, to return it to its original state or trace it back. Their mission is to prevent heaven immortals or earth immortals of other heavenly domains from interfering in the fate or history of the Heavenly King, Heavenly Domain. Therefore, Wu Wun uses both their earth tribe authority and their heaven immortal authority to read history and observe fate. And they find the answer. Was it just my imagination? They look into the place where the flow of fate had slightly shifted just now. The fate still remains unchanged. The fate of the mortal being in the Radiant Spirit Sect, where they had sensed an anomaly, still is. The fate of falling into the devilish path and perishing. Nothing has changed. Nothing. Perhaps this is not a problem of fate, but of myself. Of course, it may not be a heart demon. Perhaps, if they look more deeply, they may sense a subtle change. But Wu Wun does not bother to take such a dangerous action. The current Sword Spear Heavenly Lord has sent down a split soul to test the next Sword Spear candidate. So whatever happens, it will be handled by them. If I step out on my own, it might even be an insult to them. Therefore, Wu Wun turns the circuit of their thought. They decide it is not a problem with fate, but a problem of themselves. Perhaps because one of my direct descendants is said to be a candidate for the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord. Without knowing, I allowed a slight heart demon to form from my nervousness and excitement. Wu Wun looks upon their own heart demon and smiles faintly. They do not reject the heart demon. For one who has reached true immortality, such a thing is laughable. The Radiant's supreme deity has chosen my bloodline. Of course, whether their descendant can truly walk the fate of being the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord candidate depends solely on that child's will and ability. But what is certain is, if that child truly succeeds in becoming the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord candidate, Wu Wun will be the ancestor of the next Sword Spear Heavenly Lord. The replacement cycle of the Radiance 8 Immortals, unless one falls wrongly due to evil gods like the Mountain Divine Spirits or the Vast Cold Heavenly Lord, is about 10 trillion years in times of peace. For weak-willed true immortals, they may live a mere billion years before death, but Wu Wun holds ambition. If my descendant becomes the next Sword Spear, then at least for 20 trillion years, my name will resound even in the true immortal realm. If that happens, then perhaps, truly perhaps I too, really perhaps, can aim for the seat, surpass heavenly Tao envoys, and become a supreme deity. If I become a heavenly envoy and roam the universe for 20 trillion years, it may not be such an impossible thing. For 20 trillion years, if they bear the name of Radiance Hall on their back, they might become a supreme deity as terrifying as the Great Mountain Supreme Deity. Wu Wun, indulging in delusion of a future full of hope, where the world's powers are divided into three between Radiance Hall, the underworld, and the moonlight supreme deity Wool Woon. Once more closes their eyes and falls asleep. Wool Ah, after receiving the summons of the mountain divine spirit, devotes herself even more earnestly to cultivation. It is because she thinks that her own insufficiency allowed an evil god to pierce through the gaps of her heart. Yeah, let's let go of things like inferiority. Such things all arise from my own lack. She is a genius. A talent bestowed by the heavens cannot possibly show a gap in her heart over something as petty as inferiority and be seduced by an evil god. The talent given to her by the heavens tells her the answer she seeks right away. To escape from inferiority and fill the gaps of the heart, it is important to face the root of that inferiority. She faces her own heart. Master, Nco Jiang. The fact that Baek Geometry, who will one day be surpassed by her, does not treat her kindly like Baek Yang. And, more than that, the fact that Baek Geometry shows an absurd degree of favoritism towards Nco Jiang, who is even inferior to herself. How laughable! To feel such deep inferiority over something so trivial. Wool Ah soothes her own feelings and begins to console herself that it is not such a big matter. When I think about it, the Radiant Spirit Sect is only a place to pass through anyway. Her master, and Nco Jiang as well, are only things to pass through. Do not be swayed by emotions. Stealing her heart, Wool Ah decides to go see her master and Nco Jiang. If she confronts them directly, then the root of this inferiority too will be resolved. Thinking so, she quickly heads toward the cave residence of her master Baek Geometry. And Wool Ah is able to see a new scene once again. Pats. The lights of heaven and earth converge upon a single human, and the converging radiance begins to reverse the time of that human's body. Return to youth, Fanlao Haita. The body of Nco Jiang, who has entered adolescence and is already becoming quite grown, returns to the appearance of the 13-year-old boy he had when Wool Ah first met him. No, judging by how much younger he becomes, it seems not 13 but closer to 10 years old. Splendid. The accomplishment of the youth's samsara sword method, Saonin Linwei Janjua, has reached great completion. The praise of esteemed one Baek Geometry pours on his Nco Jiang. Kugagong. And from Nco Jiang, who has returned to youth, an even stronger aura and sword energy spill out. Grand perfection, nascent soul stage. Soon he may even aim for the heavenly being stage. As expected, such talent is nothing special. Wool Ah herself has already reached the heavenly being stage. Splendid, Nco Jiang. At Wool Ah's congratulations, the gazes of Baek Geometry and Nco Jiang turn toward her. As I thought, such a fellow is not worth my concern, nor worth feeling inferior towards. Her master's love? Let him have plenty. She does not care about her master's love anyway. Within 500 years at the earliest, she may surpass her master's realm. By then, she will have no need to care about Baek Geometry's favoritism. So, to cast away her inferiority and childishness, she steps towards Nco Jiang and pats his shoulder. At that sight, the eyes of esteemed one Baek Geometry twitch, but she pays it no mind. As expected of my fellow disciple, reaching the heavenly being stage will come quickly, but there's no need to be too hasty. I will teach you step by step. I have no congratulatory gift right now, but when you reach the heavenly being stage, just then, it happens. Tack. Baek Geometry forcefully strikes away Wool Ah's hand. Whose shoulder do you think you are touching? Jiang I dislikes others touching his shoulder. No, just now. Nco Jiang seems about to refute something, but Baek Geometry, as if to show Wool Ah, brushes off Nco Jiang's shoulder where her hand has touched, as if dust is clinging to it, and needs his shoulder. Jiang's shoulder can only be touched by me. And tell me, why did you come all the way here to give needless congratulations? Do you have some business here? At Baek Geometry's cold attitude, Wool Ah again feels her chest ache, but she forces herself to maintain her expression as she speaks. I apologize for visiting without informing you beforehand, Master. It is only that now that I have reached the heavenly being stage, I wish to gain enlightenment to cross beyond the limit of the minor boundary and enter the middle. Empty words. You have no need for enlightenment. Something like enlightenment is something fate grants on its own, so why would you need such a thing? You came to me with a purpose. Ah, yes. Seeing those eyes, you are troubled by a heart demon. Pardon. At Baek Geometry's words, which diagnose her condition in an instant far quicker than she expected, Wool Ah is taken back. A heart demon usually leaks out because one cannot control their emotions. To fail to control even such emotions and let a heart demon grow. What a defective thing. Kugum. For some reason, at those words, Wool-ah feels a shock as though her chest collapses. Again, it is always like this. Her nominal master, Beck Geometry, goes beyond indifference toward her, sometimes even spitting harsh words, and each time that happens, she feels as if her very essence is being denied. A being who cannot even control emotions as they wish can never be a candidate. TSK, get lost. Right now, I only wish to see Seo Jiang's face. What are you doing? Begone at once, you defective thing. Wool-ah, swept up by an overwhelming torrent of emotion she cannot even begin to fathom, leaves as though running away before Beck Geometry, who reveals affection toward Seo Jiang. Even she herself does not know what this emotion entangling her truly is. Isn't that too harsh? After Wool-ah departs, Seo Jiang speaks to Beck Geometry. Beck Geometry strokes Seo Jiang's ever-youthful shoulders as though handling a precious gem and smiles. In my time as well, I endured it all. The previous Sword Spear Heavenly Lord stripped me bare at that age, threw me into the mud to roll, and then made me lick their feet. Compared to that, I am being exceedingly gentle. If I had not met you, I would have had no need to be kind. I would have treated that child the same way through the refining method I learned from the previous Sword Spear Heavenly Lord. To become one of the Radiant's 8 Immortals, there is a need to regard emotions lightly. One must learn it as something to cast aside from the body at any time. After meeting you, I realized such a thing is impossible. But in any case, in the orthodox process of raising an 8 Immortal, it is absolutely necessary to go through a process of insulting emotion. Beck Geometry. Strictly speaking, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord possessing the body of Beck Geometry, the junior sister of the Radiant Spirit Sect's Sect Master Beck Yang, grips Seo Jiang's shoulders and continues with a fierce massage as she speaks. Of course, it is not something I wish to do, but if I do not go through such a process, I may be deposed immediately by the Executor Reign due Heavenly Lord. Is that so? In any case, if you intend to leave behind an arrangement, isn't it best that the states of the Radiant's 8 Immortals are as similar as possible? That is true. Seo Jiang's eyes shine. Since the arrangement I intend to leave behind will bring great change even to the bridal of the pitiful 8 Immortals. Wool-ah trembles. It is always like this. It feels as if her very foundation is being denied. The status and cultivation of Beck Geometry itself are not that important to her. Yet Beck Geometry's very existence presses upon her with immense pressure. Just why is this happening at all? She seeks an answer. The answer is that her fate as the next Sword Spear Heavenly Lord candidate derives from the current Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, making her very foundation none other than the current Sword Spear Heavenly Lord. In a sense, the current Sword Spear Heavenly Lord is even closer to being her parent than Wool-woon, who provides a bit of bloodline. And the fate directly bestowed upon her by Radiance Hall. Her genius arising from that fate derives an answer close to the truth. Master is a being similar to me in some way, either similar in temperament or similar in the nature of the spirit, or if not, similar in something metaphysical like fate. A metaphysical sense of kinship. Perhaps, she concludes, she herself is feeling a sense of kinship with Beck Geometry. And within that kinship, she grinds her teeth. It makes me angry. Her eyes burn with rage and hatred. Why does an existence like her, an existence similar to her, favor not her, who could be called their kin, but some other lowly brat? If she and Beck Geometry are similar existences, should she not cherish her even more? Badoodaduck. She clenches the flame blazing in her chest and grits her teeth. It feels so unjust that she could cry. Why does Beck Geometry, her own kin, not look upon her? Why must she be robbed of the attention of her own kin, attention she ought to rightfully receive, by some other irrelevant thing? Why? Yes. And then, with her eyes reddened, she reaches one conclusion. If I take it away, that conclusion is a thoroughly distorted and twisted one. The fate of the Radiant's 8 Immortals, which demands discarding emotion, the power of history repetition of the Radiant Spirit Sect, which provokes inferiority, and the acts of the current Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, who deliberately gives her humiliation. All of these overlap, planting warped and crooked emotions within her heart. If I take away with my own hands what Master treasures, then will she perhaps look at me? What her master, Beck Geometry, treasures. With bloodshot eyes, Wu recalls the one who, by cultivating a method imbued with the power of returning to youth, has taken on the form of a boy. Xiao Jiang. At first, she tried to resolve her sense of inferiority towards Xiao Jiang. But now she knows. Inferiority cannot be resolved. No matter what, Xiao Jiang receives more favoritism from the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord. If so, if I claim that Xiao Jiang for myself, then Master will look back at me. She will make her regret it. She will make her master realize too late that Xiao Jiang, whom she cherishes, has been taken from her, and cause her to pound the ground in despair and sink into ruin. Fixing on that twist goal, Wu buries an emotion, whether it is inferiority toward Xiao Jiang, warped affection toward Beck geometry, or an obsession and possessiveness born without her even realizing, deep within her own chest. Do you desire power? Within that possessiveness, the phantom of the sword mountain forms faintly again, but Wu instantly casts the phantom aside and snaps sharply. Begone, evil god. At that one utterance, the remnant of the mountain divine spirit shatters apart. I have no need of help from an evil god that seduces the hearts of people and plunges them into corruption. With my own hands I will steal what my master cherishes. Is it the fate of the Radiance 8 immortals repeated through generations that drags Wu into this state? Or is it the remnant of the mountain divine spirit called an evil god? No one can know which is the true evil god, but Wu resolves that one day she will escape from the evil god. With my own strength, with my own fate, I will break free from the power of the evil god, and I will seize what I desire, even if I must steal it from another. Within the fate of Radiance, as she destroys her own heart, Wu thus begins to cultivate madly. And 4 years pass. Is everyone gathered? Beck geometry, along with the star-shattering esteemed one of the Radiant Spirit sect, brings their direct disciples and speaks. These are all disciples who have reached at least the grand perfection 4-axis stage to the integration stage. And among them, those who are still only at the early 4-axis stage stand out. They are the early 4-axis stage Xiao Jiang, who has cultivated the youth samsara sword method and taken the form of a boy. The early 4-axis stage Pal Jin, who has cultivated the 8 trigrams sword formula. And likewise at the early 4-axis stage, yet having already prepared all the foundations to build the axes whenever she sets her mind to it, Beck geometry's disciple, now ascending to adulthood and receiving the courtesy name, Ryong Ling, the one who previously bore the name, Wu now, Wu Ryong Yearling. Esteemed one Beck geometry, having summoned them, looks at them and opens her mouth. From today onward, we go to another heavenly domain to sweep away the mad fanatics of the recently much-talked evil god, the God of Sword Mountain. Chapter 741, Evil God, 2. Kugagugum. Heavenly King Heavenly Domain, Heroic Spirit Realm. From the main hall of the Radiant Spirit sect in the Heroic Spirit Realm, a massive warship rises into the void. Its sheer size alone equals the continent of a decent-sized planet, and inside it, spatial spells are even set in place, making the warship no different from a small moon. It sails upon interstellar winds rather than ordinary breezes, and when needed, it possesses large-scale spatial transmission functions through attraction force. It is the warship of the Radiant Spirit sect, the Radiant Spirit Ship, another heavenly domain. Does that mean there's another universe besides this vast cosmos? Couldn't they just be referring to another galaxy cluster? Even the cultivators of the integration stage, who usually roam across entire stellar systems as if they are their homes, cannot hide their excitement this time and chatter together in groups. And toward them, the esteemed ones participating in the subjugation growl. It will take about 10 years to reach our destination, the Earth boundary heavenly domain. During that time, information about the heavenly domain will also be released, so stop chattering and go study. At once, the integration stage cultivators of the Radiant Spirit sect shrink under the growls of the esteemed ones and quickly retreat into the ship. Those left on the deck are the 3 esteemed ones Beck Geometry, Beck Un, and Beck Jin, along with Beck Geometry's disciples Wu Ryong, Xiao Jiang, and Pal Jin. You 3, would it not be better for you to go inside as well? The reason I purposely sent the other disciples in is because soon the heaven immortal who will bless us is descending. I thought it might be too much for you to endure. Beck-un asks carefully toward Wu Ryong and the others, and Beck Geometry frowns. They can handle it. Do you dare think my disciples are unable to endure something like that? And no, Beck Geometrical, Elder. Beck Un and Beck Jean tremble at Beck Geometry's anger, averting their eyes from her disciples. When those disciples first entered under Beck Geometry's tutelage, the fact that a certain high heaven immortal, a being the star-shattering stage esteemed ones could never imagine, was possessing their fellow disciple Beck Geometry was an open secret among the upper echelons of the Radiant Spirit sect. No, if it were merely a case of possession, perhaps they would not be afraid. They could simply report it to the overseeing law-protecting immortal of the nearby galaxy. But perhaps because Baekhyang received some warning about Beck Geometry's matter, they sternly instructed that they must never report or even pretend to know regarding the existence possessing Beck Geometry. Thus, those who once were fellow disciples of Beck Geometry can only keep their mouths shut and act as if they know nothing. Even the law-protecting immortal Wool Woon of Radiance Hall must know of this being, and yet they pretend not to. That can only mean this being is an unimaginably high existence. Perhaps not merely a heaven immortal, but a true great net immortal, or even an envoy of the final age of Dharma. Ugh, better not think of it. The esteemed ones try to reason about Beck Geometry's true identity, but thinking too much of high existences causes them to feel divine fervor, so they hastily shake off such thoughts. Before long, a vast moonlight gathers at the bow of the Radiant Spirit ship and takes the shape of a giant hound. Radiant Spirit Sect esteemed one Beck Un greets the ancestor of the celestial dog race. Radiant Spirit Sect esteemed one Beck Jean. Greetings. Beck Un, Beck Jean, and Beck Geometry bow in turn to Wool Woon. In that process, seeing Beck Geometry half-heartedly bow and greet with little care makes Beck Jean and Beck Un feel an even greater fear. And the heaven immortal, Wool Woon, who sent their projection onto the Radiant Spirit ship, also tries their utmost to avoid meeting Beck Geometry's gaze while blessing their ship. I, the moonlight immortal Wool Woon, grant my blessing. The light of all moons shall swiftly push your ship forward. Chua. Multiple immortal arts cover the Radiant Spirit ship, beginning with the representative immortal art of Lightspeed Enforcement, which pulls up the basic speed of the ship to light speed. Countless other immortal arts add favorable winds to the vessel. Soon, gentle moonlight envelopes the Radiant Spirit ship, and Wool Woon, finishing the blessing, turns their gaze toward their distant descendant Wool Ryong and smiles as though proud. TSTSTSTSS. Wool Woon's projection vanishes, and Wool Ryong, who meets Wool Woon's eyes, gains dozens of divine powers related to moonlight. Esteemed one Beck Geometry frowns deeply as if displeased, but says nothing on the spot. From now on, the Radiant Spirit ship will pass 3 planets, sailing through the galaxy cluster, until it reaches the teleportation formation leading to other heavenly domains. First, we will directly sail to the first target point, where the first planet lies, using lightspeed sailing. From that first point, we will perform a large-scale spatial transmission to arrive near the second target. Prepare yourselves for the impact of the lightspeed voyage that is about to begin. I need to step away for a moment to offer counsel to Lord Heaven Immortal. Finishing her words, Beck Geometry immediately uses the ground-shrinking technique and rushes in a single strike into the nebula where Wool Woon resides. Beck Un and Beck Jean both know that no star-shattering stage could possibly use a ground-shrinking technique of that level, but they all pretend not to see it, clear their throats awkwardly, and begin to set the Radiant Spirit ship in motion. Then, since esteemed one Beck Geometry will catch up on her own, let us depart first. Beck Jean, summon the interstellar winds from the rear. Understood. All of you, get inside the ship. Experiencing a large-scale lightspeed voyage for the first time could make you fall off completely. Esteemed ones Beck Un and Beck Jean each move to the stern and bow of the Radiant Spirit ship and begin to activate immortal arts. Seeing this, Pal Jin's voice trembles as he hurries inside. I'll be inside, everyone. My body's strength isn't enough yet to endure something like lightspeed sailing. All right, Pal Jin. Jiang I and I will stay here a while longer. I'm curious about how lightspeed sailing feels. Wool Ryong pats Xiao Jiang's back as she speaks, and Pal Jin, watching, nods before heading inside. Kugugugugu. From the stern, Beck Jean drives in the interstellar wind and begins to launch the ship, which gradually accelerates. Standing upon the accelerating ship, Wool Ryong looks at Xiao Jiang. This is a rare chance. It is one of the few times Seo Jiang and Beck geometry are apart. Seo Jiang, did you know? In the Earth boundary heavenly domain we are heading to, there is a middle realm called the Bright Cold Realm. Rumors say it is the birthplace of the evil god's followers. Perhaps we will have to go all the way there to sweep them away. Oh, really? That sounds frightening. Don't be too afraid. There may be times you must carry out missions alone, but I will protect you. You are our master's cherished disciple, after all. At Wu Ryong's words, Seo Jiang scratches his head as though embarrassed, and Wu Ryong strokes his hair. She no longer dares to pat his shoulder as before, for Beck geometry has placed a protective spell upon Seo Jiang's shoulder. If anyone besides herself touches it, a teleportation spell will trigger to summon that person before Beck geometry. Humph, that damn shoulder. One of Wu Ryong's goals is that someday, right in front of her master's eyes, she will madly mess up Seo Jiang's shoulder. She herself has no special feelings toward shoulders, but her desire is to defile with her own hands what her master treasures most. Kagugugu. Flash. At last, by the immortal art of lightspeed enforcement, the radiant spirit ship's speed is pulled up to light speed. The immortal art of lightspeed enforcement not only drags down beings faster than light to light speed, but also pulls those below up to it. And unless one is like the star-shattering stage esteemed ones who can travel light years by attraction force, the speed of a light is a velocity that only quasi-star-shattering stage cultivators can normally reach. And now, on the deck of the radiant spirit ship that has reached light speed, Wu Ryong casts a protective spell around herself and Seo Jiang, smiling warmly. I will protect you, Seo Jiang. Don't worry. Thank you, Ryong. Several years have passed since her twisted resolve toward esteemed one Beck geometry arose. That span of time is more than enough to turn the once pure maiden, Wu into the Wu Ryong consumed by vexation. By now, she also realizes why Seo Jiang receives favoritism. Seo Jiang must be Master's night attendant. She knows it too. She has learned that cultivators of certain realms treat some of their disciples as concubines, and she comes to think of Seo Jiang's role as such. Most likely, he is nothing more than Master's furnace cauldron. Perhaps Seo Jiang's future is to be found drained of his essence by Beck geometry, left a corpse. That is why, and for that reason, her eyes shine. It is all the more worth stealing. She no longer feels jealousy towards Seo Jiang, nor does she feel inferior to him. To steal away Master's cherished furnace cauldron, and for that to be me. Ryong, what are you doing all of a sudden? Wu Ryong buries her nose in the youthful Seo Jiang's hair, savoring the scent of his youth. Nothing really. I'm just checking your cultivation realm through your Baihui point. If there's any stagnation in your realm, as your senior sister, I ought to guide you properly. I see. If that's the reason, then. Seo Jiang innocently accepts her excuse, and Wu Ryong lifts the corners of her mouth as she smells the scent of Beck geometry from Seo Jiang. Seo Jiang still says that Beck geometry bathes him and dresses him. It could be said that this is because his body is still that of a child, but by now Wu also knows. There's no way she's just bathing and dressing him like that. She must have done everything. Imagining the figure of Beck geometry doing this, and that to Seo Jiang, Wu inhales the scent of Beck geometry and smiles. Someday, if I hang Seo Jiang in front of her and mess up Seo Jiang with my own hands, what would that feel like? Just thinking about it. She trembles as she imagines the future ecstasy. And inside Seo Jiang, Seo Eunhyun naturally reads her inner thoughts and makes a sour expression. Sword Spear never did anything like that. Why on earth is she thinking such things? Seo Eunhyun contemplates whether to protect this child's privacy or whether to reveal these lewd thoughts to Sword Spear. From the beginning, there were times when I drew attention away from my clone and pulled out the split soul for a while, leaving the body entirely in Sword Spear's hands. But Sword Spear's heart was always clean. Seo Jiang's body may outwardly look young, but his inner self is that of an old monster who's lived through several kalpas. Washing and dressing are things he knows how to handle on his own, so whenever his consciousness is in his clone, he always washes, dresses, and eats by himself. It seems she's misunderstood Sword Spear keeping my clone clean when my mind leaves the body, TSK. Since it is difficult to clear up the misunderstanding, Seo Eunhyun simply decides to divert her attention elsewhere. Shwick. Seo Jiang's body squirms slightly in Wu-Ah's embrace, as if feeling suffocated, and with one hand, he secretly forms a mudra that no one notices. Editor. Mudras are symbolic/ritual gestures, such as hand seals. And, responding to Seo Jiang's seal. Several individuals already beneath the deck of the Radiant Spirit ship begin to respond. The Radiant Spirit ship is not carrying only the disciples of the esteemed ones. There are also those who aim to trade with other heavenly domains, those who seek to establish branches of the Radiant Spirit sect in other heavenly domains, and even disciples at the four-axis stage, heavenly being stage, and nascent soul stage who serve as attendants for the disciples of the esteemed ones. And among those lower disciples, one named Juho bites his nails as he leans against a wall inside the ship with his eyes trembling. Hey Juho, are you alright? You don't look so good. Yeah, I'm fine. Get lost. TCH, I was trying to show concern and you bite back. Didn't you say you quit the Blood Devil arts? What? Going through withdrawal or something? Some disciples had come to check on Juho's condition, but at his cold response, they leave grumbling. Juho keeps gnawing at his nails and mutters under his breath. Wool ah, my wool ah. The moment he first saw wool ah, she stole his heart. He thought she must be a celestial maiden. Of course, he called her that since he doesn't know the truth about the beings actually called celestial maidens, such as Glass Peacock, Granny Samson, or Zhongli. But, in any case, Juho decided to regard Wu Ryong as his celestial maiden. He offered up all the wealth he has, and doesn't have, to approach her. There were even moments when he breathed the same breath as her, from up close. Because Wu Ryong is always kind and gentle to everyone. To Juho, who is steeped in inferiority and defeat from the endless competition within the Radiant Spirit sect, she became salvation itself. But getting close to her proved to be far from easy. She entered as a disciple of a star-shattering esteemed one, reaching nascent soul within a few months and becoming a heavenly being within a few years. The gap between her and Juho only continued to widen. To chase after her, Juho sought a way to rapidly raise his realm, and he even turned to Blood Devil arts, which use human blood and brains as materials, grinding and devouring hundreds of humans. But such things were useless. What actually proved to be truly useful is the revelation of a god that came to Juho several years ago. It is the blessing of that being. Because of that blessing, Juho instantly overcame the stagnation that even Blood Devil arts could not break through and reached the heavenly being stage. Moreover, he even recently learned and secretly practiced a powerful formula called the vast cold heavenly circle in order to reach the grand perfection heavenly being stage. Compared to others who cultivate the standard heavenly being formula of acceptance at fate's end, he can grow several times stronger. But, in those few years, Wu Ah became an adult and directly reached the four-axis stage. Furthermore, rumor has it that she already possesses all the materials and rituals necessary to build the axis, but she deliberately remains at the early four-axis stage in order to achieve a more special strengthening. In other words, while Juho is coughing up blood just to reach the four-axis stage and stand at her level, she could finish that special strengthening in an instant and leap straight to the grand perfection four-axis, or even reach the integration stage. Why? Why must you only grow farther away? Wula my wula, my celestial maiden. Buduk, badudududuk. Just then, when is he gnawing his nails like a madman? Do you need power? Carrick, Carrick. Juho's pupils shrink as he hears the squirming sound from inside his chest and the spiritual waves flooding into his mind. Thump, 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 thump. He has two hearts. One is the original lump of flesh he was born with. The other is the heart of blessing he gained after encountering God. Since obtaining that heart of blessing, he no longer needs to practice Blood Devil arts. The heart of blessing continuously bestows new cultivation methods, formulas, and divine powers, leading him forward. Juho wonders what triggers the heart of blessing to grant him power, but in the end, he is unable to figure it out. It doesn't matter. What he needs is the power to follow after Wu Ah, not the circumstances of the heart of blessing. Power, I need it. Please grant me power, the power to get closer to Wu Ah. With bloodshot eyes, Juho clutches his chest, and suddenly, for some reason, he feels a power welling up from within his chest that is incomparable to anything until now. What? This is. Ha ha. With this power, the power surges. I can make Wu Ah mine. The power continues to surge. Huh? Wait. The power surges endlessly, and glass-like coral begins sprouting from Juho's forearms. Ah yag. Quaaf. Only then does Juho realize something is wrong, and he screams. From his whole body, corals of glass are sprouting. Your fate has ended. The heart of blessing he had received. From it, a creature of charcoal begins to spew glass flames, compressing itself into a vajra. And from its center, it begins eroding an entire corner of the Radiant Spirit Sect ship through Juho. But do not worry. It is not as if you are perishing within the power gained by massacring hundreds of millions of mortals as your original fate dictates. The karmic sin you bear will be endlessly lighter. You won't taste Avicii hell in your next life. And so, Juho, who carries both, the fate of falling into the devilish path and perishing, and the fate of being growth material for a candidate of the Radiant Eight Immortals, under the power of the wicked mountain divine spirit, feels himself bound by the phantoms of the mortals he killed with his own hands, and dies screaming. And using his death as a medium, the wicked god begins stretching its hand into the world of light. Chapter 742, Evil God, 3. Kugagum. A great shock spreads through the Radiant Spirit ship. It is a shock that anyone can feel. Esteemed ones Baek-jin and Baek-eun let out low voices. Of all times, why does something troublesome have to happen when Baek geometry is away? Baek geometry is in a state assumed to be possessed by a heaven immortal. Thus, as long as she is present, they do not have to worry no matter what danger arises. The shock arose from the lower deck. Moreover, this wave it is not of the heavenly king heavenly domain. Perhaps a true immortal of another heavenly domain has intervened. Since we are in transit, it is troublesome to request aid from the law protecting immortal. After some discussion, the two beings realize that in the present situation, they can only block it with their own strength. But since we are in light-speed navigation, it is difficult for us to go directly. If the navigation stops suddenly, the Radiant Spirit ship will be smashed apart. Kanjih, it cannot be helped. We must lend a hand and tell the disciples to block it. Whether those brats can hold it back. It is not such a strong wave. Complacency is forbidden. If the one who acted is of true immortal rank. Even if the power seems weak, who knows what unpredictable tricks may be used. Even if we worry, there is nothing we can do. Let us suppress the wave for now, and entrust the handling of it to the disciples. So be it. Baek-eun and Baek-jin, each taking the stern and the bow of the Radiant Spirit ship, simultaneously form hand seals. Their seals become a white radiance that blocks the strange phenomenon arising beneath the ship from spreading and suppresses the power of the phenomenon. Soon after, the voices of the two esteemed ones spread throughout the entire Radiant Spirit ship. To all disciples of the Radiant Spirit sect, heed this. At present, in the lower deck of the Radiant Spirit ship, in the Mu sector, an abnormal phenomenon has occurred. We have taken measures, so there is no great danger, but as we have only suppressed its power, the phenomenon must be eliminated within a short time. Disciples who aid in dispelling the abnormal phenomenon will each be granted sacred light, Shungong, in accordance with their merit. At the voices of the esteemed ones, the whole Radiant Spirit ship becomes noisy. Sacred light? It seems even the esteemed ones are pressed for time. Sacred light, huh? Seo Jiang tilts his head as if puzzled, and Wu Ryong touches his cheek and explains. They say sacred light is one of the Dharma treasures mainly used by those who are esteemed ones and above. It is the condensed power of light that the esteemed ones can wield, and since its form is ever-changing, it can be used in many ways. How do you know that? Nobody taught me. Well, usually you learn it from fairy tales or basic knowledge books from when you are 4 or 5 years old. In most sects or clans, if you learn as a child, it is impossible not to know. Wu Ryong looks down at Seo Jiang with puzzlement, and he gives an awkward smile as he points toward beneath the deck. Anyway, Wu Ryong, are you going to go? Of course I will. Wu Ryong nods vigorously. To grant sacred light. It is like granting a core formation cultivator's Dharma treasure to a chi building cultivator. Granting an integration cultivator's refining void Dharma treasure to a nascent soul cultivator. Like granting a true immortal's winged garment to a sacred vessel's sacred master. Being able to use a massive lump of power that even quasi-immortals and esteemed ones use from the 4-axis stage onward. That experience will be useful even after becoming an esteemed one. Seo Jiang, watching Wu Ryong, also grasps a sense of what this sacred light is. I see. So it is like the immortal crowns of the Radiance Supreme Deity that all the true immortals of Radiance Hall use. only a degraded version. In the Sun and Moon heavenly domain, when one becomes an esteemed one, one is granted a small star. In the Heavenly King heavenly domain, it seems one is granted a strand of sacred light. When one nurtures and cultivates this sacred light well, once reaching the true immortal rank, it naturally evolves into the immortal crown of radiance. Wu Rang takes Xiao Jiang down below the deck, sets him down, and descends into the sector spoken of by the esteemed ones. Already, several integration stage senior brothers and senior sisters are positioned there, and Wu Rang, standing at their center, gazes at the massive mountain of coral that is emitting ominous ripples. That mountain of coral made of glass, with its countless sharp and pointed edges, looks like a sword mountain. Shiver. Wu Rang feels goosebumps rise over her whole body. It is that mountain divine spirit again. She thinks the divine spirit of Sword Mountain is spewing some kind of malice around her. It is then, Walla, a voice calling her childhood name echoes from somewhere. Since she still has not gotten used to the name Wu Rang, she flinches when she hears it. You duck, you do duck. The coral mountain of glass begins to move. Kugagugagu. It's moving. Suppress it with integrated Dao domains. The Radiant Spirit Sect's integration stage disciples rush to spread their integrated Dao domains, forming a ceiling formation that engulfs the coral mountain, but soon an enormous roar explodes out. D-O-N-O-T-I-N-T-E-R-F-E-R-E. Do-do-do-do-do-do. The monstrous roar filled with dreadful resentment tears apart the integrated Dao domains of the integration stage grand cultivators all at once and ruptures the nearby space. Shwikak. Wu Rang cuts down the aftershock of that roar with sharp sword energy, her eyes gleaming. Dangerous. Wu Rang has not learned any special methods. The only method she has learned is the Radiant Spirit Sword Formula, a core formation method she received when she first entered the Radiant Spirit sect. Even what she had learned before in the Wu clan, the Radiance Formula, is nothing more than a basic method widely spread throughout the whole heavenly domain. Yet, even though she has not learned any special method, she reinterpreted the Radiant Spirit Sword Formula, creating her own specialized method and advancing her cultivation through the succeeding realms. Chwalat. Based on the Radiant Spirit Sword Formula, Wu Rang's own innate law formula spews out light, placing a sword of radiance in her hand. Light is a sword. She knows well the sharpness that light holds, how to refine light into sharpness, how to wield light as a weapon. Such knowledge gushed up in her mind like a flood from the very moment she first learned the method. Kugagugagugu. While receiving attacks from the other integration cultivators, a massive body rises within a section of the Radiant Spirit ship. It is a monster. The monster, whose entire body is formed of blade-like glass coral, looks down at Wu Rang, glass-colored flames bursting from its eyes. Gwawawag. Kugagugum. The monster, locking eyes with Wu Rang, immediately charges at her with a body slam. If not for the integration stage senior brothers and senior sisters restraining it, she would have been smashed to death by that single charge. Let's trust in the senior brothers and senior sisters. Gripping the sword of radiance, Wu Rang's eyes shine, trusting the integration stage senior brothers and sisters who are twisting their integrated Dao domains into binding ropes that tie the monster's body. I do not need much. Woo-woo. The sword of radiance floats into the void, becoming a flying sword. Wu Rang imbues her will into the flying sword. Just a single strike. Only, that one strike must contain the Dao. Though separated from her body, Wu Rang feels the unity of body and sword with the flying sword. Unifying her mind and body with the flying sword, forging her entire will into that one strike, Wu Rang releases the flying sword. Woo-woo. The flying sword is slow, but everyone present can sense it. If this flying sword grows one day, it will become a dreadful strike capable of tearing apart even upper immortals in a single blow. Sword Jan. Dao Dao. Suat. Since it is still incomplete, the name is not yet complete, but Wu Rang utters the first words of the ultimate technique's name in advance and unfolds the sword formula. And at that very moment, Jiao Yang, Wu A's flying sword pierces through the core of the monster, shattering its body into pieces. Kugagugagu. The monster's body collapses. Only then does Wu Rang also release the tension she unknowingly held tight within her body. It was only a technique I imagined, but as expected, it worked well. This technique will likely continue to be refined, until it eventually becomes her genuine ultimate technique. And she will not be content with just that. If I go beyond simply making it my ultimate technique, and instead fill the heavens with it, if I create a sword ring, if that happens, she may be able to destroy even an entire world with a single strike. While she is immersed in that vision of the future. Voila! Why me? Why are you attacking me? Kururum. From within the remains of the glass mountain, a monster whose whole body has become charcoal emerges. Though its size is now human scale and smaller than the previous giant form, the menace it exudes is of considerable degree. And above all, it is fast. Wu Ryong, having poured everything into the ultimate technique and now exhausted, can only barely move her body in response to the monster charging at her. Woo-woo. She squeezes out the last of her strength and forms a radiance halberd out of light. After swords, what she handles best is the halberd or spear. Kang. Her radiance halberd collides with the monster's hand. The monster's hand has transformed into a massive glass sword, and the pressure it carries is immense. Voila. I love you. Please accept my heart. Voila, love me. Look at me. Be mine. Kang, Kang, Kang. The other integration stage senior brothers and sisters also seem exhausted, for they only cast simple spells and none use attraction force directly to assist. Seizing that gap, the charcoal monster dodges all their spells and attacks while continuing to pressure Wula. What level of skill is this? Wula realizes that each and every sword strike unleashed from the monster embodies profound principles of the sword. It is clearly a monster with faint reason, so how can it possess such overwhelming sword enlightenment? Her talent immediately finds the answer again. This is not its own insight. It is borrowing enlightenment. Wu Ryong swings her halberd to block the monster's sword strike, her eyes shining. Suat. The world grows silent. It is as if only she and the monster before her exist in this world. She senses countless flows from both the monster and herself. The results of countless movements emanates from them, and suddenly, reading those lines, she notices that two distinct flows are emerging from the monster. The two flows are so intricately overlapped that if not for her eyes, anyone else would have missed them. Those two flows. TSTS. Wu Ryong's eyes gleam as she grips her halberd. I will split them apart and tear them away separately. If she does so, then these bizarre sword strikes unleashed by the charcoal monster will all lose their path. A world of hyper-concentration where everything stands still. To true immortals, it is daily life. But to mortals, it is an endlessly distant world of darkness. To that world, Wu Ryong takes a step. Suat. The sound of water splitting is heard. Her halberd transcends all laws for an instant, surpassing the plane through pure enlightenment alone. Beyond the plane of chi, into the plane of soul. And further still, her spear reaches the essence of the plane of soul, void. In that instant, it slices directly between the two flows emanating from the charcoal monster. Shawake. Then, she opens her eyes wide once more. This place. Where Rurik. All of heaven and earth burns with glass-colored flames. And before her stands a giant of mist, seated upon a glass sword mountain as their throne. It is impossible to clearly perceive its form, but instinctively, she knows that she must not perceive it properly. Child of light, do you still not desire power? I know who you are. I dare not borrow power from an evil god like you. You say you cannot borrow my power. Haha, amusing words for one most closely aligned with my power. I wonder how long such hypocrisy will last. Wu Ryong does not answer. She lowers her eyes, avoiding its gaze. Child of light, I shall watch over your journey. Through you, I shall leave behind what I desire. Words beyond comprehension. That one sentence, appearing like a prophecy, leaves her unable to respond. And right after, Suat, she returns to reality and opens her eyes wide again. Damn it, that cursed mountain divine spirit. In that brief moment of conversation with the mountain divine spirit, within that moment, she succeeded in severing the connection between the mountain divine spirit and the charcoal monster. However, I haven't yet finished off the charcoal monster. Even though the connection is cut, the charcoal monster still charges toward her, spewing countless glass swords from its body. Become one with me. A fleeting instant not enough to even draw back her halberd of radiance. Puckwhack. In that fleeting instant, another sword of radiance pierces into the charcoal monster's forehead. She knows who the owner of that radiant sword is. She recognizes the fluctuation of that spiritual power. Co Jiang. It is Co Jiang, standing behind her with an oddly apologetic expression. The monster, its head impaled by Co Jiang's sword, finally collapses, its strength exhausted. Sueya. The charcoal covering the monster vanishes, and from within, the face of Ju Ho, the disciple of the Radiant Spirit sect, is revealed. Those who know him rush to his side, and Wu Ryong, recalling that she has seen him somewhere before, gazes with bitter eyes. Thank you, Co Jiang. No need, Wu Ryong. It's just what fellow disciples should do. Co Jiang speaks awkwardly, then slowly walks over to close the disciple's eyes. Go in peace. May your next life be a little more peaceful. As she watches Co Jiang, Wu Ryong feels that despite his youthful appearance, there's an inexplicable maturity about him. What is this? And as she sees this unexpected side of Co Jiang, Wu Ryong feels a strange ripple stir within her chest. Thus ends the incident aboard the Radiant Spirit ship. Esteemed ones Baek Jin and Baek Eun commend Wu Ryong and the integration stage disciples, and even Baek Geometry, who later joins them, rarely acknowledges Wu Ryong's contribution. Not bad. I saw from afar as well, and it seems you have at least grasped a foundation that can be passed down to. At Baek Geometry's cold praise, Wu Ryong's whole body tingles and soars, only to cool down again when she sees Baek Geometry looking for Co Jiang. Wu Ryong, the integration stage cultivators who distinguished themselves during this incident, and Co Jiang, all receive shards of the special Dharma treasure, Sacred Radiance, from Baek Jin and Baek Eun, using them to grow strong their abilities. All the other disciples praise them. At the same time, they secretly harbor jealousy. And, within the bridle of jealousy and inferiority, a certain shadow begins to seek them out. Power. I want power. You desire power, I see. Co Jiang takes out a white powder from his robe and pours it into the mouth of a cultivator in the heavenly being stage. The cultivator, who appears as an old man with hair turned completely white, despite his aged appearance, grins foolishly and rolls his eyes back as he eats the salt powder. Ugh, you are good. This is good. Where Rurik? At the same time, a strong glass true fire surges from the heavenly being cultivator's body and injects enlightenment directly into his mind. Though the outward appearance when receiving enlightenment may seem a bit disturbing, they are excellent realizations without any side effects. Good. Since I drew attention, I was able to leave behind more traces. More than anything, because my trace rampaged once, I can now draw power and influence directly from the main body without raising suspicion. Excellent. Muttering to himself, Co Jiang walks along a shadowed corridor and speaks toward one of the shadows cast by his figure. Are preparations proceeding well? Uy, Hamjin? TSTSTSTST. At that moment, massive figures emerge from within the shadow and bow their heads behind Co Jiang. Yes, Lord. Once you arrive in the Earth boundary heavenly domain, the followers are set to act simultaneously. Just give the order, teacher. Good. It relieves me to know the preparations are going well. However, do not grow complacent yet. Co Jiang looks up at the eastern section of the Radiant Spirit ship, where he lives with Pal Jin, Wu Ah, and others, his eyes glinting. For truly unimaginable numbers of eyes are watching the next sword spear candidate. Continuing his secretive conversation with the even more secretive shadows, Co Jiang walks further along the shadowed corridor. At last, more than 10 years pass, and the Radiant Spirit ship arrives at the Earth Boundary Heavenly Domain, a stellar system of the Earth Boundary Heavenly Domain, the Gi Jin realm. The most powerful force there, the Gi clan, welcomes the people of the Radiant Spirit sect. Greetings, esteemed ones of the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain. I am Gi Yun, the current head of the Gi clan. While the esteemed ones and disciples of the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain carry out your subjugation campaign in the Earth Boundary Heavenly Domain, we of the Gi clan will do everything we can to accommodate you. Dressed in a light pink palace attire, the head of the Gi clan wears a gentle expression as they bow to the members of the Radiant Spirit sect. Chapter 743, Evil God 4. The disciples of the Radiant Spirit sect receive the hospitality of the Gi clan and all unpack at the clan's main stronghold, Bizarre Mountain. They expect to experience the culture and new customs of this heavenly domain, but their masters, the esteemed ones, immediately summon them. From today, you will each ascend to different middle realms of the Earth Boundary Heavenly Domain, and there you will eliminate the groups of evil god worshippers that have taken root. According to your strength and the size of each cult, you have been assigned to your respective places. Any questions? Esteemed one Beck Geometry explains, and some cultivators at the integration stage raise questions. Yes. Is there perhaps even a brief piece of information we can know about those worshippers? For now, I will hand out jade slips, so read them along with the slips. Pat it. From Beck Geometry's sleeve, several jade slips appear and fly into the hands of the disciples, and each accepts and begins reading. Wool Ryong, sticking close with Seo Jiang, reads the jade slip and lets out a silent exclamation. They are all frightening beings. Yeah, but must you really sit this close, Ryong? What's the problem? Master seems to be staring at us. Let her stare if she wants. By now Wool Ryong is no longer afraid of esteemed one Beck Geometry. Of course, if they actually fight, she will die, but as she has continued along her immortal cultivation, she has come to know her own value clearly, and understands that Beck Geometry can never truly kill her. At Wool Ryong's attitude, Beck Geometry glares even harder with her eyes bloodshot, and for some reason, the head of the GI clan also narrows their pupils tightly as they look toward them. Seo Jiang, feeling the stares flying in from every direction, thinks he must separate from Wool Ryong, but she pays it no mind and continues reading the information written in the jade slip. Beck Geometry, even while glaring at Wool Ryong, continues her explanation. The places you must subjugate are 3. The Lightning Sword Palace, Danjiangong, of the Sealing Spirit Realm. The Wuji Society, Wuji Hoi, of the Bestowed Bliss Realm. And finally, the Thunder Resonance Valley, Lungu, of the Vast Cold Realm. The Lightning Sword Palace and the Wuji Society are groups claiming to have received revelations from evil gods, and all are skilled in lightning path methods, sword path methods, ghost path methods, and curse methods. Among the 3 sects, Wool Ryong's eyes go to the one called Thunder Resonance Valley. For some reason, she feels she will be assigned to subjugate that Thunder Resonance Valley. It feels as though her fate is connected there. Beck Geometry continues the explanation about Thunder Resonance Valley. Lastly, Thunder Resonance Valley. The Lightning Sword High Person there is also famous as the Grand Master of the Palace Lord of the Lightning Sword Palace. They are renowned as a cultivator who surpassed the integration stage, and may perhaps have even reached the quasi-star shattering stage. In particular, this Lightning Sword High Person is said to have received direct teachings from the evil gods, so you must be extremely cautious. Now then, I will now assign disciples to each sect. To the Lightning Sword Palace, Un Ryok, Un Rak, Paljin. Beck Geometry slowly assigns disciples, and at the end, calls out those who will be sent to the Thunder Resonance Valley. To the Thunder Resonance Valley, Wool Ryong, Seo Jiang, Mu Geometry, Bai Hua. These 4 disciples will go for the subjugation. An esteemed one will accompany each subjugation area, so do not worry too much. 4 Lighting Sword Palace, Beck Jin. 4 Wuji Society, Beck-un. For Thunder Resonance Valley, I will personally go. As she says this, Beck Geometry fixes a fierce glare on Wool Ryong, and Wool Ryong only smiles without caring about that gaze. Thus, under Beck Geometry's assignment, Wool Ryong holds Seo Jiang's hand and smiles lightly. Ho-ho, Seo Jiang. This time too, we're together. Seo Jiang glances toward where Beck Geometry stands, and where the clan head of the GI clan is, then tightly shuts his eyes. Deep into the night. Blink. Wool Ryong opens her eyes. What is this? She half opens her eyes and rises from her seat, sensing a strange feeling from Bizarre Mountain, the main base of the GI clan. Normally, once one reaches the 4-axis stage, sleep is unnecessary. But because they traveled through light-speed navigation to another heavenly domain, until they adapt to the power of that heavenly domain, they must sleep like ordinary people and eat the crops of that heavenly domain. This adaptation period is a process every traveler between heavenly domains must go through, unless one is a star-shattering esteemed one. Those who do not go through this period inevitably find their strength weakened. Thus, during this adaptation period, the GI clan supports them, and they are supplied with usable magic artifacts, Dharma treasures, and talismans from the GI clan, a clan famous for producing Dharma treasures in this star system. After about a year of adaptation, they are expected to ascend and carry out their mission. What is this? Yet Wool Ryong feels such an ominous premonition beneath the GI clan's main base that it makes her shudder. This is... Although from the aftermath of heavenly domain travel, she should not even be able to read celestial energy, she instinctively senses a powerful, ominous foreboding. She summons a radiance halberd and points it toward the GI clan guards standing outside her room. Thud! A thrust through the halberd. It is not a full strike, only a probing thrust, so the power amounts to no more than an attack from a core formation cultivator. Yet within that thrust, she senses something. Who are you? Wool Ryan glares and asks the GI clan guard whose chest is pierced by the halberd, though not a drop of blood flows. The guard then smiles faintly and opens their mouth. Second class alert warning issued. Second class dangerous individual, direct disciple Wool Ryan, initiates hostile action. Shiver. Quachajijic. At that inhuman display, Wool Ryan tears the guard apart without a moment to ask further. And then, she understands the nature of the inhuman sensation she felt from the guard. This thing. They are, astonishingly, a finely crafted mechanical construct. Realizing this, Wool Ryan can't but widen her eyes. Even if her cultivation is unstable due to coming to another heavenly domain and she requires an adaptation period, her consciousness domain is not sealed. When she sweeps with her consciousness domain, she clearly perceives them as human. In other words, this puppet is created with advanced techniques that can completely deceive her consciousness domain's detection. At that moment, she finally realizes the source of the ominous premonition she has continuously been feeling. Do-do-do-do-do-do. All the GI clan members of Bizarre Mountain surge toward the Bizarre Forging Pavilion where the disciples of the Radiant Spirit sect reside. It's an ambush. Geum. Wool Ryan's lion's roar shakes the entire Bizarre Forging Pavilion, and countless Radiant Spirit sect disciples open their eyes and rise to respond. Quang quang. Holes burst open throughout the Bizarre Forging Pavilion, and explosions erupt. Wool Ryan quickly grabs Seo Jiang from the adjacent room and scans the surroundings. Damn it, I knew the face of the GI clan's head was suspicious from the start. She realizes what is happening now. Kugagugum. GI clan's main stronghold, Bizarre Mountain, is sinking downward while a massive lid-like thing rises from the ground, sealing off the entire area, and the endless wave of GI clan members rushing toward them. She realizes that all of those clan members are actually mechanical puppets made to look exactly like humans. Tuckwang, tuckwang, tuckwagwagwang. Countless cultivators pour down barges of spells, but perhaps because of the side effects of crossing a heavenly domain, every one of their spells is pitifully weak. The power of a grand cultivator at the integration stage has fallen to no more than the level of the nascent soul stage. Damn it, to be attacked before we even have time to adapt. They targeted us at our weakest moment. Kuwang. The puppets of the GI clan all combine together and begin transforming into a massive puppet. Flash. Kururum. Then, enormous swords fly from the sky, shaking the ground where the seal is forming, and the voices of the star-shattering stage esteemed ones thunder across heaven and earth. We have fallen into a trap. Survive on your own. If you wait in your positions for 3 Shurchen, this riot will be sup. But at that moment, flash. Something that burns through the sky flies straight at esteemed one Beck Jean, who is transmitting their voice, and from Beck Jean, struck by it, an immense explosion bursts forth. Quarlum. The shockwave from beyond the planet shakes the entire planet. Quawa. Perhaps because the attack is unexpected, Beck Jean screams as they reveal their true body, while Beck Un quickly assesses the situation and flies toward the Radiant Spirit ship. Esteemed one Beck Geometry, please assist us. We must fire the main cannon of the Radiant Spirit ship. But immediately after, Tuckwang. Something fires again, striking the Radiant Spirit ship directly. Jewing. Under the force of that something, the Radiant Spirit ship shatters completely, and esteemed one Beck Un is blown away as well. Beck Geometry does not even spare them a glance, only looking downward. Kugagugum. The GI clan's main base. From the place where the warhead that instantly disabled the star-shattering stage esteemed ones came from, stands GI Yun, clan head of the GI clan, now fully revealing their mechanical puppet body. The esteemed ones are hit. Wool Ryan joins up with Mu Geometry, and Bai Hua, who is assigned to her team, and looks toward the sky. Esteemed ones Beck Jean and Beck Un, and even the Radiant Spirit ship they rode on are all being shattered by the vile scheme of the GI clan's head. We're all going to die. At the words of Bai Hua, a girl at the early integration stage, Mu Geometry and Seo Jiang both were stunned expressions. Wu Ryong looks at them with a sharp expression. Stop spouting nonsense, senior brother, junior sister. We can survive. How can we possibly survive? We can't use attraction force because of the adaptation period, and even the flying escape technique only works at the level of the nascent soul stage. At that speed, we can't escape from within this ceiling formation. Spatial movement using planes is blocked as well. There is a way. Wu Ryong's eyes shine as she encourages the others who have fallen into despair. We can ascend. If it is the attraction force of ascension that leaps beyond dimensions, we can escape from here. Stop spouting nonsense. Everyone's realm has dropped because of the adaptation period. Your cultivation at the 4-axis stage has dropped to the core formation stage, and the integration stage cultivation of Mu geometry and I have fallen to the nascent soul stage. As long as there are 3 at the nascent soul stage, we can, for a brief instant, raise one person's cultivation to the heavenly being stage and attempt ascension. What? What are you even? No, even if that's possible, we still need one more at the nascent soul stage, but you and Seo Jiang are. I can just raise my realm right now. Wu Ryong quickly off by Wa's words and begins taking out familiar things from her golden core. I wanted to stack the axes not with the 5 elements axis, but with the 5 blessings axis. The orthodox 5 elements axes she has gathered float into the air and are sucked into Wu Ryong's body in an instant. Her realm, which had only been at the early 4-axis stage, begins to rise madly. The 5 elements axes instantly settle within her body, pulling her cultivation up to the grand perfection 4-axis stage. The heavens rumble as if to send forth a heavenly tribulation, but she ignores it and takes another step forward. Quarrurum. A sound like thunder roars from within her body, and she pushes her realm straight into the integration stage. Woo-woo. Though weakened enough by the adaptation period that even a nascent soul stage could break it apart, a faint dimensional veil appears around her body. Seeing this, Mu geometry and Bai Hua are so shocked their eyes nearly pop out. What in the world? Insane. No matter what, to completely ignore all the axis rituals and stack the axes all in one go. The axis should not even be stabilized yet. How in the world could she possibly reach the integration stage? How is that even? I can. Because I'm a genius. Wu Ryong brushes past their astonishment, feeling her own strength now risen to the nascent soul stage, and extends her hands toward them. Senior brother Mu geometry, senior sister Bai Hua, lend me your nascent souls for a moment. If it's me, through your nascent souls, I can briefly reach the quasi-star shattering stage. In other worlds, in this earth boundary heavenly domain where our realms are lowered due to adaptation, I can, for an instant, release the power of the heavenly being stage. You don't need to give me all of it. Half a nascent soul each is enough. Overwhelmed by such talent, the two are at a loss for words, but soon they clench their eyes shut and take Wu Ryong's hand. Wu. Half of their nascent souls flow into Wu Ryong's body, and with half-opened eyes, she forms the 3 powers formation within her domain using the 3 nascent souls. It's at that moment. Flash. She temporarily shortens the adaptation period required for dimensional acclimation, and instantly restores her realm to the heavenly being stage. Wong. Holding the hands of Mu Jian and Bai Hua, and biting Seo Jiang directly by the nape and lifting him up, Wu Rang leaps straight toward the sky. Wu Wong. Transforming the celestial energy guidance of the heavenly being stage into attraction force and hooking it into the attraction force of a middle realm like hooking into a ring. That is the starting point of ascension. Clang. Through her genius sense, Wu Rang instantly locates the attraction force of the vast cold realm, hooks into it, and ascends into the middle realm. With her departure, the ceiling formation that blankets the entire bizarre mountain shuts completely, trapping all the remaining disciples of the Radiant Spirit sect. The clan head of the Gi clan, Gi Yun, whose arm has completely transformed into a cannon barrel, manipulates their arm to eject a massive shell casing and loads another strike. Immediately after, Jiuing. From the sky, Beck Geometry's strike falls at a speed beyond reaction, aiming at them. But the mechanical tendrils bursting out around clan head Gi Yun block Beck Geometry's blow. Quarrurum. The surroundings are scorched to ruin, and the planet trembles. And in the midst of the collision, Beck Geometrical glares at Gi Yun. What are you doing right now? We agreed to wait about 7 days and nights for Seo Eun-hyun to slowly erode the disciples of the Radiant Spirit sect, and only then begin the operation. That is true. However, my authority sensed something suspicious. For the sake of Orabioni, and for your own sake as well, I judged it better to cause chaos now. What? Gi Yun. More precisely, Kim Yun, who descended a split soul into the puppet body of the Gi clan head, whispers a single quiet phrase amidst the turmoil to the sword spear heavenly lord. My authority caught another of the 8 immortals watching you. I do not know exactly who it is, or where they are lurking, but you and Orbioni must now stay apart. Rain dew, is it? I understand, but... Shockwaves ripple as the sword spear heavenly lord frowns. Why in the world did you send Wu Ryong and Seo Jiang together? What is the problem? Since it's the vast cold realm, it is practically no different from being within my grasp, so there is no issue. Damn it. Even if the vast cold realm is in your grasp, once they enter it, it becomes impossible for you to intervene in it again. Wu Ryong's attraction force of fate is far stronger than the other candidates. The Radiant's 8 immortals directly invoke the full might of Hyuk-Sa's power to bestow the fate of the next 8 immortals candidate to her. Even with your power, you cannot completely ignore it. That is true, but isn't it enough to simply watch whether the two remain unharmed? What I mean is, that depraved Wu Ryong is gone with my Seo Eunhyun. Do you think I can be at ease with what that thing might do to Seo Eunhyun? At Sword Spear's words, Kim Yun looks at her with eyes as if finding it absurd. Leaving aside why Orbioni is yours, you are also Depra. Gal. Kim Yun tried to press Sword Spear about something, but in the midst of the lion's roar she let out, her question is simply buried. In the end, after exchanging only a few more short pieces of information, the two clash with the full might of the bodies they inhabit. Blink. A darkstone cave. That is where Wu Ryong opens her eyes. Huh. She quickly opens her eyes, rises, and takes up guard. For in front of her, a human-shaped shadow is sitting in a lotus position. Strangely, since that shadow does not emit the slightest sign of human presence, Wu Ryong cannot help but feel an even greater chill. Who are you? Wu Ryong looks at the girl in black martial attire who appears to be of the human race and asks. The girl with her hair tied in a ponytail smirks, then ignores her completely and looks instead at Seo Jiang. So this is your arrangement. I can guess what you are trying to do. You insane being. If it succeeds, it will indeed be like striking the king with a blow. Even if Mayan Woon is used, even if they personally attend, it will be extremely difficult to wipe away this arrangement. A sticky, stubborn stain, hard to wash off, hard to peel away. If it succeeds, then for the first time since Silver Basket and Obsidian, I will see something amusing again. I support it. Who are you? Wu Ryong looks at the mysterious girl with puzzlement. The girl smiles with a sneer, rises from her seat, plucks a single weed from outside the cave, and points it at Wu Ryong. I shall teach you a move. Engrave it upon your soul, and let me leave my trace within the mountain spirit's arrangement. What insane! At the nonsense of a mortal girl from whom not the slightest energy can be felt, Wu Ryong summons a sword of radiance to drive her out. For some reason, from the very moment she first saw her, from the very moment she saw those hollow eyes, Wu Ryong felt an unbearable revulsion she must raise her sword against. The girl turns her back. The difference between you and this venerable is such that to face you directly would be far too shameless, so I shall turn my back. Now, shiver. In the next instant, Wu Ryong feels a powerful threat to her life. In that brief, fleeting moment, through her sword of radiance, she unfolds the greatest defensive technique she knows. The radiance sword draws a curtain. Annihilation advancement. That is the end. Huh. In the very next moment, Wu Ryong's 4 limbs are severed, and she is miserably flung backward, crashing straight into the rear wall. As if that is not enough, she feels her organs spill out from her belly and chest, and she vomits blood in dumbfounded shock. When she regains awareness, the girl in black martial attire is gone. Seo Jiang, Mu Geometry, and Bai Hua are still unconscious, and only she is left vomiting blood, her limbs and body severed in many places. It feels like a dream. Chi. Only the sight of her body swiftly regenerating reminds her that what just happened is not a dream. Just now, Wu Ryong tries once more to summon her sword of radiance, but suddenly her hand trembles, and she realizes she cannot summon it. That existence just now, just what? Humiliatingly, her talent swiftly reveals the reason. The humiliation is carved into her soul. The terror is engraved into her. because the sense of defeat that with a sword she can never surpass that existence is carved into her. Wu Ryong realizes she cannot use the radiant sword. As she falters in panic and staggers outside the cave to chase after the girl. She sees the world outside the cave, and her eyes shrink tightly. This place is everywhere. Beings that look like mere mortals are walking about. Take my greeting. Surpassing radiant heavenly killing method. Heavenly killing method counter. Kugwagwagwang. One human mortal and one small green race mortal clash with sword and saber, causing an uproar, and no one around them finds it strange. Cultivators? What is this? There is no restriction on flying techniques. Why is no one flying? As Wu Ryong looks around in confusion, a tall being, 8 chi in height, and is half-human, half-spider, appears. Greetings. Are you perhaps a cultivator who has ascended from the lower realm? Why, yes, I am, but I am a warrior of the Heart tribe from the half-human, half-spider race. At the same time, the current Vice Alliance leader of the vast Cold Martial Alliance. Martial Alliance? Welcome to the Heart tribe territory. In this large and wide vast cold realm, for a human race cultivator such as yourself to go out of your way to ascend into the Heart tribe territory must mean your martial arts and heart are truly exceptional. It's just when Wu Ryong fails to understand. The half-human, half-spider race's Eugene sets down a massive zither beside her with a resounding thud and laughs. Let us first begin with a greeting. Chapter 744, Evil God, 5. This place is. When I regain my senses, what I see is a stone cave, and in front of it, Wu Ryong is fighting a half-human, half-spider race. The two draw a circle about 3 zhang wide, and inside that circle they duel, but it looks like Wu Ryong is being utterly overpowered. Damn it, I briefly shut down my consciousness in the clone and came back, and this is what I get. Leaving behind an arrangement is an act that is exhausting beyond imagination. In real time, I must align the flows of fate numbering in the tens of thousands, hundreds of millions, trillions, along with the measures of misfortune and fortune, and within it I must secretly intervene in such a subtle way that no one can notice, weaving fate together. Because of that, ever since entering Seo Jiang's body, I periodically retrieve my consciousness back into the main body and use it to govern the causality of the world. As long as I succeed, the arrangement I leave behind will be so powerful that this suffering won't even matter. But for now, it still feels like a distant effort. On top of that, at times, variables like this also occur. This place, is it the Heart tribe territory? That is Yuhua? No, that is the descendant of Yuhua. As I watch Wu Ryong fighting the half-human, half-spider race woman who appears to be Yuhua's descendant, I narrow my eyes. Haiyan Mu, did that one leave a trace in my arrangement? If that is the case, even if I leave behind an arrangement, Haiyan Mu may one day be able to interfere with it to some extent. I can cleanse it, but to do so would require an unimaginable amount of time and effort. And with only 110,000 years remaining, when it is already uncertain if I can leave behind an arrangement within that time, I can't afford to waste it on erasing Haiyan Mu's trace. Though Haiyan Mu's intentions are bothersome, I decide to let it go. Anyway, the Heart tribe, I watched the techniques of the half-human, half-spider race Heart warrior pushing Wu Ryong back. First quarter, flowing sunset. Duong dung. The strings of the zither bounce, creating a beautiful melody. Wu Ryong fails to withstand the power of the half-human, half-spider race Eugene, who announces the name of the technique openly and presses her. What in the world is this? It is neither a demon beast method nor heaven tribe methods. But it is close. Like clothing made just for me. Surprisingly, even with her talent, she cannot analyze the power of that strange method system. But her essence tells her clearly that her talent and that method system are strikingly close. Above all, Kang, Kong. Excitement gleams in Wu Ryong's eyes. It's fun. Ever since the appearance of that ponytail girl, holding a sword has become impossible. Every time she grips a sword, the terrifying memories of defeat at that girl's hands resurface, making it impossible for her to hold a sword again. That is why, instead of a sword, she holds a halberd. As Wu Ryong wields it, sweating as she faces Eugene, she finds pleasure in the principles of weapon use. First quarter, dusk waterfall. A waterfall of darkness pours onto her, amplifying her drowsiness to an extreme. Wu Ryong trembles, sinking into the desire to collapse and sleep soundly right there, but it is only for a moment. Shikak. Wu Ryong perceives the plane of soul, and beyond that plane. From within the void inside, she cuts through Yujin's grains. And for how long does she continue to do so? First quarter, secret art. Yuhua, Yohua, oil painting. The sound waves of Yujin's zither crash over her, and for an instant, Wu Ryong feels as though the whole world is engulfed in an oil painting, the boundaries of reality blurring. Then, at some moment, Heek, Wu Ryong opens her eyes to see Oh Jiang's hand shaking her shoulder. This place is. Ryong, you lost. While you were asleep from being struck by Taoist Yujin's secret art, your citizenship in the Heart Tribe territory got registered too. She looks around. She is above a large bed. Mu Geometry and Bai Hua are at the side, glancing about nervously, while Xiao Jiang is handing her a small wooden badge in the shape of a padao. Wu Ryong accepts the tablet and checks it. This is. The badge is infused with her own energy. It seems Eugene made the energy she collected during their fight infuse into it. Quite the skill. Where is this, Jiang? This is Taoist Yu's house. To explain first. Just as Xiao Jiang is about to explain, the door of the bedroom she is lying in opens, and Eugene enters. Have you come to your senses, Taoist Wu? I apologize for suddenly requesting a duel as a greeting. However, in the Heart Tribe territory, such things are part of daily life, so I wanted to let you know in advance so you wouldn't be too shocked. By the way, during the duel, you never once used blooming, Kaiwa. Was it something you wished to keep secret? Blooming? It refers to blooming the paper flower. It means obtaining one's own heart Tao. In the past, it was called last quarter first stage, fighting spirit first stage, fighting dance first step, entering heavens, one wheel, red lotus, and many different names. I do not know by what name Taoist Will has called it, but here in the Heart Tribe territory, it is unified under the term Heart Tao Blooming, Shindao Kangla. Eugene kindly explains about what Heart Tao Blooming is. Heart Tao Blooming is divided into early, middle, and late stages, and within each there are many realms. The early stage, the introductory stage of Heart Tao Blooming, is simply the stage of learning internal methods and diligently practicing the martial arts one wishes to master. The middle stage is the stage of entering into Heart Tao Blooming, and in truth this is the most well-known part of the system. When you bloom a single paper flower containing your life compressed within your chest, that is the realm of blooming. At her explanation, Wu Ryong, though flustered, commits the information about those realms to memory. The realms of the middle stage of Heart Tao Blooming are as follows. Blooming, Kaigua. Blooming a single paper flower in the spirit, corresponding to the core formation stage in the immortal cultivation system. Life flower, Soak. Blooming at least 3 to as many as 9 paper flowers, achieving the foundation of the 3 power, corresponding to the nascent soul stage. Flower bed, Buan. Blooming at least 10 to as many as 50 flowers, corresponding to the heavenly being stage. Flower garden, Buan. Blooming at least 100 to as many as 1,000 flowers, corresponding to the 4-axis stage. Flower mountain, Washan. Blooming countless paper flowers to cover at least one mountain, corresponding to the integration stage. Flower sea, Ohap. Blooming enough paper flowers to fill an entire continent, creating a sea of flowers, corresponding to the star-shattering stage. 7 brilliances, Chiawa. Gathering the paper flowers into a single star, corresponding to the sacred vessel stage to true immortality. In total, these 7 realms make up the middle stage of Heart Tao Blooming, the part that can be called the flower of the Heart Tao Blooming system. As for the late stage, I only know that those who reach it are called Flower Immortal, Oshan, and Brilliance King, Oang. Beyond that, I do not know. Brilliance King? Heart Tao Blooming. All of this is a system and realms Wu Ryong has never once heard of until now. She has heard of Heaven Immortals. She has heard of Earth Immortals, but the name, Flower Immortal, is something she is hearing for the first time. And on top of that, what in the world is a Brilliance King? There might have been something similar in the Buddhist family method system, but I only glanced at that side, so I don't know. However, one thing is certain. Thump, thump. It looks fun. She trembles at the pounding in her chest she feels for the first time in her life. Of course, in this way the common stage names are set, but from the beginning, the Heart Tribe has an extremely strong individualistic tendency, so most of them create their own stage names. For example, even in our Yu clan, the stage names of First Quarter, and last quarter, that our ninth-generation grandmother created still remain. Ninth-generation grandmother. At those words, Seo Jiang looks puzzled, and Eugene smiles faintly as she speaks. She is someone you could call the progenitor of our family. There is a grave and portrait in the backyard. Would you like to see it? Perhaps her knowledge about the longevity of Heaven Tribe cultivators is shallow, as Eugene treats Seo Jiang like a child and points kindly to the backyard, and Seo Jiang, as if curious about something, asks Eugene, I wonder, may I ask what kind of life the ninth-generation grandmother lived? Oh my, it would be an honor. Then let us do so. Taoist will get up. Let's hear about it while taking a walk in the backyard. And so, Wu Ryong listens to Eugene's explanation about the Yu clan's ninth-generation grandmother, Yuhua, as they tour the backyard of Eugene's home. Seo Jiang stands before Yuhua's grave, sweeps the grass growing on it, and Eugene speaks of Yuhua's accomplishments. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, in the ancient era, surprisingly, it is said that the system of heart Tao blooming was not yet established at that time. Because of this, there were countless people who did not even know properly about martial arts. And at that time there were very many who could not even practice the early stage of heart Tao blooming, let alone the middle stage. Of course, that did not mean they could cultivate heavenly path methods, nor, with their weak bodies, could they cultivate earth path methods either. I see. Mortal race, Fanju. Huh. Wu Ryong mutters quietly. She, too, once learned this when she was in the cultivator clan. If humans who cannot cultivate are called mortals, Funrun, then all races unable to practice the immortal cultivation system are collectively called the mortal race. In those days, rather than such a refined term, they were called slave races. From the beginning, to the cultivators of the Heaven-Earth tribes, races that could not cultivate the Heaven-Earth tribe methods were not considered equals, but literally livestock, or slaves. Blatant, indeed. A disgraceful history. In any case, the one who took those enslaved slave races away from under the Heaven and Earth tribes and migrated them into the Heart tribe territory was our ninth-generation grandmother Yuhua. As the special operative liberation envoy of the Heart tribe, she truly saved countless races and taught many disciples. She also kidnapped many men, devoured them, and laid many eggs. Seeming delighted to talk about her ancestor, Eugene even brings out genealogies and biographies from her house, puts on glasses, and continues her explanation with fervor. Through the story of Yuhua, Wu Ryong learns information about the beings of the Heart tribe and their history, and she also comes to know of the new cultivation system called Heart Tao blooming. Seo Jiang, perhaps simply fascinated by the story itself, is absorbed in listening. For some time, they listen to the tale of Yuhua, the special operative liberation envoy of the Heart tribe. The tale of Yuhua overcoming countless hardships to rescue the goat race from under the rule of the sea dragon race. The tale of how a disciple she takes in from the goat race betrays her, and after countless trials, she fights that disciple, kills the disciple, and gains enlightenment. And after that, how she continues to serve as a special operative envoy, raising her stage higher and higher, until finally she rises to the position of highest officer of the Heart tribe, biting off the heads of many men, laying many eggs, and at last meeting a meaningful end in the arms of her children and descendants. As they hear the story, before long, they find themselves bowing in silent prayer toward the existence called Yuhua. Though our progenitor passed away, her will continues to be passed down in our clan. Because of that, her descendants have always taken key positions in the martial alliance, and we have thrown ourselves away like grass and weed for the cause. Wiping the tears from her glasses, Eugene ends her story in the midst of emotions she stirred herself. Was it a good story to hear? Yes. I was able to gain much information. I truly gained great consolation. Thank you. Wu Ryong and Seo Jiang each give thanks to Eugene. Wu Ryong, in particular, feels curious about the incident at the end of the story. It is not about Yuhua, but about one of the Heart tribe masters who comes to visit during Yuhua's final moments. By the way, the one who is both an esteemed one of the Earth tribe and Heart tribe. What kind of existence is this trampling heaven esteemed one Hamrak? Ah, you must be speaking of the alliance leader. He is one of the three heads who, together with the three Heart tribe esteemed ones, protect the Heart tribe. Are you curious about him as well? Not only about him, I am curious about the three Heart tribe esteemed ones as well. At Wu Ryong's words, Eugene smiles faintly and is about to speak. Just then, Her words are drowned out by a booming voice resounding from the sky. Hey, Yu Jiyin. It is like a meteor. A giant meteor crashes into Yu Jin's backyard, and in an instant, not only her backyard, but even her house becomes a wreck. Kurururum. My house. Before Yu Jin's pupils can even shake, a muscular woman emerges through the rising dust cloud, laughing heartily as she scatters the dust away. What's this? Are these the fledglings who just ascended? Esteemed one Jin Wulraya. The one who appears is a royal of the fighting ghost race with 7 horns, the star-shattering esteemed one with the title Final Heaven. It is Jin Wulraya. What was it? The sect said to be famous in the other heavenly domain. The Radiant Spirit sect? I got word from that sect. They said some of their sect disciples just ascended and asked for some help. Since it's a sect backed by true immortals, it's quite difficult to ignore. So, I'll be taking these ones. Wu Ryong looks flustered at the sudden appearance of a giant from the fighting ghost race, and Eugene furrows her brow as well. Never mind that you smashed my house. This person has already received an identity tablet in the Heart Tribe territory. To suddenly take her away like that is against procedure. Huh, what procedure do you lot have? For your kind, the strongest is all that matters. If you wish to ignore procedure, Eugene's narrowed eyes suddenly gleam with madness, and she pulls her zither to her side. You must defeat me, the one in charge of Ascenders. Oh ho, indeed your greetings are fiery, just how I like it. Then let's Kugagugagu. Power that distorts heaven and earth concentrates in Jin Wulryong's hand. Just then, Jin Wulryong's gaze falls upon Seo Jiang. Jin Wulryong's pupils contract sharply, and she hastily grabs Seo Jiang's shoulder, lifting him up as she shouts, You, what relationship do you have with that existence? At Jin Wulryong's interrogation, who knows Seo Eunhyun's original face, Seo Jiang only shows a puzzled expression. Inwardly, he thinks this has become troublesome, but soon, Seo Jiang realizes he is in a situation more troublesome than meeting someone who knows his face. Damn it. Surung. Wulryong summons a radiance halberd and points it at Jin Wulryong's neck. Will you not let go? The gazes of Jin Wulryong and Wulryong collide. Chapter 745, Light and Salt, 1. Oh, what is this audacious momentum? Quachijik. Jin Wulryong neutralizes Beck Geometry's spell resting on Seo Jiang's shoulder with her bare hand, and she sneers. That is the gaze of a hunter. The gaze of one who sees prey whose flesh is fattened just right for eating dwells in Jin Wulryong's eyes. And after locking eyes with Wulryong for a while, Jin Wulryong seems to think of something amusing. She sets Seo Jiang down and reaches her hand toward the void. Kuguguguk. From inside her palm, attraction force activates and distorts the surrounding space. Flash. In an instant, the surrounding environment transforms. Wulryong immediately understands what this phenomenon is and breaks into a cold sweat. All around is a desert of jagged heaps of scrap metal, bristling with countless sharp spikes. All of heaven and earth is covered with masses of scrap metal, and as Jin Wulryong flicks her finger, a circular formation 1 zhong in radius is engraved with her at the center. You make me interested. You fight me, and if you make this incarnation of mine go outside this circle, then I will return this child to your arms, and at the same time tell you a secret that exists within this child. A secret of deification, Sunhua, that even this child doesn't seem to know. At those words, Seo Jiang's face briefly shows disbelief, but it quickly settles, while Wulryong's eyes gleam with interest. A secret of deification existing within Seo Jiang? Does Seo Jiang perhaps have a hidden bloodline? Could there be a reason behind Master's favoritism toward him all this time? It is a proposal that stirs much curiosity. Above all, Wulryong does not like the sight of Seo Jiang being held at another woman's side. Surely, at first, she merely desired Seo Jiang in order to steal something from her master Beck Geometry and draw her master's gaze. But at some point, regardless of her master, she began trying to take Seo Jiang for herself. It is a small change she herself does not even realize. Will Senior really impose such petty conditions on a junior? My ability is no more than at the level of the nascent soul stage. If Senior will also seal your own cultivation, then I will accept. Oh ho, your eyes are brimming with greed toward this boy. Yet is it fine if I just take him as my slave? You loser with neither dream nor hope. Jin Wulryong throws a taunt, but Wulryong does not take the bait. That level of bluff and insults are things she has already endured countless times from her master Beck geometry. Seeing Wu Ryong remain calm at the insult, Jean Wu Ryong smirks and speaks. Well, fine. I know well that you are not merely at the nascent soul stage, but I'll let myself be deceived this once. I won't use any cultivation of the Heaven tribe or Earth tribe. I won't even use the power of Heart Dao blooming. I will face you only with the innate power of the fighting ghost race royal bloodline, and with the basic form of fighting dance. With those words, Wu Ryong grips the Radiance halberd and instantly breaks through the sound barrier. Pyong. Wu Ryong reaches Jean Wu Ryong in an instant, slashes upward from lower right to upper left with her Radiance halberd, and at the same time throws a kick. But in that fleeting instant, Jean Wu Ryong knocks the Radiance spear aside with her fist and directly catches and plucks Wu Ryong's leg. Quajijik. Her ankle is torn out, but Wu Ryong regenerates it swiftly, circles behind Jean Wu Ryong, and again aims for her left shoulder. Huang. Yudaduk. Just then, Wu Ryong sees Jean Wu Ryong's left arm bend backward against itself as it strikes toward her, and she flinches in surprise and retreats. Huang. Jean Wu Ryong's fist, bent in reverse and thrown back, releases such immense fist pressure that it shoots out a powerful shockwave aimed at Wu Ryong. Wu Ryong narrowly avoids the shockwave, but Jean Wu Ryong's fist pressure continues past her, slamming into a house-sized heap of scrap metal in the distance, blasting the two-story-sized pile away. That body structure. Yudaduk. Wu Ryong sees Jean Wu Ryong's bizarre bodily transformation and breaks into cold sweat. Our fighting ghost race possesses far superior combat abilities compared to your human race. Without Dharma treasures, without talismans, without formations, without gang fights, without pills, without pet demon beasts, without sacrificial offerings, without traps, without hostages, without poison, without slaves, without the help of high-ranking cultivators one knows of, when we fight one-on-one with only our pure abilities, our fighting ghost race has always defeated the human race. The powerful bloodline power of the immortal beast that begins from the horns of the fighting ghost race. A body far more suited for battle than yours. Jean Wu Ryong's muscle-bound body swells even larger in an instant. And Wu Ryong realizes that Jean Wu Ryong's left arm is far thicker than her right. Unlike your fragile human race, we are born with more than one spine. At that bizarre body structure, Wu Ryong once again feels doubt. Beginning with the fundamental spine that supports the waist, depending on our individual talent, there exist additional battle spines all throughout the body. The purer and thicker the bloodline of the fighting ghost race, the more there are. Compared to other fighting ghosts, who have at most 2 or 2.5 spines, I am born with 4 spines. Yudaduk. Only then does Wu Ryong notice 2 faint vein-like ridges rising along Jean Wu Ryong's left arm. Insane. Her muscles are so thick I didn't even realize those were spines. Because Jean Wu Ryong's muscles are so dense, Wu Ryong did not notice that there are 2 spines lodged in her left arm. One basic spine in the waist, another battle spine somewhere else in the body, and then these 2 battle spines in her left arm. Wu Ryong quickly analyzes the so-called battle spines of Jean Wu Ryong, and her talent once again gives her the answer. These battle spines are overwhelmingly more flexible than ordinary spines. They are practically not spines, but bony tentacles. Moreover, they function more like muscles than like bones. She even wonders why such things are called spines at all. Because of the battle spines, the parts of the body containing them can freely alter their trajectory, and at the same time gain enhanced muscular power. And that punch just now. Wu Ryong recalls the elasticity from Jean Wu Ryong's fist and coldly analyzes her opponent. The elasticity that these battle spines have is at a ridiculous level. I must be especially cautious of the left arm. But she takes her thought one step further and grasps Jean Wu Ryong's intention. Is what she wants, making me focus my attention on her left arm. Jean Wu Ryong is no fool, so why would she kindly explain such theory to her enemy? The left arm is a feint. No, the very explanation of battle spines is a feint. The real hidden card lies elsewhere. Then should I immediately suppress it for now? No, she must be expecting at least that much. Countless simulated battle scenarios run through Wu Ryong's mind. The fate of war, iron, and victory endlessly feed her such talent. Tat-it. Wu Ryong dashes toward Jean Wu Ryong's left arm and thrusts her Radiance halberd. I'll first pretend to suppress the left arm first, while actually discerning her real hidden card. Wu Wong. And for that, there must be an actual threat to that left arm. Wu Ryong's overlays her integrated Dao domain on her Radiance halberd. A dimensional canopy cloaks the halberd's blade, turning it into a weapon that severs space itself. Though her strength is diminished for a year in the Earth-boundary heavenly domain due to the adaptation period, her realm itself has not fallen, so it is not that she cannot use the abilities of her realm. Feigning as if she is digging into Jean Wulryong's chest, Wulryong suddenly swings her halberd downward to target her ankle, while at the same time kicking the ground to scatter shards of scrap metal toward Jean Wulryong's eyes. In that instant, Jean Wulryong's sturdy leg presses down hard on the Radiance halberd, and with lips forming the shape of "Huh," she lets out a lion's roar. "Huh, kugagugum." The lung capacity of the fighting ghost race seems to be utterly different from that of the human race, for merely exhaling the air in her lungs shatters not only the shards flying toward her eyes, but also everything in front of her instantly begins to crumble under the shockwave. It looks much like the dragon wave of the dragon race. But in that instant, Wulryong sacrifices the arm holding the Radiance halberd and dives into Jean Wulryong's embrace, kicking straight upward toward Jean Wulryong's left arm. For a moment, her leg becomes overlaid with a dimensional veil and the Radiance spirit sword formula, turning into a deadly weapon that cuts through all things. Just then, Warwick. Wulryong, startled by the glass-colored flames burning before her eyes, fails to sever Jean Wulryong's left arm and quickly retreats backward again. It does not matter, as this attack aimed at the left arm was nothing more than a feint in the first place. I thought you said you would not use your cultivation. Ha, of course. Did I not say I would only use my racial traits? Wu Wong. One of Jean Wulryong's 7 horns shines brightly in all of heaven's natural colors. This is my racial trait. Try blocking it. Geoek. Immediately after, Jean Wulryong opens her mouth, and from her mouth bursts forth the dragon wave used by the dragon race. One of her horns shines golden. Geoing. A massive stream of radiance surges toward where Wulryong stands, and Wulryong bites her lips tightly upon seeing it. Why does a fighting ghost race have the trait of the dragon race? In the heroic spirit realm of the Heavenly King heavenly domain where she lives, there is no fighting ghost race, so she is momentarily flustered by Jean Wulryong's bizarre move, but she quickly finds the answer. The greatest characteristic of the fighting ghost race as a whole is not something like their battle spine. Even though Jean Wulryong does not explain this time, Wulryong swiftly analyzes and discovers the truth of the fighting ghost race's bloodline. Those horns, through the horn it is possible to steal and use the traits of other races. Her heavenly bestowed talent instantly sees through the secret of the fighting ghost race, and she begins to form a strategy to counter it. Seo Jiang narrows his eyes while being held captive at Jean Wulryong's side. I see. I thought something was strange. He thought Jean Wulryong recognized him due to being similar in appearance to Seo Eunhyun. That is not the case. Even if the outward appearance is completely identical, fate and history have already been woven to disguise him entirely as a different origin. 4-star shattering esteemed ones who are more sensitive to attraction force. It is all the more normal not to notice any commonality between Seo Eunhyun and Seo Jiang. For them, it is not appearance but the traces of attraction force, fate, and history that matter. And as he investigates up close how Jean Wulryong recognized him, he finally discovers the answer. Seo Jiang. No, Seo Eunhyun withdraws his consciousness for a moment from Seo Jiang's body and, through his main body hidden in the twin-holding heavenly domain, gazes toward the darkness of the distant outer sea. Come to think of it, you did carry the feeling of the fighting ghost race. When he first met the main body of the great mountain supreme deity, he felt a faint lingering aura of the fighting ghost race from him. Are you related to the fighting ghost race itself? Are you perhaps the creator of the fighting ghost race? Or, through Jean Wulryong's back, Seo Eunhyun recalls Guak Am, who is provoking him all the way from the outer sea, and takes a deep breath. Is something that the fighting ghost race longs for connected to you? The fighting ghost race. Oh hi Seo. And the great mountain supreme deity. Seo Eunhyun, with the intuition of an immortal beast king, discovers the subtle link connecting those three and recalls a single term. Noble blood true sea radiance body, Gui Shijun, Hagang Sun. Great immortals are beings who can know of matters 10 billion light years away while merely sitting. And Seo Eunhyun and Guak Am are beings of the governing immortal rank, surpassing even great immortals. As if in response to Seo Eun-hyun's reaction to finding the correct fragment, the lingering trace of the splitting heaven mantra surges from the outer sea. You deserve praise. Though no actual voice is heard, Seo Eun-hyun feels as if that reaction is Gwak Am speaking those words to him. Woo Wong. The bloodline of Seo Eun-hyun, fused with the true blood of the owner of names, Pangu, analyzes the information contained within the name of what is called noble blood true sea radiance body. Remove the character for body, sun. The noble blood true sea radiance body does not simply mean the qualities of the legend of the fighting ghost race. Therefore, the character that signifies the body must be removed. Then what remains is noble blood true sea radiance, Gui Xiejun Hai Gong. Seo Eun-hyun frowns slightly at the unpleasant feeling brought by the name True Sea Radiance, Junagong. It is the same name as the innate true method of the being who once slaughtered all his friends and lover. TL/N. Same Hangul, but different Hanja from Yuan Li's method. In a world where the owner of names and the power of names exist, for the names to be the same is never a coincidence. Noble blood, true sea radiance. Is it perhaps the origin of the blood demon suppressing sea light? The authority of the immortal beast king traces back through the past, and the remnants of the Pangu true blood read the information of the names within that past. The method created to recreate the fighting ghost race's legend of the noble blood true sea radiance is the exclusive fighting ghost race method. Fighting devil true sea radiance. That fighting devil true sea radiance, reinterpreted as a devilish art and made easier for humans to learn, became the blood demon true sea light handed down in Yuan Li's Yuan clan. Yuan Li's blood demon true sea light is a method that extracts the souls of the sea demon race and refines them into Dharma treasures. See, refining, soul. Various clues analyze themselves within Seo Eun-hyun's mind, and he quickly reaches one conclusion. If I trace back the power of the blood demon true sea light and compare it with the connection between Ohyaseo and the great mountain supreme deity. Outer sea. So that is it. He recalls the power of the great mountain supreme deity, who borrowed the power of the chaos within the outer sea to exert even greater strength there. The outer sea, the world of chaos also called the salt sea, Shenat. The noble blood true sea radiance body itself is an illusion that does not exist. But the noble blood true sea radiance. Wawum. Seo Eun-hyun's gaze turns toward the rippling outer sea. He breaks into a cold sweat. It means your immortal art or mantra that lets you seize the chaos of the outer sea. It is not without thought that great mountain captured Ohyaseo. Seo Eun-hyun now understands why at first the great mountain supreme deity sought to challenge the audience chamber together with the underworld, but later when the situation changed, he suddenly departed for the outer sea to recite the splitting heaven mantra. All were deceived. Kugugugugu. Seo Eun-hyun's main body trembles. At first, the great mountain supreme deity did not possess the noble blood true sea radiance body. But after capturing Ohyaseo, who was born with the authority closest to it, and seizing that authority in his grasp, he departed without hesitation for the outer sea. You are seizing the outer sea, the chaos itself. Chapter 746. Light and Salt 2. Kong. Copying the power of the Candle Dragon race's true blood, Jean Wulrong draws forth a sword of glass from her hand and faces Wulryong. Wulryong uses every kind of trick and technique, striking Jean Wulryong with the Radiance Halberd. Haha, yes. You do have the right to flaunt such impudent pride. Do you think that is all? Gradually Wulryong's momentum grows fiercer, and Jean Wulryong's face too fills with an expression of enjoyment. Thus, when the duel between one human and one fighting ghost race reaches its peak, Arururong. Heaven and earth rumble, and both of them shudder. Hong. The desert of scrap iron vanishes, and Wulryong and Jean Wulryong return to the Heart Tribe territory where they originally stand. The spell that manifested a part of Jean Wulryong's main body surface is cancelled. The reason for the spell's cancellation is simple. What is this? Discomposure appears in Jean Wulryong's eyes. The planes are trembling. The plane of Qi, the plane of soul, the plane of fate. The three planes vibrate madly. All spells, divine powers, cultivation, and the power of heart Tao blooming are sealed in an instant. Before this terrifying and sudden celestial phenomenon, Jean Wulryong can only be taken aback. The trembling of the plains. It does not occur only in the Heart Tribe territory, the human race territory of the vast cold realm. In place of Jun Jie, who stepped down from the seat of the Grand Cultivator Association leader some time ago, the quasi-star shattering stage cultivator, Joelle Make, who rose to the position of leader, jolts in shock at the sudden cancellation of her divine power, and she reads the celestial energy while staring at the trembling of the plains. What in the world is this? What is this trembling? The celestial energy has been temporarily cut off. Human race territory, Panlai Palace. Deep within Panlai Palace, a grand cultivator at the grand perfection integration stage, waiting for the end of his lifespan with a face full of wrinkles and weak breaths, suddenly shudders. By his side, the maidservants and young attendants caring for him flinch in shock and speak. Palace Lord, it seems there is an anomaly in the plains. This trembling. Could it be that an esteemed one or a sacred master from another middle realm has invaded the vast cold realm? And to their worried voices, Panlai Palace Lord Han Jin chuckles and speaks. Well, to me, it sounds almost like laughter. Pardon. At Han Jin's cryptic words, the maidservants and attendants wear puzzled expressions, yet diligently transmit his words to the next Palace Lord candidates who support them. Vast cold realm, Earth Tribe, True Dragon Alliance territory. The current Alliance Lord and Quasi-Star Shattering Stage Dragon King, Gu Ryan, trembles all over. What in the world? As a direct descendant of the immortal beast Lofty Dragon, she can tell. Her blood is resonating. The blood of her distant ancestor is responding to the power of an immortal rank far surpassing even her progenitor. Great immortal. A great immortal above the progenitor is using some kind of power. The strange ripples of the three planes are not confined only to the Earth boundary heavenly domain. Sun and Moon heavenly domain. In the Nether Ghost realm, the leaders of the four great powers of the Nether Ghost realm all tremble in fear. It is a great ghost, Awa. A great ghost is using their power, Awa. From the integration stage to the esteemed ones of the star-shattering stage, all esteemed ones of the Nether Ghost realm convulse and foam at the mouth. Though they cannot see the essence of this trembling, their very essence as ghosts delivers to them a terror they cannot understand. Ancient Force Realm. The Ancient Force Realm Sacred Master He Lin, with a face shocked and pale, realizes the essence of the power and shudders. This is the power of an immortal beast king. Grandfather He Niang, you may rest in peace. For the one who inherits your will already influences the 3,000 world. Outside the Ancient Force Realm, employing every means at the fastest possible speed, the former Salt Sea esteemed one Yuk Jung, who has become an entering nirvana quasi-immortal, discovers the origin of that power and trembles. Amazing. I already noticed it when the Candle Dragon race transformed not long ago, but is this the power of a true genius? Wait for me. I too will soon become a true sea dragon. Purple Gold Realm. Banta Castle. Sacred Master Banta, seeing an esteemed one in the midst of attempting the sacred vessel advancement fail due to the trembling of the three planes, screams. Wowea, wawaf, qua. Though the one who failed is the esteemed one before him, it is Banta who raves even more madly. You worthless parasite. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Using the trembling of the three planes as an excuse, you deliberately stopped your sacred master advancement, didn't you? Banta, with his eyes rolled back, rushes at the esteemed one who abandoned their sacred vessel advancement using the trembling of the three planes as an excuse. The entering nirvana quasi-immortals of the Source River faction in the Sun and Moon heavenly domain shudder. They still remember that moment, when that terrifying being crushed the 7 upper immortal level projections of the Northern Dipper 7 heavenly lords, while only at the entering nirvana stage, then attempted true immortal advancement, is still carved into their bodies. They tremble all over in terror and kill their breath. To the entering nirvana cultivators of the Sun and Moon heavenly domain now, that terrifying being is known as the existence whose name must not be spoken. They even fear that the waves radiating from that existence might find them and crush them. Heavenly King heavenly domain, Palace of Radiance. At its center, the main bodies of the 8 immortals sit in silence. Do-do-do-do-do. A vibration imperceptible to mortal beings. Yet every heavenly lord present here feels it clearly. It is laughter. The laughter of a single being is madly shaking all of Mount Sumeru. In truth, is this one not more dangerous than the great mountain supreme deity? How can one of its most great net immortal so vividly manifest the power of top-ranked supreme deities or heavenly venerable rank beings? And while shaking Mount Sumeru with laughter alone, the main body's location still cannot be detected. In some aspects, they surpass ordinary heavenly venerable ranks. If such an existence does not perish together with the great mountain supreme deity, but instead inherits the seat of the great mountain supreme deity and even advances to heavenly king. At that dreadful thought, 7 of the Radiant's 8 immortals present shudder. If that one truly becomes a governing immortal, then it would be no different from the return of the vast cold heavenly lord. Yet unlike the vast cold heavenly lord, who showed us goodwill enough to frighten us, if it is this one has suffered much at our hands. Perhaps, on the very day they ascend to heavenly king, Radiance Hall shall meet its end. The rain-dew heavenly lord's eyes gleam as they speak. We must prepare countermeasures. That one has grown strong enough to handle not only the Radiance 8 immortals, but even the power of the Radiance 10 heavens. If that being becomes a governing immortal, then they will truly be in Yule, grade, a top-tier Yule, grade threat. Therefore, we must make preparations in advance. Preparations? That is right. We must amass power. Even the power of the god-killing spear could not end the Enders who joined forces. Thus, the rain-dew heavenly lord begins discussion of a plan to amass the power of Hyuk-Sa, the strength that the Radiance 8 immortals have summoned only in times of necessity, in order to magnify its strength to the greatest extent. Kugugugugugu, twin holding heavenly domain, heavenly escape realm. My main body there bursts into laughter. How long do I laugh? I stop only before my laughter causes a disaster across the entirety of Mount Sumeru. You're telling me to come, right? The reason why I notice now, together with the noble blood true sea radiance. The scheme of the great mountain supreme deity is simple. Through Jin Wulryong, through the bloodline of the fighting ghost race, the great mountain supreme deity has sent me a message that he is preparing a move right now, and that I should enter. Isn't it far too obvious? Am I afraid? I am afraid. Certainly, to seize chaos is something unheard of, and the very fact that such a thing can be realized is absurd to me. But precisely because of that, I can easily read the hidden meaning contained in this message from Guac AM. Are you afraid? Of course, no answer comes. But I can tell. Guac AM is currently wary of the arrangements I am leaving behind. Naturally so, for if this arrangement comes to fruition, I will hold an overwhelming type advantage against all beings who bear the name of light. Especially now, as Guac AM once again dons the mask of light under the pretense of executing the splitting heaven mantra. If this arrangement is completed, then he too will be at a disadvantage against me in terms of compatibility. In other words, the arrangement I am setting up right now is not merely out of fear of my later annihilation, but a cornerstone to defeating Guac AM. Of course, you wouldn't want to leave even a single variable behind. Even if he completes the splitting heaven mantra, even if he seizes chaos, the moment I complete this arrangement, the arrangement itself will become a spear piercing into Guac AM's vitals. If this spear is completed, then even should Guam AM defeat me, the probability that he loses when challenging the audience chamber afterward will rise exponentially. So it seems he wishes to clash with me before I complete the arrangement. You must want me to come rushing as though fire is lit under my backside, right, senior brother? Again, there is no answer. Sorry, but that will not happen. I will complete this arrangement, defeat you, and prepare a move so that, no matter what enders of later generations may come, they can receive salvation from light. My arrangement itself is the deadliest poison to be released within Radiance Hall, and perhaps even become the fangs that may reach the owner of fate, who is currently ruling from the shadows behind Radiance Hall. That is my arrangement. Wu Wong. Feeling the formula of the vast, cold, heavenly circle swirling inside me, I clench my hand. I will not go to you. Do you think that by seizing chaos you can prevent my arrangement from being fulfilled? That will not happen. War at its core is about doing what your opponent least desires. Since Guac AM is provoking me and wishes for me to come rushing, I will simply remain here and calmly complete my arrangement. Only, from now on, I must press forward with my arrangement a bit more. Wawoom. I grasp the void with my hand as my eyes gleam. Yana, it seems you must begin now. A move to hinder Guac AM, to divert the eyes of the Radiance 8 immortals, and in the end seize victory in the Great Mountain War. At my single sentence, Kim Yun's will turns into the wind and begins to cover the world. Her consciousness domain, already vast from the beginning, spreads out across all of Mount Sumeru and begins to directly interfere with all affairs of Mount Sumeru, bringing about a certain phenomena. It is a plan she herself originally said she would attempt after reaching Heavenly King. Artificial Gandhara. From this moment, please create it. Yes, Orobioni. Kim Yun sits upon the shoulder of my main body, leaning her body against my neck, and nods. The time is arriving when we must truly extend our influence over Mount Sumeru. Kugagugum. The vibration of some transcendent being that spreads their influence across the three planes subsides. Jean Woolryong, drenched in cold sweat from that chilling presence just now, breathes heavily. If that vibration had resounded just a little longer, all cultivators in the heavenly domain at the nascent soul stage above and below the sacred vessel stage would have gone mad, rampaging in frenzy. But Jean Woolryong soon notices that more than that, something else catches her attention. Woolryong's foot. Her foot pushed Jean Woolryong's foot aside, forcing her body slightly, but unmistakably beyond the boundary of the circle. The bet. I have one, haven't I? Heh. Jean Woolryong realizes what has happened. Illusion arts. While fighting me, she used illusions to shift my position little by little, and when that vibration of the three planes arrived, without panicking, she focused solely on our bed and kicked my foot, sending me beyond the boundary of the circle. From the faint moonlight radiating from Woolryong, she understands the situation. Is it a spell obtained from a true immortal? I got tricked. If I knew you hid such a hidden move, I should have set a harsher condition. If you lost the bet, then stop with the unnecessary talk and keep your promise. Impudent one. Be grateful that I am a kind, esteemed one. Jean Woolryong, laughing heartily at Woolryong's bold stance, sends Seo Jiang over to her. I will keep my promise. That child's secret is as follows. Jean Woolryong hints at what she suspects about Seo Jiang's true identity. And the words that follow, Woolryong's eyes can't help but widen. That's Seo Jiang. He is probably a direct descendant of the Mountain Divine Spirit. Because I have personally seen the incarnation of the Mountain Divine Spirit, and I even copied the immortal beast true blood of that evil god into the bloodline of the fighting ghost race, I am certain. Chapter 748, Light and Salt 4. Mu Geometry's meaning is simple, a contest of momentum. The Radiant Spirit Sect, a great sect that far surpasses the entire human race of the vast cold realm, and a backwater middle realm village head, who is an integration stage grand cultivator. Things proceed far more smoothly once the superiority between the two is decided. It is clearly such a calculation. At Mu Geometry's arrogant attitude, GOL makes smiles faintly and speaks. This is really my apologies. I did not consider the hearts of our Radiant Spirit Sect's late-stage prodigies and tried to do things too much in the vast cold realm's way. The expression of the white-haired, red-eyed woman softens gently, and those who see that gaze feel their hearts grow warm without realizing it. Seeing that, Seo Jiang clicks his tongue and quietly marvels. Woolryong, not knowing why, raises her guard to the extreme, and Mu Geometry and Baiwa become even more overbearing. Right. Even if other heavenly domains have laws of their own, we are disciples of the Radiant Spirit Sect who came receiving a sacred mission. Therefore, this is not a mutual exchange of help in the form of a deal. You must unconditionally cooperate with us. We have come to subjugate the evil god's fanatics, so know that this is an important duty that determines the course of the entire universe. At Mu Geometry's shout, the eyes of the grand cultivators in the hall each become filled with their own meanings, and Woolryong glares at Mu Geometry without realizing it. Senior brother, no matter what, isn't it right to respect the ways of the vast cold realm? Woolryong. It seems you do not know well, but for cultivators in such a remote, backwater middle realm, the teachings of us immortal talents are what matter. Teachings, you say? At that one word, GOL lets out a cry of admiration and shouts. Yes, now that I think of it. I forget to ask the upper prodigies of the heavenly sect supported by the heaven immortals to give teachings. For cultivators of a backwater, small realm like us, if you could perhaps bestow teachings, it would truly be an honor of 10,000 generations. Might you perhaps deign to grant us teachings? At GOL makes words, Mu Geometry laughs even more heartily and says, if you desire a sermon, then as much as you like. From the basics of my Radiant Spirit Sect's teachings. A sermon, you say? Cultivators like us from a small realm are dull of ear and cannot receive teachings by such things. We are ignorant folk. Therefore, rather than a sermon, I hope you would give teachings through something else. Through what? A friendly spar. At Gol makes words. Mu Geometry laughs awkwardly and takes a step back. I am sorry, but I am still only at the mid-integration stage. So against a quasi-star shattering stage cultivator like the Grand Cultivator Association leader, there is no need to. Haha, I too know my realm. Would I make such a shameless request? What I want is simply if fellow Taoists could give their teachings to the ordinary Grand Cultivators of the Grand Cultivator Association. Ahem, if it is only to that extent. Baduduk. At Mu Geometry's words, Wu Ryong glares at him fiercely, but no matter what, she cannot publicly outright deny the words of Mu Geometry, who is nominally her senior brother. To think I am in the same group as this guy. Seeing the latent strength of the integration stage Grand Cultivators seated in the Grand Cultivator Association, she sighs inwardly. And then, Co Jiang's tiny hand lightly tugs Wu Ryong's hand, and Co Jiang speaks. It's okay, Ryong. They say misfortune turns to blessing. Good things will happen. Co Jiang stares fixedly at the old and frail Grand Cultivator called Han Jin, then smiles faintly. At those words, Wu Ryong looks at him with slightly surprised eyes. Co Jiang's realm is still only at the early 4-axis stage. How in the world? I see. Regardless of realm, he has the discernment to have endured as master's disciple. While re-evaluating Co Jiang inwardly, she also changes her mind. Right, Co Jiang's words are right. Misfortune turns to blessing. Perhaps it is a chance to suppress senior brother and senior sister's momentum right before the subjugation without dirtying my hands. With meaningful eyes, Wu Ryong looks at the old monsters of the Grand Cultivator Association sitting before her, and the integration stage Grand Cultivator from the mountains and rivers origin, the person named Du Ryok, rises from their seat with a sneer. I will face you. Come forward, young master of the Radiant Spirit sect. At those words, Mu Geometry also sneers and steps forward from his seat. Haha, it is always the ones without real skill who keep their noses high. Du Ryok's red hair shoots up to the sky, and the aura of blazing heat spreads around them. Seeing this, Co Jiang speaks to Mu Geometry. Senior brother Mu Geometry, please be careful. They still are someone who stands at the peak of the human race territory in the vast cold realm. Haha, can you still not tell when you look at that YG Nambuk, or whatever the name is? These are people who waste thousands, tens of thousands of years just to step into the integration stage. How could dullards not chosen by the heavens and fate ever stand against genuine immortal talents? At Mu Geometry's words overflowing with confidence, Co Jiang does not bother to dissuade him further and steps back, while Du Ryok and Mu Geometry walk toward one another. Tack. Right after, when Gol snaps her fingers, the mountain peak where the Grand Cultivator Association is gathered instantly shifts into an alternate space. This is Mu Geometry, unable to notice the change contained in that one move, is taken aback, and Baiwa also looks around flustered. Only Wu Ryong, among the integration stage disciples of the Radiant Spirit sect, perceives the principle behind the change. She flipped the surface of the dimension and transformed it into an alternate space, a level capable of touching the laws of the vast cold realm itself. At that level, she could soon advance to the star-shattering stage. Why does she remain at quasi-star-shattering stage? A strange two-dimensional otherworld where heaven and earth do not exist, and gigantic ghost stones float densely across the void. Mu Geometry and Du Ryok stand facing each other atop one of those massive ghost stones. Wawoom. Perhaps those ghost stones boast some special function, as all the Radiant Spirit sect disciples who step onto them realize that their power has returned. Oh, so this lets us ignore the adaptation period and display our original power temporarily? I give my thanks, Grand Cultivator Association leader. Mu Geometry pays his respects in his own way to Joel Make, who reveals her realm at the quasi-star shattering stage without restraint. Meanwhile, the other integration stage cultivators each move onto nearby giant ghost stones, and Wu Ryong lifts Co Jiang by the waist onto another stone and speaks. Who do you think will win, Co Jiang? I think it will be a draw. With my low realm, how could I possibly measure the strength of senior brothers and sisters, much less those of the Grand Cultivator Association of the vast cold realm? Haha, a draw you say? At Co Jiang's words, All the integration stage cultivators who hear that voice smirk. Each of them seems to think that one side will clearly and decisively overwhelm the other. Wu Rong shakes her head. To her eyes, it is clear. Senior brother Mu Geometry will lose. Overwhelmingly. In terms of realm, Mu Geometry and Du Ryok are equal, both at the mid-integration stage. On top of that, Mu Geometry is a prodigy of the Radiant Spirit sect, having received the Radiant Spirit sect's refining Void Dharma treasure, artifacts, spiritual medicines, and unique divine powers in abundance, making him a troublesome opponent. Within the sect, he is an extraordinary prodigy who boasts certain victory against cultivators of the same realm, and even gains slight advantage over late integration stage cultivators. Yet, in Wu Ryong's eyes, she sees something contained within Du Ryok. What should I call that? Killing intent? Madness. It is the venom of a human who roamed the harsh human race territory of the vast cold realm human race without a sect, accumulating evil. Something that instantly bridges a mere gap in realm. The moment she saw it, she instantly knew Mu Geometry will lose. Now then, for the teachings of the great Radiant Spirit sect's late-stage genius, I declare the friendly spar to begin. GOL makes proclamation rings out, and as soon as it ends, Mu Geometry joins his palms together and shouts, Integrated Tao Domain. Kugagugum. At the same time, Mu Geometry's true body begins to reveal itself. From the 4-axis stage onward, depending on the method the cultivators practice, their true bodies transform, and this is called Immortal Transformation. Mu Geometry's immortal transformation is the form of a fox whose whole body is covered in sharp swords. Those scales are thick and sharp like those of a pangolin, and unknown sharp energy scrapes fiercely at the surroundings. And that is not all. Centered on Mu Geometry, a dimensional veil spreads and covers the surroundings. Mu Geometry's integrated Tao domain, Cold Tao swordless cage, Handao Wujin Drifan, encloses the area in a cage of ice. TL/N. Mu Geometry's name can mean swordless. Kakang Kagagaging. Cold winds blow in all directions, creating a snowy field, scattering snow blossoms, and throughout the snowy field where snow blossoms scatter, cold energy clusters and forges swords of ice. Those ice swords, Bingjan, are so transparent they look like glass, appearing endlessly close to colorlessness. Behold, I am the blood descendant of the snow mountain heaven immortal. Xiao Jiang listens to Mu Geometry's roar and smirks. Oh, I see. Transparent winter sword barrier, Koming, Dongjian Jiajik. Deploy. Thousands of colorless ice swords draw a sword formation and bare their fangs at Du Ryok. The deployment of that entire domain and the sword formation are completed within 2 seconds, worthy of being called a divine skill. The storm of the sword formation looks as though it will devour Du Ryok whole. And at that storm, Du Ryok takes a step forward and lets out a hollow laugh. What is this retard? Quajik. He takes a single step. At the same time, to everyone watching their duel in GOL makes alternate dimensions, the flow of attraction force engraves a single name. Immortal Art, Shansu. Sunlight, Yang. The integration stage realm formula. The power of the basic immortal art various omens concentrates on Du Ryok. At the same time, an immense power of extreme yang begins to spread out centered on Du Ryok. Huaruruk. It is instantaneous. Du Ryok rapidly uses the ground shrinking technique to arrive in front of Mu Geometry, and with nothing more than a single kick from a body suffused with the energy of extreme yang, he flings Mu Geometry away. It all happens truly in a fleeting instant. Quang. The sword scales that sprout all over Mu Geometry's body shatter in an instant, and there is not even a wound on Du Ryok's leg. Even though he does not even undergo immortal transformation, Du Ryok does not have so much as a brush mark, and he laughs as if he finds it absurd. I don't perfectly embody the formula of sunlight either, but I at least have the basics. What are you even? Shouldn't you at least show the effort to internalize the formula of cold? Quadaduk. Grabbing Mu Geometry's immortalized body with bare hands, he directly swings Mu Geometry's body. Wong. No matter how young you are, still, did they not say true immortals are behind you? They say your sect has star-shattering esteemed ones, and even sacred vessels. Quang. Quajijik. He simply hurls Mu Geometry's body, and one of the arms of the flung Mu Geometry directly tears off. Chijijik. And at the torn spot, the energy of extreme yang settles, making it so the wound cannot even heal. Hey, young master, try saying something. I am also 4,000 years old, so I am not far from you in age, but I can do at least this much. Yet you, who they say cultivated after entering a great sect, did you focus only on decorating your domain without internalizing the formula? Huaruruk. The power of extreme yang spewing from Du Ryok starts to gradually melt the entirety of Mu Geometry's integrated Dao domain. The whole world begins to burn, and Du Ryok, without even unfolding a domain, speaks as if it's absurd. With this much difference in skill, what teaching? Haha, you are insane. I hear you took on a subjugation mission suited to your level, but that cult subjugation or whatever, it's actually insanely easy and you lot are just trying to take credit, aren't you? What a funny bunch. Quadragigic. With his left hand turned into flame, Du Ryok grabs Mu Geometry by the collar and, cracking his joints, raises his right hand. Now then, young master. Still, as a senior in life, shall I show you what happens if you wag your tongue the wrong? It's just when Du Ryok is about to stretch his right hand toward Mu Geometry's heart. Quaching. Mu Geometry's collapsing integrated Dao domain and Du Ryok's power of extreme yang simultaneously break apart, and someone slips between them and seizes Du Ryok's wrist. Haha, let us stop here, Taoist Du. Yes, Elder Han Jing. It is Han Jin, the Penglai Palace Lord. Han Jin coughs and separates the two integration stage cultivators, and Wu Ryong's eyes gleam. That one called Du Ryok tried to kill senior brother Mu Geometry. Though it was a hidden killing intent, Wu Ryong could perceive it. It was so hidden of a killing intent that, on the Grand Cultivator Association side as well, except for Gol Make and about one person, no one noticed. And that one called Han Jin noticed the killing intent and intervened to stop it. Cough, cough, cough. Han Jin, as if it was hard to block Du Ryok's strike, coughs blood and returns to his seat, but Wu Ryong, looking at Han Jin's back, grows tense. And moreover, even if the integrated Dao domain was collapsing, to smash it in a single moment like this, that one seems to be the strongest after Gol Make. After setting up a barrier of attraction force around them, Wu Ryong quietly speaks to Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang, I think that old man seems to be the strongest after Gol Make. What about you, MM? Well, I don't think so. Right. On the surface he may look weak. But there is something inside him, a power that cannot be disregarded. Wu Ryong glares at the existence called Han Jin, and Xiao Jiang, watching Han Jin together with her, only gives a smile of unknown meaning without saying anything. After a while, Du Ryok withdraws from the arena, and Baiwa descends from her seat with a face that looks unwell. The next one to step forward is a grand cultivator named Hio Namguan. Greetings, young lady. I am Hio Namguan, who manages the vast Cold Realm branch of a minor sect called the Black Ghost Valley. I humbly hope to receive the Radiant Spirit sect's profound teachings. Hio Namguan bows politely to Baiwa, and Baiwa accepts the greeting with an awkward smile. Even in my hometown, even in the heroic spirit realm, and in other stellar realms, there is always a Black Ghost Valley, a Black Ghost Palace, a Ghostbone sect. Please do not say such things. I know your sect is a secret grand sect rooted throughout the heavenly domains. If it reveals all its strength, it would be comparable even to the Radiant Spirit sect. PFF. Xiao Jiang suddenly bursts into laughter, and Wu Ryong looks at him in puzzlement for a moment before dismissing it, and turns back to gaze down at the two. Who do you think will win this time? I think one side will forfeit. Indeed, on Baiwa's face, after seeing Mu Geometry's miserable defeat, shows deep concern. But Wu Ryong instead shakes her head. This time, Baiwa will still win. The one called Hio Namguan is at the very beginning of the integration stage, and does not look that strong. Moreover, he does not carry the poison of someone like Du Ryok. And furthermore, the Black Ghost Valley. That secret sect mainly cultivates ghost path methods, which are perfectly countered by Baiwa's methods. After a while, their duel begins. Baiwa is a cultivator of sacred Dao methods, Sung Dao Gongfa, which hold the power of blessing, purification, and healing. And from the beginning, she overwhelms Hio Namguan, who reveals the power of ghost path methods. Gradually, Baiwa presses Hio Namguan and seizes the momentum, and at last, just when she is about to land a decisive blow against them. Shiver. From Hio Namguan, who is wielding ghost path methods, a chilling aura that no one can ignore spreads. From that terrifying, spine-chilling aura, everyone present realizes that Hyo Namwon has a hidden trump card. Even Bai Hua's eyes show signs of defeat. Wu Ryong, seeing the flower blooming inside Hyo Namwon, is reminded of one thing. A flower. It is some black flower that exudes the aura of a curse. But in that instant, I will concede. Hyo Namwon, as if pondering something, stops the blooming of the black flower and surrenders. What is this? Are you mocking me? No, Lady Bai. My secret art is incomplete, so it would be dissolved by your blessings. But Wu Ryong realizes he is lying. It is the opposite. If Hyo Namwon had used that curse in flower form, it would not have been Bai Hua's blessing that melts his curse, but Bai Hua who is killed by that curse. So he went easy because he can't control the killing move. Cultivator Hyo forfeited, but in truth, it is Bai Hua's defeat. And suddenly, Wu Ryong notices something strange. Somehow, everything goes exactly as Seo Jiang says. Is it just my imagination? It is a strange feeling. And with Hyo Namwon's defeat, Wu Ryong's turn arrives. I shall. More than anyone present, Wu Ryong wants to cross moves at least with Joel Make, and tries to name Joel Make as her opponent. But just then, Hanjin steps forward. And as if waiting, Seo Jiang flies to the front of Hanjin. What, Seo Jiang? What are you doing? The opponent is at the integration stage. Sorry Ryanga. But still, I am also a disciple of the Radiant Spirit sect, so shouldn't I at least show my face? Seo Jiang. Even if he looks the weakest, that one is. When did I ever say that? What? But before Wu Ryong can stop him, Hanjin chuckles. Haha, it is fine. Do not mind this old man. Anyway, if it is a late-stage disciple of the great Radiant Spirit sect, then against an old man like me, cough, cough. While speaking, Hanjin coughs up blood. Though he stopped the fight between Du Ryok and Mu Geometry, no matter how one looks at him, he is an old man on the verge of death. In some sense, it even seems fitting for him to spar with Seo Jiang, who is at the 4-axis stage. But Wu Ryong feels anxious. That man is the one most dangerous after Joel Make. But to drag Seo Jiang back by force, when he has already resolved himself, would be to disgrace not only Seo Jiang's face, but also the face of the one called Hanjin. She does not know what Seo Jiang is thinking, but she decides, helplessly, to respect his will. Well, perhaps it will be good for Seo Jiang to experience defeat at least once outside. Whether Bai Hua knows her worries or not, Bai Hua speaks in a carefree tone. Certainly, though he is an integration stage grand cultivator, he seems to have even gone senile, and may be a good opponent for Seo Jiang. What? Senile? But she soon understands Bai Hua's words. So you are a true immortal wearing a human mask. Because at Hanjin's very first words, the strategist of the Grand Cultivator Association, YG Nambuk, apologizes to the disciples of the Radiant Spirit sect. From his youth, the Penglai Palace Lord poured much of his vitality into raising Penglai Palace. Now, as a consequence, he is in a slight state of dementia. We ask for your understanding. Dementia? At those words, Wu Ryong eases her heart a little. He certainly looks that way. If so, then I don't have to worry too much about Seo Jiang getting badly hurt. Thus, though he is at the late integration stage, Hanjin, whose vitality has declined and senility has set in, and Seo Jiang, who has the lowest cultivation among the Radiant Spirit Sect's party, enter into a friendly spar that none in the arena watch with much interest. Hanjin knows. He cannot forget. Ever since he came to Penglai Palace and learned the Great Mountain Splitting Emperor technique, the being who continued to aid his cultivation through the connection with that technique is the very existence before his eyes. Truly, I have wished to meet you. Before him, the existence in the form of a boy does not speak aloud, but shapes his lips to convey something to him. Reading the lip movements, Hanjin smiles brightly and reaches his hand out toward his longtime friend. The moves of those who inherit the lineage of the mountain god collide in one place within the vast cold realm. Chapter 749, Light and Salt, 5. Thud. Hanjin takes a step and assumes a posture with one hand extended. That stance, which also looks like a stance to deliver a palm strike, is the basic stance of the Great Mountain Splitting Emperor technique. And, seeing that posture, I take the basic sword form, the middle guard stance, and with the youth Samsara sword method, I summon a radiant sword and grip it in my hand. After we first assume our sparring stances, a brief stillness envelopes the arena. My eyes and Hanjin's eyes meet. And then, my preemptive strike begins. Shakak. Wrapping attraction force around my sword, The sword momentum fired at Hanjin directly warps the surrounding dimension and drives thrusts into various parts all over his body. And in the next moment, I noticed that small symbols of the 5 elements appear at every place I thrust and block my sword momentum. He saw this. His eyes have improved. This is not something achievable with a mere consciousness domain. The sword strike I unleashed looks simple, but it contains the principle of martial pinnacle. I'll go faster. Our gazes exchange for a fleeting instant, and in that moment 2 sword strikes simultaneously fly toward Hanjin. It is not that I split one sword strike into 2, nor that I use a feint. Chwat, a slash that no one in this arena can perceive. Within spacetime itself. 2. Actions overlap, and slashes fly simultaneously from both right and left. If the first left slash is a slash simply sent forth, the right slash is a slash hurled by transcending spacetime. If you exceed light speed, you can reach the past. Recently, by combining the principle of the Radiance Mantra, the abilities of immortal beasts, and the divine art Kim Young-hoon once displayed, I succeeded in implementing a slash that, if only for an instant, can return to the past. From the future to the past. By surpassing superluminal speed, I twist causality and cause the actions of 2 strikes to exist at the same time. Using the foundational principle of the Radiance Mantra, I transcend light. Chwat. It is still an imperfect technique that needs much experimentation. Even so, this is the technique of I, who reached martial pinnacle. Even though I control the power to an extremely delicate degree, if you cannot see it, you cannot block it. And in a fleeting instant, Wong, the energy of yin and yang appears at Hanjin's left and right and naturally blocks the 2 strikes. Quaching. However, no matter how large the consciousness domain is, it is a single consciousness. Even if it is the energy of yin and yang, perhaps it is unavoidable that power leans ever so slightly more to one side. The 2 slashes dig persistently into the weaker side among them, break through the defense, and reach Hanjin's body. Kong. The integrated Tao domain's dimensional veil wrapped around Hanjin's body blocks my radiant sword. However, in the end he endures only by relying on the integration stage weight class. If I was in the late 4-axis stage, Hanjin's body would have been cut in half. Up to here, these are very brief instant exchanges. On the surface, it would look like the old Hanjin and I, a fresh green fledgling, trading a few swings. In truth, through Indra's net, most of the inner thoughts of the grand cultivators flowing in are them swallowing dry laughs, and most of them are seen to pay no attention to our spar. Here, the only ones who come to their senses and watch us are Gol Make and Wool Ryan. With senses that have reached the quasi-star shattering stage, Joel Make barely keeps up with, then loses, then catches up to the exchanges between Hanjin and me, and strains to glimpse the hidden side concealed within our exchange, while Wool Ryan, though unable to sense or see anything, feels that there is something, and glares with eyes blazing in an effort to figure it out. Remarkable talents. But in this world, there are realms that cannot be reached by talent alone. That is why the Radiance Hall does not simply raise its future 8 Immortals candidates by letting them breathe idly in their subordinate sects, but sends them to the middle realms to accumulate various experiences. Integrated Tao Domain. With a trembling voice, Hanjin clasps his hands together and unfolds his integrated Tao Domain. Island of Taiji great dust within fierce winds. Taiji Erfada. His integrated Tao Domain unfolds in a very peculiar way. Instead of covering the surroundings with a dimensional veil, he tempers the integrated Tao Domain like a sharp blade between his clasped hands, then breathes out a shout and sends the tempered integrated Tao Domain flying at me. Outwardly, it only looks like he is sending out a thin thread-like line, but in truth, he is compressing the integrated Tao Domain itself into a single blade and sending it forth. As expected, the only one who notices this method is Joel Make, and Wool Ryan, though unable to even discern its identity, thinks that it's amazing, and gapes with her mouth open. I originally intended to hold back in case Wool Ryan suspects my identity, but I smile faintly at Hanjin and begin tempering the radiance sword taught by sword spear until it becomes endlessly transparent. But in front of him, I cannot. I must show at least a fraction of my true skill. The dimensional slash compressed from the integrated Tao domain itself has a powerful suction force, so it is absolutely unavoidable at close range. Furthermore, though it appears to be fired separately from Hanjin, because it is still connected to him through the domain, It will pursue even if I dodge, and fuse even if I cut. Chiak. I raise my now colorless sword and assume a thrusting stance. I will sever the connection. I will thrust through the gap of that blade and aim for Hanjin beyond. Shuckwhack. The thrust at extreme speed instantly pierces through the gap in the dimensional slash and seeks Hanjin's heart beyond. The moment it touches the heart, it will scatter through all of heaven and earth and grind Hanjin's body apart. But immediately after, Hanjin instantly recalls the dimensional slash he had fired at me, compresses it into a single point, and with that one point blocks my thrust. Quam. But it is not enough to just block that thrust, as he is driven back all the way to the very edge of the ghost stone we rose upon. When will this end? Grand Cultivator Han, he seems to be having a hard time. Still, to think someone who was once even called the strongest of the human race is now. From the Human Race Grand Cultivator Association flows opinions of pity toward Hanjin. The spar between me and Hanjin is exceedingly dry. Unlike others, it is not flamboyant, and only restrained methods are used, and each and every strike is of levels that transcend imagination, so there are not many who can even recognize them. The only ones present who shudder are three. Hanjin himself, receiving ceaseless teachings as he faces me. Gol Make, straining to glimpse my teachings no matter what. And Wu Ryong, though unable to even discern what is happening, with talent alone unconsciously senses the value of our exchange and trembles. Kong. Our monotonous exchange continues. And within that monotonous exchange, our duel gradually ascends to a metaphysical dimension. Quakwawang. Hanjin unleashes a palm strike with the power of explosion, from within which he mixes dozens of nets of 5 elements and lightning. Shwikak. With the barest of motions, I cut that strike, evade the aftershock, and try to counterattack, but in that instant Hanjin, hiding behind his own attack, thrusts with both palms. Quam. The power of Taiji dwelling in his hands seizes my chi and blood, twists and entangles the Taiji of my entire body, and tries to rupture all my spirit veins. Ho! With a single breath, I try to neutralize the Taiji and expel Hanjin's Taiji settling in my spirit veins, but at the same time, the Taiji resonates with the 5 elements spiritual energy and tries to tear my whole body apart. Splitting Emperor. A terrifying strike that rends the opponent's entire body spreads within me from the inside out. He fused the Taiji quaking lightning body and the Great Mountain splitting Emperor technique. I realize what Hanjin has done and let out a hollow laugh. Shikagak. But in an instant, I concentrate the attraction force of the 4-axis stage into a single point to suppress the power of the Great Mountain splitting Emperor, and I carry that rebound into my sword to counterattack Hanjin. An old grand cultivator and a young cultivator, in a way unfit for people called cultivators, stick close and engage in close combat. There are no grand visual effects of great spells, and the spells we unfold are all colorless, formless, and traceless, so they are not that flashy. On the surface, it looks simply like an old man and a little kid grappling in a messy brawl. Yet within it, I am able to converse with Hanjin. My lips flick into movement. Seeming to have learned lip reading, Hanjin reads it and smiles. You have grown a lot. Yunjin. Hanjin. My old friend who inherited the position of Penglai Palace Lord from Han 1 and inherited the Han surname to become Hanjin. It has been a long time since I was called by that name. It is good to see you again, Elder Seo Unhyun. Ha! I smile faintly as I trade blows with Hanjin. By now, some grand cultivators grow drowsy and even fall asleep or enter meditation. Each blow boasts immense might that crosses dimensions and planes, but because the moves are so high level, they, instead, fail to notice. Why have you not risen to the star-shattering stage? At this level, you would have been more than able to reach the star-shattering stage. I wonder why Yunjin has not risen to the star-shattering stage. Why is it that, despite having the skill to trade hands with me, he does not rise to the star-shattering stage? Unlike Joel Make, who is merely at the quasi-star-shattering stage in weight class only, he fulfills all the conditions to rise to the star-shattering stage. Why does he still deliberately remain here and grow old? Immortal art various omens. Rain, sunlight, heat, cold, wind, time. Every formula is mixed into each of Yunjin's moves. It is an application of the immortal art in a different dimension when compared to the one called Du Ryok. And above all, watching Yunjin's gaze gradually brighten, to see to what level his eyes have reached, I for an instant so that no one notices, deliver a faint strike at the speed of true immortals. But the next moment, was it? It is only a brief instant, yet I see a character clearly engraved in Yunjin's eyes, and I smile. So you have brought the supervisory eye within your grasp as well. To reach you again, I devoted my whole life to this. Supervisory eye, an eye that opens only when a mountain divine spirit directly lends power to a being who inherits the power of a mountain divine spirit. Among all eye arts at or below the entering nirvana stage, that eye is the highest level eye art, and it is an overwhelming spiritual eye that surpasses all those eye arts. Han 1. 2. Once obtained the spiritual eye when the great mountain supreme deity granted the supervisory eye to him in order to watch over the enders. However, Yunjin, by his own power, devoted his whole life to trace back along Penglai Palace's great mountain-splitting emperor technique in order to reach the mountain gods at its origin. It is similar to heavenly venerables. It is the difference between the three heavenly venerables who borrow the power of the absolute from the true emperor, and the underworld who, by their own power, divine dissense the power of the absolute. Like the mountain god who toyed with the fates of Han 1 and ancestor Yunwei. I, too, suspected whether you are a mountain god who toyed with me and the ancestor, and whether you, who saved the golden divine heavenly thunder sect, was merely a split soul of a great immortal at that time who toyed with fate, or whether you truly were simply a genius who grew with us and experienced many things together. To know that answer, I had to reach you. For that, he traced back the method of Penglai Palace to connect, with the power of a mortal being, to the immortal Tao of the mountain, and he succeeded in connecting with me, who stands at the summit of that immortal Tao. That is Yunjin's feat. Unlike Han 1's supervisory eye, which is only the highest eye art at the level of mortal beings, the supervisory eye that Yunjin obtained on his own. That supervisory eye alone is no different from the eye of a true immortal. Have you obtained the answer? By his own power Yunjin reaches me, who stands at the peak of the mountain immortal Tao, and, by borrowing my strength, he connects to my essence. In that process, I do not intervene at all. I have obtained it. You. Awakening the eye of a true immortal, Yunjin smiles brightly, and beyond the plane of true immortality, he directly perceives my presence. His gaze, using my consciousness dwelling in Seo Jion's body as the medium, crosses numerous heavenly domains in an instant and reaches my main body in the heavenly escape realm. It is a power any true immortal can use if they know the other's existence or immortal title, but Yunjin, with only the strength of a mortal being, obtained the eye of a true immortal and unfolded that ability. Tuck, tuck. Tears of blood flow from Yunjin's eyes. It is astonishing. Even though I restrain my rank, his supervisory eye still clearly reveals my existence to him. Even if it is a power that originates from me and therefore has some resistance to my wisdom, it is undeniably a great feat. A feat of looking directly at the body of an immortal beast king while only at the integration stage and yet not exploding and perishing. You were, truly nothing more than our friend. Yet the mortal being who achieved such a feat only looks up at me with the eyes of one meeting an old friend and smiles. You were not a true immortal who toyed with the fate of the ancestor. You did not toy with my fate either. You and senior brother John Myung-hoon were truly. From that single sentence, I feel countless knots inside Yunjin unravel. My friends, Hualong. Han Jin's arm shatters my sword and strikes down upon my head, slamming me into the ground, and I cough out a mouthful of blood. The duel between the old Grand Cultivator at the integration stage and the young Cultivator at the 4-axis stage. Naturally, it ends in victory for the integration stage Grand Cultivator. Thank you for your teaching. Yet, even so, the integration stage Grand Cultivator, whose eyes flicker as if in senility, bows with deep respect to the 4-axis stage Cultivator who is defeated by him. At that absurd sight, the Grand Cultivator Association, including YG Nambuk, sigh and support Hyunjin back to his original seat. I am the one who should thank you, Yunjin. I smile as I watch Yunjin, whose vitality wanes. Fighting him, I understood. Yunjin has no thoughts of rising to the star-shattering stage, and only intends to die at the integration stage. Like Yunwei, he suspected throughout his life whether John Myung-hoon and I were true immortals who toyed with them. When Yunwei was alive, he was too young to harbor doubt, but after Yunwei's death, he inherited Yunwei's heart. I could have sworn directly that it is not so, but I never made such an oath until now, and only today did I finally unravel Yunjin's knots. because it was a knot that could not be undone unless confirmed with his own hand. I accepted your heart as well. His concern and his knots about me. The doubt of whether his life was toyed with by true immortals is now resolved. But one knot remains in Yunjin's heart. The knot toward the great mountain supreme deity who toyed with the fates of Yunwei and Han One now passes to me. I will return it to that one, on your behalf, without fail. Trading blows with my friend Yunjin, I decided to accept his heart. He too seems to realize this, as he nods his head with a peaceful face. The other grand cultivators only shake their heads, thinking Yunjin has gone senile again. He will not reach the star-shattering stage. For a cultivator at the integration stage and beyond, the desire to rise in realm is not that immense. It is said that humans want endlessly to live and live again, experiencing every joy of life. But even so, their lifespan is 150,000 years. 150,000 years. A span of time where Yang Sujin could appear 50 times. Even that, with special secret arts or elixirs, their lifespan can extend up to 200,000 years. In extreme cases, there are even integration stage cultivators who live up to 300,000 years. After enjoying every pleasure in life, every mountain and sea delicacy, and relishing in all manner of new things, do they truly want to live endlessly? Human desire is not infinite. The power of desire seems strongest, but its limits are also the clearest. I realize that Yunjin's desire and goal come only this far, and I nod. You have suffered much. When you go, go in peace. I send a heart message to Yunjin, and I take measures on Yunjin's supervisory eye that reaches me. Chijijik. Yunjin flinches in shock, squeezes his eyes shut, and soon surprise settles on his face. From now on, Yunjin's eye can be passed down to the next palace lord of Penglai Palace. The descendant he designates will inherit the supervisory eye generation after generation along with the position of Penglai Palace Lord. Yunjin's descendants will obtain this eye that he reached by devoting his entire life, merely by inheriting the Palace Lord position. Of course, to use it at Yunjin's level would require over 50,000 years of bitter training, but considering the ability of the supervisory eye, even that would be a cheap price. Sensing my consideration, Yunjin once again offers me a small thanks. Thus, in that brief meeting with Yunjin, I do everything I need to do. What was that just now? From the eyes of third parties, Xiao Jiang and Han Jin's sparring is lousy. The spar between Han Jin, who despite being an old monster at the grand perfection integration stage, drifts in and out of senility, and his vitality is so drained he may die on any day, and the 4-axis stage kid Xiao Jiang is disappointing. It just ended with them scuffling a bit. However, Wu Ryan can tell. Between the two, something immense was exchanged. Xiao Jiang, you. In some ways, it is a situation where Xiao Jiang can seem suspicious. But for some reason, Wu Ryan's heart chooses not to suspect Xiao Jiang, but to dig into the techniques Xiao Jiang showed. Just how in the world did you manifest such transcendent divine authorities in a human body? I want to know, too. Ordinarily, the power of the fate she belongs to should reveal what is suspicious and make her wary of what is unknown. But, strangely, that power does not activate, as if some part is subtly broken. Perhaps an error that no one knows has arisen in her fate, but no one notices it. For that error is too subtle to even call an error, and in some respects it even further realizes her fate. Wu Ryong does not spar. It is because she has realized much from the spar between Xiao Jiang and Han Jin, and does not even have the leisure to digest those enlightenments. And because Gol Make also says to stop the friendly sparring. In the end, the contest of momentum of the Radiant Spirit Sect party ends in the defeat of the Radiant Spirit Sect disciples. All the Radiant Spirit Sect late-stage prodigies perform the missions assigned by the Grand Cultivator Association in accordance with the Human Race Grand Alliance's demands, and only 10 years later do they finally become eligible to receive support for the Thunder Resonance Valley Subjugation Mission. Kururung, Earth Tribe Territory. There, Dragon King Yu Ryan, who established herself as the Earth Tribe's true Dragon Alliance Lord, meets the Grand Cultivator Association of the Human Race Grand Alliance and the Radiant Spirit Sect disciples. Our fellow distinguished ones, the ones who have come to subjugate that fanatic cultist group called Thunder Resonance Valley that has settled in our Earth Tribe territory and is sucking dry all the dragon veins of the Earth Tribe territory. At Gyu Ryan's words, Wu Ryong nods and steps forward. Yes, it is us 4 disciples of the Radiant Spirit Sect. Wu Ryong, Mu Geometry by Hua and Xiao Jiao. We have come to subjugate Thunder Resonance Valley, so we ask that the Dragon King also help with the Thunder Resonance Valley subjugation. While good, as it is, the entire Earth Tribe territory is caught in a shortage of cultivation resources because of those Thunder Resonance Valley bastards. So I would like it if the subjugation were done even a day faster. First, let us go to Thunder Resonance Valley's main mountain, Thundersword Mountain, over there in the distance, and I will give you the detailed explanation as we go. Thus, the subjugation of Thunder Resonance Valley, a fanatic cultist group under an evil god, finally begins.